the big prizes are. We've seen the format, we've seen the calendar. I kind of feel like we have more to show you guys at home, so check out this video.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 3 tournament. I'm ICBaby12 and I'll be your guide through this trading journey. We're in the midst of the challenge season where the competition is fierce and the stakes are high. But let's rewind a bit and recap the journey so far. In the Open Finals, 32 teams battled it out in a grueling 6-day Swiss format. After intense matches, only 4 teams emerged victorious and secured their spots in the challenge season. Congratulations to these exceptional teams. Alongside these winners, we have invited 12 elite teams from the MPL representing Southeast Asia's finest talents from Indonesia, Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore, and Cambodia. This brings our total number of teams to 16. Now, let's fast forward to the heart of challenge season. The remaining 16 teams will face off in a thrilling GSL-style double elimination bracket over 6 days. But before the battle begins, we have an exciting group drawing session. These 16 teams will be divided into 4 groups, each consisting of 4 teams. Here's where it gets interesting. Teams who win 2 consecutive matches in their respective groups will straight away advance to the challenge finals, showcasing their skills in the ultimate showdown. But wait, we haven't forgotten about the second place teams. They will have a chance to qualify by competing in the decider group known as Group E. The top 2 teams from Group E will also secure their spots in the challenge finals, making a total of 6 teams competing. So, to summarize, 16 teams are battling it out in the challenge season. The 4 teams who win 2 consecutive matches from their group and the top 2 teams from the decider group will advance to the highly anticipated challenge finals. Get ready to witness mind-blowing plays, intense strategies, and epic moments as these teams leave everything on the battlefield. Thank you for joining us today. Stay tuned for the adrenaline-pumping action of Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 3.
There we go, a little bit of a taste of how the bracket is looking like. So with that, I actually want to talk about this a little bit more. So let's talk to the casters. Nah, I'm just kidding. We're going to talk to you guys. What do you guys feel about the format? Because again, like usually it's a little bit more straightforward, but here it's kind of like it gives chances for teams not to lose to cheese strats.
Yeah.
And it gives you a lot more opportunity to actually get momentum in the tournament.
You know, I think when it comes to this format, right, like if we're going for a double elimination format, obviously, you know, you get a second chance. You can kind of save a little bit of strategy here, test out the waters a little bit more. But in terms of the Swiss format, you don't really want to be in this situation because if you lose a match means you have to play more matches and you might not be able to qualify straight into the finals. And the fastest way to kind of qualify in is that pretty much you get every win streak all the way through.
Yeah, you gotta go bang bang straight out of the gate. You can't hold
Can
back.
you try to sit down?
Well, or
Just-
if you want, I feel like that's a little bit too much there. I'm
All
not
right.
that short.
Now I'll just like.
Oh, yeah. Good, this is good.
Thank
Okay,
you.
move on,
I'll do
move
like
on.
a
Sorry,
crouching
I'm
stance.
I was
This is what-
distracted.
This is what I mean about Malaysians being so welcoming. It's like you guys are adjusting for me. Thank you.
Yeah, well,
appreciate it.
you know what? The thing about Malaysia as well, we kind of like money. So we're going to look at the prize pool as well to see what the teams are fighting for. And this is the reason why you want to get to the challenge finals, because overall it's 150,000 USD prize pool, where the first place gets 65,000 US dollars. And the last time I checked, that's a lot.
Yep, definitely a lot of money, way more than what I have, but I'm pretty sure, as we all know, the teams will be fighting for the money, but there's also the source of pride in there as well. You're carrying your country's banners, your org's banners as well, so the money looks good, but the pride is going to be there.
Yep, only 12 teams will be getting this. And if you guys make the calculations, we have more than 12 teams. So this is something that all the teams will be trying to fight it out. And honestly, looking at how things are going, today we have a lot going on. Today we have a lot of best of threes.
Yeah.
Even I'm not so sure that they will end it early. It might be a full 3 games.
Yeah.
Every single game.
15 games in one day.
15 games.
You know, I saw the roster list for today on who the matchup is going to be like as well. Personally, I would feel like, hey, there are some teams going to be overbearing a little bit more. But because it's a Swiss format, you can't really, you know, I would say save your strategy for later. You have to go all out. You got to take your chances as well. And there's one thing I actually want to talk about as well, because you did mention about a patch note that is going to be coming up in 2 weeks' time. And that is something that a lot of us are going to be a little bit worried, because as of yet, the meta is kind of shaped in a way where, because we had MSC to kind of reference on, and then they can kind of adapt and try and qualify their way through. But after the second week, which is probably next week, that is where it is going to be a free fall.
The challenge season, we see Ich, Ni, San, Yon. 16 teams. Is it? You good? No.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, 16 teams.
Perfect.
Look, I'm good with numbers, all right? I'm an analyst.
Yeah,
analyst.
Yes, you
I'm
are.
an analyst.
Yeah, and you're one of the few that I've heard actually be able to count in Japanese.
Yeah, Ich, Ni, San, Yon.
Can you count in Mandarin?
San.
Okay, he's pretty good.
Yeah.
He's pretty good. He's pretty good. He's multi-language here.
Uno, dos, tres. But now we're going to look at Group A, B, C, as well as D, where Group A, Team Flash, Bleed Esport, Brand Esport, Archives Esport being Group A, Group B, Team SMG, Homeboys, Rex, Regan, Kion, EVOS, Icon, Group C, Blacklist, Alter Ego, Bigatron Alpha, Aura Fire. I kind of feel like Mirko is doing this group because there's too many Indonesians in one group. Group D, CFU Gaming, like the name, RG Philippines, Udo-Red Giants, as well as Dewa United Esports. Quite a lot going on in all the groupings here.
Yeah, you know what, LaFell? I'm sorry, I have to defend Mirko here. Indonesians, you don't need to chase Mirko anymore. You saw the group draw video.
Go for Eterna.
He did not draw this. I'm not gonna write on that go for Eterna thing, though.
Yeah, you can see the expression of Eterna's face from our
No, you
perspective.
can't.
We can see.
Oh,
Probably
we can,
on the
yeah,
guys
we can,
cams
we can,
who can't
yeah.
really see. But at the same time, there's something
They're
I want to
eating right now.
I know they're hinting, but
No, eating, makan.
eating. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, learning you.
But I want to bring up one very, very interesting fact as well. Is
Sure.
that we have Deva United Esports actually replacing GPX because of the fact that GPX couldn't exactly meet the requirement that could come in as well. So we had to find a replacement, and Deva United Esports was the replacement to replace GPX from the Open Finals.
Now, actually, let's take a deeper dive into Group A. We're going to look at the brackets here, where this is the Group A GSL bracket. Again, Flash will be going up against Archive. Bleed will be going up against Bren. And again, just to oversimplify things, for all four teams, what you want to do is you want to get two consecutive wins so that you can qualify to the Challenge Finals. If you overall end at a 2-1, then you can qualify for the Group E, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Group E.
Yeah, the decider group.
Yeah, the decider group, last chance qualifiers. And yeah, as we look at Group B this time, you see SMG and EVOS will be the matchup, and you got Homeboys and RRQ. And I'm really glad that we're getting a tournament at this time because we've seen all the roster moves all throughout Southeast Asia, and we're gonna get a really good glimpse as to what their potential chemistry in the future could be, because right away they're getting thrown straight into the fire. You gotta play now, and you gotta play well together.
Yeah, and now we're going to look at the schedule for today, where we're beginning, again, like we mentioned, Team Flash going up against Archive Esport at 11:40 GMT plus 8. Afterwards, it is going to be Bleed going up against Brand 1:50. SMG going up against EVOS Icon 4 p.m. Homeboys against Rex, Regan, Kion 6:10.
Yes.
Yes. It's
And then
6:10 p.m.
8. Wait, no, 8:20.
8:20, yeah.
8:20.
Yeah, 8:20 for the 8 winners match as well. But personally, out of all these four matches here, the match that I'm extremely excited for is going to be Homeboys as well as RRQ, because both this team, they have had major roster changes in their roster themselves in this past few weeks. And this is something that I'm genuinely curious to see how well they are going to be performing, considering that today here in SBS, I would say is the start and journey before they actually head towards the M Series. So the trial and experimentation starts from here.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I agree with you. That's going to be an amazing series, but we got to pull it back in. We're going to talk about the first series of the day, Flash going up against Archive Esport, where, again, this is going to be our first best of 3. What do we think about this matchup?
Oh, well, on the side of Team Flash, or actually both of them, they're both young squads looking to gain way more experience and really continue surpassing expectations. Team Flash is going to be going into this with a slightly revamped roster, adding 2 Filipinos. Meanwhile, Archives Esports, a former MDL Philippines team called Next Play EVOS Tiger Cubs, their chemistry is already built. So you have one team that's just sort of trying to feel things out with a new roster. On the side of Archives, you have a team that are tried and tested already.
You know, Archive Esports, they do have this kind of consistency, especially coming from the Open Finals as well.
Yes.
And that is something that I'm really excited to see, because they look like a team that's ready to swing and hang it and take it all the way. Whereas from Flash, this is something I'm a little curious about. The last time I saw them was pretty much from MPSG in the Grand Finals. They barely made it as well. They didn't exactly qualify, but that was pretty much the last time we actually saw them. And now with the revamp as well, bringing in 2 Filipinos, that is something that I want to see. Can they adapt to the current meta? Because when it comes to MPSG, they have their own playstyle. And
Oh, yes.
over the entire POSG, most of them are still favoring onto his pick-off compositions, leaning on Kaja and etc.
Actually, you're talking about looking at teams, seeing teams, and... Excuse me, what? The tickets are getting sold? Guys, okay, here's the thing. Make sure you guys get your tickets now because only the legendary K, or some would say IDR, Indonesian rupiah 20K, which is around like 6 ringgit-ish in Malaysia. Make sure you guys get it. And if you guys can't pay, I mean, it's kind of affordable. You guys can get the tickets at the raffle as well. Make sure you guys join the raffle. There's a lot of ways for you guys to get the tickets. So really, don't give excuses. Think about your parents. If you're the type of person that be like, I can't do this, I'll be very disappointed. In fact, the raffle, you guys can get t-shirts as well. If you guys don't have enough, well, we're going to give you some. Do you guys have enough t-shirts?
Probably not. I actually want one as well. I want to go for a raffle, but at the same time, are you okay? Do you need like a t-shirt as well? Like, did you grow up with not having t-shirts?
No. I just need more love, you know. But
we got you, man. We got you. Here you go.
Not from you guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you want one from Eterna?
Nah. Let's see. A region that I will definitely not get it. Let's get something from Nigeria. But now, going back into... Don't laugh!
No, it's just out of all the countries you could have mentioned, it was just surprising. You caught me off guard there.
You know, here's the thing. When you're caught off guard, you need something reliable. You know what's reliable?
What?
Snapdragon. Because they are the chipset for gamers, right? Make sure you guys, whatever devices you guys have, make sure you get the Snapdragon Elite Gaming chipset. Yeah. Nice segue, huh?
Yeah, pretty good. That was like 10 out of 10.
Super smooth.
Yeah.
Was it a 10? Come on.
Was it?
Eterna said no. She said it was an 11.
We got a 10 over the cast.
Let's go.
Gideon's giving you an 8. Eterna gave you a 2. 8 plus 2 is 10.
Exactly. Yo.
Yeah.
Give it
High
up.
five.
Give it up. Now we're actually going to talk about the teams. Are we going to talk about the teams? We're going to talk about the teams, right? Because you guys touch upon Archive as well as Flash for a little bit. Now we're going to properly talk about it, right? We're going to look at Flash going up against Archive Esports. Now, let's set the tempo first. Who are we looking at as the favorites?
Maybe it's just a little bit of my Filipino bias in me here, but I've seen way more of Archives Esports. I'm leaning towards Archives here. Again, the factor of you have a team that already has a built chemistry, made a threatening run for the MDLPH playoffs, although they weren't able to get into it, versus a team that has 2 new members and trying to figure things out. I'll lean more towards Archives, but I feel like Flash has something in them that might catch Archives Esports off guard.
You know what? I got something in me as well. I want to watch the intro video. So without wasting time, let's check it out. So that's Team Flash. Now, what are we feeling here? Because let's introduce them first. Vex. Is it pronounced as Kyrie or Kyrie? You know what? Let's go with Kyrie, Shocker, West Mode, and Jay. What are you feeling about this team?
Yeah, actually, super interesting. Jay was actually the mid laner for Team Flash in their latest season of MPLSG. Now he's going to be playing in the roam position. Shocker from TNC Neo and MDLPH. And West Mode actually is going to be his name for Team Flash. So Shocker is going to be the mid laner. West is a gold laner. Shocker for TNC Neo. They struggled as a team, but Shocker was actually one of the bright spots. Very dependable mid laner. Meanwhile, West Mode, they actually have a nickname for him in MDLPH.
Oh, really?
They call him Westside Killer with how well he can duel in the gold lane.
That sounds like a gangster slang term right there.
Yeah, because that's how he plays. He's a gangster in the lane.
All right. That's pretty good. But at the same time, I'm curious to see what their opponents are going to be like here.
You know what? Let's check it out. Let's introduce Archive Esports. So now let's actually introduce them. Lord GM, Kizan, Lan, Sissy, Sumpak, as well as Spider Miles. I want to start with Spider Miles because I heard quite a lot about him.
Yeah, actually, Spider Miles was brought in halfway through the MDLPH season, and once he got slotted into the main lineup, he made an instant impact. They went on a winning streak that almost brought them to the playoffs. He can play heroes such as the Estes, the Matilda, the Rafaelas, but then at the same time, he's been getting a lot of reps in with the setup tanks as well. He is the main initiator, playmaker for Archives, and a lot of their play really revolves around him.
Yeah, at the same time, Archives Esports, they came in from the Open Finals as well. They're dumpstering every single team, taking a 4-0 victory, qualifying, being one of the first teams to actually qualify here. So in terms of consistency, I like that you brought it up earlier in the segment as well, that they do have this tendency to be a little bit more well-rounded when it comes to the communication, just because they're not newly formed. They've been playing together for quite some time, whereas from Flash, they do have that, I would say, gelling and work to actually do it. But that's just us predicting for now, so anything can happen as of yet.
Based on based on what I hear, I'm guessing Archive Esports is a team that and then you know what? I think this is the moment we got to talk about predictions here. I can't remember who I predicted, but Snapdragon match prediction. You guys at home, if you guys are watching on Twitch, make sure you guys vote on Twitch as well, because we want to know what you guys think. Who do you guys think is going to win? If you're right, great. If you're not right, you know what? Join the club, probably. And looking at the table here, I'm the one going for Flash, and you guys are not.
You know,
and we're all saying it's 2-1.
Yeah. Dude, that's the thing, right? Because personally,
got it.
No. I think it's honestly a 2-1 because of the fact that Archives, they don't really have the experience to play on a high level yet. But at the same time, they're from Philippines. You know, when it comes to playing a Filipino team or Indonesian team is super unpredictable, and I feel like Flash, they don't have enough competitive experience to compete with other regions yet. So I would say they might be caught off guard by Archives to like probably one game or two, but other than that, in terms of consistency, I feel like Archive is definitely the more consistent team just because of the fact that they have played longer together compared to Flash.
Yeah, and it's interesting because despite us seeing different winners here, we all thinking it's going to go into Game 3. So I think we're all considering the factor of just surprise. Even we all know in international tournaments, you're going up teams that maybe you haven't even been able to scrim against. You really just had to watch, scout, maybe ask around the other teams of like, hey, have you heard about this team, and that? So 3 games, I love that we all predicted that, and I really strongly feel we'll see 3 games here.
Honestly, I just wanted chaos. I just wanted to see what will happen.
You want to watch Todak, don't you?
No, let's not talk about them right now, because again, we are about a minute in to the game. So honestly, it hasn't been big patch changes just yet. We're just going to touch a little bit on here where it's actually quite advantageous to make sure that you qualify basically right now. Make sure you get those 2 wins in quick. Yeah. Because once the patch comes in, you don't want to take the risk, right? Because a lot could change.
Exactly. And then by the end of today, one team will directly qualify immediately. So today and tomorrow is going to be the best time for all the teams to try and make it all the way through. So in this case, I feel like Archives is what they are going to be bringing in swinging, but at the same time, anything can happen, you know, because of the fact that this is, even though it's Season 3 for us, but technically on the global scale, this is by far the first time we've seen Tier 1 teams and Tier 2 teams compete together on this big stage.
Yeah, and it's just going to be a sort of interesting goodbye to the current meta game that we're in right now. This is going to be the last hurrah for the current meta that we've seen, especially with MSC, hot off of the heels of MSC, going to the new one. But yeah, you want to make sure you qualify as soon as possible, or you're going to end up in the Wild West with the new meta game coming in.
Yeah, but definitely, I would say it will add additional pressure for the teams here. But now the timer is done soon. We're going to look at the pick and bans, and I'm very interested to see the bans because as an analyst myself, I kind of feel like it shows the personality of the team, and definitely something that I want to see because Team Flash, I heard that they're very dependent on the mid laners, the mid as well as the roam, to be able to move around the map, and then we can see a little bit more proactive plays and drafting around the gold laner. Is that correct?
Oh yeah, that's definitely true for Team Flash actually, because again, it's so strange for me to see Jay going to be playing the roam role, considering how much of a monster he was in the mid lane. He has a vast hero pool in the mid lane, but I wouldn't be surprised if some of his mid lane picks, such as a Dig and a Faramis, will go into their own, because we've already seen that.
Yeah, I like that you actually brought up Jay as well, because previously when Flash were playing during the MPLSG season, they were leaning very heavily heavily onto the Kaja meta. A lot of pick-off compositions, and then they try to play around this pick-off composition, and then possibly force pick like heroes like Terizla or maybe a Minotaur for the counter engagements if things don't really go well in their favor. So I like that because you brought in Jay, it opens up a lot more possibilities to play maybe Enchanter playstyles of Roma, which we did see a pocket Florin picks here and there, which is something that I think a lot of us are kind of surprised as well from MSC and also from the Open Finals. We did see Florin as well as Joy being played as a hyper carry role for the early, maybe level 4 to level 8 stages.
Yeah, and it's interesting because Team Flash on the red side immediately taking away the Diggy and Faramis. We just mentioned that'd be great for Jay, but they said, we've seen Spider Miles play, we do not want to give that to Spider Miles. Now, meanwhile, Archives are respecting the pick-off centered playstyle of Flash that you mentioned. They don't want to give the Kaja and even the Kadita over there. Fanny banned as well. The 1-1 was the last ban for Flash. Fredrin is first up.
All right, honestly, looking at the bans here, Archive Esports betting out quite a lot of bursts as well as pick-off potentially. So I'm kind of feeling like Archive, they want some kind of backline hero, either the mid lane or the gold laner that cannot be protected all that well. Picking up the Fredrin, but letting go of the Novaria. The Landslide I kind of feel like it's just a safe pick, but Novaria here, is it a bit risky to let the Novaria go?
You know, based on the MSC track record as well, we've seen Blacklist kind of flex this Novaria into the roaming position, but based on what we've seen from Archives Esports, they do like to play this Novaria in the mid lane. And
I mean, Jay is there, right?
Yeah. At the same time, I guess there is still that possibility to actually play the roamer position, but I feel like having this Novaria gives you so much advantage in terms of vision control as well as crowd CCs in terms of early slows. And I would say, compared to when it was first introduced, I feel like Novaria now is a little bit stronger compared to when it was first introduced.
Right now, looking at the main tree lineup here for Archives, they already have quite a lot of crowd control, and the thing is, the Diggy has been banned out. So since Flash themselves banning out the Diggy, I thought maybe they would set up more crowd control here. Now they have the Novaria as well as the Lancelot. What other things are they looking at?
Oh, I'm looking at the pick here for Vegs, the XP laner of Team Flash, but they're going to pick up the Franco first off. So Archives Team Flash actually is going for the potential gamble of giving the ultimate of the Franco to their opposing side, of course, with the Valentina on the side of Archives. So Team Flash are going to have to watch out for that. But because there is a Novaria around, and we've seen in MSC that teams that play the Valentina are actually okay with, let's say Franco, Novaria. I'd rather get the Novaria ult. The slow and the vision is just way too good.
I think it's more situational now, because if you think about it as well, from Flash, they have a Lancelot, so stealing the Bloody Hand isn't too bad to kind of get this CC actually deal with Lancelot. And this is kind of surprising because when we're comparing MPOSG's days for the previous season for Flash, they do lean on this composition for pickoffs, and having this Franco kind of replace the Kaja role, it feels a little bit forced, but I'm curious to see how well they play the Lancelot, because they do lean a little bit more on the tank junglers more compared to this high mobility playstyle for Flash. So I still feel like there is still a Cho that's going to be out in the picking as well, considering that there is a lot of picks during their MPO SG days.
Yeah, I'm looking at the side of Archives right now. If they're going to continue their bans onto the gold lane, that's actually a comfort for Super West, the carry. Are they going to ban either the Beatrix or the Claude, considering that West also had monster games with that as well? I mentioned Vegs earlier, the XP laner of Team Flash. I'm glad that Archives actually picked up a Arlot. Great for the dueling, because Vegs is a fantastic lane duelist in the XP lane. But Archives, they're taking away the Harith because West is also really good with the mage gold lanes.
Honestly, looking at the bans, Flash, they're batting out the roamers. Archive is batting out the gold laners. The Beatrix has been picked up, and the good news here is the Lolita will not be there to stop all the raining bullets.
Yep.
The Minotaur as well has been banned, which kind of gives me the impression that they kind of want to dive. And the Matilda has been picked up together with the Brody. This seems like a pretty good dive composition coming in from Archives.
Yeah, and that is their bread and butter. They love to be able to rotate around quickly, and they're going to be able to fight. The thing with Archives is, though, sometimes they get outplayed in the early game, but they are a team that can come back in the late game really well.
You know, the biggest question here is from the side of Flash, because from Archives, they can play front and back, but from the side of Flash, it feels like they want to go on this pick-off potential, but where is the burst going to be coming up from?
Exactly.
Because Novaria doesn't have the kind of burst, and I don't think they do have the speed to actually do that. But having this glue here does make a little bit more space. I feel like they're forcing this here, hoping that Lancelot is going to be able to make space, but
yeah,
I feel like Archives definitely have the better draft in this.
Okay, so you're going for Archive. What about you, Remar?
I'm going for Archives as well. The X factor is that Lord JM, I like his Arlot pick over the glue pick, mainly because when Vegs plays the glue pick, Team Flash plays a little bit slower.
You know what? There you go. You heard it from the analysts. It looks like, in terms of the draft, they prefer Archives draft. With that being said, my name is Afel. You're not going to talk about the analysts here. We're going to jump straight to the casters and get their opinions. What do you guys think about this?
Thanks, LaFell. My name is Gilling Q. This is going to be a turner. We're going to take care of you guys as we're going to be jumping into this game for this best of 3. Let's see the predictions here. We're both leaning towards Archives. 2-1 as well. All right,
I like the synergy.
We didn't even talk about this
No,
beforehand.
we didn't. At all.
Interesting.
But yeah, very interesting drafts coming in. Very early centric for the side of Archives. If they're able to pull it off quick in the early game without any hurdles, I would say, from the side of Flash, it should be a quick game.
I mean, honestly, we could look at it one more time here. I like the idea that Flash was going for.
Yeah.
They wanted to make sure that at least, even if the droid did get let through, they had some form of counterplay. So a lot of, forward thinking from the side of Team Flash, but it just allowed Archive to really make a very linear dive composition and really take shape towards the second phase.
Yeah, exactly. Very dive, but very early centric as well, right? Depending on what Brody goes for the emblem,
That's the
we've seen a little
thing.
bit of differences, especially during MSC. So it really depends on what they're going for the Brody. But what I can say is, like I mentioned before, a lot of dive, a lot of early game aggression.
It's painful, but let's not forget that at least for the side of Team Flash, I'm looking at how this Franco performs. Franco, you never know when they hit that hook, and if they do it the right time, it turns fights over. Welcome. This is our first best of 3 of today. It's going to be Archives on the blue side up against Team Flash on the red side. Let's just jump right into it, right? Eterna, first thoughts, first ideas. I mean, it looks like they're going for a traditional starter here on both the purple, both on the orange buff.
Yeah. It's orange, not purple.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
I just got to remind myself that a few times. But yeah, I completely agree with you here. They're going for the traditional rotations. But one of the things that I really wanted to, take a look at in a little bit more detail are their choices of emblems as well as spells. And, it looks like Jay already receiving a lot of damage here in that mid side. It looks like we mentioned, Archives, they want to be able to control that river to rotate to those side lanes.
Interesting. Lord JM going up against Vex so far in this 1v1. It's very unlikely that Vex should die here. Oh no, the gank's coming in. Spider Miles, he's flickering forward. He's also called latency as well. He can get with the Shadow Strikes more than enough. He doesn't have the mana. Oh, Yon, he should have this no problem. Kyrie showing what he has got, looking for the trade back, and we've only lost 2 battle spells in the meantime for either side.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade, a mid laner for an EXP laner. So since no objectives are going to be popping up in right now, it does seem like perhaps Archive's going to have a little bit more momentum in those side lanes as well. And if we're talking about that glue matchup with the Arlet, how are we feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good for Glue so far, but I mean, Vex is technically down. Let's see how the mid lane rotation is going to affect Kyrie as well as Shocker as both start moving backwards. And this is the very Singaporean style that I was expecting to see. Nothing much to happen in the early game, just waiting for those level 4s and really playing a lot more around the gold-centric side of the map.
Like we mentioned before, emblems quite traditional here, but both of these teams are going to be centering around the next objective with the turtle. But this is a 4v3 situation,
The Bloody Hunt onto Kyrie already. He tries to puncture in, tries to go for the 50-50, doesn't make it happen, still falls, but the kill will be going over to Spider Miles. Unfortunately, the rest of his team just not in position to really help them out, and Archives continuing to just be centralized on that bottom side.
Quick Calculated is the name of the game here for Archives, and you can see that just being able to be put through towards these objectives, a kill as well as an objective, and that's going to be a 600 gold lead for them in the first 2 minutes of the game. What they need to do now is try and help Sumpak here go in for more objectives, try to go for more turrets, and they're just going to be able to snowball. Team Flash, they need to find a solution.
I mean, I think Team Flash is playing to their strengths. They're making sure that the gold side usually is going to be fine, but now it's all about mid lane control because so far Archives have been rotating just quicker, faster each and every time. And look at how far Shaka has to sit backwards, even using the Astro Echo Vex. He walks up forward, grab, unable to pull anybody into the right position, but however, Latency might have made a mistake. Quick fingers, both flickering out. Vex nearly locking him down.
Yeah, beautiful save by Spider Miles, and that is the Matilda for you. We don't see Matilda too often in this current meta, but when we do, you see the impact that she has in the game. So quick to maneuver around these team fights, and that actually is going to help Archives, who quote-unquote doesn't have too much mobility or high ground in the sense in terms of their composition.
And now, because of that mid-trade, they transition to the top side. Archives respond beautifully here, even calling KZen just to make sure that nobody else is really going to start messing with that top side. They've got priority, but I don't know how long it's going to last, as Lord JM is making sure that he's keeping tabs on the enemy jungler.
Right now, I like this, right? Because Archives, very early game-centric composition, that's what they're going for, but Team Flash, they can actually slow things down a bit. That is the beauty of the Franco and the Novaria combo wombo, right? They can go for pickoffs, but it seems like they're going to go for another team fight here around this turtle. Is this wise?
Well, I mean, the marksmans have already transitioned, and now the EXP laners are running up towards that mid lane. Lord JM is going to reach first, which means Flash is going to take a step back. It's a 50-50 between KZen and Kyrie, but unfortunately, if he's a level down, he's still going to try anyway, get lured into the trap. Thorn Rose enough the iframes to try and get out of there, but it's still going to fall into the hands of Archives. We see Lancelot fall down as Vex is trying to look for an opportunity to pull somebody out of position, but with no damage, and more importantly, West Mode on the opposite side of the map. Team Flash, they back away.
Yeah, not a great game for Kyrie so far, right? 2 times he's gone for objectives, 2 times he's actually died, but Jace goes in!
Beautiful Bloody Hunt instantly wanting to capitalize on the lack of members and reinforcements as Archive now looking to trade backwards. Jay and West Mode are able to walk away scot-free at the cost of 1 battle spell and nearly picking off Spider Miles at the same time.
Okay, in a sense, you can say that Team Flash is kind of trying to trade back, right? They do get a kill on the bottom side. It isn't going to propel them as far as Archives Esports right now, who are standing at a 1,000 gold lead here in the 5th minute of the game. They are going too much onto these objectives, on these team fights. Honestly, if I were Team Flash with the composition that was given to me, I would go for more picks.
I mean, it's tough. It feels really, really tough to say just go for picks, right? Because I feel like Jay has been monitored all the time. 24 hours surveillance so far, because Spider Miles is making sure that he matches him every single time. Looks for these off-tempo plays once in a while, but generally keeping his eyes very closely on Jay's movements. Now, another thing that we haven't really talked about is the fact that there is quite the level lead. Jay now getting suppressed, locked into place. A stolen Bloody Hunt. Nicely done by Lacency as he's going to continue his movement up towards the top side of the map.
That's brutal. That's brutal here. It looks like Team Flash are going to go for a trade here in the top side, but Lord JM, they won't let that go without a fight here. 2v1 situation. Vex?
Should be fine here. Does he have the split? Yes, he does have the split. He's going to channel it now. However, just getting locked into place and making sure that even Novaria cannot get him out of there. Probably should have channeled it earlier. Probably should have used that flicker, but these are very expensive resources getting taken away by Team Flash.
And with that in mind, right, that's the next turtle. That's the next objective that both these teams are going to go for. Look at this. Kyrie is actually a level below of Kaizen. Seems like he still want to go for it, though.
No, I don't think it's worth it. There's no time to do it right now. Lancey is just so strong, and considering how flexible he's been taking these situations, looking to punish time and time again, I think they might even go for a dive. And yes, they do! Final Slash pushes 2 out of the way, and Spider Miles is able to pull 1. Lacency, he's trying to get on out of there, flickers away as Lord JM finds his 1 kill, and is trying to make his way out of there. 2-for-1 trade as Lord unfortunately, for Vegs, holding his own left with the split. But overall, Archives are walking away with money in their pockets.
It's unfortunate, right? It's unfortunate that they lost that team fight. Archives Esports, they know what they have. They know what they have in their arsenal as well. And unfortunately, although West Mode got kind of I would say a level power spike. She had the BOD, but unfortunately, because she was in the bottom side of the map, there was not much of an impact from the Beatrix other than dealing damage onto that turret in the bottom side.
I remember Reptar already mentioning, hey, Lord JM, he is an absolute beast down by the EXP lane. I feel like even outside of the EXP lane, he is getting heads, right? On a stick, putting him on a pike as the rest of Archives slowly making their maneuver. Notice how they're moving across the map. It feels like they're holding the mid side hostage before collapsing down on the bottom side of the map as West Mode and Kyrie getting on out of there, calling the rest of the team in just in case this turns out to be a full-on engagement.
Oh, that was close.
Right?
Super close. 2,000
fluid.
gold lead now for the side of Archives Esports. And this is what I wanted to talk about, right? Beatrix already with the Fury Hammer. She also has that BOD, so technically she has the damage to try and go for these team fights. Whereas the Brody,
I feel like Brody, I mean, the steel leggings make it a little bit tough until we start seeing Malefic Roars come into play. In the meantime, we're going to have to take it slow here because, again, if I was in Team Flash's position, I would want to take it slow, right? I'm just banking on West mode, getting ahead, and so far he is, but it's not enough to really seal the deal in full 5v5s.
Oh my god, Gideon, I just noticed. Team Flash, they have the triple combo wombo. They have the Beatrix snipe. They also have Shocker, and they also have Joe. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Just as I mentioned him, he actually goes down.
I think
Now you see him, now you don't.
That's the thing. I think even Archive realized, you know what? They got a lot of combo pieces. Let's take one out straight away. It's sad to see that Shocker goes down. He still had his flicker available. Now the snipes coming on in. Renner's Apathy already connects on Lacecy as the rest of the team just can't get any position whatsoever. And it's even harder for Kyrie to really try to go for these 50-50s, being a level down, and now 2 levels down, in fact.
There's also lockdown from the side of, oh, what?
Lord JM, he's going to get locked down for now with the Bloody Hunt. He's already used his ultimate as Jay's trying to make it away. Gets knocked back. Quickly having to bail on out of there. It's like Archives, they are just so strong. And the worst part, Brody isn't even there half the time.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's not even Brody's impact is not even felt in these team fights, and yet they're still able to win it out, get the advantage, push their gold lead even further. And it feels like Team Flash aren't really in sync. You know, when you use the Novaria, you usually see that the Novaria uses her ultimate first, and then Jay on the Franco would go for the Iron Hook. But this is completely opposite. So the chances of Jay landing that hook becomes even slimmer, and so they're unable to utilize the points of their composition properly here, and you can see that being capitalized by Archive Esports.
Yeah, I don't think Shocker's in a position where he can really throw out his ultimate just yet. They clear out that mid wave, still holding on to as long as possible. It finally goes down with the help of Sumpa Vex. He's going to set the front line, but notice that the rest of Archives making sure that they are moving as 5 now. Majority of the outer turrets already fallen. Team Flash still playing defensively 10 minutes into the game as another tier 2 from the bottom side collapses.
Man, production's so understanding.
Right?
They saw me like squinting at the screen because I couldn't look at the items, and here are the items. Because I was wondering, why is Lancey doing so much damage? And there you go. Already the combo in terms of those magic items with the Clock of Destiny as well as the Lightning Truncheon, and on top of that she can spam her skills already because of the enchanted talisman that she built, and she's even doing so much damage onto Kyrie.
Production didn't tell us about this. This tells us exactly how much gold they're ahead of their opponents.
Wow.
That is great because now we can at least tell that there is a 40% of that gold lead comes straight from their mid laner, as well as even Lord GM developing a gold lead of his own.
That's why. That explains everything. And it's great for people who can't calculate like me.
Yes, no, that's actually super helpful. It's
Thank
super
you.
helpful.
We love
Thank you,
you.
production. Thank you so much. Let's look at the damage leaderboard so far, because if we're talking about playmaking capabilities, right, it's going to be this Ardlet, and Lord JM is taking it to a different level right now. He's not only making the plays, he's also securing the kills.
Yeah, not only utility, right? And it's because it's AoE, he's always usually able to get 2, 3, or even 4 members from the side of Team Flash, and so that AoE damage does really just reflect on to the members of Team Flash, and maybe that's why he's #1 on the leaderboard as well.
I mean, there's also follow-up from, Lancey, making sure that at least with the damage, he is able to peel off a good chunk of that HP, and they also have an insurance policy if they're playing 5v5 with Sumpat on this Brody with the torn apart memories, maybe looking to clear people out. But man, Archives is making it tough. Team Flash have not been able to find a pick-off just yet.
Whoa, did he? Did he just use the flicker?
Yes, he did. Yes, he
oh,
did.
Man, that's a huge resource wasted right before the Lord take, and there you go, the collapse.
Yep, they're trying their best, and notice they've already used the Bloody Hunt as well, so majority of their abilities down. I don't know how they're going to make it happen. Megs, he tries to go in forward. It's going to be Matilda Airlines. Spider Miles is going to knock him just a little backwards. Lacency, he also almost down here. West mode tries to take him out. Gets it at the end when Nabir's passion, but Lord JM's going to punish him for his forward thinking. Chase them down, cut him up. 1 for 1 so far, but it's going to be Team Flash who makes the clean escape. Archives, they've got Lord on their hands, and they get to walk away with a kill.
1-for-1 trade, but that's a gold laner traded back, right? So it isn't as great for Team Flash. at this current moment in time as well. 6,000 gold lead, a Lord already marching there in the top side, and it looks difficult. It's very difficult for Team Flash to look for anything on the board. I feel like they need to synchronize a bit better in terms of their resource allocation, but they do have the high ground. It could possibly be a good defense in terms of the composition that they have brought.
It could be, because again, at the very least, you have this Lancelot who can buy that extra bit of time. He's surrounded by all 4 members. Perfect iframes coming in from Kyrie, making sure that he gets out. This could be a potential punish. The Iron Hold lands. Jay's gonna lock one down. Suppression is there. KZen losing his immortality straight away. Nibiru's passion channeled ahead of time. They find the kill onto KZen, and now Team Flash, they're online. They start walking up. They're looking for opportunities to get more out of the situation, but find nothing. Archives make sure that they get away cleanly, and Jay, he's hunting for more.
Oh no, but he's alone.
He's got follow-up. He's got follow-up. Oh, Lord JM ends up missing his stun, unfortunately. Kyrie unable to do much about it. They're looking to play on the defensive side. Jay still looking for latency on the opposite side of the map. Kyrie is a little far up, but finally, they back away.
Okay, great movements coming from Team Flash, right? They're going a step in the right direction, but they need to be aware of these side lanes, right? They need to be able to clear properly, because Archives Esports, being a Filipino team, you know, you just know that they're really good with their macro.
Yeah.
The setup is going to be there, and you just don't want to end this with a backdoor. So
exactly.
You need to be really aware of those side lanes, and Archives Esports still, I would say, with the pressure.
Yeah, again, they've got the most amount of pressure, right? The fact that Team Flash is missing all of their outer turns gives Archives Esports a lot of space to play. And right now, there's no reason to fight, right? It's 40 seconds before the Lord. Unless Team Flash make a significant mistake here, then I don't see Archives really pressing the tempo just yet.
And right now, if we take a look at the items, right, we're in a position where Team Flash can come back, right? Beatrix already with the WON or the WON. So even if, let's say, Brody wants to go in for an all-in with a WON, Beatrix has a little bit more of an advantage, especially because she has her items down already, right? Hunter Strike as well. A little bit more penetration as well from the Malefic Roar. Should be good to go in that team fight, especially look at Novaria as well.
Yeah. Novaria is actually catching up quite significantly. The last time we saw it, it was about like 1.4.
Yeah.
And now 700 gold is back in our pocket. A full fight breaks out into the mid side.
There
Bloody
you go.
Hunt already finds one onto Lancy. They're trying to back away. Jay ends up dying regardless, but they've already got the torn apart memories out of them. They could look for a re-engage, and now Astral Echoes doesn't give enough information. Renner's Apathy looking for a shot at the Subak, and it lands perfectly. Shocker still too far to connect Astral Spheres. The knockup is going to hit 2. Vex, he's going to be able to frontline this for a very long time. Not using his split just yet. He's so low, has to use it right at the very end. Matilda Airlines pulls him all forward, and now it's going to be carry. Somebody needs to get rid of KZen, but KZen walks up forward. Psycho Frederick back into play. Noct is able to lock down 2 Westbone. Now can't get out in time. Is able to use the wand just in time, but it's going to be Lord Jayhem who chases him down.
Oh no.
Who secures the kill. Vex, there's nothing much he can do here. He even has the immortality, but I think Archives made the pivot correct. And now with a mid-wave as well, they could be looking for an inhibitor.
Yeah, they're not going for the Lord. They're going straight in for the push here. Kaizen going in deep, but oh my god, suppress happens.
Yep, it's suppressed, but Vex doesn't have the damage to keep this up. They don't have the damage to get this pick off through. Fredrin is able to tank it all, getting the mega kill already, and that's going to be game number 1, done and dusted. Archives Esports showing us how it's done.
Wow, Archives Esports lead the series 1-0 in this best of 3 with a very clean game. They snowballed from that early game. They were able to get a lot of objectives as well, just pushing the focus on to the side of Flash, and they didn't really have much to say. There was a moment where Flash had the possibility of coming back, but the problem was too difficult for Flash.
I think, you know, to me, what annoys me is the fact that it felt like Flash was really passive, right?
Yes.
Where was the confidence that we saw from these MPL SG teams, and especially knowing how Flash plays, right? They went into the playoffs, they're in the upper bracket, get knocked down to the lower, they take out Bleed Esports with their unorthodox picks. I mean, to be fair, it's not the exact same lineup, but where is that spirit that they left behind?
Look, it's a best of 3, right? Maybe they're just feeling the competition out, but I think LaFell wants a stage back.
Well, we'll throw it over back to him.
Bye.
Thank you very much, Eternian. Now we got to go back to Remar 1-2, where I got a few things that I want to talk about. First
All
of
right.
all, we got to talk about Lord JM because he did an amazing play on the Arlet. But also, we got to talk about the mid trio for both teams because he's always the priority of Archives, and it just looks like Flash, they're just trying to play catch up.
Yeah, man, I told you, it doesn't snow in the Philippines, but Archives loves the snowball. The Matilda pickup was great, paired up with the Valentina for that early to mid burst. They got it right away. They knew their condition, and they played to it. Icy Baby here mentioned, of course, Team Flash loves their pickoffs here, but yeah, we were talking about it while the game was going on, Icy, that Team Flash needed time.
Yeah, they definitely needed time as well. They have this very greedy composition, and at the same time, their win condition from Team Flash was that they need to play around Jay, setting up those hooks and then getting those damage. But the problem with the draft is that who is able to dish out early game damage, and that's something that I would say Superfast was pretty much the only guy. And this is where Archives is very smart because they understood this tempo and they kept on playing in the middle lane and then punishing whenever Jay is not around. So if let's say Jay is on the gold lane, they force a fight in XP, and that is where things kind of went south with them.
Honestly, looking at the itemization here, because Yon on this landslide is not going for a tanky build, it's actually going for a more damage-oriented build with the Endless Battle, the War Axe, as well as the Thunderbelt. Sure, he made the War Axe first, but we saw if Yon was able to get a lot of wins around the turtle, getting a lot of early kills, I kind of feel like the composition can happen. But the thing is, unfortunately, Jay could not hit those iron hooks. If he was able to hit it, and then Yon was there to follow up with the damage build that he has, I feel they will have enough damage. But the thing is, in terms of damage, it doesn't matter if you die because there's not going to be any damage if you're dead, right? Same thing with the Iron Hook. You can get people, but if you don't hit your skill shots, it doesn't matter.
Agreed. And based on the stats as well, we can see the damage outcome of Flash was very, very lacking compared to Archives, who has so much CCs and low cooldowns to keep on poking and pushing into this fight. And in particular, I felt like Lord GM that really stood out for me from the side of Archives because in early game, I think they went to 7-minute mark. He was actually top of the network in terms of damage calculation with like 36,000 compared to the rest. And in the itemization as well, this is something that I think I talked to you about during off the screen as well, where he actually goes for a Fury Hammer first and then towards a Thunderbelt, which is something that I think not many people do because usually with Fury Hammer, try to rush Dreadnought, try to go for a dominant size. What's your thoughts on that?
Oh, well, that's because he picked up Tenacity as his emblem talent, and usually that's a tendency that you see in the Philippines with our lot players. If they're packing Tenacity, they're going to go for the Fury Hammer so they get a little bit of that early armor penetration, but most importantly, they go for the Thunderbelt because, of course, that little basic slow true damage, and, of course, a little good amount of sustain as well with cooldown reduction. It was the perfect item for a XP laner who knew that his role was to sort of be like the setup for Archives with how he was flickering and final slashing in the faces of Team Flash.
Honestly, it's pretty annoying when you don't have the mana as well. So yeah, Lord GM playing amazingly in this game, but the MVP is going over to Spider Miles 2-0 and 12, 93% kill participation, and I kind of feel like he deserves it because he's moving everyone across the map, and if someone's in danger, he's like, I got you. I got webs.
I agree. Spider-Man definitely was the MVP because of the fact that in the early game on how well they actually played it, right? They was just, making sure that they are almost out-rotating Jay in the opposing side. And even the highlights as well, which, unfortunately, we won't be able to see it a little bit more.
What are you talking about?
Oh, okay, we do see it as well. You can see every single time they pick a fight, Jay is nowhere to be found. And because of that, Team Flash isn't able to stop Archives at all in early stages.
Yeah, and my favorite thing about how Spider-Mouse played is that he knows that Team Flash have a lineup that just want to get into position and then get off their skill shots. So he said, you know what, we're going to get into your position first. How he was reading the rotation of Jay across the map, getting into position way before Jay, immediately using the ultimate on him so that the rest of Archives can just dive the Franco so that Team Flash can position. He well-deserved MVP.
Yeah, and I want to talk a little bit more on the conditions Jay was forced in as well, because if you compare a Novaria versus a Valentina in an early stage game, I don't think Novaria hurts as much as a Valentina. So in terms of zone control or even lane control, I would say Team Flash in early games had literally no control of the lanes at all.
Personally, for me, if you're going to pick up a Novaria, it feels the best when you have a very aggressive roamer where you can go inside the jungle of your opponents, having more vision so that you can potentially steal away the buffs and stuff. But now Archive 1-0. Going into the second game, I kind of want to talk about Super West because throughout the game, even though the entire team was losing, he actually has the highest gold, so we definitely see a potential here.
Yeah, it's a Filipino thing, especially for the gold laners. If the rest of your team is having a difficult time, we know our jobs. Just farm up, just get resources elsewhere. You're the main condition here, and the West Side Killer wasn't able to get a lot of kills, but he got a lot of money.
So the motto is, if you're losing, just get more money.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Money solves problems.
Very true.
That's the truth for everyone, right?
That's why everyone wants to win the 65K first place spot.
True. Why aren't you competing then? I put you in the spot,
You know
didn't
what?
you?
You know what?
You make more than 65K, don't you?
Yeah. Hosting is kind of good. It's kind of good. Looking at the casters as well, their smile is like, yeah, they kind of want to host. You know what? Eterna's going to host after this, well, the next 3 games. Let's look at the game recap here. Honestly, when we're looking at the draft, talk to us again. Team Flash, where do you think it went wrong?
The fact that they just went for a really high gamble roam mid duo, it's super 50-50 to the point where it leans more towards like 25-75. Super hit or miss. Just like their abilities. And unfortunately, it just missed more than it hit here.
Yep.
But definitely, if those hit, if
Yep.
they were able to stop the snowball of Archives,
Yep.
we saw it eventually. One hook
Yep.
changed the game, and it made Team Flash look competitive here, but then just one play from Archives around that Lord turned the game around.
Yeah, I think this is where the problem comes in for Team Flash. There's so many opportunities to actually things for them to go wrong rather than go right because of the fact that there it has so little. I would say there's more margin of error for them to actually make mistakes because of this composition. They play around the J, which is the Franco, but when it comes to damage output-wise, who's the biggest damage dealer? Westwood and the Novaria. But the problem is, Novaria needs to be in front to assist the team to set up. But if his Novaria is in front, you can't have that burst potential that we kind of see from those long-range types, similar to the Beatrix himself. So I would say that in terms of win condition, if they're able to consistently buy time set up for this isolated hook where Archives cannot contest on this wombo combo, they would be able to win. We saw the Glimmer of Hope. Unfortunately, if you don't hit those wombo combos, well, Archives is just going to walk over you.
So just to summarize, it does seem like Team Flash, they got to get lucky, and Archives, they just need to be there. Because you got a Fredrin, you got an Arlie, you got a Matilda. It's going to be a little bit easier comparing towards the Franco as well as the Novaria, where you're going to look like a god if you get your skill shots in.
Yeah.
But if it misses, you know, it's one of those things that you will be clipped and it will be on TikTok eventually. But that was game number 1. We got to move on to game number 2. So for Flash, again, Super West looks amazing. Do they have to simplify the draft?
Yes.
Yes.
Especially up against Archives.
Yeah, Archives is just, their textbook plays are just a little bit more better, right? In terms of drafts, they have this thing where like, hey, I'm just going to go move forward, hit forward, that's it. If I miss, it's fine. I can just back off, walk on, no problem. But when it comes to Flash, if they miss it, oh no, Archives Esports is completely going to swamp you. One wrong hook, no bloody hunt, they are going to completely swamp you. And in this case, I would say every time Jay sets up a hook, there's just not enough follow-ups coming in from Flash to actually commit to all this kind of fights. And most of this time, like you said as well, the damage came in from Westwood. And Westwood is farming all the way to the other side every single time, which resulted in them not able to contest at all in the early game.
Here's the thing. If you want to use a composition like that, having the Novaria, having the Franco, where you need to hit your skill shots, you need an amazing device. Speaking of amazing device, we got to say thank you to Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, where again, rank up with Samsung, share your epic moments, and step up your game. Because at this point, it really does seem that I feel like the draft was okay, only was able to be executed well. But we got to talk about this. Sometimes pro players they need time to scale up. You know, warm up is like, you know, first game kind of like autopiloting. We got to look at game number 2 because if they can't win that, we're all going to be wrong in terms of we're saying it was going to be a 2-1. But then it's like, oh no, 2-0, we don't want that.
Definitely.
You know, to be honest, I want to see a 2-1. To be honest, I really want to see a 2-1 just because of how well can they actually adapt. Because in the game itself, Flash, they were... to be honest, you know, I did saw signs of Team Flash not giving up doing some mid to late stage of the game, just because of the fact that, you know, Jay and Westwood, they were trying to actually find opportunities to win the game. However, the tools they were given were extremely lacking to do so. So hopefully in game number 2, they play something that is a little bit more easy and comfortable to actually pull off compared to what Archives is playing.
Yeah, and what I want to see from Team Flash here, if you're put in a situation where you see your opposing team snowballing, yes, you'd want to think, hey, to stop the snowball, let's contest the turtles. Make sure we can get some back. But there were moments in the game in Turtle 2 and Turtle 3 where it looked risky to take a team fight,
Yep.
especially with how far Archives already was able to build the gap with the gold. Team Flash could have split the map. They could have taken resources elsewhere. And this is, as far as I'm aware, the Singaporean playstyle, they really love playing around the objectives. If it's not the picks, it's the objective team fights. But we've seen, especially in MSC, the teams that know when to give up objective team fights so that they can get split pushes are the ones that shine.
Yeah, in a way, it looks like they're tunnel visioning. I wonder what the casters are thinking. Well, we'll see that a little bit later. In this game, you know what? I actually agree. Because Team Flash, if they widen the horizon, perhaps they could do something. But I kind of feel like having the Franco, you're almost thinking like we have to stick with him because the moment he gets an amazing hook and we're not there, it's kind of like one of that one guy. Whenever you go to a party, when you leave, something cool happens. They want to make sure that's not the case. They want to make sure when Jay finally gets a pick, they're there to follow up. Now we're going into game number 2, the draft. Team Flash again, banning out the Faramis, and Archive, they're banning out the Fanny. It looks like it's going to be more of the same, but this time, Flash, they're going to be their first pick. The question is, do they want to pick up the Novaria again?
If they're going to pick up the Novaria, at least build something, as you mentioned earlier, Lafel, something that can actually invade and not just rely on their side of the river to play around. They're taking away the Faramis and the Diggy. If I'm Flash here, even though, yes, the glue is a power pick for Vegs, we saw that Archives is ready for that. Their first major rotation in the first game was to take Vegs down. So they're ready for it. I wouldn't want to see a glue first pick here for Flash.
No, I personally think this Diggy is a pretty clear tell coming from Flash where they want to play a little bit more CC control, right? First pick here, I feel like getting this R-Lot gives you a little bit more safety net to actually flex their way through. However, I'm a little bit curious here because what are they going to ban? Because as of yet, Joy is pretty much in the pool as well. So that's something that I think should be a priority compared to the Novaria at this stage when you go first bans.
Personally, for me, I kind of feel like the Joy is a hit or miss as well because you have a lot of damage, but you're not that tanky. So if you're really good with your mechanics, you're gonna look amazing. But in a tournament stage, and if you're like nervous or something, you're gonna make a mistake. And so I kind of feel like Joy is an amazing hero, but you need the right pilot to use Joy.
Yeah, and right now with Team Flash taking out the Valentina, that puts up the Kaja as a potential first pick. Archives hasn't banned the 1-1 yet, but we saw Wanwan's struggling. Of
agreed.
MSC.
Agreed.
She is struggling with all the dashes across the board in the current metagame, and the fact that the range of her ultimate was shortened. You feel the effect of it. So Archives reads into it. They ban the Kaja, but that means the Joy is open here, and the 1-1 has said, well, if Flash really wants to get into that, but if the 1-1 shows up here, I think Archives will answer it right away.
Yeah, this is a problem here. You can see the face of the Flash as well. They're in a situation where if we pick one, Archives are going to get 2 power picks in their favor regardless. If they want to go for it, sure. But I feel like they are still leaning on towards the Arlo a little bit more because of the fact of how well, I would say, Lord James was actually playing just now and how annoying it is, especially against for the XP laner for Vex.
Yeah, honestly, I agree with the Arlet pick as well. Just because technically it doesn't lose too much in the lane, but looks like they thinking that the Fredrin is more of a problem. I mean, to be fair, Fredrin can be flexed around being the EXP or the jungler. But again, I kind of feel like Kizin doesn't care that much. There's still quite a lot of strong picks around.
Yeah, and there it is. The Arlot's going to go back into the hands of Lord JM. And I wonder if he's going to be able to replicate it. And this time they pick up the Novaria. And I feel like if Lord JM can just get out of lane quicker, and then depending on where the Novaria is, so far this is a good combo because that means the Arlot can get out of lane and help the Novaria and whatever the roamer will be to get vision into the opposing jungle.
You know, that when it comes to this composition here, I feel like for Flash, they need to find a way to actually mirror against the Novaria, right? But in this case, I was hoping that they get a Kadita, but because Archives kind of first phase banned it as well, we don't see that kind of backlines composition where you can actually one-shot this Novaria, which is going to be a big problem. But of course, if you want to talk about heroes that can actually flank the back lines, then Talia is also in the pool, which I don't think Flash does play that a lot into the role position.
Yep, and right now Eve being picked up as, I would say, just a very safe pick and very strong going up against the Arlet, and this time the 1-1 has been picked. How do we feel about this? How do you feel about the 1-1? It's a strong hero, but again, historically, well, the latest history doesn't look that great.
Do it. Actually, sorry, deep down I'm just wishing right now, Archives, a Lolita would be a perfect pickup right now. You don't have to worry about a Valentina taking the ultimate. You can block the crossbow of Tang, and you get that big wide AoE that pairs very well with the ultimate of the Novaria.
Yeah, I think the Lolita is like the perfect pick right now, but if they don't go for it and just prioritize this power picker here, I'm pretty sure Flash is going to be banning it as well. So I would say Flash, this composition is such a strong opening compared to game number 1, and this is a little bit more safer to execute. But whereas for Archives, they're in the predicament here because of the fact that they have CCs, but if they cannot one-shot this 1-1, things are going to go through. And like you said, Lolita will be picked, so this is going to be a big problem for this 1-1 eventually.
Yeah, he called it, but now what are they looking for a ban here? Because the Fredrin can be flexed, but what do you guys think? Is the Fredrin going to get flexed around? Is it better for Archives to ban out the junglers or the EXP?
I think they need to ban at least one pick ban onto the carry, just because of the fact that the carry is going to be stretched through the HP of this Fredrin at least, or maybe even the Claude as well, because if Archives needs to play mobility, Claude is like the perfect hero to actually play cross maps compared to a 1-1 who needs to be in your face.
Yeah, Archives actually taking out Khalid.
Oh,
Interesting.
Wow. This is interesting.
So they're reading this as a potential pocket pickup for
I mean, like,
Vex?
to be fair, we see in Singapore using quite a lot of Khalid to make sure that they have lane priority. And as you were talking about it, like, Lord JM, if he has the lane priority, if he can rotate first, that's kind of dangerous. So they just want to make sure that he does not get a bad matchup here.
Yeah. So if Archives leans into that idea too hard, are they also going to be banning out a Terizla?
I think Terizla isn't too bad because Flash, they did play it before as a counter CC initiation, and to set it up with the Fredrin, it is too bad entirely. But I feel like in terms of sustainability, Flash is in a situation where they have to actually focus on, finding a way to pick off Novaria. And in this case, I'm surprised they actually went for the Hayabusa. I think because of the fact that they don't really want Super West to be caught up that easy in solo kill, I guess.
Yeah, considering that they have an artillery mage on them and knowing the tendencies of Filipino junglers and Hayabusas.
Honestly,
not just
Novaria
Filipinos,
makes it easy
everywhere.
as well.
Yeah, and Novaria makes it easy as well. So it's a great ban actually for Team Flash, I think, the Hayabusa. For Archives here, I agree with you. The 1-1 would actually really be great. But they take out the Joy. So they're really just focusing on Vex. They're respecting the heck out of him. And maybe sort of thinking if they can somehow funnel that Fredrin into the XP lane so that Flash will think about picking up a different jungle.
Ooh, that might be a possibility as well because, like you said as well, flexibility is going to be key. But I feel like Flash, they should at least ban either Claude or the carry in this circumstance here because Archives, they have so much capability to do this. But at the same time, Archives, they can still go for the B-tricks as well. So I guess from that perspective, they don't really want to focus on those marksmen here because of the fact that Archives still has so much to actually pick off. And they are going to be banning off the Link as well. Heroes that can actually cut the back lines. And I'm really surprised that Flash is taking this initiative, considering that they should be the one taking this kind of initiative to actually punish the Novaria.
Here's the thing. If they're banning out the assassins, few things. Either they know that it's going to be a problem just because Kizen is an amazing assassin player, or they're going to go all in. They're all going to dive. And if everyone's going to dive, no one is going to take care of Eve in the backline. So they just want to make sure that whatever you guys pick up, it better be a fighter. It better be a tank that doesn't just move around the map and all of a sudden the Eve is dead. But now that we see the Beatrix has been picked up, is good for Archive because they can see the entire lineup before making a decision on what kind of jungler they want.
Yeah, I have a feeling it might be a Martis later on, though. The Akai will be counterintuitive because he might end up pushing away people from the Novaria Lolita ult. A Martis would be great, especially if the Martis gets a steamroll going with the chains of the ultimates. Everyone's going to be slowed. Flash won't be able to run away. But Flash here, I agree with the dive sentiment. They're going for dive. They go for the Cho, which actually Jay even played in the mid lane in the last FPL SG, and they're going back to the glue on Vex here, which again to me is still glue versus Arlot. Archives is ready for this matchup in the XP lane.
Yeah, I think this isn't too bad, considering that this Flash is still leading on towards the comfort here, pick up the composition, isolation here. You still have the Way of the Dragon, you still have the split poo-poo to actually grab your way into isolating
split poo-poo?
Pull.
At the same time, that makes more sense. Sorry.
At the same time, Lancelot jungler is pretty much the clear cut here because it does have this backlines composition that allows Archives to actually die the backlines. Arlot and Lancelot can actually punish the backlines, which is great.
Yeah. Okay, so quick prediction here, boys, men, gentlemen. Which draft you guys are liking?
I am 50-50. I feel like Flash has a little bit better compared to before, compared to Archives this draft.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking at Spider Mouse again here. His timing, going around the map and getting off the Numenon Blast, but most importantly, the shield, if he can get it up perfectly just to block those crossbow of tanks, and especially add pressure onto the 1-1 early on, Archives could get it, but yeah, 50-50, leaning a little bit towards Flash. Same.
All right, I appreciate you guys' opinion, but now we got to throw over to Eternian Q, where we want to know what are their feelings towards the game. Eternian Q.
Nice try. Still can't find a ship name that works out perfectly for the both of us, but at the very least, we can talk about this upcoming draft because, again, majority leaning towards Flash's side ever so slightly, but what about you?
Honestly, I'm leaning a bit towards Archives this time around.
Really?
Yeah, still.
Really?
Do you
Why?
agree with the rest?
Well, here's the thing. I'm a little undecided overall. As we jump right into the game, it's going to be Team Flash on the blue side with Archives on the red. I think this is going to be the perfect time to really walk me through your thought process because I'm still very undecided. Very good tools on both sides.
50-50, right? I mean, that's what
Yeah.
they mentioned, and I agree with that. It's 50-50, but because I feel like Flash just really relies on West for most of their plays, for most of their damage, and we saw in that previous game where West wasn't too, I would say, involved in these team fights, it didn't feel like Flash found their footing, and in this game, Archives, they have all the tools in the world to counter this 1-1 from popping off.
You know what? You bring up some really good arguments here, right? I feel like a lot of this game is going to be on the shoulders of Jay. First Little Wanderer going to fall into the hands of Archives Esports. They're not losing out too much, but Vex, he's got to make sure he's applying a lot of pressure in this lane. Kyrie walking up.
Oh!
Lacey getting some good shots in, but Shocker, he's got to be very careful, right? Because again, he's essentially playing without a support, and we find the solo kill after continuous punishment from long range. Kyrie looking for an opportunity to turn this around, finds a kill for himself, and now backs away. Nicely done. At least they trade 1-for-1, but very, very sad for Vegas.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade there, and it looks like they are looking for more here.
Kyrie
No
shouldn't
way.
die. He shouldn't die. Vex is about to hit back into lane. Lacency is making it annoying, and that's how you really abuse the range, right? You're shooting from angles that are past terrain to not give your opponent time to react.
And that's what we expected, honestly, from Team Flash in that previous game, right? Because, honestly, I love their drafts. I think I kept talking about it over and over, and this time around, it feels like Archives, they're showing them how it's done. They're rotating first on this objective as well, setting it up. They have to be careful. However, Jay has not hit level 4.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Jay hasn't hit level 4. Shocker just hit his level 4, and they're not going to be able to make it in time. However, something's happening on the bottom side. It looks like Arlen's kind of in the middle of that fight. Fighting into the middle of the real world manipulation and nearly winning out that 2v1. He ends up dying regardless, but at least with KZen, he's nearby, notices that Vegas is able to top up his health back up to 50%. Mid lane gets shoved out, and then we look back to the engagement back on top. Beatrix just getting pummeled here. Crossbow of Tang coming out, gonna force a recall.
Simply put, you can say that he bought a lot of time for his team, right? But Jay goes in. Oh, he gets it. Oh,
He gets the kick, but doesn't take the second part of it, and now he's going to die for this. He's still going to make the attempt. He at least gets the kill on the Beatrix, but finally the trade comes over from Lacey. What I don't know how to feel about this. Right?
yeah, that was unfortunate. That was unfortunate. But like you mentioned, at least Sumpak gets a little bit more punished than before, and I think that is going to be the key factor of how Team Flash is going to be able to win this game, right? That 1-1 and that Beatrix matchup is already really tricky. Honestly, great. Sumpak's getting pressured, gets a kill onto Sumpak as well. We just need more time for West Mode to come back online.
Yep, he's going to need a little bit of time in that case. And mid lane, so very important. Bottom side, noticing that the jungle is still pathing towards it, right? Making sure that this Arlet doesn't get too far ahead. But now that they're aware, the late rotation from the jungler on towards that top side. 36 more seconds until we see the Lord. A play could be made by Jay, but it doesn't seem like he finds the angles just yet.
Well, what's happening in the gold lane?
Right? I mean,
Oh,
they're hitting back. They're hitting
force
back
a recall.
hard. 1-1's not going to be able to make it in time, right? Corrosive Scythe already purchased, forcing the recall almost straight away, and then once again, mid lane being controlled. Like, it feels like Sumpak didn't get punished.
No, it didn't.
He came back and he's like, no, now it's your turn to go back
He's super
home.
close to BOD as well, right? Already. So now, 6 seconds, 7 seconds left on the timers. And it looks like both KZen and Kyrie are on the same level. They do have equal chance. It really depends on how they are going to set up for this.
Notice on the bottom side, the 1v1 has already began between the Wamon as well as the Arla. In the meantime, this dance is happening. Crossbow of Tang is out. Lord JM is alive, so he gets to hold on a little bit longer. Team Flash is able to secure the Lord as the kick comes on through onto Spider Miles. He's trapped, can't get out. He's going to try his best, but at the end of the day, Team Flash walk away with at least a kill and a turtle in hand.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. It's no longer them just dancing into the tempo of Archives. They're really just setting themselves up for success. But meanwhile, Westbound! Oh my god, 1-for-1 there in the bottom lane. And that's a trade. Who was it worth it for?
It's worth it for nobody, to be fair. Nobody really wins out. Well, technically, it's a little bit more worth it for Archives because at least Beatrix gets to walk in for a free lane, you know, completely free. It's fresh. You have a wave to work with. Veg's on the top side with Jay. We'll try to take down that tier 1 while Spider Mouse basically has to give that up. But man, oh man, had that final slash connected earlier. Lord James is probably like thinking to himself, man, it's one of those days, huh?
He's seething. He's seething at this point, right? And looking at this, right, back to their economy, it's still quite equal. Very different to game number 1. Team Flash, I think they're a little bit more comfortable with this particular draft. And it's interesting that the analysts also brought that up, right? So you can see exactly the impact that it has on the game. They're actually leading quite a bit. And, you know, they're pushing the momentum. They're getting more objectives on the board. And let's take a look at the items here. Beatrix is a little bit far off. Close, very close to that BOD, to that item power spike.
Yeah, I'm just surprised that they decided to actually try to go for the tier 2 boots rather than just hold it off, look to rush that first item, and then eventually go for the tier 2. So interesting choice here. This could be the result of getting dove under within the 3rd minute of the game. Maybe that has something to do with it, but we'll leave it to the analysts to break that down for y'all. So now we see the engagement moving down towards that bottom side. I mean, looking at the map pressure, right, it just feels like Team Flash is sticking closer together while Archives is making sure that 2 and 3. Spider Miles gets kicked under it. The real world manipulation stops latency from getting out, but Spider Miles is left isolated. Even the Numenon Blast getting cancelled by the 3rd hit of G Kundo. Lord JM able to dance his way out, but isn't able to secure the kill onto Jay. That means we are expecting to see nothing else. Oh, another flicker being utilized, and as well as the Astral Sphere connecting. Now Archives has the advantage, and Kyrie cannot just walk up like this. Phantom Execution is going to be more than enough to put him out of his misery, and now Archives, they're just farming Team Flash. Who's next? Who wants to come in isolated? We don't have resources, but we've got the damage.
Yeah, it's beautiful how they tailored that, right? Because, you know, looking at it in a general sense, oh, Lord JM!
He finds it again, final slash, now looking to get on top of Westbound. He's trying his best, he has the crossbow of Tang, and Lord JM decides to disengage. Oh, Lord J tries his own to go for a kick, but doesn't make it through. Numenon Blast is going to slow down the RWM at the very least, but it still is able to pump out that damage. Sumbak, he's trying his best, forced the flicker away. Vegs is still alive, and Spider Miles still trying to survive. He walks off just in time, and now, finally, once the dust has settled, Lacency and KZen will live, and they at least get a tier 1 on the top side of the map.
Archives are orchestrating these things really beautifully, right? Because if we just take it back into that previous team fight, they were at a disadvantage. They lost Spider Miles. They didn't have that proper initiation. All they could rely on was Lord JM with the final slash. And they still were able to win it out in a long, drawn execution of that team fight. Fast forward into the previous skirmish in that mid lane, I feel like Team Flash's Archive's biggest hurdle from Team Flash is Shocker with the real-world manipulation. It doesn't feel like Spider Miles is getting the proper setup because of that slow, because of that DOT damage as well, and hence, it's a lot more difficult for them this time. But because Sumbak was able to get that item power spike, that BOD mid-team fight, you can feel that the damage was just a saving grace for them in that skirmish.
Yeah, it almost felt like the tables were turning ever so slightly. I think Jay as well as Shocker are a lot more warmed up this time around. Like Jay is canceling out Numenon Blast, is making sure that the charges don't connect as nicely. Even the Guardian's Bulwark sometimes doesn't feel like it's in the right position. And so far, that's great for Team Flash, but Archives, they're looking to bounce back, and with a lead that Sumbak has developed for himself, very slight, 1.5k, now dropping to 1.4. All they need is to wait for the next objective, right? Make sure that mid-tier 1 still lives.
6 seconds. 6 seconds for the next objective, right? And this is when things get a lot more interesting. Shocker has been a huge impact in these team fights, just got the Ice Queen wand, so a lot more utility coming in from that real-world manipulation that should help them in their next 5v5 team fight, where I feel like Team Flash has an edge.
Yep, and let's see whether or not that edge is going to make a difference. Top side pushed out by Lord JM as he walks up. Gio Kundo, it looks good, but the angle isn't there. They're also popping the RWM. Lord JM just walks away. 2 big ultimates already down. Vex is by himself. He might need to start using the split very early, but it looks like Lord JM is going to lock him in place. Final slash as well. Numenon Blast coming up for Spider-Man. Forward, hits 3, and now they're chasing them down one by one. Kaysen secures the Lord, and now starts backing off Vegs by himself. Sumpak, this is all you. You're going to take him out as the mid lane gets shoved away, and the rest of Archives is just going to chase down Vegs.
Oh, that's unfortunate. You know, I said that their resources are going to be important. Unfortunately, they were forced to utilize it a lot earlier on, even before that team fight begun, even before the contestation of the Lord. Archives knew that. They went and hit on the gas, and they were able to win that team fight. Very, very unfortunate here for Team Flash. And one of the other things that I noticed is the disparity of level between KZen as well as Kyrie. 14 to 12. So even if Team Flash had the better setup, Kaizen on the land slot with a little bit more mobility to go in and do that 50-50, it's no longer 50-50. It's a 75-25 with that goal, with that EXP lead that he has.
You're absolutely right with that. And it just proceeds to show that Archives have learned so much from the MDL. Even though they were very, very close to qualifying, you can see that the team has kind of gotten to a level of polish taking on a team like Team Flash and making them really sweat here. Ooh, shocker. Nearly taking that damage, but Westmo losing at least 60% of his health from Render's apathy. Probably don't want to get hit by that skill shot and once more.
It's going in. They're going in. They're collapsing onto Jay. They are playing the map so perfectly, and you can see this. Oh, Kyrie?
He should be fine, right? He's tanking the damage. He's taunted too. Now he gets pulled back by the final slash. It's looking a little sketchy now as they slowly back away. It still shocks me how Lacency still does so much damage on this Novaria.
Yeah, coming back to that point, right, earlier before that actually begun, is the fact that Archives Esports, they're very, very intelligent at playing the map, but now Jay once again getting caught, almost taken down by that shot. Luckily, he's still able to get away, but they realize that Team Flash, they like to rotate S5. Archives Esports with the Lancelot, with Lord JM, who has a lot more going for them in terms of mobility, have been able to split across the map, take those outer turrets, and you can see the difference, right? 6-1 in terms of towers.
I think the big thing that Archive Esports is that's really making it easy for them to actually sit around this Lord is the fact that they posture themselves in a particular way. Even though that they're down a man, right? Team Flash need to recognize that, yes, a 5v4 is an ideal situation, but Lord JM is making sure that he does his housekeeping, making sure the outer lanes are extremely clean. And now, coming back to Team Flash, we're seeing them hitting their power spikes. We're seeing them actually starting to get really confident, especially Westmo, who's flagging down the rest of his team. I'm big, I'm huge, put me in there, coach.
Yeah, we'll see how this pans out, right? Because even if they want to go for an engage with Westwood, they need to be aware of Spider Miles on the Lolita. Natural counter, a lot more difficult for Westmode to have the space that is intended for him. And now, once again, the Lord Dance. It's very interesting to see what happens here. Archives with a 5,000 gold lead. They should be a lot more fed. Oh, wait, Jay goes in.
It looks good. The RWM onto Spider Mouse. They need to get rid of this engagement tool. Final Slash pushes Vex underneath the turn, but he flickers all the way out. Subbuck might actually die. Pops the Winds of Nature just in time, so the crossbow of Tang doesn't kill him. And now Render's apathy doesn't connect on anyone, but it's Lord JM and as well as KZ all by himself. Lacency finds one. Lord JM flickers out of the Appraiser's round. Final Slash into Jay. And it's going to be Kaysen who finds one, looks for a second as Vex chases down Lord GM. Holy cow, this EXP later is designed to make plays.
Man, he has been popping off from Game 1 and Game 2. Don't give him the Arlet. It's a hero that he's comfortable with, the impact that he has in these team fights as he goes in again.
He's trying to buy time. Danny, I'm about to bust here as Kyrie is able to walk away as the RWM is trying to slow him down. Vegs as well as Shocker still making enough space just in time. Lacency, one more shot. Come on, let's see it. It's not going to connect onto West mode, but Vegs at the very least is going to be able to block it. Look, again, another great take. Lord JM willing to sacrifice his life for it.
Yeah, and no problem whatsoever, right? Because at the end, that was already a 2-for-1 trade. Archives Esports also gets the Lord. So losing Lord JM in the process with a countdown timer still in cohesion with the timing that they've set up, it's fine. It's fine. And you gotta say that the honorable mention also goes to KZen. He noticed that Sumpak wasn't able to have an impact in the game because he got caught really low, forcing him to go for whoa.
They find the way of the dragon so far. The Numenor Blast. Oh, ends up. Wait, he ends up gets canceled out. Oh my goodness, it's not good, Jay. He ends up dying still. Team Flash, they have to pull away, even though all of the pieces were there. Archives just have too much of a lead right now. They are 7K ahead. The numbers are not in Team Flash's favor.
4v5 situation here. The Lord marching down in the bottom side. Does Team Flash have what it takes to be able to defend this against 5 man of Archives? As oh my god, Lord JM, he's gonna go in again.
He's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. Show it to me. Show that EXP laner spirit. Now they're going. They've already lost 2 inhibitor. All their inhibitor turrets are down. RWN is gonna come down as Vex ends up dying regardless. But still, it's all about clearing this wave here. The second wave is about to crash. This Lord, it's going down very, very slowly.
Oh my god!
Lord JM with the final slash carry. Tries to go with the Embrace's Rest to get a trade backwards. Perfect dive. Lord JM tanks the turret. And Soapline able to just go crazy with it to end this game. Archive Esports. Some people might not even know they're an MDL team, but they're playing like an MPL finisher.
I didn't know them. I didn't know their name.
Well,
and
you
now
better.
they put their name on the radar. What a perfectly executed game 1 as well as game 2. 2-0 clean sweep. They are on the way to success.
Exactly. They just need one more win to qualify in towards that next stage, and I hope they do with those plays coming out from Lord JM. He is a man after my own heart. He makes plays. He's willing to sacrifice for the team. He is willing to do everything necessary for victory.
So now you guys know what Gideon's weakness is.
No, don't.
EXP laners. Amy, watch out for those EXP laners.
Stop. You're making me blush. It's
But
not
for
like
Team
they're cute or
Flash,
anything.
But for Team Flash, calm down, chill. It's fine, right? Remember, you do still have one more chance to still make it to the challenge finals. And with that in mind, I think we're going to throw it back to Azib. I can't find a pet name for them.
baby Reptar.
There you go. Take it away.
Thank you very much. That was awful as well. Thank you very much. What's their name again?
I think Eternian sounds pretty cool. Eternian Q.
No, it's the joke as Return. I was like, even I didn't know their names.
Oh,
Guys,
okay.
you guys are.
We'll get you.
I had to use the
Did you
cough
just
button.
censor?
Yeah, I
your
had
own
to use
thing?
the cough button. Why did you guys catch that? Speaking of catching,
We'll
we
get
got to
you.
talk about Lord JM because that guy is an amazing player, amazing EXP leader. Even I, it's a good thing that I'm a tank because I was hard as well. He was doing quite amazing plays, but later on, because I was looking at the heat map, you got to talk about KZen as well because he made the mid game for Archives amazing. Because the thing is, he was like, you know what, you guys are tunnel visioning.
Yes.
I'm going for your farm.
You know, I think this is something that we kind of agree upon as well. Flash, they needed
We
a
did?
better combo. No, I mean me and.
Oh,
you know,
okay.
Yeah.
I guess I'm not a part of this.
Yeah, you were just all the way the other side. But yeah, the thing is that Flash had a better earlier game compared to the previous first game's draft, and because of that, they were trying so hard to kind of replicate what Archives did to them by having this snowballing effect. And Archives realized this during the third thorough fight, where they're just like, hey, you know what? We are just gonna stop you and freeze you. We're just gonna show presence. But guess what? KZen was kind of hidden in terms of the jungles and not showing space, and because of that, Flash wasted so much time and gave Archives this initial goal lead to kind of come back and scale into the first Lord.
Yeah, Team Flash had an amazing team fighting lineup. You saw how well they were able to contest the Turtles early on. Were able to get some early kills with how well they formed around their Eve composition. Jay being able to rotate much quicker. Yawn as well being set up with the slows and the real world manipulation to be able to deal damage. But Archives at one point just snapped and said, hey, it's not all just always about the fights. We have the map to worry about. We have the minions to worry about. Team Flash are forgetting to handle those minion waves in the side lanes, so that's where we're gonna get resources and split push. At one point in the point of the game where Team Flash actually had like a bit of a lead or the goal was really close, there was a 2-level gap between KZen and Yon. That just shows how well KZen was splitting the map and getting resources elsewhere.
Agreed. And on top of the damage taken as well, I think we kind of missed it earlier as well. Arc was taking a little bit more, lesser compared to Flash. And this is the reason why Archives is just so smart. They know when to choose their fight. fights, they don't necessarily force a 5v5, and they have this poking composition where as long as Flash doesn't fully commit, we can just keep on poking and poking, buy enough time, which eventually allowed Kaizen to be the MVP.
Yeah, Kaizen is the MVP, and I gotta say, he got the MVP because of his team. Because if we're gonna look back into the game, the way that I feel Archives approach the second game, because of game number 1, they understand the habit. What is their habit? They're waiting for Jay to get a setup. Once Jay gets a setup, everyone's going to go all in. We've seen plenty of times.
Yep.
Even if the Way of the Dragon is not at a good angle, they're still gonna use the real world manipulation. They're still gonna commit heavily towards that kill. And then the entire team understands. There was a moment, like right now we're gonna look at the highlights, there was even a moment where Jay was trying to get something up top. At that moment, no one overextended. Everyone from Archive Esports is like, we don't mind staying in the turrets. It's fine. Eventually, the minions will come. And Kaizen just like, you know what? I'm just going to take all of the jungle away from Kyrie.
Yeah, and it's also unfortunate that Team Flash just never really got their dream crossbow of tank setup. Icy Baby told me he really felt like there were times where West Mode was just respecting Spider Miles a little bit too much in his capability to put up the shield. But we saw that Spider Miles, he had a rough game, but then he made up for it in the mid to the late game, dishing out those perfect Numenon blasts. So it wasn't the shields that was the main factor that Team Flash had to worry about. It was actually just the Numenon blast and the flicker forwards and Archives being able to follow it up really well. Again, Team Flash going into their next set of matches really need to consider, okay, if their lineup is great for one thing, they need to make sure they have at least one piece that is better at another thing. If they're a great team fighting lineup, their XP laner needs to be able to split push well, or someone else needs to be really great at as a split pushing option, because so far we've seen 2 drafts from Team Flash that are just so focused and, as we mentioned, tunnel visioned into one strategy that their opposing team will just do the opposite of it.
Yeah, and Archives Esports, you know, they definitely deserve this victory because there were so much mind games involved in game number 2 on how to actually punish the opponent. And like you said as well, it was, he was so focused on the shields. I've got the Numenon Blast as well, but guess what? While you've forgotten about Numenon Blast, you hear what? Here's one big fan, one, the Stereo Lord.
Anyways, congratulations to Archive because they need one more win to make sure that they're flying over to Jakarta. Either way, amazing game. I would be surprised if Lord GM gets the Arlet again. I mean, like, at this point, sure, there might be heroes to counter it. Sure, you might have a pretty cool rotation in order to fight against what he's been doing, but you know what? The ban system is there for a reason, right?
Yeah. Yep. Just don't give it to him. He's feeling it. He's in his groove.
He's in the
right
groove.
Now. He's in the groove.
You know?
I'm pretty sure he's playing the Arlet like this.
I'm pretty sure at home, he's sweeping it. At home, it's like, yeah.
He's just going like that. Turn himself into
I don't know how
even
the floor like this.
Even the coach is like, yo, what you doing? It's like, yo, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the Arlet. Call me Lord Arlet. Jim Arlet. I don't know.
JM's just short for Arlet, apparently. Somehow.
J Arlet M.
Yeah.
Arlet is the middle name.
You know, it sounds like JM.Arlet. You kind of feel like a JK Rowling kind of name.
So JM
cool.
Arlet.
Yeah, JM Arlet sounds pretty cool.
You know what?
Right?
Well, we're going to go over that. We're going to go over that. So, first series of the day, we were wrong. It's not a 2-1.
Well, we were half correct. We still predicted 2-1.
Yeah, we got Archives.
Yeah,
we didn't get
still got Archives.
Yeah.
You know what? It's not a competition, by the way.
It is going to be a competition when the scoreboard comes up.
No, but your thing is reverse prediction. So you got yours right too, right?
Oh, yeah.
That is correct.
Yeah.
You were known for it as well.
Yeah, why are you worried?
100% in prediction, regardless of what happened. This was like during Season 7 and Season 8 of MPMY.
The magic for LaFell still working.
Which is a bad thing for Team Flash. I'm really sorry about it. I mean, like, that's not the intention here. That's not the intention. It's just I want to spice things up. Speaking of spice things up, after this, we're going to see Bleed going up against Brand. That's going to be interesting.
Oh, interesting indeed. Brand Esports just got a gold medal a few months ago, month or
yeah, that's going to be
it's the SEA Games lineup, right?
Yeah, it's the SEA Games
Yeah,
lineup
you know what? I got nightmares.
You know, it's interesting as well because, you know, we saw the Florin Joy coming from Blacklist. Bren used it against Blacklist and won that series during the MPL PH series in the previous season. But
you would know. You were there.
Yeah, you would know.
That was very
it's
memorable.
scary. But at the same time, you know, props to us Archives Esports. At the same time, it's a beautiful journey for them because they started from the Open Finals and they're now even closer to actually qualifying directly to the Challenge Season Final. And that's crazy because of the fact that they literally came in from the outside. Yeah, I know I'm crazy. I'm Icy Baby, man. But at the same time, all the way from the Open Finals, coming to Challenge Season, and then making the Grand Finals. It's crazy.
Yeah. You're doing really good.
Yeah.
You okay?
No. I was just talking to the casters. They're just looking at me. We're vibing here. We're vibing. We're having fun. Speaking of having fun, again, Bren against Bleed. We're gonna have a lot to talk about that right after this. Before we go on to the break, I kind of feel like we have something to do here. You know what we're gonna do?
What?
We're actually gonna go for an interview. Am I gonna be the one doing the interview? Am I gonna be talking to the players?
Do we get a chance to do that?
We gotta figure it out.
Oh, hello.
Yo, what's up, bro?
Yo, what's up, doggy? Okay, here's the thing. I'm the host, but you know what? Remar really likes you, so you got this, man.
Dogs, kamusta? Mukhang sobrang saya kayo.
We're doing great. We just woke up, so yeah.
Oh, okay. Just woke
And
up.
I didn't even know, like, they're already playing. I was playing Diablo 4, bro. Like, it's like, what the heck?
All right, so that's kind of a flex. How'd you feel about the game since it happened so fast? Are you proud of the team?
Yeah, like, basically for me, like, Team Flash was not the problem. Like, we know that we're gonna go through it super easily. That the next game is much more difficult. For example, if Bren won, we might match up with them, and that would be hard. That would be difficult for us because we how they go. We know their meta. They know our meta because we are in the same region.
Yeah.
So that would be much more difficult for us.
True. So parang kahit nanalo kayo dito, para sa inyo hindi pa tapos yung araw, may laban pa na may mas malaking laban pa pagkatapos.
I will translate, no worries.
Para sa amin, in Team Flash, pampagaos lang. Parang like, Team Flash is just a warm-up game for us. Yeah.
No need to translate that.
Yeah,
That was very clear.
Remar was like, so what?
Very clear.
So going up against Flash, blah blah blah. You know, was it good? Was it as expected? And it was like, yeah, they were kind of not difficult. I think that's the more political way of saying it. They were not difficult.
Yeah. And
They have a mediocre EXP lane, and we have a better
They
EXP
keep letting go
lane,
to
so-
Arlet.
Yeah.
okay. So sigurado naman ako diyan na proud ka sa lahat ng mga players mo. Pero
Super,
base dun
super
sa
proud.
for sure. Base dun sa unang serye nyo, sino ba yung parang may konting mas proud ka sa kanya kasi ang ganda nung pinakita niya nung Series 1?
Sa lahat. Sa amin
lahat
lahat.
talaga.
Like, I'm proud of them, not just by one player because he did some, highlight play. Because that one player, if he did a highlight play, it will not be because of him. It's because of his teammate. Because giving him a space, nurturing him, like having a good laning phase to scale much better. For example, JM scales so much better because KZen is doing great on mid, not having hindi siya humihingi ng tulong, he's not getting some help, so he's scaling much more faster than JM, executing what he's good at. So pretty much it's team-based composition. It's not just one player, so I'm proud of them five. And me also, I'm proud of myself. I was like, I didn't even know that the game was starting. I thought it was check team, bro. I was like,
Oh my god! Oh, he thought they were checking the pin. By the way, in case you guys were wondering, Remar just basically asked, "Who's your favorite child?" Honestly, Doggy, that was a pretty good answer. You know, it's kind of weird to ask which one is your favorite child, but now, Doggy, you know what? The floor is yours. Everyone is watching. Anything you want to say to all the fans watching the game just now?
I don't know, man. Good luck to us, and thank you for supporting us. We'll try our best. We'll try to go through this. We're practicing hard day by day. Yeah, thank you for supporting us. Pilipinas na malakas!
Yeah, there we go. I mean, yes, thank you. Maraming salamat, Doggy.
Professional, dog. Anyways,
Come on, Filipino pride.
thank you very much, Doggy, for allowing this interview. We
Thank
will
you.
let you go now, celebrate with your team. I mean, it's a little bit early, but you can go back to sleep as well. That was an amazing game.
Yeah, and
I understood like 20% of it.
yeah, because I essentially asked him like, if there's a player who are you most proud of, but he really
Yeah, favorite child.
Yeah, and he drilled into the idea of no, all of them. I love all of them. They play really well, and he really just said that they're really drilling onto the idea of it's not a one-man game, it's a five-man game. You play as a team, you win as a team, you lose as a team, and that's exactly what they did. They won as a team, and it's great that he even acknowledged that if one shines, that means there are opportunities for the others to shine as well, and they're all just shining together.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, I think he did mention a point as well, like the team played around that allowed Kaizen to kind of set up those kind of plays. And in terms of compositions, he kind of revealed a little bit of strategy here. They know that they're trying to make space for his team, which is something that we kind of briefly talked about as well. Yeah. Yes, I can understand Tagalog as well.
Yeah, you know what? Here's the thing. You don't have to understand if you have imagination. Speaking of which, imagine us going to a break. We will be going to a break, but again, you guys are watching the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. We also want to give a quick shout out. Thank you very much to Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Thank you, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, as well as DHL. We got a lot more games coming up, but we're going for a very short break. We will see you guys right after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Number one in the street, so that wanna bang bang. Everybody touch the road, everybody bang bang. Then I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so broad, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. Number one in the streets, so that wanna bang bang. Everybody touch the road, everybody bang bang. Then I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so broad, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang.
You already know what time it is, right? It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. I done seen it all. Came up from the gutter, baby, now I'm here to ball. I've been talking in my ear, so now they wanna call. They got my line tap, oh yeah, they tryna take it off. Oh no, here we go again. Pull me over, let me guess, it's cause my melanin. Asking questions, me and you both know irrelevant. But I stay cool and collected cause I'm heaven sent. They hate it, I love it, they know that there's no one above it except for God. Instead of becoming with negative energy, I gotta move and die. Give me that back, can't touch my crown, I'm a king and yeah, you know that. Talk about giving it back, I'ma come and take that. Yeah, I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up.
Hello, my name is Declan and my IGN is Deck. And I'm 19 years old this year. I'm the jungler for Bleed Esports. My journey has been really fun ever since I started in the competitive scene. Even though I was sub for about 2 seasons of MPL, but throughout those 2 seasons I learned a lot and eventually ended up in Bleed and being the main roster of Bleed. I went through a lot of exciting experiences in Bleed where I got to play on the big stage, and it just felt really good to hear like my name being said out by the casters when I made a big play. So I started my journey in Season 3 in RSG where I played a couple of matches, but I was mainly the sub. And after Season 3, I decided that I should sit out for Season 4 because like I was still inside RSG and I was sub. So like I sat out throughout the whole Season 4 where I talked with Bleed and I eventually moved to Bleed Esports during Season 5. Yep, and now I'm here. I just felt that I could be more than what I was last time when I was still playing ML casually, and I felt that I really wanted to play on the big stage. That's why I decided to trial for MPL teams, and when I eventually got in, I just felt that I could actually make a name for myself when doing this thing that I actually like. I think being a Singaporean and a professional gamer is really tough because there is a hard time balancing between school and playing games professionally, because the amount of training you need to catch up with those that are doing this game full time or like are really talented is very time consuming, and I feel that to be able to find that balance is very difficult for a Singaporean. But other than that, I feel that it's a bit of adjusting I had to do when I first played seriously, because the trainings I was really behind in training and like I had to learn a lot.
We gotta push to the limit and work till we finish and push to the limit and work.
Hello everyone, that was a quick one, wasn't it? Well, that is it. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. We are aiming to give you guys non-stop action. My name is LaFell. I'm going to be the host for today. And again, we're going to introduce the lineup here because there's going to be a small change. We got the man with the icy heart, icy baby 1-2, as well as the man that can't wait, the man that enjoys violence, Gani, as the analyst. And we're changing up the casters as well because this lineup is going to be Lyoko. Yeah, there we go.
Whoa.
You guys like the name?
Whoa, Lyoko.
Lyoko. It's kind of like a play of Loco, you know?
Yeah, it does.
It's a good combination.
Thank you very much. But before we even talk about combinations, we got a lot to be thankful for, you know? Before we start the day, we got to give our sincerest thanks. First of all, we got to talk about Snapdragon Elite Gaming. If you guys are into games, which I would assume you guys are, you guys need to make sure whatever devices you're using, you actually have the Snapdragon Elite Gaming chipset, because again, you got to make sure that your phone is up to date all the time, up to speed, making sure that you have an amazing game. Speaking of having an amazing game, you got to make sure you get the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, which I have been hearing all the pro players have been using for themselves to step up their game. And when you're stepping up your game, you need energy as well, because Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra is good to be paired up with Monster Energy, because it's not just normal energy, you need Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Make sure that you have the strength, the stamina to go through. Speaking of going through, we gotta go through a lot, and DHL is gonna help us out. If you guys want 5,000 euros, which to be fair, who doesn't want that? Make sure you guys catch the FEBot Dashcam. Join at esl.gg/ FEBot. With that being said, again, I want to talk to our analysts here, ICBB12, as well as Gani. I want to talk Gani first, because we talked before. How are you feeling, man?
Man, I'm enthralled to be here. Thank you for asking,
Enthralled.
Rafael. And of course, Terrence. I'm surrounded by Malaysians here. But man, I feel excited for this tournament and I feel excited for Malaysia.
You know, at the same time, I gotta ask you, is this like your first time here in Malaysia?
This is my first time here, Terrence. So thank you for...
Same!
Wait.
It's my first time in...
It's your debut too, Rafael?
Yeah! High fives to that!
Yep.
No, not you.
me. Oh, all right. I'm being blindsided.
What?
I'm the only Malaysian
Why does
caster
he
here
want to
then,
be
huh?
included? You've been here for a while.
All right. Oh,
Whoa.
No, it's just, forget about it.
Did you just drop your phone?
No. Forget about it. Here's the thing. We're sponsored by Samsung. I'm pretty sure they can help me out. They got a lot of
need
phones.
a new phone. You definitely need a new phone. I see a lot of big cracks right there.
IC Baby 1-2. You're talking about IC. I'm thinking about tickets. For
Oh, yeah.
all of you guys that wants to go to Jakarta, make sure you guys get the tickets right now because the Mythic ones are sold out. The only ones left are the Legend tickets. And if you guys can't cash that one, you guys better join the raffle because you guys don't just get the tickets. You guys will get a shirt as well. So a lot of goodies is here for all of you as long as you guys participate. If you guys don't even try, you can't get it. You lose 100% of the shots that you do not take. So take the shot. But I mean like raffle, but you know what I mean.
I definitely do. You just gotta click on the button, just click on the link, and you just follow all those pages, and you get a ticket. Or is it true? And who knows? The more you follow, the more you ticket. You know, it's a
very
IO
easy,
raffle.
right?
It's
Very easy, and you get six lucky draws. So check that out throughout the streams. And well, ladies and gentlemen, we are here. We are now. Match 1 though, Lafel. That was awesome.
You know what? We're memeing on ICBB1 too, but I understand. He's got a lot of energy. He's got that bass in him. And it's all thanks to Monster Energy. And again, this is a perfect moment because all of the talents here, we're all feeling it. We're all hype. Look at Lyoko. Do you guys like the name? Why do they keep checking the ties?
Because probably Mirko is wearing a Velcro.
Are you using Mirko's tie?
I am using
Burn that
Mirko's
tie!
Yeah.
I don't care for that
Why?
tie. We're gonna burn it after.
Why do you
this.
guys have a thing with ties? Like, it's
Because let me tell you a secret. It's Velcro.
yeah, it's a Velcro. It's a Mirko.
loud.
You know what?
Whoa.
I don't want to talk about it anymore. Like even my hair's messed up. We got to talk about the upcoming game, which is gonna be Bleed going up against Brand. Where again, based on what Doggy said just now, it kind of does feel like Brand is the favorite here. We're gonna check back into the bracket here where Flash is waiting because again, you're not eliminated just yet. You need to get 2 wins to have a chance to qualify still. Archive, they just need to win 1 more. But again, like I said, we're gonna watch the next match, Bleed going up against Bren.
The Battle of the Beasts here, it seems like, right? One SG and as well as from the PH. Well, it's gonna be very interesting here to see because...
You're interesting.
Thank you, because we're going to see an old organization here going up against a young organization here, Terrence.
I think when it comes to this as well, it feels like just today itself, the first 2 series, just Singapore going up against Philippines right from the get-go.
Yep.
So we did see how Archives was able to handle the situation, but this time it is going to be Brand going up against Bleed, and this is something that I'm extremely excited to see because Bleed, they have a full team that they have so much experience to compete with this. However, they have not won a big major one against a Philippine team yet, but they did get their medal from the previous SEA Games 2 years back, 1 year back. Not the recent one, last year.
2021.
Yep, 2021. They got 3rd place bronze.
Either way, now we're going to talk about how they're going to be facing up against each other because so far, Philippines is still the dominant region.
Yep.
Sure, MSC Indonesia won, but again, this is Singapore going up against Philippines, and we saw just now it was a clean sweep 2-0. After this, we're going to look at the predictions, but I kind of feel like, at least for me, I'm thinking it's a 2-1, and if it's not, I'll be sad.
You'll be sad. How sad, Lafel. But yeah, I think it can go to 2-1 because again, Bleed is such a young organization, but they have depth, right? They have veterans, they have experience, but I guess because they're such a young org, they need time to transition.
Here's the thing. Speaking of transitioning, you're talking about Bleed. I'd say this is a good time to introduce and see who's actually playing for Bleed. All right, so speaking of Bleed Esports, let's introduce him. Is Sagitno Dak, KLVJ, FMM, as well as JPL. What do we have to say about this?
You know, to be honest, I was expecting Sayla is going to be in the roster as well with Bleed Esports, so I was very surprised that, oh, they actually swapped Sayla out. So this is something that I'm curious to see as well. And on top of this roster as well, I'm curious to see what Coach Darrow has to say, Coach Youngin from the side of Bleed Esports. He's got a lot of these ideas to actually bring to the table, and the problem is, can this new reform roster of Bleed Esports can execute what he wants?
They need to adapt, right? I mean, they're such a young org, but again, like I said earlier, they have experience, but with this composition of 3 Singaporeans and 2 Filipinos, they're going to be clashing of styles. They need to work that out here, especially they are going up against a big organization such as Bren. So a lot of work needs to be put in, but I believe in their experience to just be united.
Actually, I think JPL might be Japanese. Like, he's Singaporean.
Maybe
yeah,
I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
No. He's Singaporean, but he has that Japanese blood in him. I think we talked about it before, and it was like, are you really Japanese? And it's like, you could guess. But speaking of guessing, I don't want to guess which team is coming up next because we're going to straight up introduce them. Let's introduce Bren Esports. All right, Bren Esports, I've seen them play quite recently in the SEA Games, but let's introduce them again. Flap TZ, Kyle TZ, Fuse, Super Marco, as well as Ogwen.
Established names here, right? I mean, IC Baby, you know Flap, you know Ogwen. Perhaps here, Super Marco is the new young gun in this current position. But Bren Esports, Season 11, established a very good regular season. Ogwen got the regular MVP.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, Bren Esports, they weren't able to close out the series to actually qualify from the side of PH, which I would say led towards a lot of impression that because everyone kind of knows how Bren Esports played during the MPLBR, they were the biggest highlight at the time alongside with Blacklist International, of course. But of course, Bren Esports, they still have a lot of room to work with. So it all starts from here to whether or not can they actually make the next step. And in this case, I agree with a lot of us as well. Like our Doggy from the interview did say, like, Bren Esports is definitely the favorites here because of how experienced they are and competing at those top level plays. And in this case, Bleed Esports has got a lot to actually catch up.
Yeah, you know what? I can't wait to see Master Ogwen play his own style. But speaking of which, you guys at home, we want to see what you're thinking, especially those of you at Twitch. Make sure you guys actually comment down below, like, who is going to win? We want to know your match prediction. And you know what? Give the score as well. You think it's going to be a 2-0, a 2-1? Either ways, we want to listen from you. We like you guys.
Exactly, we do. And at the same time, I really like you as well, Lafel. Yeah, I like you, Lafel. I just got straight up rejected.
Oh my god,
I just said I like you.
You done him dirty.
So you don't like me?
No, because Mirko was looking at me, and I'm like, oh, that cute face.
Oh, you've got a cute face.
Mute myself. Sorry.
You've got a cute face.
Oh my god.
You know what? Let's look at the predictions here. And looking at the predictions, I'm going for Bleed. You guys are going for Brad. You guys think it's a 2-0?
You know, personally, I'm a big fan of Bleed Esports, but at the same time, it comes down to the same reason of why I didn't vote for the previous team, for Flash, because of the fact that you're still relatively new. If they were playing as a 5-man team who's got a lot of experience and consistency is great, but now bringing in imported players, I feel like even for Malaysia standards as well, for MPL Malaysia and Singapore, we are starting to see a lot of imported players, and all this has one problem. One, playstyle issues. Two, being communication issues as well. So I feel like these are things that can be avoided and needs a little bit more time to rework. So in this case, I feel like Bren definitely has the better one.
I mean, to add to that, right, my train of thought was pretty straightforward. It was just on paper, Bren, they're just a more solid and more efficient team if you compare it to Bleed, and that is why I went for Bren, and also that is also why I went for 2-0. It's just on paper, they're ahead if you compare it to Bleed.
You know, the difference between me and you guys, I believe.
You believe?
When I look at the teams, when I look at the players,
so you,
and I'm like,
Bleed Raid?
And I'm like, you know what? A lot of people don't trust you.
All right.
But I got you. I trust you guys. You guys can make it happen. And if you don't make it happen, it's okay. Because sometimes in life, you just got to let it happen. LaFell, 2023. Just let it happen.
Wise
Hold up.
words. That's some inspirational quote right there. You just went far deep.
Oh, that was not
you know?
okay?
It was like a big deep like you see this hole, you dug the hole
no,
and you
it's
went
just-
all the way deep.
No, it's,
man.
it's totally philosophical because sometimes God has a different plan for you.
True.
Just let it happen.
Amen to that.
C'est la vie indeed. And it seems like we're going up to drafts here, Terrence. Perhaps any expectations?
You know, to be honest, I want to talk a little bit more on how the draft compositions comes towards both teams, right? Obviously, I do. But when it comes to Brand, they are one of the teams that are very, very creative to bring something new to the table. And they were one of the teams that actually brought in the Florin as well as the Joy during the MPLPH days, which kind of resulted in them taking a win against Blacklist International during that times. And I would say like not many teams kind of play around it, and I feel like Brand Esports, if they decide to pull this kind of strategy against Bleed Esports, they wouldn't be able to handle this unless Bleed Esports has done their research and homework.
Gani, can you imagine him talking up Brand? It's like, oh yeah, they're very creative, they're gonna go for crazy picks, and then they just pick up the most standard draft as you can ever get.
It could happen.
Yeah, you know what? We're going straight into the pick and ban phase where Bleed is instantly gonna ban out the Fanny. A lot of Fanny bans today.
Yeah, I feel like Fanny is such an annoying hero, especially after that grand final
Yeah,
during
just
MSC.
banning the Fanny.
Exactly. They want to play it safe. They want to play it straightforward. And assassin ban in the hands of Kyle Teasy. It's gonna be looking deadly. But Brand Esports responds with also a very efficient and meta ban here with that Arlen ban accompanied by that Lancelot ban.
You know, when it comes to the playstyles here, Bleed Esports still has very similar traits to how Flash does as well. They do lean onto the Kaja as well as the Cho pick. So I feel like if Brand Esports does not respect this Kaja, obviously Bleed Esports is going to be leaning on towards first picking goes Kaja once again and then play from there. But in terms of power picks here, Joy obviously is going to be respected from side of Brand Esports. Arlot as well means that there is still going to be the Frederick going to be out for grabs. There is still potentially the Novara as well going to be in the pool. So I feel like Bleed Esports might not prioritize the Novara top one, probably in the second pick here. But, you know, anything goes. This is our first time going to be seeing Bleed Esports from a while, if you think about it.
Personally, for me, I've watched JPL play so many times. And every single time I see him in a team, all I can think of is just follow your name. Just pick and lock. As long as he gets a hero that locks someone down, like there was even a moment where he was just like, you know what? I'm just gonna pick the Jawhead. Doesn't matter what happens, I'm just picking the Jawhead. He will make it work. Because I kinda don't like when he uses this like enchanter style, you know, like supporting the team. I want to make sure that he can pick someone off, he can lock someone down. That's the kind of player that I've known JPL to be, and I kind of want him to stick to his guns.
Yeah, I think that he should stick with his playstyle here, especially in that first game, right? Going up against Brand, they need to somehow show their power, show their dominance. Now, with that Yves ban, though, it opens up a lot, but it seems like Bleed, they will commit to this mid lane. Valentina, I like it, but I gotta agree with you, Icy Baby. I think they should pick up the Kaja.
It's
so
something
weird calling you baby, by the way.
Icy Baby.
It's
Let's
okay.
just call him Icy.
You can call me baby anytime.
No, I just call him Terrence.
Cringe.
Hey, you know, you guys cringe, but
You owe
it
me a
worked.
coffee.
It worked.
Okay.
It worked.
All right.
Okay.
But yeah, but coming to the drafts as well, you know, Kaja is still in the pool, something that Brand Esports can actually lean into. But at the same time, when it comes to their drafts here, do they want to go for the Frederick pickup, very similar to how Archives Esports kind of drafted around as well? Or maybe even just bring in the Yves or maybe Novaria as well, because of the fact that if they go for the Novaria, the ultimate coming in being stolen, yeah, it's great. You've got like slows, you've got a bigger hitbox, but it doesn't bring out the damage that Valentina needed. But at the same time, they deny the Kaja pick away from Bleed.
You know what? Looking at the bans, we got to look at a pattern here because Bleed, they're betting out heroes that can go to the backline. The Kadita, the Lancelot, as well as the Fanny. Now having the Kaja kind of does the same thing, even though the Kaja cannot get an immediate kill, but it still gives that kill pressure. So now I want to see if Bleed, after seeing the Kaja, will they change their draft a little bit? At this point, not gonna lie, I'm kind of okay if they pick up the Akai.
Okay.
Yeah.
First phase, a Kai pick. Will we see that happen, right? Because it does make sense. With the Kaja, I think you can deny that kill pressure when you have that Akai. But at the same time, I think they should pick up a solid marksman here. And that, the jungler, not a marksman, but they commit to a roam potentially and that Bane.
Hey, just pick and lock.
Pick and lock. Same.
Wait, that sounds something different. Why did that sound so different to me?
Lock and picks.
No,
Pick and lock.
because JBL just pick and lock.
Oh, that's
What?
pretty good.
I've
wait,
been saying it
whoa.
all this time. You didn't catch that?
Yeah, I got it. Now I got it. But yeah, at the same time, Cho, it is going to be a classic special for him. He is going to be picking off people and locking them down. How's that? No?
You're not going to
No.
just talk.
I love the synergy here. The Malaysians, their dynamic are very crazy. But yeah, going back to the bans here, it seems like Bren, they're going for a pick-off, but it seems like Bleed responds with also the pick-off style. So it's going to be just brawl versus brawl here.
Novaria is very hard to pick off though, because you can go inside of walls, and I've tried to get people inside of walls. It's very, very difficult for you to do. The Yuzong gets banned out. I kind of feel like it's a very solid ban here, especially because if there's no real way for you to dive to the backline, it's going to be pretty good to be picking up the Claude or the Beatrix.
Yeah, I kind of disagree with you on the fact that Novara cannot exactly pick off here. Like, I agree that Novara early game isn't that great, but if you set up with the Divine Judgment that reduces
No.
MR
I
and
mean,
actually
it's
goes for
hard
burst,
to
it's
pick
great.
off the Novaria.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Sorry.
That's what I mean. When she goes into the walls, the
Yeah.
Cho can't pick her off.
True.
That's what I meant.
Well, that's probably why you've got a Bane here, which is kind of interesting. I guess Bleed is gonna be playing a tank, tank
Cho?
Bane from the get-go.
Yeah, building.
And then
something.
transition towards a DPS later on to the game. Maybe going for hybrid build, which is very popular before the playoffs of MSC.
I just love this cough button, man. Like,
Why? You just love censoring yourself, don't you?
yeah, you know what? I'm bringing this home. Beatrix Ben, like I said, the Yuzong kind of shows it off. It's like, okay, they're probably going to use a marksman that doesn't have that much mobility, but it could be a bait as well, because once the Beatrix is off the table, going to be a little bit more safer to pick up something else. In fact, they could pick the
Leslie.
marksman last just to see what's on the table, right?
Yeah. I mean, that could be the approach here from Bran, but with the commitment on towards that EXP, right? Terizla ban comes through. So asking a question here towards
4
Sagitno.
EXP bans, actually.
You're right, 4 EXP bans here. Asking a question here towards Sagitno, what are you going to play? And that is going to be, I guess, a tough approach here, seeing their composition. They need someone to go into the backlines, and Bleed Esports spot a good carry ban, because potentially Bane will build tank, and that carry can melt Bane. And I feel like Bleed spot that a good ban.
I think this is the reason why they actually banned it as well. It's because they want to enable JPL to do his thing. He wants to be constantly harassing and just threatening to actually cut the backlines and going for those kind of way of the dragons. And the carry kind of denies that on a certain degree. But I feel like Brand Esports' idea is that they're using Bleed Esports' historical track record based on their stats from MPLSG or the previous seasons. And if you pay attention to this, Terizla, Yuzong are comfort heroes coming in from Brand Esports, which kind of leaves an option where it denies all their AoE CC compositions, which is something that Bleed Esports loves doing to do. They go for this kind of pick-off composition with Kaja and Satra, and then when they go for it, if things don't go wrong, they counter-engage with a big AoE CC. And these are heroes that kind of enable the XP laner to do it, which in this case, Bleed Esports has no choice but to pick another hero. And I feel like another AoE CC would be a Minotaur, but forcing the Minotaur on the XP is not that great if you think about it.
Alright, so now the Melissa is pretty good pick against the Kaja. And it does kind of, I would say, counter whenever the teams want to clump up together. The Melissa will be doing quite a lot of damage, same as the Bane. So far it does seem like a straightforward composition coming in from Bleed. I kind of feel like their mid game is really dependent on JPL and the Cho. If the Cho cannot get good pickoffs in the early stages of the game, they're just looking to scale.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at completely at the composition right there, putting all their eggs in one basket, which is pickoffs. Apart from that, Melissa, perhaps all the 4 heroes are very good at pickoffs, but during 5v5, somehow questionable. So it's going to be very, very tricky to execute that 5v5, going up against a lot of AoEs here from the side of Bren. Lapu, a very good engager. Again, Leslie, I low-key call it because they need that
You high-key
backline.
called it.
High-key?
Yeah, because you're like, Leslie, and then nothing else, and then, yeah, see, I called it. You called it like yesterday. That was amazing. But now looking at the drafts, I kind of feel like both almost have the same kind of idea. Both roamers are going to get a good pickoff. The big difference is Leslie is going to be single target burst. Melissa is going to be AoE DPS. What do you guys feel about the draft?
I personally like Bren a little bit more because of the fact that they are playing a little bit more poke style composition, similar to how Archives can play. Both the Philippine teams has demonstrated that, hey, they like this poke and push effect play style rather than just go all in. Whereas from the side of Bleed, it's go all in.
Yeah, I gotta side with Bren here. I feel like with their composition, it might be a clean 1-0, but please, Bleed Esports, prove me wrong, because your composition is also quite straightforward to be executed, but then again, it's going to be very hard for you to find 5v5s effectively.
You know what? There you go. Gani wants to be wrong. Speaking of wanting to be wrong, pretty sure Mirko doesn't like being right as well. We're going to throw over to Lyoko.
Thanks so much, LaFell, and our analysts on desk. At your service, my name is Leo, here with Mirko, and we're bringing you Bleed versus Bren in this best of 3. It's time for game 1. And as mentioned, this is going to be a fast farming Bane starting off with his orange, and it's a counter mirror approach for Bren here.
It's already a very interesting start to the game. I mean, looking at the drafts again, this is not the normal Bren that we usually see. And this is because of just the bans targeted towards Kyle Teasy in the first phase for Bleed. They really did not want Bren to get the Assassins early on to go for it. So now we're already seeing a little bit of an engage early on as well. Bren, they need to stay out of this laning because both lanes, in mid and gold, they're really going to struggle.
Yep, that's the story of the draft so far. Bren Esports want to protect Super Marco, and they can't pick fights, not just quite yet. And it was mentioned on our desk, our panels, that they want to protect Marco here. They want to go ahead and poke out, and I think the keyword is re-engage. Throughout the mid to the late, if they want to get good fights, they have to make sure that Marco's set up. They want to make sure that Ogwin catches the right target and protects that backline. You have JPL, you have Sagitnu looking out for him, and I think that's something that we haven't mentioned much, the fact that these two imports are going to introduce a little bit more of aggression when it comes to Bleed's playstyle. We last saw them in MPLSG.
I think the snowball is definitely what's going to help Bleed take control of the game, because they really need to look for that snowball. Maybe not around the XP lane, but definitely around this gold lane. Super Marco, I was really confused. I think we had an off-camera discussion about why the Leslie was picked into a Melissa lane, but it seems like both teams are already setting up for the first turtle.
Yep, no pull quite yet, and it looks like Deck is setting it up. There's a knock-up on to Sagitnu. There's a jump by Flap.
All right, split. Now that's going to be the flicker. Divine Judgment bringing him back. First blood for Few. Deck trying to go for the retreat battle right now. VJ jumps in with a stolen Brave Spider, but it is still going to be Kyle Teasy as Flap picks up the kill. It is a 3-for-0 trade technically with the turtle in hand.
Yep, Bren Esports are doing amazing work with the, again, re-engage mindset that has been set up, and the big win here is off camera. Super Marco was winning the lane too. Look at FMM right now. He's at half health and there's a big rotation just waiting. Oh! Phew. Idol ng mga kids. I love it. Picking up the Novari here just throws back to his roots. Homie used to play a mean Selena. Back when Selena wasn't even a roamer, wasn't a mid laner, he was an assassin. And this Astral Meteor, just perfect for Few.
It really is perfect. It feels like the hero was built for these long-range mages, especially the ones who want to go and poke down, who have a lot of game knowledge to utilize the Astral Recall and everything, technically, with JPL now. Jumping with the way the Dragon, going to be able to lock people down. The Divine Judgment by Kill VJ, stealing it away, but Flap Teasy, all the way from the XP lane, jumps forward with a Brave Spider. Kyle Teasy picks up the kill, and it's Brent still winning on the board here in the trade. But I do have a big concern. Again, the Melissa in lane up against the Leslie. The fact that he is losing lane, getting shoved in and getting frozen, this is not going to be good at all. As a Melissa player myself, when I'm up against a Navaria, it's already hell for me as a Melissa with low mobility. If you're losing lane as well, this Melissa, if you don't get those 3 items, power spike, it's over.
Yep, and that changes the dynamic. Again, Bren Esports found their window, and they set up for what you would expect the Melissa to do well against the Leslie, especially since Super Marco hasn't really built up yet. His emblem spells out what he wants to do. He wants to be able to build damage items and eventually scale to the mid-game power spike. But here, 4 minutes in, Bren Esports are already barreling over about 2K gold lead. And I have a theory, right? Bleed Esports, they've picked up Sagitnu and KLVJ for what? The better part of 2 weeks now? And that's being generous. Thinking that every day of the past 14 days have been productive scrims. It looks like they're of two minds. Sagitnu and KL want to be aggressive. The other three, they're kind of tempering their expectations here. Turtle take here, clean for Bren Esports. They engage.
Yeah, you say that the chemistry or the synergy from Bleed Esports is a bit off here in this game. Meanwhile, it's literally the complete polar opposite from Bren. They know exactly what they want to do at every given moment of the game. You can see earlier as well, Kyle not really getting threatened at all in the turtle take, sends FlapTZ over to the purple buff, forcing a retreat out from deck, and they're taking control of every single lane despite having losing matchups.
That's right, and even taking that small camp, and this all adds up. About a minute ago, we said 2K. Now, Bren, 2.5K ahead. I can only imagine what is going on with Super Marco. But wait, there's a pull!
Flicker Divine Judgment deck might just fall here. Pops into Deadly Catch, is able to disengage right now. Bleed are trying to push the pace, but it's a bit too late as a 2.5K gold lead is already built up. That's a lockdown from Kyle TZ, and Few picks up the kill. KLVJ's waiting in that bush, looking for a little cheeky steal, gets the Lethal Wanderer, but the fact that the Leslie is given this much space in lane is already disastrous for Bleed.
Berserker's Fury and a Legion Sword already on Super Marco. You can see that he is almost 1,000 ahead of his lane mate. So yeah, FMM only has the Corrosion Scythe, and you need to plant yourself for said Corrosion Scythe to make much of a dent in what you're trying to do. And because of that, there was an off-cam turret take clean for Bren Esports. So yeah, I think what's going to happen next, Super Marco's going to rotate out unless they want to continue give FMM hell. And then even mid's going to get compromised here. Look at how low this tier 1 has become.
I think initially the plan was maybe the lane swap, but the fact that the Leslie's already doing so well, we already mentioned this early on. As long as the Leslie survives in lane, gets to that Berserker's Fury, I mean, to be honest, get to that BOD. Once you have that BOD, you're pretty much fine. You can actually win trades against the Melissa pretty comfortably, and that's what he's able to do so far in the 6th minute of the game. Ogwen can see already looking to find Judgment, but JPL cancels it out with Away the Dragon. Now it's going to be FMM jumping forward with the Inspire still, holding on to it, but there you go, the Snipes coming down. JPL getting gunned down all the way from the mid lane as Bren Esports push forward, going for the siege, and with this composition, this was why they went for it.
Oh, wow. That's 2 turrets, 2 turtles, 1 kill traded out for, yes, but so far this is as winning as it gets so far here in the challenge season of SPS. Now, Ogwin, there's a threat, there's a jump in by Flap, go away!
Good go away, plays down by FMM, but you can't escape from the range. FlapTZ zones him perfectly. I thought Ogwen, he had the flicker, had the Divine Judgment. I expected him to flicker, but he knows exactly that, you know, it's a Melissa. No mobility. We can completely punish her just by Flap jumping with the Bravest Fighter in the back, forcing a go away, and it's just FMM so behind now against a late game hero in lane.
Bleed are outgunned and outmanned. There is a massive gold lead here, 5,000 affording Super Marco that aforementioned Blade of Despair already in. Currently about 1,600 gold ahead of his lane mate FMM. Not to mention throughout that whole engage down bottom, Kyle TZ was going for the turtle off camera. So yeah, even with a 4v5 situation, Bren Esports are able to go ahead and push the advantage. And look, did they force a purple steal? I think they did.
Divine Judgment as well. Only onto Ogwen, but he saved his flicker for that. Now the Bravest Fighter from FlapTZ trying to go for the re-engage right now. That's going to be Sagitnu with the Slam pass. Snipes from downtown. Few getting a good Astral Meteor. Super Marco just sieges down the tier 2. And as a Melissa, as a lane bully, if you get your DHS later than a Leslie gets her second or first BOD in his build, it's already just almost over.
It's a
once
losing
you get
battle,
outranged
bro.
again, well, on a Melissa, once you get outranged, it's already hell. Yep. Right? On top of that, it's a BOD Berserker in the 8th minute of the game.
Yeah, you'll see here again, the gold speaks for itself, right? That's Super Marco just having a time of his life. The past 8.5 minutes have been a breeze, and that's an understatement because even JPL is wondering, like, oh, can I even consider this? And I think that's one thing that Bleed are also short on. It's hard for them to tell where Bren Esports are. They are lacking vision, and not to mention, I've been keeping this for the past 5 minutes now, 6 minutes, the amazing damage coverage that Bren Esports has. A few alone, rocking just 2 items here with the Enchanted Talisman and the COD. That's enough magic damage to force out the Cho to actually build up on Athena Shield. He only has a pair of pants to try and stop Flap, Marco, and Kyle TZ. Not to mention, Flap deals true damage on the Leslie. So this allows the map to just be cracked wide open. A free Lord, and now Flap TZ jumps in. No one home. Bleed knows. But wait!
Divine Judgment, Sagitnu caught off guard, and yes, that true damage from Super Marco. 3-0 and 0. It's a killing spree for him, and conveniently enough, I'm also a Leslie player. So honestly, looking at this dynamic, look at the synergy as another Astral Media connects from Few from downtown. Kill VJ not risking, not wanting to go for the Divine Judgment, and he stole from himself. That's a 4-man reveal from Few, as they're going to be able to shove Bleed back from the tier 2, picking it up for free. But again, back to my point, Leslie Novaria. Leslie alone. Sometimes you struggle against the opening, the vision, control.
Most lanes, yeah.
Exactly. And now you add on to Few on the Novaria as well. It's basically an open map from level 4 onwards.
Yeah, and not to mention Ogwin took care of Marco very well in the first 5 minutes, even putting himself on the line. Again, the only death for Brenny Sports in this 10-minute bout. And with this 10-minute bout, you're looking at a 10K gold lead, and there's a jump in.
Divine Judgment, Flicker combo, JPL gonna be picked off here, 0, 5, and 1. Not a good stat line for him, but Bleed, they're really looking for a desperate play. They have to go for a big one. Flap TZ with the conceal already now with the Bravest Fighter as well. Going for the anti-CCS kill. VJ isn't able to find anyone. That's the stun from Flap, and Few snipes him from downtown. Mid lane, base turret taken down. Brand Esports looking to convert onto more objectives, and Bleed have nothing to say about this. It's just going to be a free 3 base turret siege for Bren.
It is scalpel precision with the strength of a brute force blunt object. Brain Sports just barreled on through, and they have broken the 1,000 gold per minute lead bracket. It's ridiculous. Look, 12K now, and we're not even 12 minutes. So that means every single time Brenny Sports makes a step, they're taking 2 steps forward, and that reflects in all of their items. Even Ogwin outclasses even the mid laner from Bleed.
Is it safe to say that Bleed Esports are bleeding right now? Because it really feels like they're taking a whole lot of damage, no?
Not even. I wouldn't say. That's an understatement. Them bleeding is maybe a 6K, 5K gold lead.
Yeah.
This is brutality, what's happening here. And Brenny Sports, they're not even sweating. I think so far, there have been very few moments in this 11, 12-minute game wherein Brenny Sports had to go, all right, let's back off. They've always gone for what they needed to get, and every concealed play resulted in something. That concealed play resulted in all of the inhibitors going down. So Bleedy Sports, I guess they're only looking for one thing, really, a pick-off on the Marco. But no, with this concealed play!
JPL is done for. That's a Divine Judgment to lock him down. And Bren Esports, they have just basically gone a pick right as the Lord spawns in. So, no, they're not. They don't want to just end it with a brutality. They want to convert it into a fatality with the Lord and with maybe, perhaps, a 13,000 gold lead by the time this game ends. It's another free Lord. And again, Bleed, they can't do anything. They pop the conceal. There's always going to be an Astral Recall. There's always going to be a lot of vision. And even without the Novaria, the Leslie, you still have Ogwen just sitting on these bushes around enemy jungle.
That's right.
And Flap, not even Kyle. The tanky members are too tanky for anyone to burst down.
Best case scenario, and again, this is the easiest of the circumstances that Bleed can get, right? You pick off Ogwen, maybe 2 or 3 times in a row. You catch him off guard. Sure, if you're lucky, you get one on Few, shut him down, maybe even take down Super Marco. But again, you mentioned the 3 bodyguards between Flap, Ogwin, and Kyle TZ. It's just not going to happen. And now, with this Luminous Lord marching in, 3 men revealed with the Astral Echo. Lord's going to crash in, and there's a jump!
Flicker, Divine Judgment once again from Ogwin, picking it off deck. Now it's going to be Sagitnu. Flickers forward now, but Super Marco keeping the position. Meanwhile, the Lord might just go for the end right now. Flap TZ jumps in with the Bravest Fighter, still able to sustain, but he finally falls as FMM finds some damage. But Super Marco is hungry for the damage, goes in for the kills in the end. And it's Bren Esports with a 1-0 lead in match 2.
I know that we've only really had one series, but currently this is the fastest game in the challenge season
13-25.
of the SPS. Yes, and 2 to 15 here. There was one more kill towards the end on Flap TZ, but I don't think Flap is sad in any ways. He's in the top 3 of the damage leaders and top 3 in the gold leaders. So yeah, this Lapu Lapu was doing more than just his duty. He was pulling doubles here to make sure that his opposite lane mate or his teammate in Marco was getting as easy of a life as it gets for a gold laner, even against a Melissa, which you set up very well, and that's what resulted in this brutal victory, this fatal win by Bren Esports.
It starts from the beginning, right? The fact that they have a winning lane, but they do not utilize the winning lane. I would argue that Bren, gave up on the gold lane to just play around the XP lane, giving Super Marco a solo time, which was not good against the Melissa, but Bleed didn't capitalize on that. They didn't try to utilize what is winning them the game in the early to mid.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure our analysts spotted some things that we didn't. And again, the very fast 13-minute game. LaFell and the gang, talk us through.
Thank you very much. By the way, Leo said duty. That was a very quick game. 13 minutes, 25 seconds. Probably one of the biggest goal gaps in the game. Like, at this point, sure, we're going to do our analysis, but I almost want to say it's pretty clear cut.
Yeah, I agree as well.
Bleed.
Yeah, I agree. It's Bleed Esports. But at the same time, I want to talk a little bit more into the ideas that is going through with Bleed as well as Bren Esports' mind. Because Bren Esports, they have a very clear cut here. They have, I would say, a poking composition where they pretty much outrange Bleed Esports in terms of all their skills. And on top of it, in terms of power spike for the junglers as well, Bane, if they don't really snowball in early game, Bane doesn't contribute in terms of a lot of damage in towards the mid towards the later stage game unless he transitions towards a hybrid build or maybe even full switch into the damage once you reach towards the later stage game.
I mean, furthermore, right, even talking about from the drafts, if you remember the second phases of bans, it was the Yu Zhang and the Terizla. Why? They are setting up for that Leslie pick. They want to have that backliner secured and nobody can touch him from the side of Bleed. Sure, Glue can go and penetrate towards the back line, but it's not effective because Bren, they have support that can cover for Super Marco. Take a look at the post game here. Man, it's just all towards the side of Bren.
Yeah, and on top of this as well, in terms of the damage taken here, you can see that Bleed Esports, obviously, they are the ones that take a little bit more damage. But I also want to highlight the fact that the itemization coming from Bleed Esports was extremely greedy. They wanted to play this poke composition, focus on objectives. So what I mean by objectives is that they want to take advantage of this deadly catch, but in terms of greed as well, Kelv J actually went for the Clock of Destiny as a first item choice, trying to take advantage of this Eternal Gem buff to kind of sustain the lanes and trying to force fights. But Bren Esports is saying like, I don't care, I'm just going to be in your face and just wipe your face. We're not going to play this poke strategy. We're just going to go in with Kaja, Divine Judgment, and then just pick people off.
Honestly, there is quite a lot that I want to talk about the very first game of this series, which we're going to touch on just a little bit later, perhaps even during the draft, because I actually want to take something that the caster said where it looks like Sagitno as well as Kill VJ, they're on the same page. The rest aren't. So it's instead of like a 5v5, it's like 5 going against 3+2.
Yep.
So perhaps some disconnect there. But for now, we got to talk about the MVP of the game. And the MVP is going over to Few, 3-0 and 11, 93% kill participation. And I gotta say, I kind of feel like the mid trio for both teams, I kind of feel like the game was decided in the first 3 minutes.
I mean, indeed, first 5 minutes, it was a 2,500 gold gap as well. So that is already an uphill to climb. But Few, very effective, very optimal, always rotating towards that gold lane. And let's see the replay here.
Yeah, based on this replay here, you can see Bleed Esports, they don't really have the position to contest this. There was a little bit of miscommunication coming in from JPL as well as KFJ, but Bren Esports, they understood that they can outrange. And the moment if Bleed Esports commit into their territory, that is where Bren Esports will shine. And time again, you can see Bren Esports is always forcing Bleed Esports to overcommit their stay and overextend instead of actually forcing Bleed Esports to back off instead. So it feels like Bleed Esports was struggling to force Bren Esports to commit to them because that is where their skills are within their reach. If they counter-engage, Bleed Esports will be stronger, but every single time, Bren Esports has denied them that opportunity.
For Bren, honestly, the map is never dark. The fact that they have the Novaria as well as the Leslie should be more than enough to get you like 80% of the vision throughout the game. But the thing is, when you have a Lapu Lapu as well as a Fredrin that you could basically invade the team's jungle, and you have the Kaja as well, just to be like, okay, if anyone gets caught by JPL, I got you. I can make this trade more profitable for us. So overall, I would have to say, Bren, very good teamwork, but the draft as well, it just allows them to have amazing vision throughout the game. I can't say the same thing for Bleed because I kind of feel like JPL, he wants to get pickoffs, but he just can't find the targets.
Funny you should say JPL. If you notice, Few was on a Purify, but I have not seen that game.
Yep.
Few tap that Purify. So that spell was a little bit of a waste, but it's very effective, right? He wants to play safe. He respects the pick-off potential, but I have not seen few use that Purify that game.
Yep, again, congratulations to Brand Esports winning the first game in this best of 3. Again, that was a very quick match. A lot of goal difference. We have to see whether it will continue in game number 2, because I kind of feel like game number 1, Bleed more or less played with their comfort. But the thing is, they're not allowed to play their composition. Everyone was losing their lane.
Yeah, I feel like they are trying to adapt to the strategies from the side of Red Esports, right? Red Esports from the get-go, Novaria, blah, blah. These are all the heroes that have very, very long range in terms of poke strategy. But the problem is that composition is designed to poke at heroes. Bleed, however, tried to adapt by like, hey, you know what? We're going to bring in the Bane to try and poke at objectives. So they were eyeing for the fact that they needed a snowball for this Bane in order to enable it, which unfortunately got denied right from the get-go from the first hurdle onwards.
It's very hard looking at the composition to execute. Sure, it's somehow straightforward, right? You want to pick off with that Cho, with that also the hero that just good with pickoffs, but again, the kiting potential from the side of Bren was just evident in that game. Very hard. And I mean, Leo mentioned that 12 minutes in, 10 minutes in was a 12,000 gold gap. So
yeah,
man, that's just hard.
Here's the thing. We look at the composition from Bren. It's all about just getting from point A to point B.
Yep.
If you want to make sure you get from point A to point B, we got to say thank you very much to DHL. And again, I got to give a quick shout out for all of you guys watching, because something is going on here. And what is going on is the FEBot Dash Cup. Win 5,000 euros. All you guys got to do is actually go to esl.gg/FEBot to join. Quick shout out again, thank you very much to DHL. Moving back into the conversation between both teams, what can they do now? What do they have to adjust?
Ooh, okay. Personally, I feel like Bleed Esports, the first thing they're gonna adjust is their drafts for sure. They're trying to adapt to their opponents a little bit more rather than play towards their comfort zone. I feel like they are still playing a little bit more comfort here. Pick off composition, but the Bane felt like it was forced for the fact that, hey, you know what? If you're trying to play Nova, going for this kind of poke, I am going to try and chip at your towers. However, it was never able to actually do that because of the fact that, you know, based on this draft, you can see up on screen that they don't really have heroes that can actually zone that. And every single time JP was trying to threaten it, you brought up as well, vision control coming from Bren Esports is just so much better compared to Bleed Esports because of the fact that Bren knows where they are. We know how to get the jump ahead of time. If they're isolated, boom, instantly Divine Judgment come in, someone dies immediately.
Honestly, I just want to open up the conversation. How can you make sure that Super Marco doesn't win his lane that hard?
I think, surface value, I think someone needs to babysit him. But then again, sometimes rotating towards your gold lane, babysitting your gold lane can cause trouble for your other 3 teammates, right? So it's very tricky. I mean, from the drafts here, I feel like Bren has already has a understanding on how they want to execute it, how they're just dictating the draft. And I feel like in game 2, Bleed Esports, they need to figure something out fast if they really want to stop this train.
I also just want to bring up, I kind of feel like for them to adapt in this game, learn to choose your battles, because there are quite a few times where they're trying to contest for the turtle. I think the positioning wasn't that great and it caused them to make a lot of mistakes. And I saw in the bottom lane where 3 members of Bleed tried to force out the turret, you know, trying to chunk it down as fast as they can. But it just gave time for Ogwen to eventually get there and then get some kills for the team. So I kind of feel like they got to make sure they understand where they can actually win the battles and don't force the fight where Bren themselves wanted in the first place.
Yeah, I agree. And that's the thing about overextension, right? You know, playing into their favor and taking into their own territory. And so far, every single time Bren has won the fight is because of the fact that Bleed took the initiative to dive into their favor. But if Bren decide to dive into their favor, then it's going to be counterintuitive. However, like I said as well, power spike on Bane is very questionable when it comes to tank Banes. Early game, you have some sort of damage, but as you go to the mid game, you don't really have a lot. You're just a big squid running around. You soak some damage, you do a little bit of stuns here and there, but you don't really contribute a lot of damage compared to a Frederick who comes in, taunts you, oh, I soak some damage. You know what? That's one punch you. Somebody's going to die. One big fat cone, everyone is going to die.
I mean, especially if you're a Bane tank, and you're under. The position was just so very hard for Bleed Esports to make something out of nothing. And it seems like Brand Esports, again, they understood that. They played disciplinedly. Only a couple of deaths were taken from their side. I can say a perfect game coming from the side of Bren. I want to see more. Can they stay consistent in the second game, or will Bleed Esports manage to kidnap?
Honestly, the thing about Bren is they're good at hemorrhaging their opponents. And they just get salt and they just add it to the wound. Because Bleed did not seem like there was any crack in the defense of Bren. So even the early game, if you mess that one up, is not going to be looking too good. We're going to jump into the draft very, very soon where, again, picking up the Valentina is great. Picking up the blue is great. There are opportunities where you can win the lane, but I'm gonna agree with the casters here. You gotta play around that as well, which is going back into my own point about picking your battles, picking the battles that you can actually win, because it does seem like they're a little bit unsure of who's winning and who's losing.
Yeah, I agree. You know, when it comes to who's winning and losing, it feels like when it comes to Bleed Esports, that final pick of Leslie kind of disrupt them and throw them off because of the fact that JPL is supposed to be like setting up this kind of plays, but how can he do so where one ultimate from Leslie pretty much reveals the position of JPL not once but multiple times? I think one of it as well, JPL was actually caught off because of the fact that the moment he was revealed, everyone from Brand just jumped in and harassed him out.
Well, see here from the second game, what will the draft be? Brand Esports will have the blue side here opting again, banning out that Eve just like they did in that first game. So it seems like Brent here, they're cooking something up for, we don't want to deal with the Eve.
I kind of feel like they just want a composition where we saw just now a very brute force heavy, not the item, but meaning like the way that they play. They just want to charge in. Basically, Eve is pretty good against fighters as well as tanks. They probably just want a lot of that and then give a lot of space for Super Marco. In this kind of situation, banning out the Joy is pretty okay, and Brand, they're going to ban the Kajam themselves, which for me does show that they don't want to first pick it, but they completely understand the damage of a second pick Kaja can be.
I feel like in terms of priority, they still prioritize Fredrin a little bit higher because they're on the first pick, right? So it's either Novaria or Fredrin, which is a good call there. But I feel like because of the Eve and Kaja, it feels like they are leaning a little bit more on Fredrin because of the fact that Fredrin needs those mobility. The real mobility kind of denies that. If you get caught on it here, you're just going to be stuck here with a lot of slow. So I guess they're leaning a little bit more. I might be wrong, but it's just my tell. But Kadita, similar bans once again from Bleed Esports.
Probably just making sure that in the game, FMM and KLVJ will have a pretty okay time. Because the thing about the Kaja, the Kadita as well as the Joy, they just don't care about who's in front. And not gonna lie, it's kind of helping out Brand as well because their composition is about having a pretty strong front line, and then everyone else from behind has a free time. So in a way, Bleed's ban is helping out Brand as well.
I completely agree with that. I mean, Brand Esports can definitely exploit that Kadita ban. And looking at their last ban, it's going to be the Fredrin. So I personally feel it's going to be, they're prioritizing the Novaria here. Question is, Bleed Esports, will they...
Ouch.
Yeah, are they forced to ban the Novaria out? Because remember, first game, Few got the MVP.
This is really smart because if you're talking about two prior picks here, 1-1 is also in the pool as well. And Fanny as well. So these are things that Bleed Esports, they need to decide. Do they ban the Fanny? If they do, Novaria as well as 1-1 is going to be out for grabs. Brand Esports, pretty sure they are going to lean a little bit more on that 1-1 potentially. I might be wrong, but this is posed a very, very big question of Bleed Esports. How do you want to play this tempo? Because if one of these heroes lead into as Brand Esports, means that you need hard heroes that can actually deal with potentially a Fanny or maybe even a 1-1 as well to a certain degree, which kind of goes against their usual playstyle of going for the Cho. But no, Valentina gets banned out instead, so they are leaving it open.
Here's the thing. I'm looking at the mid lane. Eve gets banned out. Valentina gets banned out. The Kadita gets banned out. Novaria is a pretty good pick. You can pick it now. The Kaja is not there as well, but they're picking up the Arlet. Now I'm just thinking, what other mid lane heroes are they looking at? Because the Pharsa might be good, but you gotta make sure that you're safe. If the Lancelot is there, if the Yuzong is there, it's not gonna be a fun time for the Pharsa.
Yeah, I feel like Brand Esports needs to withdraw with backstand that mage pick. But it seems like Bleed now. Question, right? Arlet, sure, very strong in the lane. What do you want to do? Do you want to contest in that EXP, or do you want to just pick a hero that is just hold off that lane and somehow passive EXP laner? But it seems like Bleed can definitely pick up the Novaria here to take it away from the hands of few.
I think denying it away will be a safer pick as well. It's definitely a no-brainer to actually go for it, but I feel like they're still afraid of the potential Fanny pickup, which Brand Esports may pick it up, but no, they don't go for the Novaria. They bring in the Faramis and the Martis, and seems like they are afraid that Brand Esports might bring the Glue as well, so I think with the Faramis, Glue is pretty much out of the equation. I don't think it's a big prio, but you know, Faramis just destroys Glue every single time Split comes in.
I mean, the Arlet is there as well. So,
true. I don't think it's going to happen too.
Yeah. Honestly, the Faramis pick, I think it is just because the Eve is not there. Because it's kind of not fun to play the Faramis into the Eve. And another thing as well, there is potential that what Bleed is thinking is that Brand kind of wants to play pickoff, because Faramis can kind of counter that with the Altar, but you kind of always have to be all around the map. Very interesting pick here for the Faramis, but this does leave Novaria open. Is there any excuse for Few not to pick it up? No, there's not. He's just going to pick it up.
Oh, with the Minotaur as well. Novaria, again, outranges Faramis, so sure. So, again, that Faramis not going to have a good time in that head-to-head. To add to that, they add another hero that can soak in a lot of damage, can cause a lot of destruction during 5v5.
3 things here. 3 things.
Tell me.
Number 1, Astral Echo, slowing down opponents as well as increasing their hitbox. Gonna be great for Minotaur. Gonna ensure that Minuin Free actually hits everyone. So that's number 1. Number 2, if you want to dive into Bren, are you seriously going to dive against a Minotaur and an Arlet? It's not gonna work well. You need some kind of range to deal with this. And number 3, Arlet loves it. When your opponent is gonna get stunned up, it's gonna be very easy for him to proc the Vengeance every single time.
Oh, they go for the Beatrix instead. I was expecting them to actually lock down the Glue, which is something that they're comfortable as well. Because here's a little bit fun fact as well, SPS from Season 1 as well, we have seen a lot of high win rate percentage with Faramis and Glue as a composition, as a two-way ticket to kind of isolate players and then take them out. So this is something that I was very surprised that Bleed didn't go for it. But at the same time, if they go for it, means that, you know, Bren can decide to pick the Fanny later on. Means that, you know, if you force the Kufra, it kind of counter-negates your composition of trying to play this push and pull effect, because Kufra goes in, you're all in, and you're no way out.
Yeah, another perspective is why they pick up a marksman here is they want to limit the marksman option in that second phase, right? They can eliminate perhaps carry, perhaps that 1-1 is also up and available, but they will definitely ban out that Melissa. So again, limiting the marksman, because Super Marco in that first game was also a beast. Now, Brand Esports here, looking at their composition, that Minotaur, man, can catch you off guard, because the second skill can heal you. So if you go for all ends and miscalculate, Brand Esports is going to punch you back.
Honestly, this might be premature, but the first 3 picks of Brand, I'm loving it. I'm
pretty scary.
I'm already on board. Having Arlet S tier, Novaria S tier. Minotaur is just there to kind of like provide support. So the draft is pretty good. I kind of feel like the Beatrix is there as well, because ultra late game 4-item Beatrix is going to be pretty strong, and there is an option for Beatrix to play a little bit more range with both the Renner as well as the Nibiru. If needed, can use the Bennett as well. So betting out the Melissa, great idea. Going up against the Faramis, everyone wants to clump up. Melissa likes when you're clumped up, so that's good. Other than that, I'm thinking of the Claude as well, because if they have no way to lock anyone down, the Claude is going to be hella annoying, but they're taking out the Fanny.
Oh my goodness. I thought for a second they were going to ban the Claude because of the Count Altar, but they brought in the Fanny instead. But now, Brand Esports, they take this 3, they ban off the Glue as well, which is something that actually allows this Faramis to kind of excel in what it does in terms of clumping out fights. So this is going to be a big problem for them, because eventually, because they ban off the Fanny, Claude is in this equation, and Bleed Esports, they need to find a way to deal with this Claude. Or maybe in this case, Red Esports might decide to just say, hey, you know what, I'm gonna bring a Assassin jungle, a higher booster to a certain degree, maybe even the Landstorm as well, to just cut the back lines, and just there's nothing really you can do about it from Bleed Esports.
And one hero that Bleed can play around with that last pick is Atlas, right? I mean, Brand Esports, they ban out that Diggy. And they haven't picked up the one where but no, they commit to a Franco here, not towards that last pick. So they're saving up that flexibility because Marcus can play the XP. So I feel like they're playing it rather safely here. Let's see what will Brand Esports bring out to the table. They need DPS. Claude.
Okay, I think Claude is definitely a safer pick to actually go for it, but I'm curious to see whether or not can they find those opportunities, because in terms of jungler, I don't think this is jungle Mino, right? I don't think this is going to be the case. But when it comes to
it could.
It could, but I don't think so. I'm personally not a big fan of it, but knowing the Philippines, they love their jungle Minos, which is weird.
But I kind of feel like this is going to be a roam minnow, especially because there's so much options in the jungle. Oh, Balman wasn't the first that come to mind, but again, Balman did get buffed, making it so that even if you build tanky, your lethal counter will hurt a lot. It doesn't change the dynamic of the turtle as well as the Lord take, but the damage on the heroes is going to be quite a lot, especially when you have the Novaria as well as the Brody. They're going to be chunking a lot of the HP down, so it's going to be very easy for the Balman to hit the lethal counter.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the last pick here, again, looking at the composition from Brent, I'm thinking, what is the loophole here that Bleed can definitely exploit? But looking at the composition, they have someone that can soak in damage. They have DPS. They have also burst. Masha is their perhaps saving grace here. I don't know how it will play out. So with the Masha, they want to win that EXP.
You know what? I'm loving the draft from Bren. What do you guys think?
I like Bren as well.
Me too. Me too.
Like they're forcing the draft a little bit more from Bleed with the Masha pickup. Like just because they need somebody to tank even more.
Well, with that being said, we're gonna throw it over to Lyoko because I don't know, man. This draft, I'm not feeling too good.
Thank you so much, Lafel, Agani, and Terrence. Lyoko here at your service. How local was that draft?
That was pretty loco, man. It was crazy loco because, again, it really feels like Brent were able to force out a lot of these crazy picks from Bleed, even the Masha towards the end. We completely understand the Masha pick. We were actually hovering over the Yuzong, the Lampu, but the Masha is really good against the Brody, as a Brody player myself. So what about you, Leo? What do you think about the drafts?
I think it's better than Game 1, definitely, talking about how Bleed Esports just was not presenting much. But for Bren, I like how they're pushing the envelope here, how they're showing us something new, given that we were expecting Lancelot, right? Yeah. But now it's Kyle Teasy rocking this Balmond, which we saw very sparingly in the last major tournament that was MSC. Now getting into the Land of Dawn, it's a purple mirror start for both of them. And you can see the Balmond is a little faster here. I'm worried about that Martis though, because a Martis that doesn't snowball, that doesn't find the right target after each target that he kills, basically isn't worth much. So looking at Bren Esports, the only real one you can jump from is Few, and Few is so great at using space.
You know, fun fact, last time I saw a Balman pick in my ranked games was back when I was in the Legend. And you guys can get your Legend tickets right now because it's the only one available. As Flatteasy gets a double stun, Brent should be able to find this Lethal Wanderer. That's a good retreat from Calteasy to go and collapse onto Bleed, trying to go for more invades. But I think we had a little bit of a discussion as well, Leo, about the matchups here for the gold lane, especially. Beatrix versus Brody, we said it is a skill matchup.
It's a 50-50. You just press the buttons better, you place yourself better on the map, and you can win. And I think that's what's happening here. Super Marco. Look, he's pushing him out. He's getting those stacks in.
Yeah, Beatrix definitely has he has an okay time if you just go for the farm, but you gotta remember that you need to just last hit. If you shove the wave, Brody will have control. Once Brody freezes the wave, which Super Marco is doing right now, there's not much counterplay to it unless, obviously, you get a second guy down below into the gold lane, which is right now JPL. And I think if they want to switch things up, this is the game to do so. They want to get the Beatrix into that mid-game power spike as fast as possible to get this Brody and try to shut him down. Because if he gets snowballed, if he gets the turrets, it can be over in the 4th, 5th minute.
Yep, which is a throwback to Game 1. In Game 1, Bren Esports did so well to open up the map for Super Marco. And here, looks like Bleed is off to a better start here. On the right foot, if we will. Now, so get new spots, shenanigans, Turtle gets taken, and it looks like there's not much. He's going to survive this, most likely. But to no avail, is this what we expected from the Masha? Is this what they wanted to do here in the XP lane?
I think it is sort of what they wanted to do, but the thing is, you need to have instant synergy when it comes to that. If you have a Masha distracting, you need to have the members on the other side of the map ready, prepared to go for a trade. And unfortunately here, Deck was just not on the same page. He did not go for the orange buff fast enough, and he actually focused on his purple buff. Meanwhile here, Kaltizi with an invaded cheeky one. He's gonna fall. First blood to Bleed Esports, and the Masha is already doing really, really good early on.
All right. This is definitely uncharacteristic of Bren Esports, especially seeing what they did in Game 1. What was Kyle TZ doing in that deep? Was there not enough information on the map saying, hey, there could be 2 or 3 Bleed members roaming around, and this is a dangerous invade, this is a dangerous steal? He tried to commit Grand Theft Orange to no avail. That was a wasted rotation there. Definitely a win for Bleed.
He got caught by the cops. 1-star cop run.
That was a 1-star wasted, man.
That was.
If you know, you know. That it's not very good.
I think it's like, you know, he thinks he has a sports car because, you know, he's an assassin player. He's very mobile.
That's right.
But in that situation, again, this is why we kind of mention it's a bit uncharacteristic to see Kyle on a utility jungler.
That's right.
Especially something like a Balman with very, very low mobility and very low playmaking potential.
Yeah, he was actually buffed or reconfigured in the last big patch, and it doesn't affect much of his farming. So in that moment when he was farming and there was not much follow-through, because again, lethal counter was buffed as well, there was nothing. There was no reason for Kyle to be that deep in. So I'm hoping Bren Esports can, for the sake of their victory here, repair that and then fix that communications breakdown, or for Bleed take advantage so we make it to Game 3, because again, it's not perfect. Bren Esports are not flawless as they seemed in Game 1. Now, with the pull, Brent's still 500 gold ahead. JPL and FMM revealed. I'm wondering what's Few and Kyle thinking. Ogwin takes a nice pixel brush. Turtle at half health.
Should be a free one now with lethal counter. Perfect calculation as the mid lane gets shoved in by Deck. Despite dying in the first few minutes of the game, Kaltizi is still up 1 level. He's trying to make it 2 levels right now. That's a final slash. Brings Sagitnu back. Few with a good snipe down. Kaltizi has a lethal counter. Sagitnu should fall here, but he's not in range just yet. That's the vengeance. 1 more is all he needs, but he wants to give it to Kyle TZ, who picks it up a bit risky there. They really want to snowball forward, but here you can already see Brent already has an 84% chance of winning. Deck, he's going to lose out on that one, and Kyle's still holding on to that lead. He wants everything in enemy jungle.
So this is his version of playing greedy, right? Like, again, I think that's what explains that attempted steal on the orange, is he was playing very greedy. And what's that led them to? Again, just a smorgasbord of items on this Balman, who is about 800 gold ahead currently of Deck. And I'm thinking about Deck here. Again, we mentioned how if he's not snowballing, if he's not decimating on decimating on decimating, what do they expect to do? And I don't think there's enough burst from Bleed to do that.
Not enough burst at all from Bleed, but looking at the other side, there's a lot of burst on Bren that actually works. And I want to give props to Super Marco here, because he understands completely what made or what makes Brody really hard to execute in this patch. The steel leg plates and the buff to the Dreadnought armor, anti-Cuirass, is really what kind of stomps Brody, and why we really didn't even think about the Brody.
Yep.
The fact that he went for the Fury Hammer straight to the Melfic Roar really gives him a lot to say in this game. And look at his emblem. I didn't actually realize this. JPL with a good hook. That's a Bloody Hunt as well, but it should not be a kill. Ogwen should be able to disengage. Lethal counter! Almost taking JPL down. Ogwen forced to flicker out a snipe. Ogwen with a sidestep. And now it's just FMM swapping weapons. But back to my point.
Yes.
Melfic Roar, Fury Hammer, Double Pen, and Weapon Mastery.
Yep, and again, by going with early Malefic Roar, you're going to see increasing returns. And so far, I'm sure there are like a couple of content creators and analysts out there who have done the math. The earlier you get it, the better. Especially when you want to snowball, when you want to stop your opponent from getting much burst. FMM! How's a pickoff? Bren Esports, just one. Just one down bottom. What do you want down bottom? Everything.
Yeah, everything, and the turret too. This 6-minute turret take is going to be quite massive because it enables Super Marco to rotate across the map and transition and convert on that lead even more. And you can see the Melfic Roar did so much with the Fury Hammer too.
So good.
Steel leg plates for FMM. That's what you go for when you're up against a Brody, up against a bully in lane. But when you go for Melfic Roar first item, Steel leg plates has no impact.
It's a wash, man. You wear pants, it goes right through it. And what's beautiful about what Super Marco did here is He has the Fury Hammer and then a couple of Legion Swords. Now it's up to him. The world is his oyster. He can build whatever he wants from there. If he sees more pants, then he adjusts Hunter Strike. If he doesn't and he sees that maybe Bleed is getting a little greedy, Blade of Despair. I'm all for it. And now, so far, Bleed are just, again, trying to stop the bleeding. They know that bottom lane has permanent damage, not going to be as clear for FMM to farm from. Good news, though, FMM is farming up quite a bit, despite that early death, despite being 0, 1, and 0. Ooh. Now, looking elsewhere, I'm not so sure if this is the right move, because FMM didn't rotate either. It's just as dangerous down bottom, even if you do send a couple of mid laners.
It's going to be very hard. I mean, catching an Arlet, especially an Arlet that has a lead, you know, it's just going to be very, very hard. Super Marco as well here, you saw that he already completed the BOD in the 8th minute of the game with a Malefic Roar. Oh. Usually, you complete your BOD because you go for Fury Hammer first and then BOD. The fact that he's able to do that, Malefic to BOD in the 8th minute, that's the time span as to usually when you get just Fury Hammer and BOD. Just a small little item, but it seems like for Bren, they're not just penetrating leg plates, they're also penetrating the enemy jungle.
Yep, and given the situation, Bren Esports have mounted themselves onto a position wherein they can call the shots. Again, very similar to game 1, not for the lack of vision from Bleed this time around, but wait, that was a possible engage. And here's the thing, we haven't even seen the Minotaur do much.
Oh my god, Leo. When you see Super Marco's first skill, when the fact that Super Marco's first skill can take the whole Cult Ultra HP, it is already disastrous for Bleed. And that's just the power spike. The fact that Brody has this big of a lead in the 8th minute of the game, you can expect these objectives to just go down, especially with the lethal counter with a Balman on that Demon Slayer as well. There's not much you can do when you're Bleed right now. You can just wait as you get suffocated.
And so far, in the past 8-9 minutes, Super Marco has been a major cause for Bleed's problems, right? That's blocking them from even thinking about Game 3. And he hasn't even died yet. Even if, let's say, Bleed can mount a comeback and try to stop Super Marco, where's it going to come from? Sagitnu from a weird angle? A hook from JPL? Again, Deck, I'm not sure what he has to do here. As a frontliner, maybe go for disengage, look for this. Sagitnu with a jump in.
They have good pill, and man, they have good mechanics too. Just easily sidestepping through JPL's Iron Hook. And I don't know if you paid attention to this, Leo, but I want everyone to see how much damage Super Marco does with one hit on the turret. He took that turret down with 2 hits, and it was half HP, right? So I just really want to see what Super Marco does to the turrets right now as Kaltizi jumps into the backline once again. Take a look. You see? So much damage. This is what Brody is made for. If you get Brody ahead, now with the Hep to Seize as well, there's more penetration and more burst damage to come through. Every turret, tier 2 is gone. And again, it's 6k at 10.
Just chooses one. This is a gold laner's wet dream.
Yeah, it's Brody's wet dream.
Specifically.
And
Super Marco has been the linchpin, the pivot point for Bren Esports. And even if Kyle Teasy has suffered an early death again for an uncharacteristic level of greed in the first 2 to 3 minutes, it was all on Super Marco. And again, deja vu. Bren Esports have opened up the gold lane, and it led to this. This is what we have.
You see the damage leaderboard, there's not much. Like, you see Super Marco is like, alright, he's doing damage, but he's not doing that much damage. But then you take a look at the damaged turrets. Yep. It should be Super Marco alone at the top. Very lonely.
But this is good news for Bleed, because at least they know. They have situational awareness that if we can avoid Super Marco for long enough and build up an arsenal in FMM, maybe we stand a chance. Speaking of which, what's our homie FMM building up here? He has a Blade of Despair of his own, pair of pants, tack speed boots, and then maybe build up his own Malefic Roar here. So yeah, definitely way behind. Oh, about 3k. Oh, almost 3k, 2.5 to be specific. Oh, it's so tough.
And Marco understands that, you know what, I already have the damage, I already have a massive lead, I don't want to go for all offensive items. Meanwhile, here, up top, Sagitnu is going to be bursted down, goes in for Thunderclap, is able to connect on to Super Marco, but Horn Apart Memory should be able to take him down right here, right now. Sagitnu down, Super Marco already on the way to that Wind of Nature, just what I was going to say, and he got it, he already has the Wind of Nature, so sure. Alright, Bleed, let's say they do hold out until FMM gets his item, Power Spike, which is, I would say, still quite a long way from getting to that power spike. But even if he does, Wind of Nature. It's done.
Yep. Where then, right? And again, how do you even line up the shots to make sure that FMM gets him in? Again, this is a DPS hero you're looking at. Even if you do catch him with the Renner ults, it's very difficult. Free Lord here, given over to Bren Esports, and they're just going to start taking everything away. Oh, Lord. They even kept the little baby purple.
Yeah. They even got the blade armor for Kaltizi.
Even Deck can't farm up. This is good for the King, for KLVJ, but I guess good news, bad news, right? Bad news, what's happening now? Just take a look, right? As a Bleed fan, this isn't what you want to see. Good news is, good high ground defense. I think there's enough peel between Deck, JPL, and Sagitnu for Kiel and FMM to just clear waves. But they have to play it very, very well. They have to play it right. And that's even just thinking about and assuming Ogwen won't do much. We haven't really seen a big ticket Minoan Fury yet.
No, and that's crazy because usually Bren, it really is dependent on Ogwen. If Ogwen makes the play, if he opens up a fight, Bren just follows. Here, the fact that he's just chilling in the back. Meanwhile, wait, Zach might actually be solo kill here.
No.
That's what the Unbending Will does, man. So much damage. And only lethal counter from Kaltizi as he jumps forward under the base turret. A good stun onto kill VJ as he's able to bring Kaltizi back to the turret, but it's only going to be a first base turret taken down up top for free. Nothing Bleed can do. And look at how how Bren managed to waste. Final slash! Bringing Deck all the way to the back. That's a good iron hook with the Bloody Hunt as well. Catching him under the base with an Abuser's Bastion. That's the decimation as well, but with the lethal counter and a Minion Fury to knock two members up. It should just be Bren who can push forward, plow down on Bleed Esports with View as well. Finding another kill. Now it's a Sea Halberd for Marco. Super Marco with a flicker forward and the stun now with One Nature as well. Dealing some damage back again. There's some healing coming in from that minion. But that's going to be another kill. Super Marco, even though he falls, he gets a double. And it's a 7-3 stat line. Not as fast as game number 1, but still calm, stone cold, and efficient.
Precision with blunt force. That's what Bren Esports has brought into this series, earning them a 2-0 victory, a sweep over Bleed. Miracle, correct me if I'm wrong, there was only just really one big ticket Minoan Fury, and that was for the win.
Yeah, it was for the win, right? We mentioned it. Ogwen, he's usually the playmaker for the team, so once he makes the play, you know it's over.
Is Master Ogwen, business as usual. And let's hear from LaFell.
You know what? Throwing straight to us is kind of apt because I'm speechless, dude. I mean, like, for both games, what was that? It was like 8K gold lead, and the thing is, this time, it's so one-sided that Bren did not have to take fights. They just took the turrets without contests.
You know, I think when it comes to the drafts as well, Bleed Esports had literally no damage to actually threaten Bren in this moment of the situation, right? Like, every single time they go into the fight here, they just don't have the tools to actually scare off a pushback Bren. Like, you pick a Franco, great, yeah. If you don't hit your hooks, what else can you do? And it's kind of like the same situation on how Flash kind of happened in the earlier series, if you think about it.
Honestly, even if Franco got the hook, I don't think it would have mattered because the Minotaur could come in, and with the stun, it's basically going to stop the Franco and everyone else in between. So, this was a rough game.
This was a rough game. If we're talking about the items, I mean, Brody, the caster has said it all, right? Penetration, penetration, and a penetration. Even towards the end, Super Marco opted for that Sea Halberd. Now, in hindsight, the composition from Bleed, a lot of single lock targets, which I just dislike, right? Franco, Masha, and as well as that March is just single lock. Not a lot of AoEs in that composition, which, of course, again, Bren Esports, they were able to just exploit that. A lot of single locks. Okay, let me just clump up 3, a lot of 4s, even 5, and Bleed Esports, their composition was overwhelmed. So again, from the items, it was a similar story to game 1 where they just had a lot of gold to play around with.
You know, personally, I'm not a big fan of the Balmond jungle, but the way they played it in terms of itemization coming from Bren here, pay attention to this. Heptizzi, he's got a Fury Hammer. We've got an early Blade of Heptizzi coming from Super Marco. I think it was like second item purchase coming from him. And every single time he hit, yeah, Super Marco may not be able to threaten as much as we expect in the early stage of the game, but him getting those armor reductions and penetrations and reducing the armor of Bleed Esports allowed him to kind of chip away at everyone from side Bleed Esports. And this is what I mean by threatening their back lines. And every single time Bleed takes a fight, you can see that most of the time their health are getting threatened because of the fact that they just don't have enough damage to mirror what Brand Esports is trying to do.
Well, Mirko called it. In terms of tower damage, Super Marco is going to be doing quite a lot. And again, we saw like what, 4 basic attacks and the turret is down. It's very, very scary. And compliments to Mirko as well for calling out Super Marco's build. Getting a lot of penetration, making it so that, yeah, you have armor, but armor kind of doesn't matter when you have the Malefic Roar early game. And Leo is correct. Analysts have been doing the calculations. You can build a Malefic Roar early game, and it does help out quite a lot. Total heals, Sagino healed a lot, but again, in this game, it is not enough. Speaking of which, we got to look at the MVP for this game. The MVP is going over to Super Marco for 1 and 2. But the thing is, he got majority of his kills at the end of the game.
I mean, that shows objective, right? Game plan that he is able to just farm up in the early game while also be just poking damage towards the side of Bleed Esports. You can see here from the early game, a little mistake there by the Battleman, but he found compensation. He recovered, and after that, Brand Esports played a splendid game of Mobile Legends.
Yeah, here's a little bit underrated as well. I like how Brand Esports has so many layers of thinking into their drafts, right? Like, you've got this armor penetration composition to try and enable both the fighters to do their own thing, but at the same time, you've got Phil always making sure that he's providing vision on where Bleed Esports is. Even if you don't hit your ultimate, you kind of have a rough idea of where they are, but if you do hit it, it kind of slows down Bleed Esports' rotation. And if you think about it here, every hero from the side of Bleed Esports doesn't have high mobility at all. On top of it all, Farmis, every single time KillJ tries to set up a 5v5 fight, Brand Esports just says, I don't care. I've got this Balmon in the backlines threatening the Farmis, and yeah, you can't group up as 5, I'll just pick you on bit by bit.
Looking at the reactions coming in from the players, again, congratulations to Brand Esports getting the win 2-0. Their reactions, I was almost expecting to be like, yeah, we won. It's okay. They reacted quite more, so I'm like, okay, that's great. They're still excited for winning.
Yeah,
because I kind of feel like at that point, they're just like, yeah, we're kind of used to it.
Yeah, I was quite surprised as well from their reaction, but again, a clean performance of both games, right? From the Brand Esports, again, on paper, they're a solid, clean team. Again, not disappointing the fans that they can stay consistent going up against the team from Singapore.
You know what? Now we're jumping straight into an interview later on because here's the thing. We got time. We got time. So now we're going to talk to Brand. First of all, how are you guys feeling? Okay, let's just plug that in. Let's test. Let's see if the mic works. It's very intimate, by the way.
Close and personal.
All right.
Okay.
Test, say hello.
Test, hello.
All right. So, again, I just got to say, you guys, the way you guys reacted for the win is like you guys were really excited. But the game looked very easy. How do you guys feel about the game?
Ikaw muna, ikaw yung player. How do you guys feel about the game?
Yeah.
Ano yung feeling mo sa
we feel excited because we have a long break and we're so excited to play on tournaments.
Yeah,
we don't want to practice.
Here's the
we
thing.
want tournaments.
Here's the thing. The game just now almost looked like you guys were scrimming. Did you guys thought it would be that one-sided?
When we play on tournaments, we always treat it as a scrim.
Always treating it like a scrim. And now, I gotta ask, with that kind of performance, how confident are you guys to go to Jakarta?
I think we're 100% confident because we're so hungry for championship titles right now.
You know, I've got a question here because earlier today, just now, when Archives Esports, we had an interview with Doggy. They predicted that you guys were going to be taking the series and you guys are going to be facing them off later on. What are your thoughts on Archives Esports as coming from Doggy as well?
I think Archives Esports is strong, but we will give our 100% when we face each other.
Okay, so with that in mind, right, you're confident in winning the match going up against Archive Esports? Can I confirm that?
Yes. Very confident. Also, our coach is super confident.
Hey. I just want to know, do you guys think it will be a 2-0?
I don't think so. I think it will be a hard fight.
Okay. You know what? Fair enough. You know, if it becomes a 2-1, because so far throughout the entire day, it has been a 2-0. But I gotta say, the game was so clean. Just a quick question, because we have our own opinions. Do you guys think you guys won because of the draft, or you guys just out-rotated Bleed Esports?
I think we won because we won because we're doing what we are doing on scrims. Like, we executed it pretty well. So that's how we won.
You know what? If you're screaming that well, to the point where you're actually treating the tournament as scrims, you know what? You guys deserve to win. But with that being said, do you guys have anything to say to all of the fans that are watching the game right now that is supporting Brand Esports?
Coach Bren.
Yep. Coach, you can have it.
Mga supporters ng Bren.
We thank all the supporters of Bren for supporting us, even though our journey in MPL was very, very unfortunate. To those who keep supporting us through SEA Games and through the other tournaments that we will do, we really give the world support us.
All right, thank you very much, Coach Bren, as well as Flap TZ. We will let you guys go right now to celebrate with the team, and thank you for the interview. And yeah, Coach Bren basically just said that thank you everyone for supporting us, even though the journey in MPL wasn't that great, but they're going to make sure in this tournament, they're going to make it all the way. Looking at how they play, it's quite possible they could go all the way to the grand finals.
You know, it's funny, you missed out a translation here because he thought you were handsome. That's why that's the one part you actually messed out in terms of a translation. Yeah, you need a Tagalog translator? Yeah, I've got you.
But he was speaking in English.
No, he was speaking in Tagalog. You're tone deaf. Remember that. You're tone deaf.
The dynamics. I love it. But yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. I mean, well, to be fair, Terrence, you look handsome. LaFell,
hey,
you look handsome as well.
I disagree, but we're going to look at the next match coming up against EVOS Icon. That is coming up immediately after this. And like you said, the last match of the day is going to be Archives going up against Bren. He did say that Flap TZ was like, okay, it's probably going to be a 2-1. We'll see. In between as well, the match that you want to watch, Homeboys going up against RRQ. So far, it does seem like it's going to be quite a quick day, unless the third game gives us a big surprise.
You know, anything can happen at this stage of the game here. It is a Swiss format. You've got to go all out. But, you know, as a fun fact, the trash talks coming to the Philippines are really crazy, you know. We treated as scrims. Doggy took it on level. Oh, I thought it was a ping test.
I mean, can you blame them?
Ouch.
Can you blame them? Because now we're going to look at the brackets just to get a visual on what is going on, because we not only know now Archives is going up against Brand, but it's going to be Singapore going up against Singapore, Flash going up against Bleed, where one of them is going to get eliminated and one of them has a chance, the last chance, to actually qualify for the Challenge Finals.
Yep, in this case, the loser of Archives and Brand Esports is going to be facing off either of those winners, and they will be fighting for that last chance qualifier to make it into his Group E. However, for both Archives and Brand, they're both one game away to actually qualifying into his LAN event. However, let's talk a little bit more on Group B's brackets.
Yeah, after this, we are going to watch SMG going up against EVOS, Icon, Homeboys going up against RRQ. So, Malaysia versus Indonesia. We see Singapore going up against Philippines. I don't know, man. International tournaments, it makes me nervous.
I was about to ask, how nervous are you, LaFell, seeing this lineup, seeing this upcoming match?
How nervous am I? I want to say, okay, you know what? Every single example that I have, I don't think I can say on camera.
I don't think you should predict at all of
I feel like my head is underwater.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Yeah, I don't know. That's how nervous I am.
Yeah, I agree with you as well. But
I don't think I have a good example. I refuse to answer this question.
Don't make a prediction, LaFell. Don't make a prediction. But as of now, that's pretty much a game here, and I'm extremely excited to see how Team SNG MY is going to be going up against EVOS Icon. Both teams has pretty much iconic teams here. They have a stable roster from the previous season. They are very, very strong. EVOS Icon, we did see them coming in from the open qualifiers, and they showed that they are one of the most strongest teams to compete as well. Unfortunately, they dropped one game during... So, it feels like there is a lot of history here that is going on between the teams that are trying to make it to this MPL, because so far Archives Esports is one game away from directly qualifying, and Evo's Icon is also one of the teams that may be coming from the Open Finals, coming in straight, and that'll be a great Cinderella story to talk about.
Well, I'm hoping SMG has a brand treatment, because kind of the same that they did very well in the regular season, it's just the playoffs, they dropped it off quite a bit. But if you want to make sure that your performance in-game isn't dropping,
tell us.
You got to make sure that you have a good chipset on your phone. Make sure you guys get the Snapdragon Elite Gaming chipset. So whenever you guys are looking for phones, you got to be wary of that. But if you're unsure, there's one phone that I'm pretty sure will not disappoint. It is the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, where again, you can always rely on the S23 Ultra to bring you the best quality of games. So step up your game with Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. Speaking of which, you need a little bit more energy? We got you covered. Monster Energy, unleash the beast. Make sure before you guys play your games, if you're feeling a little bit mellow, grab some Monster Energy for yourself and you guys will be all good. Speaking of which, if you guys have extra energy, you guys got to try to get the 5,000 euro FEBot Dash Cup. Yes, I just want to make sure I pronounced that correctly. FEBot Dash Cup, win 5,000 euros. Make sure you guys go to esl.gg/FEBot and you guys can participate. A lot has been going on. I kind of feel like we need a little bit of rest, because SMG going up against Evo's Icon is going to be looking great. My name is Ophel. This is IC Baby 1-2 alongside with Gani. We're going for a short break, but after this, it's going to be an amazing game between SMG against Evo's Icon.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
And I'm up the beat. When they all look, everything on fleek. Word in the street, got my sound on repeat. Do it all day, every day of the week. Getting turned up, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Up the beat, when they all look, everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Mad up the beat, when they all look, everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Every day of the week, getting clown out, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. Unfortunately, I am not Lafel, but I will be your host to accompany you throughout these two matches that we do have ahead of us. And you know, we're done with Group A, we're going to Group B, but before we get into that, let's welcome the casters on the desk. Hi!
What's up, Eterna?
Hello, it's Renmar as well as Gani. How are you guys feeling?
I'm feeling good. 2 matches done and dusted. 2 O's. I can't wait to see the next one.
Yeah, and I can't believe I am still really that short. So to equalize things there, I'll tiptoe for the rest. Thank you, Gani.
No, it's fine. It's fine. We're the same height. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to commence the next match of the series.
Yeehaw!
And it's going to be Team SMG going against Evo's Icon. So finally, we get to see an Indonesian representative going head-to-head with a Malaysian representative. But you know, there's a lot of talks that this could be finally a 2-1 best of 3 series. Do you agree with this?
Oh, I'm actually not sure. I was thinking here that EVOS Icon might be coming out of this with a 2-0. But from the Indonesians, do you guys think this is actually going to be a 2-1?
You know what? Personally, for me, I think EVOS Icon has that slight edge. But of course, their opponent here is not an opponent that they can't underestimate here, right? Sure. They have the experience, sure. EVOS Icon is a strong team, but don't forget, they are a young team. So perhaps they can and will make mistakes.
For sure. Oh, what's going on over there? Gideon, Leo, okay. Are they rock, paper, scissoring on who casts?
Look at that. Even in rock, paper, scissors, the Filipinos beat the Malaysians. Sorry, Gideon. Sorry, Malaysia.
No comment there. No comment there. But yeah, it's funny that you guys actually mentioned EVO's Icon, right? Because you know, there's been a lot of rumors that say that EVO's Icon are even stronger than EVO's Legends.
Wow.
Very interesting. But, oh my god, what's this? There's no way.
Yep.
The Legend tickets they're the only ones available?
Yeah, that's crazy. Like I'm hearing there might be around 3,000 to 4,000 people, maybe even more in Jakarta for the finals.
No way. And with that in mind, guys, go and get your tickets as soon as possible. They're only IDR 20,000, or how LaFell likes to put it, Eater. Is that how you guys really pronounce it, or is that just really LaFell? It's just LaFell.
Okay, I will remember that.
We appreciate LaFell in that way, right?
Yeah.
And if you guys want to get your hands on the tickets for free, go ahead and check our raffle. You guys have a chance not to just win tickets, but you guys can also get a chance to win the t-shirts, the exclusive merch. Use the drip to the venue. And you can't go alone because you get two. So you can ask your partner, you can ask your neighbor to go, you can ask your friend, best friend.
Dog.
Whoever.
Dog. I don't know if dogs are allowed,
I don't know
actually.
if pets are allowed. I don't even have
Yeah,
a dog.
so maybe Goni can't go. Sorry, what?
What?
Whoa,
Wait,
whoa,
what?
whoa, whoa, whoa,
What?
Whoa there.
Hey, turn out taking shots here.
Okay, what am I in between of right now?
Well, bring LaFell back. Bring LaFell back.
All right. I mean, this has been an amazing event so far, right? I know it's only been, 2 matches? But, this event wouldn't be here without Snapdragon, man. The players have been playing impeccably. Particularly Arlet players today have just been popping off, and that would not happen if they weren't using the Snapdragon Elite Gaming microchip. That just really accentuates their play style.
Yeah, and playstyles really have just been in full showing today. No one's holding back. We talked about it at the start of the day. For this event with our format, you really got to come up running straight out of the gate, and teams have been doing just that.
And on that note, we're actually going to take a look at the Group B brackets, right? Because previously it was Group A. We're coming now into Group B where, like we mentioned, it is going to be SMG from Malaysia going against Evo's Icon from Indonesia, followed by the home boys, Malaysian representative as well, coming against RQ. So this is a IDXMY matchup here. Who's going to come out on top?
Let's see. It's indeed 2v2, 2-window 2. MY, who will win? Let's see. SMG EVOS. SMG.
Yeah.
They are experienced, but EVOS Icon, they're on a roll, Eternal.
Yeah, but Renmar, Reptar. Remnar or Reptar?
Rentar.
Up to you guys. That's been a running joke my entire career.
Okay, since you are the neutral one on the table, right? How do you feel about this matchup in detail?
Oh, well, with Team SMG, man, I'm just looking at them and with the notes, talking to Gideon, LaFell about how they performed. Yeah, they didn't really get the result they wanted. They made it to the grand finals, though. They just weren't able to get a win over Todaka. They got swept, if I believe. But they now have more time to adjust now, especially with Valens on the roam. More time to work on his hero pool, more time to work on his ability as a roamer, because this is a guy who went from the gold lane to the roam. That is a very rare shift in role that you'll see in MLBB Pro scene.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you. And with that in mind, I think we're going to take a look at the team and officially introduce them. All right, and that is Team SMG from Malaysia with Smooth, Subway, Stormy, Sasa, and wait, Miko?
It's Miko, okay.
Wait.
He's a locked
change in
character.
roster.
All right, it's a change in roster. That is a shift I did not expect. It's not Valens, it's Miko, and if I'm correct, this is Miko from Smart Omega in the Philippines, who is a roaming main. So this time, instead of having Gold, who's a roamer, now you got an actual roamer in the lead, but he's gonna be the shot caller for a team that already has experience together. Team SMG, of course, Smooth, Subway, Stormy, and Sasa. And I'm going to be looking at Mr. Smooth here. Someone, Lord Smooth, actually, is what they called him in Malaysia. Someone who sort of had a difficult time in the early stages of his career, but made it to the point where he really XP laners in Malaysia alongside Momo from Todak. And as we've seen all throughout today, XP laners are just so important for teams. So I'm looking at Lord Smooth.
All right, and let's take a look at who we need to highlight from the side of Evo's Icon. So let's introduce them right now. Coming from MDLID, it's going to be Veldora, Sutsujin, Krite, Doma, as well as Ivan, or previously known as Van Strong.
Van Strong, right? Evol's icon there. He has experience. He has shifted roles as well, but it seems like he is most comfortable in the roamer position. Now let's talk about Jin, right? The wonder kid. He has MPL experience, but the thing about that, he wasn't really ready. Now, in this tournament, he has a big chance to prove that if he performs perhaps in MPL Season 12 later on, he have a chance to step up in that MPL. Same story if you look at Doma. Gold laner in MPL Icon, very reliable, very efficient, and again, if he performs well here and on, has a big opportunity to step up to the big boys, to big leagues, to that MPL. But then again, they need to focus what's in front of them, and that is going to be Team SMG.
Yeah, they can't let the pressure of potentially having a good enough showing to get a chance to go into MPL ID Season 12. You got to look at it now. You got to look at Team SMG, a team who was the runner-up in MPL Malaysia in their last MPL season.
Yeah, I agree. Experience is definitely something that we need to take into consideration coming in from both teams. But you highlighted Sutujin, but Krite was also present in MPL. So they do have that kind of background. But, you know, SMG, they got Sasa. They got the Kage.
Yeah, one of the original Kages in the old Onyx era, if I'm not mistaken. MPL ID Season 3 champion. He was also a playoff MVP in MPL Season 8 for Malaysia. So, yeah, we talked about the Expo being so important. We all know Gold Laner is pretty much everyone's condition for the longest time now. Sasa's championship experience is going to be coming in big.
Definitely. It's so exciting to see both of these teams collide once again. It's counterintuitive to talk about their backgrounds because when we're talking about their performance, it's been insane. I mean, I think I've mentioned this before, but the form of Evo's Icon has just been insane. I've heard a lot of great things about them in scrims where they win most of their matches against Evo's Legends. I think it's around 43-ish out of 50, 47 out of 50, something crazy like that.
That is crazy.
That's a lot. That's a lot. Right? That's majority, right? And again, I feel like Evo's Icon, why? It's their ambition. They're young players who are looking to join the big leagues, and that's why they just performs their minds out, right, in that screams. And again, it's begging the question here. Going up against Team SMG, it's an established team. How will they perform under pressure?
Yeah, and that's interesting because with how you guys are talking about Evo's Icon, they seem like, yeah, they're younger, a little bit maybe more hot-blooded, but in a good way, down to go for it. SMG, with their experience, much more safer and calculated, so we might see a styles clash here for this series.
And I like that. And when we're talking about these teams, I'm actually curious to see the predictions happening, right? And I'm curious to see what your predictions are. Are you team experience or are you team CU? We want to hear what you guys are thinking. And I want to know what your predictions are, honestly. Do we get to see that now?
No, I think we
can. Oh, there you go.
There's Ooh.
Oh.
Hey, Gandhi.
Whoa.
What's that prediction for a Malaysian team I see from you?
Wait, what? Did I really predict that? Okay.
Are you doubting
5
yourself?
seconds. Okay. Experience, right?
Okay.
In the previous match, I predicted the team that has more experience, which is Bren, to win. So on paper, again, similar. Team SMG has more experience, perhaps has more established role. You said the more calmer, safer route, objective-oriented, and perhaps that is why I voted for Team SMG. But Evo's Icon, I gave a point towards their side because they won't take a game, they won't lose 2-0.
They don't want to give up. They don't give up is what you're trying to say. All right, that's what I'm going for too. And because like hearing you, Mirko, you as well, Godney, talking about Evo's Icon, it was just, you guys sold me on the Evo's Icon hype train. So I'm on it. I'm on it.
All right. He's sold.
Persuaded.
Reptar sold, persuaded onto the Evo's Icon train. But yeah, that's why I was wondering. I was like, okay, if you think experience can combat the young blood passion and the thirst for hunger, why 2-1? But all right, I guess you explained it already.
Yeah.
I'm actually curious to hear what the casters are saying. But no, producer, don't do it.
Yeah,
don't do it.
Yeah. No.
Don't do it.
Okay.
Don't do it.
Okay. Maybe you can.
Oh, there you go. Wait, where's Leo?
He was tying his shoe.
Oh,
yeah,
he's
he was just tying his shoe. Yeah.
That's why I don't wear laces. You know?
Yeah, okay.
Are you guys wearing laces?
Yeah,
oh,
we are.
Well, I don't have any laces, so I don't have the same problem.
Thank you for the tip.
You're
I'll remember
welcome.
that.
You're welcome. So we've highlighted the EXP laners,
Yep.
we've highlighted the gold laners, and now let's shift our focus onto the roamers, right? Because I find this quite interesting. So what I heard from people's stories about SMG is they are a very solid crew, but their kind of weakness, their weakest link is Valence, right? Because apparently Valence has a really shallow hero pool. So if you counter that in the drafts, it seems like they kind of fall short. So with a new
with a new roamer with Miko coming
with
in.
Miko coming in, how's that like?
Yeah, like I mentioned, that means they get an experienced roamer here. Although Miko did have a relatively shaky performance in MPL Philippines Season 11 with Smart Omega, he's someone that you know is willing to take the lead, willing to take charge. He has coached female teams before in the past, so you know he has the leadership. Question for Miko is, can he translate that into two things? One, in game now. Two, with a team that you just met, that you just started playing with, who are all 4 members. They know each other so well, they've played with each other, and you as the shot caller, as the roamer, as the playmaker, how well can you set up for a team that already has so much chemistry?
I mean, let's not forget the language barrier, right? I mean, Miko is from PH, going into a Malaysian team. How will they communicate? The transition, the adaptation, of course, is going to be 4v1. So, of course, Miko needs to adapt to that new team. And it's going to be, I guess, a new job for Miko here to lead that team. Because guess what? They have the camaraderie already intact. So he just needs to fill in that missing puzzle.
I like that, right? Because this is honestly the best hunting grounds or the play field that they can utilize to be able to, make it more solid in that sense. And with that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the drafts here between Evo's Icon and Team SMG.
Let's get it.
And wow, Evo's Icon already with the Fanny being banned away.
Okay, so that is a signal they really don't want to put that into the hands of Subway. But then at the same time, taking away the Fanny means that they have a chance to bring in heroes such as Farsa and an Eve. Although Farsa has dipped out of the meta, an Eve might be a good pickup for them, knowing that they don't have to worry about a Fanny.
Yeah, I think it happened in the previous match that Yves is still very prior. Also, MSC, Yves is pick or ban, if not first pick. So I feel like most teams now, they trying to replicate their formula. Perhaps, let's just ban that Yves out. It's just too prior, it's too heavy, it's high ground solid. So let's see. The response here is no. Evo's Icon, they opted for a glue ban, saying perhaps they want someone in that backline that is secure enough without the disruption of glue.
Yeah, with the bans right now of Evo's Icon, it really looks like they're trying to set themselves up for a lineup that is really backline dependent. So we've already touched on Eve, but with how it's looking, with the Kadita being the first ban on the side of SMG, Eve looks like a great pickup if they're willing to go for it that early, because SMG might be able to pick it up for their first 2 picks. And then right now with the glue ban as well, backline heavy, backline dependent composition for Evo's Icon looks more likely.
And now that actually opens up a lot of picks, right? Because we saw the Kaja being usually the go-to ban. We saw it open and we saw the impact that the Kaja had, especially when you go for a pick-off kind of comp. And if Team SMG is sniffing out that Evo's Icon want to do that, then that's definitely an option for Evo to take, seeing as the Kadita was the choice of ban from the side of Team SMG.
I mean, let's not forget Arlet has been so popular today, right? A lot of bans towards Kaja, a lot of respect, but that Arlet for that first pick has been very much expensive. But Evo's Icon here committed to a 2 assassin bans.
Yeah, man, with really how it's looking like, I imagine this would be a great situation for having an even Melissa backline. You don't have to worry about a Karata, but then at the same time, Evos can draft heroes that are a little bit more divey, considering that they took away, that SMG took away the 1-1, took away the Karata, so those are options for them. Eterna, you mentioned the Kaja, and I'm looking at a potential first pick Kaja here for Evos Icon. It looks really good for them.
Depending, right? Valentina is still an option. Valentina is something that Team SMG really likes to utilize. So
true.
Same thing for Evo's Icon, right? We know that Krite is a huge Valentina player as well. There's also an option for Fredrin if they want to go for Flex. It's a lot safer, but they go for the Novaria ban, a little bit too expensive to let go, especially into the hands of Krite himself. So, Evo's Icon now with the first pick. So we have Kaja, Valentina, Yves, Fredrin is also a possibility. Arlet?
A lot of heroes, right? A plethora of ways, but it's going to be the Arlet. I mean, today we have seen a lot of plays coming from this hero.
100% win rate on the Arlon. It's a hot start. It's a good day for Arlon mains right now. Team SMG can take away the other power picks. They have the Kaja Valentina or the Eve, because as we mentioned, Eve looks so good for EVOS Icon. They take it away, and of course the Fredrin will go into the hands of Subway, who Blazers casters have told me Subway really likes to play like Wise as the Fredrin jungle. Very objective-minded, but then at the same time, someone who can set up a play with some really good taunts.
Now I'm wondering if his gameplay is similar to Wise. Does he have a similar hero pool as well? Because that's going to be very important for Team SMG to sniff out. How are they going to be able to just cancel Subway out even from the drafting phase? But before we get too far, I don't know. Valentina,
Claude,
I think, is a solid pick for me. Claude as well is definitely an option to be able to dive into that backline for the Eve, but they actually go for the Joy instead. So finally, we get to see her picked up.
Yeah, man. When it comes to Eve lineups, if you have the Valentina and Joy available for you to pick against an Eve, you go for it right away. You have someone who can dive the backline and someone who can take away the ultimate of the Eve.
Personally, I forgot about the Joy here. But yeah, Valentina, Joy, Arlet, almost all the 3 tier S's. But it seems like Team SMG will secure their first phase with that Beatrix. Why? Again, they're eyeing to just limit and eliminate as much as possible, marksman as much as possible in that second phase.
So far, it's solid. It's looking quite solid here from the side of Team SMG. I think if they want to try and go for the gold lane bans, I think Brody is quite good. Just allow the Beatrix to pop off a little better. I understand that people don't really like the Brody in this upcoming match because of the fact that, you know, the steel leg plates has been buffed, Dreadnought armor as well. True. But Claude is also a safe option, right? They want to allow the Eve to have space, have a little bit of say with her artillery utility.
Yeah. I'm looking at EVOS Icon. Actually, they might consider banning out a Diggy if they want to, because Miko is actually known to be able to play the Diggy in the roam role. And if they pick up the Diggy, the last 2 picks here for Team SMG could be something very tanky in the XP lane, or someone who can just soak up a good amount of damage alongside the Fredrin as well. So they'll act as the pseudo frontliners, while Miko on the Diggy can just dish out some extra bit of magic damage, control, and control resistance as well. Oh, great ban on the Franco. So Diggy's actually looking more likely here for SMG.
Let's see, right? I love the 2 bans coming from EVOS Icon. Why 2 suppression banned out from their side, because they have the Joy that can and want to just tear that back line, which of course cancel out if you have suppression. So yeah, EVOS Icon quick to respond with a Kaja and Franco ban, asking a question: will you pick up the Diggy? Because against this composition, I'm not so sure how the Diggy will work.
Oh yeah, because there's a chance with the EVOS Icon lineup, it might just be able to snowball. So yeah, SMG felt that we're not going to go for that. Maybe they didn't even consider it. They go for the Cho, which is actually a Miko comfort pick.
All right, because I knew that the Cho was a comfort pick for Valens, but for Miko, I'm not really sure. I didn't expect him to play today. So the Cho is going to be the solution perhaps to tie down these heroes, Arlet, Joy, as well as the Valentina. But remember, that's a huge ultimate that can also be utilized for the Valentina. So 2 last picks for EVOS Icon. Very quick carry as well as Grok.
Yeah, no surprise here that they're going to go for a lineup that wants to get up in the face of Team SMG. You mentioned Gani, they took away 2 suppressions. That's a signal we're going to go for something that will dive and that will love to fight you up close, even if you have an Eve.
And what I love about the carry pick here, right? It can opt for that Purify spell, you know?
Yeah.
It doesn't really rely on that Flicker spell. So against the Cho, you want to have that Purify secure. Let's see, though, what will they pick up? Because Valentina can also bring that Purify, just negating that Way of Dragon out of the side of the Team SMG. But it's going to be Lapu for last pick.
Lapu, last pick here for Team SMG, giving them a little bit of say perhaps in those side lanes, especially when that Lapu hits that level 4 power spike. But quick prediction, Reptar, let's start with you.
Oh, I just love that EVOS Icon really showed off their personality as a young, hot-blooded team. Meanwhile, Team SMG looks to be going for a little bit more secure. Styles clash. It's not really a prediction. I just said exactly what I saw.
Okay, Gani, quick pick.
White Tigers.
White Tigers. All right, let's go to the casters, Leo, as well as Gideon. Take it away.
Not at all surprising as to what our analysts had to say about the draft. Welcome, and my boy at your service. My name is Leo, here with Gideon Q, and we're going to be calling this match. Gideon, I like the re-engage potential coming in from EVOS Icon.
Yeah, I like it too, and I like it a lot, and I think that's why I feel like in this particular match, I'm thinking they have an advantage over Team SMG, but that begs the question whether Miko is going to be able to fit in the gears of Team SMG, because we were expecting balance.
Yeah, and we were talking about, as a collective here, how Valens, as a gold laner, may have a, let's say, lacking hero pool, but when it comes to knowing where he needs to be, shot calling, and orchestrating what the team is supposed to do, he's the one. But here it's Miko this time around, who has himself have some coaching experience. I'm wondering, man, this happened right before our eyes. I couldn't believe it, honestly, when we learned that Miko was coming in, and originally as a stand-in, but now here he is in the flesh. He's actually mere inches away from the Kage Sasa.
And he's going to be playing a little bit more flexible on this show, right? So he's really got to make sure. He's making the plays, he's making the moves, and he's making the calls. The question is, who's really going to be IGLing? We were talking about this earlier. We think that it's going to be Sasa, but who knows? Miko might just take the reins.
I think that they have to go 50-50. Given that he is playing his signature Cho, there's a lot that Team SMG have to do to break the flow of EVO's icon here. Given that they are, oh Lord, it's a jungle grok. Of course, I honestly believe that even if this wasn't the jungle grok, if maybe it was a Joy jungle, maybe we would have seen not as much of a rotation or a cut through, but this just ramps it up, man.
Yeah, it really does. And you know, both sides even opting to go for the double EXP lane start just to make sure that their mid laners feel pretty good about it, and more importantly so, Arlet now playing as a roamer, gonna be sticking on pretty hard to Miko this entire time.
Yep, again, just building on the fact that EVO's icon chooses their fights, and this is something that Team SMG Malaysia have to break through. Wow, 2v1! Ivan, formerly known as Van Strong. I've been following this young man for a couple of years now. He won that Little Wanderer battle.
I mean, technically he had no place to, but now Miko, he might be in a little bit of trouble. Has to use that flicker to get on out of there. Already used his third charge of G Kundo. Backs away, no engagement so far. But more importantly, at the very least, we haven't seen an early first blood from either one of these teams.
Yeah, but I think given what happened in the past 10-15 seconds, EVO's icon are winning, man. They are just asserting dominance, winning these little battles, finds an engage up top.
Yep, Ivan, he's going to be slowed down for a little bit in some way. Sasa, unfortunately, gets hit by the wild charge, and now he's stuck into a place. Not worth it for him to flicker. He knows he's down. Ooh, a Praises round nearly taking out Ivan, but at the end of the day, he still manages to get out.
Big boy rotation for members of the White Tigers sent up to send a message. Team SMG, MY rocked there. Definitely not how you want to start. This is your gold laner. This is Sasa. This is your golden egg, your golden chicken that you're taking care of. You don't want to give early kills there, but wait. Oh, 4 members here at the turtle.
Yep, it's going to be Flora. Veldora, he's doing a good job just buying enough time. Go for the electrifying V straight away as he times it well for the power of nature. But now we see Miracle, he's already kicking him hard. With the way of the dragon, wild charge from Sutsujin, able to slow them down. Miko, he manages to get up, but it's still going to be Sutsujin who falls. Stormy at 1 HP, gets taken out by Ivan. A quick cleanup of the Vengeance. And now the rest of Team SMG scrambling around a 2-for-1 trade in favor of EVO's icon.
Again, the re-engage potential, despite the amazing move by Lord Smooth. He tried to save the situation, but it was just too much. Stormy had a great RWM too, but EVO's icon knew exactly how to weave through the situation. And I didn't even notice Ivan came in with a late engage.
Yeah.
I could have sworn he was just going to say, you know what, you guys are dead.
you guys are dead, my hands are off of this, I don't need more than this. And the best part about all of it is the fact that they can do this in many different orders. It doesn't necessarily have Ivan who has to come in late. It could be Sutsujin, or arguably even Veldora as well. He still has his vengeance. He's still a threat to the gold lane.
And I think it's this weird tempo that EVOS has across all other lanes and even the jungle that's making Team SMG give over these smaller camps so that they can catch up. Because again, in The Flash, in all puns intended, I heard it wasn't a very good movie. In the last minute of plays, EVOS Icon have gotten a solid 1k gold lead across the map. And what's that that's done is Team SMG said, all right, Sasa, take a small cap up top. Smooth, take a gold crab down bottom. I don't need it, says Subway. But really, do they not? Because I think that's, again, the small wins, the inches that EVOS Icon are building up to lead into this mid-game power spike.
I mean, that's how you're going to make an opponent bleed, right? Whether you're taking resources from a particular role. Ooh, Smooth, actually getting some good damage onto Veldora and actually forcing him to use his vengeance. That's already, see, this is what I'm talking about, the trade of resources. At the very least, Veldora doesn't have to ask his jungle, could I please have a side camp, sir?
That's right, and then that's what makes this all the more a compromised early game for Team SMG MY. But the thing is, at least they are putting up a fight, that they're answering the ways that they can. Now Sutsujin and Krite starting up the turtle at half healthier, less than Veldora, RWM.
Yep, RWM is looking really good. Veldora ends up going down. No Vengeance can't do anything about it. It's Smooth already with a Raging Slash. Should be able to take out Crit, but able to sidestep it just in time. Ivan a little late to the party, but still, he has his final slash. At the end of the day, it is EVOS Icon who secures the turtle.
That's right, but at the cost of Veldora. So right now, maybe a wash, a small victory for Team SMG, given that they've shrunk the gold lead now to just about 800, 900, and this allows for Smooth and Sasa to breathe a little more. This is the first time I've actually seen them cross the river.
Yeah, no, I think even better, it's the first, at least there's a potential out for Team SMG MY. If EVOS Icons keeps on putting pressure on this top side, like how we see Miko having to just stick around this side of the bush, and even Subway's getting pressured by both Sutsujin as well as Crit, it could be really tough. Now, the kick on Sutsujin is looking good. Power of Nature isn't able to get him out, but the Wild Charge walks back into Nibiru's Passion, and now even Smooth coming in with a Raging Slash straight away. Sutsujin finally falls down. I've been trying to slow down the entire backline of Smooth. It ends up losing his life. Electrifying beats coming out from Veldora, looking to try and get Miko down. Third energy could no. Vengeance is out. He walks away with 1 HP, and even Stormy. Crit, he flickers the complete opposite direction, even dropping down the RWM. That might have been a blunder. It could have been too much of an outplay of his own right. Now Ivan is going to get hit. Jikudo, straight into the way of the Dragon. Miko, the fight was so long, he got it back up.
Special delivery from Manila to Kuala Lumpur Express. Now, given the last sequence of engagements, we're sitting at 4 and 4, 6 minutes in, 1,000 gold ahead. EVOS Icon are making the most of the scramble that they forced deep into the orange side of Team SMG's jungle. One thing I can say is it's just pure geometry at this point. I think Krite did not make a wrong play. Krite just tried his best to repair a somewhat losing situation, and I think the call was just keep him busy anyways. If you win, if you take a kill, sure, you're already compromising the rest of their map because Duma was doing work.
Bandit's Rage already out. Wild Charge knocking up all 4, setting up a perfect attack from Veldora to jump into the back line with his electrifying beats. Double kill already. Miko forced the flicker out here at Prazer's Wrath, able to secure one, at least one, with Lapu taking the second of his own with the bravest fighter. Doma and Crit doing a good job holding back. Sutsujin is able to basically walk around the jungle for free now.
Oh, the punish. Team SMG, again, are not playing around. They know that they have the firepower, given at least the 2K gold lead. This is what we call a small 2K gold lead. We've seen much larger 2K gold leads, and the fact that Sasa here is at least presenting some damage. He has a Fury Hammer, he has a Blade of Despair, attack speed boots, he can punish with, I'd say, Nibiru's Passion well placed. Looking at EVOS, though, looking at Duma, we're just waiting for him to actually find the nice engage. He has the Golden Staff, he has a Corrosion Sight, and now Subway's in trouble.
Yep, Subway, I don't think he's going to be able to make it out of this. He tries to go out. He's already got the top of the extra stats. Veldora looks for him, sees Sasa only, but they've got the objective that they were looking for. EVOS Icon now with a 2.5k lead, about to convert it right after the last turtle of the game.
And I think that's what exacerbates the situation, right? They're down 2k, approaching 2.53k. It's slowly growing. And again, Team SMG, it's not like Sasa can't fire back. It's just the positioning. There's not enough peel between Subway, Smooth, and Miko. Because again, Miko's busy going into the back line looking for that perfect kick. And EVOS is happy to oblige. And now here's one.
Oh, he finds it perfect. Shunpo into the way of the dragon. Ivan gets punished as he ducks right under the final slash. A beautiful play. Unfortunately, Subway still is dead. And I mean, we're not just talking about the 3k goalie. Like, gold is important, but the EXP, like Subway can barely breathe, barely get into these pits. EVOS Icon are really hurting him economically.
Yeah, Subway's down 2k, and now Sutsujin gonna commit Grand Theft Purple. All of these resources. Isn't this is what the story was since minute 1, minute 2. All of these little inches will slowly build up to, I'd hate to break between imperial and metric, but, you know, a foot, and then eventually a mile, a meter, or 1,000 kilometers, right? Because, again, now we're slowly feeling Team SMG are slowly getting outgunned. You see how deep Duma can go, or how much he can just plant himself right in front of even Stormy. Like, if Stormy puts up the RWM, it's not an automatic, let's get out of here. Sometimes you're thinking, maybe I can outgun the RWM. He has to swipe a certain direction. If I can lock him down, then yes, if anything, it's the XP lane. It's the reason why Valdora has to keep diving, and only the reason why Smooth is slightly ahead. That's the one way Team SMG can actually leverage an advantage.
Yep, I mean Valdora, he's recovered greatly from that initial rotation by the turtle fight. I think it was the first one, coming in from Smooth, punishing him by taking away his vengeance, and then later on dying when it comes into that big inclusive fight. We finally see Malefic Roar being purchased by Sasa, so at least he has the damage like you've mentioned. 3K gold lead, as we were talking about, but the worst part about everything is the fact that the big playmaker has to be Smooth. Unfortunately, like Miko, he's consistently finding good kicks, but if there is no damage to follow it up, or at the very least somebody to attack the back line, I think EVOS Icon are going to run away with this game.
And I think it's that juxtaposition, it's that dichotomy of Team SMG's approach, right?
Yep.
We want to plant dudes in front so Sasa can just blast away. But just the same, we can pick off. So what is it? And it's EVOS Icon taking advantage of that. It's like, all right, they're still thinking about it. They haven't found the perfect angle. And it's Ivan, starting it up.
Yep, they find Subway. He's instantly going to go. He shreds away. The Dragon already be used to disengage Smooth. He's thinking about it. He wants it. Renner's apathy blocked by Susujin Crit. Going into that backline instantly as he steals away the bravest fighter. And now, Team SMG full escape here. Already losing 2 of their big battle spells. Oh, he tries! But the final slash committed. It finds the kill with the help of Veldora. Jumping to the back. Return fire from the RWM. Finding 2 in Veldora and Ivan. 2 initiators, 2 deaths. Team SMG looking to clap back.
Underneath the turret, yeah. 3K, 4K gold not going to do you much. There is still a level 1 Lord, an elemental Lord marching down through bottom, and that's what gives Team SMG here roughly 30 to 70% win rate. You can grow this up to maybe 40, 50 if you can protect your inhibitors. You're definitely going to lose this top lane tier 2 soon, especially if you don't watch out for the waves. The waves have been enhanced for EVOS Icon. As for bottom, I like their chances. This is a pretty good high ground defense lineup, and oh no! Yep, Sutsujin with the delay. This is EVOS Icon calling the shots.
Yeah, I mean they're guaranteed going to lose that top side. RWM being traded on both sides. Subway's getting a little smooth. Unfortunately, unable to expel that enough. Has to use the Raging Slash to get on out of there. But the final slash coming in back from EVOS Icons to turn it around. Doma is already gone. They lose a majority of their damage. But 3 members of Team SMG
turrets heal, man. Last time I checked the patch, turrets don't heal, right? So you can just force it. And again, the waves are going to constantly crash through. The waves, if you don't watch them, if Team SMG don't send anybody there, are constantly going to keep going, and now Subway has to deal with this. Again,
yep.
They eventually got what they want.
Wait, hold on. They're pulling it back. Miko finding the kick on towards Valentina. Side crit, he's in trouble as he dies to the RWM, but still the kill falls into the hands of their boy. Wow, okay, 2 kills? Now that's a bit much. Coming in from Miko. He hasn't died just yet, and he's looking sharper than ever on Team SMG. They do, however, lose an inhibitor turret on the bottom side of the map in EVOS Icon despite everything. 12 to 12 is the kill score. 3K gold lead, 12 minutes into the game.
Homie has yet to die, by the way. 209. What a debut so far. He needs to do one more thing and win, Sutsujin!
He's doing it again! Bennett's Rage is going to connect, but Sutsujin is tanky enough. He has the items at the very least to deal with it. Sasa, on the other hand, does not.
Not to mention he's about an inch away from a wall at any time. So Earth and Force is going to do work, but no, they're not done with him!
Yep, this is the second time. Sutsujin can't miss this one. Sasa hits his target. Sutsujin down.
Oh, the Kage finds a kill. 3-4-3 here. So far, Sasa has helped the rest of the team and himself, but that doesn't change the fact that he's still 2K down. That hasn't really changed much, especially given that Duma died once, and that's really just because they were sour. They were forcing that push down bottom. Now here's Team SMG back on the board with a pull, 4 to 5 members in.
Yep, Veldora, he's trying to make a shot. Sasa, he does some damage. Ooh, tactically rolls away. Vengeance already pops. Move force the flicker away as he attacks the back line. Do they steal it? They do! Team SMG secure the Lord. Subway ends up losing his life. Render's Apathy comes on now. Veldora, he's waiting for his cooldowns, but I don't think it's worth it. Crit, Shadow Dashes twice, doesn't connect onto anybody. No flickers, no battle spells. Everybody maximizing their resources, except for Ivan. He's cool.
He's cool. He's always been cool. If anything, he's been an anchor throughout the early, mid, to now approaching the late game. He has set up a lot of what's making EVOS Icon lineup work here. And looking at the damage leaderboard, yeah, Krite, he's using his flicker to maximum advantage. Maybe of all the flickers he's done, only one of them have been defensive flickers. He's always been on the front foot here on the Vanguard, as well as Veldora. So now what this does is, especially with this Luminous Lord coming in from Team SMG, is you can expect them to have to slowly turn red more. But yeah, not like this. Not if Team SMG haven't taken care of their waves. So maybe this is where, also, here's a theory. Maybe because of the Miko jump in, and they changed it up with Valens, maybe communications aren't at 100%. Maybe it's like 70, 80%, which is why Subway has died more often than he shouldn't have.
I mean, that's fair. I think that's fair, but it's also a testament to EVOS Icon just hard targeting him. Like, so many times you see Ivan just using that final slash just to displace your boy Subway here. I mean, he's trying to eat fresh, but man, he can't help that giant hitbox he's got.
It's huge. And again, you can use it to your advantage. And I think that's what allowed Team SMG to score that Luminous Lord. If it was any other jungler, say maybe a Mardis, right? Say maybe a Lancelot, it wouldn't have the same effect. A Lancelot that keeps dying, a Mardis that keeps dying, isn't as useful as a beat-up Fredrin.
Yep.
So, again, you work with the pros and cons here, man. Even the negatives, because they make for better pictures. Aubrey Graham. Now, about 16 minutes in, 14-3, Gideon, I'd say we have a game. This is a game.
Yeah, right? Because Team SMG have really utilized the fact that their high ground defense is good enough to kind of just keep forcing out these waves. The fact that even though EVOS Icon were never able to break even to the 4 or 5k gold deficit against Team SMG is a testament to show that Team SMG are playing it as slow as possible.
Yep, and there's situational awareness. Team SMG, despite this being a new lineup, so to say, they know how to use their strengths. And again, watch Miko. 16 minutes in, we're approaching Evolved Lord territory. Hasn't died yet, so he's done well to protect himself. So not only is he trying to stitch in this new lineup to work against a very strong team like EVOS Icon, but he's also flourishing in that role.
Doesn't want to lose. Renner's Apathy to steal. No, doesn't connect. I think Subway got it. Yep, Subway
off of a pick, I'm guessing.
No, he just walks up. Hello. Gets it anyways. Yeah, no retribution used as well. All right.
Yeah, exactly, right? So it is a tick. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have messed with Sasa and said, gotcha.
It'd be really funny.
Right? I imagine the side-eye, bro.
That'd be too funny. I can imagine it. 1-to-1. Sasa would not be happy if that was the case.
Wouldn't allow it.
Wouldn't allow it for sure. We're seeing the Athena Shield being bought by Stormy this time now. I think he recognizes that he's dying to crit a little too often, as well as the fact that Veldora keeps on jumping for him if he doesn't find Sasa.
Yep, and again, not only is it Stormy who's slowly building up, or at least already built up his full arsenal, even Sasa, right? Despite the rocky mid to late ramp up, he has always been threatened throughout this game. He just needs to finish that Rose Gold Meteor, and then Bob's your uncle. He can actually fight. He also has that Wind of Nature. So even if Duma does find him, it's a fair fight. It's a 50-50.
Here we go. Once again, Subway losing his immortality. Final Slash is already down. Miko is looking for an opportunity. His move has already jumped into the middle of the fight, but the backline is already getting attacked. Forced away by Veldora. He's getting locked down, but it doesn't matter. Crit steals the Bravest Fighter, forcing use the Raging Slash early. Stormy with the blast. Void Blast is able to secure it. Doma put at 10% HP, but unable to close this out. A 2-for-1 trade in favor of EVOS Icons, but forcing at least 2 recalls from EVOS' side.
It's a win for EVOS Icon, but only maybe by an inch or two. This was a great approach to a team fight. The Team SMG knew that they were losing to begin with, but they stood their ground. And that's step one. It's just EVOS Icon, their lineup is built to really break through the box that SMG wants to set up. And they're going to lose this Lord, and at least they didn't lose more members, unless... Oh no, Miko!
Well, they've already got the kick. I mean, the Vengeance is keeping Veldora alive as long as possible. Sasa, one more tick was going to take him out. He ends up dying regardless. Miko gets his immortality pop. Sasa is still trapped in the corner,
Sasa!
but the rest of the team has covered for him. Body blocked, in a matter of fact, willing to sacrifice the wave down on that bottom side to find Sutsujin, and as well as Ivan. They go back down to clean it up for the Crystal, and now have to deal with the Luminous Lord walking down to their base.
Because of Sasa's unshakable fortitude. If that was me playing that Beatrix there, I would have just put my phone down. I know I'm dead, right? The way that they set up that corner for him, I could have sworn he just knew what to do. And I think that there's a lot of work coming in from the Haas-Claws, of course.
Yep.
The Haas-Claws, and they got a 2 for none there, and they're going to be able to clear this Lord easy, all right? He's not going to crash through. He's going to actually be able to help Team SMG manage the rest of the map, and we're still stuck at that 2K gold lead, which is great for Team SMG because they can reset again and learn from those last 2 lost engagements.
Yeah, and now they're coming to a point where they actually go toe-to-toe against EVOS Icon, no problem, right? 16-16 with a goal deficit that barely even matters at this point. I think that Team SMG MY are in a really good spot. If we pull up the items, we're trying to look for anything out of the ordinary because remember, at this point, the only thing that matters, having enough gold for potions and item switches like Winter Truncheon, or even looking for another immortality.
What is odd is I do think we've come to the point where Ivan has started juggling, and that's how well you can see EVOS Icon going and how much Team SMG are fighting to stay in it. Because again, that's a roaming Arlot. The fact that he's already started juggling and switching between whatever those pair of pants were prior just shows that, all right, we have to win by an inch and then eventually go from there. And so far, map's looking blue. EVOS Icon looking to penetrate from either mid or top. Big wave being cleared out here by Team SMG.
Yep, I mean, it's about housekeeping at this point. Team SMG, it's not like they really need the gold at the end of the day. Everybody's max level. Everybody is pretty much full items. And maybe not for Miko, but he's catching up pretty quick. Considering everything that's all said and done, right? The only resources left are going to be the buffs, and EVOS Icon have full control over this side of the map.
Yep, Team SMG would be best for them to stay inside their base. Maybe find a window where EVOS Icon actually just lets go of a wave, but looks like it's not going to happen because I think there is room for Team SMG to contest here, even if all the buffs are being taken away, even if all of these camps are being taken away. Because again, you mentioned gold don't matter as much anymore. EXP, forget about it. We're all at level 15.
Exactly.
So with that being said, this Lord coming in at 15, this is an evolved Lord. It has the passive, so all the more fights are going to matter.
Yeah, you can see how EVOS Icon is posturing here, right? They're ready to respond. If somebody shows up on that top side, we're all moving as one to make that happen. But they need to posture for this Luminous Lord. Team SMG, they clear up that top side and now making their way down bottom. If Veldora doesn't clear that top wave, it's going to slow push, and that's not exactly the best for them. He's going to walk back. Good choice. Good choice, my son.
Yep. He's going to try at least for that to get an advantage, have that long lane win, threaten, and not even a slow push, he's going all the way, and then make Team SMG answer back. That's why they have Sasa clear up that wave up top. Not exactly showing himself yet, because I think EVOS Icon knows that they now have the advantage. Look, all 5 men closer to the pit.
Yep, they're posturing themselves very well, but it's always that problem of, oh, I don't have an inhibitor turret. Don't worry about it. We're going to send Doma down bot side. It's going to consistently push. Team SMG must respond. It's a little unlucky that the Lord spawned on the bottom side compared to the top because it would be so much better for EVOS Icon if it was on the top side of the map.
Yep, if the long lane was the one that's already penetrated anyways, that's a lethal Lord dance that EVOS Icon can posture up for. Look at Krite. Watch him as Sutsujin goes for the pull. That's all 5 members within dashing range here. The distance is very small. EVOS Icon again playing with the inches that they have ahead. Stormy spots Veldora, but oh wow, the core heroes from EVOS Icon are hidden. And for Team SMG, it's Miko and Sasa. So again, a lethal kick can really do him in.
Yeah, it's crazy how Team SMG is held out for this long, and they've conditioned EVOS Icon. Yeah, try to force a fight one more time. We've done it multiple times over these past 22 minutes, and each time we're able to equalize the score. So I dare you, try and force. The conceal play is already out in Sutsujin. They recognize that he's all by himself, but the flank play coming in from EVOS Icon's 3 members looking for Sasa in that backline. Sees only 2. Smooth and Stormy ready to make it work. The final slash buys a little bit of time as somebody comes back up to life. However, he's got nothing left, and Doma coming in extra late to crush the entire scene. Team SMG start crumbling apart. Doma finding his 1v1s, and that's going to be an unstoppable joy. Veldora absolutely crushing this game. Cry all by himself with Smooth and Stormy at the same time, trying to deal with it for as long as possible. Raging Slash, actually doesn't connect, but they still find the RWM just in time. Veldora finally sweeps them under the rug.
And now it's just the Lord Smooth standing, the one last member of Team SMG, here to watch Duma and the rest of EVOS Icon barrel away at their base. EVOS Icon takes game 1.
Woo! That was a pretty sharp game coming up from EVOS Icon. That early game especially was devastating, but I think, Reptar was right. A lot of teams focusing down for their EXP laners. And I mean, it's not the traditional Arlet that we were expecting, but still, that joy came out huge.
And I think it's that spice, it's that adjustment, the variety coming in from EVOS Icon that allowed for them to leverage that XP lane advantage, right? The fact that you're not thinking of an Arlet coming in through the back line to stun all of y'all with a final slash. It's Veldora who's threatening a couple of kills. And again, even in the mid game, even if Team SMG kind of figured it out, it just was too late. Even if you can posture up for more re-engages, more fights, EVOS Icon exactly knew what their win conditions were.
Exactly. And let's not forget, we didn't realize how long they could stagger their CC. Everything just takes a little bit too long. The knock-up coming in from that wall charge, even though you don't get that maximum impact of colliding into the wall, just the knock-up alone, you can wait a couple of seconds, and then you can final slash.
Which is in contradiction to what Team SMG wanted. They wanted a kick, they wanted a taunt, they wanted an RWM. It was just a little too much for them to do within that small window that EVOS Icon was presenting. Let's see what our analysts think. Eterna.
Hey Leo, thank you so much for that game. Wow, EVOS Icon lead this best of 3 series against SMG, and we can't really say it was too clean. There were moments where EVOS Icon made small blunders because of how aggressive that they were playing. But, I'm going to throw it to you guys. Analysts, what do you guys think about that game?
Oh, man, Gani, I love that everything that we set up here with the storyline, EVOS Icon and their young hot-bloodedness, SMG and their experience and calculation, displayed perfectly by both of these two teams.
Indeed, and let's talk a little bit from the drafts here, right? Remember, Joy was picked up first from Team SMG, and then Beatrix. Particularly taking a look at the game, Beatrix got no chance from the early game towards that mid game to play around, to farm. Because why? That Joy was just too much of a nuisance for Sasa to just farm.
Yeah, man, Veldora was the Veldor man for Sasa right now. You want to come in here and deal damage? I'm not going to let you deal damage. I'm going to go straight to the back line and take you out, Sasa. And that's what we saw rinse and repeat. But I have to give Team SMG their flowers here. Their experience, as you mentioned, Gani, was really showcased because of how well they traded those team fights. They always made sure that if EVOS are going to team fight and they're going to take down Sasa, okay, we're going to be able to take down someone from your side. Maybe 2, maybe 3, to the point where your victory in the team fight will pretty much amount to nothing because of the pickoffs, the counter pickoffs that SMG were able to pull off.
And on top of that, right, we got to take a look at the itemization coming in from Sasa, right? Because he built Wind of Nature, he built Haas Claws, and he built Rose Gold. So he understood that he was very threatened in that back line. And taking a look at this, right, does anything stand out?
Oh, man, looking at the stats here, it's a perfect showcase of course, what we saw from mid to late, but at the same time, it also tells a relatively good story of what happened from the early to mid because of the spicy adjustment that they did, putting the Grok in the jungle, the Arlot as the roamer. It turned the roaming mid of EVOS, Susujin, Krite, and Ivan, into a kill squad that just took away so much focus from Duma, who ended up shining in this game. He got to farm easier because Sasa was always forced to either get out of lane and just help SMG team fight because EVOS were forcing them into team fights.
I mean, with that as well, right? Lapu, Fredrin, as well as Joe will not have a good time going up against that carry that is fed already. And we can see here, translated to the game, even though the Annihilator is actually Stormy, the Eve, but it's just Doma towards that late game, destroying and melting most of the members of Team SMG.
Definitely. Honorable mention goes to Miko, right? Because there were a lot of moments that they understood Doma, the main damage dealer. They needed to take Doma out. When there were moments where things could have swapped to the side of SMG, that was on the foot of Miko for sure, but this is your MVP for that game, 12-3-3. The Joy, who just did so much.
Oh man, Veldora the Explorer just finding the right target over and over again. Where are we going?
To the
back line. Exactly. Thank you. We linked up on that, Connie.
10 out of 10.
Thank you.
But these are the highlights.
Yeah, I mean, it's, like you said, rinse and repeat. Veldora understands that he is stronger if you're, especially if you're going up against a Beatrix, and it's just always just being that nuisance towards Sasa, especially when he has no flicker. Yeah, it's just GG. Very tough for Sasa to make a play.
Oh man, Sasa here. Imagine from early to mid, you were forced to get out of lane because you were ganked first. You had to leave Duma to farm freely because SMG thought, you know what, maybe we could get them with counter plays, but then Eva's Icon would get a lot. But I like the adjustment here from SMG. I just have to mention that at some point they realized, yeah, we won't be able to protect Sasa as much as we want to. Let's just see if we can get Duma, and then that's how they were able to hold on for so long. But eventually, Evo's Icon just found the opening because of how easy it is to find an opening straight to the backline of SMG with their Joy.
It was unfortunate, right? It was very unfortunate. And
True.
It displays the difference in play style, right? You could feel that Evo's Icon were really just setting the tempo for Team SMG, and they are known to be aggressors. We saw Krite going in for flickers most of the time, like Leo put it. What did he say? 7 out of 10 times or 9 out of 10 times? Basically, a lot of times he uses that flicker. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But they want to make those gambling plays. And most of the time, they are able to get an advantage because SMG played so safe. So the question is, did they play safe because it's their playstyle? Or was it because of the draft that was given to them?
It feels like a combination of both, honestly.
Well, personally for me, it's just the drafts, right? They got the Joy, they got the Valentina. What did Team SMG draft? Beatrix.
Yeah.
Well, that's just already GG's from then and there. To add to that, the second phase, what was the ban? It was Franco and Kaja. So nobody, literally nobody can really stop the Joy because Miko was just focused on finding the targets, focused on initiating, and that was what translated to the game. That was evident. The Joy was just unstoppable. Sasa did not enjoy his early mid game. Late game he was already behind, and it was just already EVOS controlling the map, dictating the game, and GG.
Yeah, and you understand why that had to be the case here for Team SMG. The fact that Miko at some point said, it'll be too difficult or maybe not even worth it if I peel for my marksman. I'm just going to try to find their opposing marksman instead, or maybe even their Valentina. Take away a major damage dealer, because they know whatever they try to do, Sasa will have a difficult time.
Yeah,
so they just said, we'll take out your marksman if you're going to take out ours.
Man, I don't think Sasa was using the best device in the world.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Switch it up.
I don't think he was using the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra there, because if he was, he would have been able to turn that game around. So if you guys want to bring up your A game, turn the game around, if Sasa was using the Samsung S23 Ultra, then you guys get your hands on the best device in the business. Because, you know, I'm not a good player. I'm so bad at Mobile Legends, but because I'm using the Samsung, I got to Mythic.
Well, then don't sell yourself short. I'm pretty sure that isn't only just because of the great device you have, but because you're a pretty great player as well.
No, the thing is,
so cute.
Eterna
Eterna
got to Mythic with only just a game from Grandmaster because of that Samsung Galaxy Ultra.
That sounds like a bug to me in the game itself. If that's the case,
just a game.
Yeah, you can get away with that with the S23.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Samsung. Yo, Samsung.
What up? But with that in mind, we are going to take a look into a short video. So ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere.
Hai, nama saya Lifadan bin Ma'arif. Saya punya IGN adalah Smooth. Role saya EXP untuk tim SMG. Kita orang akan lawan di EVOS. EVOS ni walaupun yang mainnya adalah tim MDL. Walaupun dia MDL tapi kita jangan underestimate, dia orang tetap kuat. Dan kalau lepas lawan MDL, maybe saya berharaplah nak lawan dengan Omboy. Saya rasa dia orang boleh dikalahkan, tapi kita cuma jangan terumpan main dalam gameplay dia orang lah. Just fokus dekat team sendiri. Saya rasa insyaAllah kita orang dapat lepas sebab kita orang pun apa preparation yang baik untuk bagi saingan yang terbaik lah untuk tournament ni. Top 6 team will qualify. I think number 1 Brand, number 2 RSGPH, 3 RRQ, 4 Bigatron, 5 SMG, 6 Homeboys. Terima kasih kepada semua fans yang menyokong tim SMG. Saya harap korang dapat berikan sokongan yang baik supaya korang lebih semangat untuk berlawan dengan tim international yang lain dalam tournament Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB.
All right, Smooth, thank you for that. And it's very interesting with how he put in the teams to qualify into the challenge finals. I wonder if that was in order or not.
Yeah, it seems like with how he said it.
One thing for sure, it's pretty even, right? 2 PH, 2 Indo, and 2 Malaysians. So
seems like he's very considerate.
Very fair.
Yeah, very fair.
Very fair.
But yo, Smooth. Putting Brandon RSG up top, good move. I'm just saying.
You know,
I agree.
I mean, being an Indonesian, I can be like, yeah, that's probably how things are gonna go. I mean, we saw Bren earlier, and that's what what they were able to do as a team, right? So, looking at what Evo's Icon were able to do as a team. Now, Gani mentioned earlier about the Joy pick. The Beatrix into the Joy pick, that it wasn't wise. And honestly, I agree with that. And I think it was very intelligent because that also just takes away that option for the Claude pick from SMG.
Yeah, and maybe if they're going to leave the Joy open this time around SMG, they should end up with a marksman who should be able to protect itself well. Like something like a Brody, just a quick stun or something to knock back to make sure that you can get away from it, you know?
Are you hinting at a Moskov?
Maybe. I'm not going to admit anything. But I like that you pointed out, Gani, the fact that the Kaja and Franco ban, now that I think about it more, it's like, that would be the perfect ban of your EVOS Icon because those are the 2 foils to your playstyle.
They were setting the Joy up for MVP, which Pildori got it, right? So he executed his job description very, very efficiently and very well. Let's see Game 2, Team SMG. They need to bounce back. They need to think about the draft very, very deeply here because they have a chance to pick up that Joy back in that first game, but they just let it go.
Before that, let's take a look at how the players are doing, right? We're looking at
Pretty
Team
chill.
SMG here, but they're pretty chill, but I don't think I can say the same for Sasa. Is he okay? Because he looks kind of like, bro, how did we lose that game?
That Joy. I still see her. The
PTSD.
PTSD, giving nightmares.
She's on the table right now.
And with that
She's
in
all over
mind,
me.
I wonder if they're going to ban this out here in the drafting phase of game number 2, where it seems like Evo's Icon and Team SMG still on the same sides.
Well, if they don't ban it out, they should just pick up the Kaja and or the Franco as one of their first pickups, just to make sure they have an answer for that Joy.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see here. What will the approach, especially from Team SMG? Because I'm sure EVOS Icon would like to repeat what they did, the formula they did in Game 1. Yeah, still the same bands here.
Yeah.
Fanny, Glue, and of course, to respond, Team SMG opted for that 2 mages, the Novaria and the Kadida.
Now, this leaves a couple things open, right? Because last time they went for the Lancelot ban from the side of EVOS.
Yeah.
They should be able to just do the same thing, and then Team SMG would have to think.
I'm still at the point where I am willing to give the 1-1 to a first pick because you can just draft your first 3 picks as something that will give the 1-1 a lot of difficulty. But EVOS Icon actually respecting the box that SMG fielded. They take away the Eve, considering that it was one of the biggest reasons, Stormy's play, as to why EVOS Icon couldn't end the game right away.
Yeah, very good spot there, but it leaves Joy up for grabs again. Seeing Game 1, I think it will be wise if EVOS Icon just pick the Joy first pick here.
Joy or Arlott?
Yeah, they can Joy or Arlott. If they go Arlott here, they can pick Joy and either Franco Kaja as one of their other first 2 picks. And if this is going to be a Joy, then yeah, same. But no, it's a swerve. It's a swerve. They go for the Valentina. Okay.
So Team SMG banned that out in that first game. So in Game 2, it got left open And Evo's Icon, they just pick it up.
Yeah, well, no, actually, the Valentina ended up in the hands of Evo's
Oh,
Icon
okay.
in game number 1. So,
Yeah, true.
okay, so it'll still be Krite having the Valentina. And SMG, are you willing to give up Suppress? Are you willing to give the Joy ult to a Valentina? We'll see.
We'll see, definitely here. Joy or Arlet, Fredrin.
Joy Fredrin as my vote.
Yeah,
Joy Fredrin?
looked good.
Okay, they actually go for the Arlet. So we can see that even though that the Fredrin and the Joy were left open, they do see that things were really impacted by the Arlet pick here from Evos. They want to deny that away, and they also go for the Kaja this time around. So taking it into the first phase, I think it's a little bit wiser than what they did in game number 1.
Yeah, so now this time around, Evo's Icon are thinking, are we going to pick up the Joy? We'll see. They pick up the Fredrin for the jungle, so Team SMG, their jungle picks later on. Land still open. It was banned by Evo's Icon earlier if SMG wants to get that as their third pick. But then you have other heroes such as Sakai still available as well for the picking in the jungle, so alongside the Marcus.
But I don't think we should just tunnel vision, right, on the drafts for Evo's Icon, because coming to that first game, we were all quite surprised, right? Grok jungle, Joy EXP, Arlet, Roam. That's not the composition that we were expecting. So I think maybe keep a bit of a wide eye on the Fredrin. It still can be flexed. Melissa, definitely going to be in the gold lane. I don't see how things would be different, but why the Melissa pick here from Evos?
Because right now, it feels like Team SMG, the best thing they can go for is this. The Pharsa, it's answered right away, which means that SMG will consider a Yu Zhong ban potentially for the second phase.
I completely agree. I mean, with this in mind, right, Evo's Icon, I feel like why they pick up the Melissa, it's more of a secure pick. Very strong high ground as well.
Yeah.
Good going up against the Kaja, so that is why Evo's Icon wants to bully marksman here in that gold lane. But a good response there, that Farsa counter attack. Second phase, here we go. Team SMG bans out the MVP of the first game.
Hear me out though, right? Because Melissa is great and all, the go away is great as well, but the problem is Melissa is very susceptible to two heroes, right? Arlet as well as Lapu Lapu, who is still able to be picked up. Let's say if the Arlet goes into the jungle, but I don't know if that's SMG style. It's something that we see a lot in Indonesia. Not really sure if MPL, MY actually utilizes that kind of meta. But here in the second phase, they don't go for the Yuzong just yet. They go for the Joy ban instead. And what can we expect as a ban from Evo's Icon?
Let's see if they'll take out another marksman. Yeah, they might consider taking out the Leslie.
Leslie, yeah.
Yeah, Leslie might be taking... Oh, they take away the Kufra. Oh, that means the Yu Zhong's available for picking here. For the side of Evo's Icon. Just something that can dive straight to the back line. But yeah, the thing is with SMG, let's see. Oh, they take away the Claw. It's like Evo's Icon wants him to pick up the Leslie, because the Yu Zhong would just look for that Leslie and Farsa.
Yeah, it's not looking good. I was thinking about Team SMG picking up the Yuzong themselves, but then again, where would you put the Kaja?
Yeah, you don't have room for it.
Very tough,
I
right?
don't know. I think just Beatrix, honestly, is safer for Team SMG.
Well,
Beatrix.
yeah.
Beatrix can
could
be
be.
the answer, yeah. Sasa needs to recover from that first game. But let's see here, what will the approach be? Because going up against the T3 heroes from the side of Evo's Icons, they need AoE stat.
Yeah, I can't focus.
Why?
LaFell and Gideon are like just staring. Not LaFell,
LaFell?
Leo!
That's
Sorry,
Leo.
I can't stop thinking about LaFell. I'm
You
sorry.
just hurt
Leo.
his feelings, right? Leo, come back.
Come
Leo.
back.
Leo,
Leo, I'm so sorry.
Leo, giddy up.
Oh, very interesting
Oh,
here.
okay.
Balman gonna be the choice from Team SMG.
Yeah.
So Arlet EXP for sure, right?
Yeah,
Balman, jungle.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Lancelot and the Arlot as heroes that can give the Melissa a hard time. Well, the ultimate of the Ballman can reach the bubble of a Melissa if he has enough space. So they were thinking along the lines you were thinking of, Eterna. So the Ballman's good here. Evo's Icon, I've never seen a better Yu Zhong pickup in my life. Just go for it right now. And then the Roamer, maybe a little bit more control as well, just to add to all their multiple layers of control that they already have.
I mean, I'm sure Veldora is feeling himself after game one, alright?
man.
So, yeah, just go Yuzong, but no! He wants kill pressure. He wants to just bully in that EXP. He picks up the Daroth alongside the Feramis to add more extra life.
It's interesting, right? Because naturally the Faramis would be such a good pick according to the playstyle of Evos, who like to go for those gambling team fights. But Faramis clumping up everyone around. Oh my god, there you go!
Wow.
Bro! I was like, were you talking about the Moskov?
That's scary.
I wasn't mentioning it anymore in the draft because I was thinking, yeah, they're not really gonna go for Moscow
No.
despite me wanting to see it.
That is scary.
I don't know how that happened.
Oh my god, okay. Oh wow, what a draft. Okay, quick prediction, SMG or Evos? Reptar, let's start with you.
I saw the Moscow, so I'm going SMG, and I also want to see a Game 3.
You know what? I'm on board with Reptar. Game 3, here we go. Team SMG takes Game 2.
Alright, with that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, let's head to the casters. Leo and Gideon, take it away.
I'm definitely not LaFell, but I do enjoy the draft. I think Gideon will agree that there were some greedy picks, some spicy heroes that came in that we will see in the Land of Dawn coming in for this clutch match point here. It could be a sweep for Evos Icon if they make this Dairoth work, or Team SMG can take us all the way.
I've never seen a team who's wanting to win their entire strategy, actually, to want to win the lane this badly.
That's right.
Melissa Dairoth. The Melissa pick was already like a little jarring because Arlet was already available.
The Farsa over there.
We knew that Farsa could be a potential in that next 2 picks, and yet they still went for it.
And then, towards the end, I think it's no secret that even the analysts were saying, this is a great Yuzhong. Just do it right here. And that roamer could have been anything, but yeah, that's what made the Moscow Voldemort just much to the pleasure of Reptar, right? He was just like, there it is, I wasn't even asking for it. So, what do you think Evos Icon is thinking?
I think Evos Icon is thinking, if we just win the lane, there's no way they can recover. Because again, I think based off of game 1, let's go off of the information, right? Veldora got away with way too much. They understand that the overall team fighting is a little messy because of communications, but Sasa was losing his lane, mid lane wasn't having any control. Even on the bottom side of the map, even EXP was having a bit of a rough time. And that's only when it's after the first item.
Alright, maybe this makes more sense now. Look at it. It's not even just winning the lane, man. It's pushing the tempo way forward. This is Sutsujin reviving an old, not personal favorite of mine, but it is what it is. It's a jungle Dairoth.
It's very impressive when you are ahead. I can respect it, you know, the fact that Veldora decided, you know what, I am willing to lose the lane and I'm willing to sandbag it for as long as possible. But that really begs the question. Sutsujin, he's got to find his moments. He really has to. Ivan's already locked down. Veldora's trying to get into the middle of the fight. He's already CC2, but it doesn't matter if you don't have the damage. And right now, Evos Icon are in no position to start trading. Maybe only for Sutsujin, but he doesn't want to get into those bigger types of fights.
That's right. But all the more, there is this 50-50. There is this branching pathway. If you're Evos Icon and you're going up against a Kaja, you're going up against a Farsa, you kind of know that if you don't pull the trigger, if you don't say where the fights happen, it's them who's going to say where, right? They have better reach, they have better engage, and it's a confirmed -1 if they have their way.
Well, here's the thing, right? I feel like Team SMG in this position don't have to do anything, but it looks like it's going to be Evos Icons who make that first move, and that's what you want to see out of Sutsujin, jumping right into the fight and being followed up perfectly by Crate, because he himself doesn't have enough burst just yet.
Yep, and not even a flicker spent from that Valentina. And that's what I was talking about. Evos Icon has to say, no, the fight happens here. Whether you're ready or not, whether you have the Divine Judgment on the right target or not, we will take one head away. We will be, in effect, the -1.
Oh, smooth. He tries to get into this fight. He's not level 4 just yet, but now the Vengeance right after it. Veldora, so little health, and even the final slash was committed to it right before this turtle fight. There's no way they're contesting. Smooth. Oh, dodging the stolen lethal counter in time with the Vengeance, but now Subway ends up getting absolutely rolled over by Sutsujin. He even commits his retribution for it as well, just to ensure you're not running away from this.
Yep. Well, I'll be damned. This is a meta game this is a lineup matchup that I did not expect to see here in mid-2023, right? This is the clashing of parts of 2021, parts of 2022,
right?
That we're seeing here in Game 2 of the Snapdragon Pro Series, right in the midst of Group B. And here, again, you're seeing now Team SMG who's picking up the tempo. They're like, all right, they got us there. That was a very fast first minute. But they're not seeing this. There's a play down here in the turtle.
Yep, and they know that Sutsujin used that retribution. And unfortunately, Team SMG have to remember what their win cons are, right? If they're looking for pickoffs, they got to make sure that they have a damage dealer and maybe even Subway just to ensure that the kill goes through, or maybe just play around neutral objectives. You have this Balmont for a reason. You might as well secure every objective in the game with the help of the lethal counter.
Which now makes sense, if not only by taking the context of Game 2 here in this match, but even Game 1. Because again, oh, no, Miko! This is what I was saying. If you're able to shred through the front line, Sasa is compromised. He can't just sit there, press the auto attack button, inspire, and hope for something great. That's what was wrong with Game 2.
Oh, they feather airstrike just to make sure there was no means of escape at all. Not even a sliver of a chance. EVO's Icon really taking the tempo to another level. Miko, Divine Judgment already being activated. Sutsujin got really greedy with his ultimate there. Subway even whiffing the lethal counter. It's not looking good. Things are starting to break apart for Team SMG. EVO's Icon gonna turn around and pick up Subway for free.
EVO's aren't even let me finish my sentence, man.
Nah,
they're going way too fast. They're now up 3.8, almost 4K hits, almost a minute in. There's a punish. There's a punish.
Finally, right? Finally. Man.
So committed to the flicker, too.
He did commit to the flicker? Yikes. Okay, so at the end of the day, Smooth is going to die. There's no way he's going to get out of there. Is this what it's like feeling? Is this how people feel when they watch The Flash? It's like everything's so quick, but it's like, man, it's kind of uncomfortable.
Yeah, this is messy. That's what it looks like right now.
It is. But at the very least, EVO's Icon, they know exactly what they want out of these engagements, right? Even if they're giving away a couple of kills to Team SMG, at the end of it, they're getting map control. And with more map control, that means they can come from many different angles, which is great for Sutsujin because he doesn't just want to be funneled into a fight.
Yep, and again, the fact that these engagements are messy are only really benefiting EVO's Icon. It's Team SMG who wants the step-by-step. It's them who wants to take it slow, who wants to, again, temper expectations and go in when they're ready. But EVO's Icon, they're okay. It's just, all right, somebody in front of me, Spectre step, Abyssum strike, now pull!
Yep, they find the initial pull, but Sutsujin is still alive. Feather airstrike that's being stolen by Krite is doing amazing work, taking out Stormy before he can even pop his own. Kind of crazy that Krite was able to do that in time, but man, Stormy's taken so much punishment.
Oh, look at this show of dominance from Krite. He's just standing there in the middle of Team SMG's jungle, making Subway think, can I really take my own buff? Sir, may I?
He has to ask permission, which he usually doesn't have to, but now we see that Smooth in the middle of 2 so far. He's really deep in there, and Miko, he can't do nothing about it. Smooth can only try and outplay this, and he almost makes it through, but Veldora refuses to let him go. Strongly able to get the feather airstrike off finally after the objective take, and now it's 9-2 for EVO's Icon.
But at the cost of what, right? And throughout that last sequence, coming in from mid and the turtle pit, EVO's Icon scored a lot despite the trade for Smooth and Veldora. Bottom lane has been free. Bottom lane, Duma just having the time of his life here. He's sitting at 3-0-1. He is about 1,000 and change ahead, and he already has 2 core items.
Yeah, 2 core items. I'm surprised. I'm really surprised he decided to go for the Brute Force breastplate. I was thinking, what would the build look like nowadays because of the changes, inclusive of the cost efficiency of War Axe, but Sutsujin, it makes sense, right? He wants the Hunter Strike, he wants the raw numbers so that his ult hurts. He wants to be able to have extra movement speed, and not to mention the Brute Force breastplate helps him with his clear speed at the same time.
Yep, and to catch up to stragglers, just clean up house, right? And make the most of the killing spree. It's been a while since we've seen killing spree on a jungler, right? It's usually one or the other. It's
unless it's like a throwback to Bounty Hunter, then hey,
yeah,
that's taking it too far.
This already alone is a throwback. So this is what's throwing off Team SMG, and they're forced to answer and pick up the EVO's Icon's tempo. They're sitting about 5,700 gold ahead at 7 minutes at 9-2. Already, I can say say this is a worse situation for Team SMG than Game 1.
Yeah, it really is. And I think this is going to be a real test of how EVOS Icon closes out the game. I think that's been the biggest problems with a lot of these MDL teams, right? Especially when they're facing against an MPL. How do they close out games? And I think this time round, with what Team SMG is working with in their draft, a lot less high ground to really work with. They still have technically the replacements, the worst versions of both the Beatrix and the Eve, instead having the Moskov as well as the Farsa. This last turtle going into the hands of EVOS. But yeah, Team SMG, let's see if they can hold out.
Yeah, it's a worse situation. It's a worse holdout, but no, Sasa gets cornered here. Didn't even stand a chance. Miko and Smooth, they could have tried, but the fact that Ivan was sitting there, and now they're even trying a kill on Smooth.
Oh, he's trying his best. Retribution coming out from Suzuki just to slow him down. Oh, the execution almost there. At least with the Missile Strike, it's more than enough. Miko, he's low, but he refuses to give away his KDA any more than he has. First death in between 2 games. Stormy gets pulled back in time. He doesn't tries to flicker out of that. Stolen Feather Airstrike to put him out of his misery. The Shadow Stampede coming huge. Now, Sasa just having to just watch his teammates get cut down one by one.
Back-to-back maximum range, Abyssum Strike, just the tip hitting to secure a kill. And then the, 1-2 step flicker finger feathered airstrike. Yeah, Subway is not going to survive this, no. Miko can't do much, not like this.
It feels really, really bad, right? Even Sutsujin, he's tanking it, and then when you think it's over, nope, it's going to be the call all-time. Feather Airstrike once again. The insurance policies, they are covered, right? He's going way too far. He wanted that triple so bad.
Again, it's with the forward flicker that Krite is playing with. Again, I would do the same thing at 6-0. He suffered a death there.
Oh, wait,
but
whoa,
yeah, wait,
whoa.
Smooth.
Hold on. Sasa has been pushing this entire time. Miko is trying to slow it down. He's willing to give his life down for this. Subway, he's going to be walking in, and now they're taking a full fight while Sasa is pushing down to a tier 2. Enough damage, but luckily Team SMG, they cleared the waves at the same time as they delayed the recall. So that's going to be 2 structures falling into the hands of Team SMG.
And that's what's keeping SMG in the game. It's not going to put them in a winning position, not quite yet, but it's stopping this 6,700 gold lead going to 8, going to 9. And it's buying a place on the map for Team SMG to find plays, to maybe find an odd angle, have Miko, have Smooth, find Duma, maybe even Krite, but with the way Krite has been reading the map, that's unlikely. So yeah, best case scenario, you punish Sutsujin for being greedy on the engage, or even pop an early called altar forced from Ivan. But yeah, there's only so much you can do, especially given that the long lane now is the lane that got penetrated. Team SMG have to pay extra attention to this.
Yeah, we again reverse the situation from the last time in game number 1 where the opposite side was not the long lane, but now they already make Veldora. They don't even stand a chance. They got locked down, they instantly get melted by Doma. I don't need to say anymore. Even the lethal counter coming up to take out Veldora finally. Feather Airstrike is trying to peel away, but it doesn't matter as Doma once again just shooting, driving by, making sure that he is even more gangster. Sutsujin with max stacks on his brute force breastplate, taking out the rest. That's a complete wipeout for the side of EVOS Icon with their 8K lead 10 minutes into the game.
As clean as it gets, they were threading the needle. They traded out Valdora. They knew that someone had to give, but just the same, they executed as clean as they could, forcing a fight deep into enemy territory. And now, despite the waves not being all in for them, they still scored a free Lord. And it's going to lead to Team SMG to wonder once more where it all went wrong. How do we stop this from happening? Because all I saw there, all I read was, yeah, attempted concealed play, but what do you do from there? What do we do if we do get a pull? And we're not even sure who we're going to find. I think that's one thing that Team SMG need to work on. Vision. It's not like Miko can just start walking near bushes and start using his ring, right? Like, all right, anybody here? Anybody here? That's just a little too dangerous. So yeah, they're forced to defend from inside their base now. That's their only move.
Yep, this is really, really disastrous for them, right? It feels like they're suffocating under the water, and unfortunately, they don't have a lot of time to work with left. They are looking to take down at the very least the Lord. Feather Airstrike being utilized to try and deter the rest of EVOS Icon. But again, great high ground defense because of their draft. EVOS Icon hitting the 42k mark means that they have an opportunity to start a fight, and there they go. Veldora looking again, right opportunity to make it happen, but in the back line, we already see the final slashes come out. Doma still alive! Double kill coming out from Smooth, but he still falls, and Doma lives. He can continue auto-attacking, but he has no targets to hit just yet. He doesn't want to get into range. It's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Team SMG. We're getting a repeat of game number 1, aren't we?
It looks like it. The rubber banding effect from Team SMG has come into full swing. Yes, it was Sasa who unfortunately had to fall, but they have shut down Sutujin as well as Krite, who once again is sitting at, what, previously 6-1, now 9-2. So expect Bank to come in for Team SMG. And again, they shrank what was once a 9k goal lead down to 6k once more. Looking at the item game, I'm not expecting much from Subway right now because, again, as you mentioned, deja vu from game 1. He has a role to play and he just has to stand there and take it. But Sasa, now that he's back on the map, not quite going barefoot just yet. He's still trying to build one more item. Lord knows what that could be. Maybe a Rose Gold Meteor once more?
Winds of Nature, probably. I mean, technically,
yeah.
It's got to be,
Should
right?
be. Should be, yeah.
He probably wanted to keep it as long as he can, but I think there's too much mixed damage to really get the full benefit.
That's
right?
why the RMG was what came off first.
It's unideal, but there's
RGM.
really no way around it. The RGM, yes. There's no real way around it. You're just hoping that your team is eventually able to make the play, and I think, worst comes to worst for Sasa. He gets really lucky with his knockback, and it collides into, like, multiple people at once.
Yeah.
I think that's their only saving grace. Even Smooth, right? He tries his best each and every time, but Doma is just way too far ahead of the curve. Stormy, he gets found caught out here, forcing that flicker straight away. Miko and Sasa trying to get on out of there, but Sasa, almost there, and he gets protected in time! It's Smooth who saves the day! He tries his absolute best, and he's able to get Sasa walking away scot-free when it looked like all else was about to fail. 2-for-1 trade in favor of EVOS Icon again.
But just the same, it's Sujin who went. So this sends a message to EVOS Icon. The White Tigers now have to think, hey, wait, we have no retribution. And they have a Balmond. They still have Sasa, who, by the way, still, despite being at the cusp of losing the series, still has nerves of steel. That was an amazing clapback, an amazing use of the Moscow's kit.
He just purchased the Hasclaw as well, so even if he gets
Hasclaws.
yeah, again, he's looking for cost-efficient items that really benefit him. This upcoming fight is going to be so important because right now Subway cannot be thinking about trades. He's got to be thinking about taking away this Lord, and it's the perfect opportunity, right? Level 14 compared to level 15 with the extra 1,000 true damage, but now Eldora walking up. Ivan is pulling away, trying to get Subway out of this position. Miko as well. Again, they have to give it up, but now they're funneling them back in towards that jungle. The conceal play is already there. Appraiser's Wrath is well committed, but EVOS Icon, they can't necessarily go further than this.
Yep, there is a big swing when it comes to battle spells. Team SMG used quite a bit. EVOS Icon as well, to no avail, but at least EVOS scored a Lord. It's a Luminous Lord here that's going to crash into the base if Team SMG aren't careful about it. So now again, we're back to the situation we were in about 4 minutes ago. Team SMG going to defend inside their base. But just the same, I'm not so sure.
Yep, Feather Airstrike already being committed onto Miko's target. Doma is already done for, and now Team SMG have a damn good chance of bringing this game back from the brink. 15 minutes in, Sasa still alive. Feather Airstrike stolen from Krite, going to be committed against them, but they've cleared up all the waves from mid to top to bottom. Team SMG only lose a single inhibitor.
If an inhibitor will fall. That's what I was going to say. And just the same, I didn't expect bottom to be the one to go. I thought it was mid that was going to go first. And here, this is a good news, bad news situation, right? You saved an inhibitor, yes. But bad news is, it's the top and bottom. You have to constantly send dudes. And it's not going to help the fact that the long lane loses you no matter what. And this is that moment wherein we said, you know what? Sasa should have died here.
Yep, he should have, but Smooth, what? He literally comes in, red cape from a different planet, and he does it again with the second upcoming play. And I mean, it's just great to see, right? They have the right ideas. Maybe the combination and execution is a little difficult, right? Because again, you have to flicker forward, final slash, and you have to be in the right position because it goes from left to right. And then afterwards, you pass on that parcel to Miko, who's going to pull it back in and lock them down long enough for Stormy to really take full advantage. And to be fair, Stormy took a lot of damage throughout this game, right? 12 minutes of just punishment.
Yep, and the fact that he has a flicker now, and looking at his kit, not a single immortality in sight. He's only really playing with one moment, like that wings by wings to reposition for the Feather Airstrike anyways. So it's not like Team SMG have nothing left in the tank. It's just they have to be careful because EVOS Icon aren't afraid to pull the trigger first, even when they have no business doing so. That's what they use their battle spells for, and that's how Ivan played that last engage. Because again, he played with the stacks. He played with the fact that the passive on the Fire Mist allows him to come back 3 seconds. 3 seconds all he needs. So now we're back to this position here. I think it would be smarter for EVOS Icon to just wait for the Lord, man.
Yeah, I mean, they've technically fallen, like, the majority of the members are starting to fall off. Like, Ivan, he's dependent on these stacks to really make that difference. Not so much for Krite. He's been doing God's work all day long. I mean, look at his KDA, 10, 2, and 5. Conceal Blade comes out from the side of Team SMG to scout out for information. And I don't know, Veldora, that doesn't feel like a good idea until you see the right flank as they flicker on in forward. Ivan tries to make the play smooth, force the flicker away. Unfortunate, we can't do much about it. Feathered Airstrike just to deter. Veldora still a little low. Miko tries his best to find the right target, but it doesn't really matter. The backline with the Winter Trudge, Krite still trying to take him out. Sasa finally gets it smooth, is able to get the Vengeance off to keep himself healthy, and even the Spear of Destruction nearly finding its mark, but no, it's a 1-for-0 trade in favor of Team SMG. The battle spells on both sides fully expanded.
And who would have thought it would be Team SMG who won out when it was EVOS Icon who was looking for the fight. And it seems like the jungle that Team SMG have set up for themselves led to Duma not positioning well. If Duma was able to auto-attack for maybe 2 more seconds, Team SMG would have gone wiped out. Oh, that's just unfortunate, and now they have a man advantage. Sasa just wailing away at this Lord.
Yep, he's penetrating multiple people. Feather Airstrike looking up at the lethal counter, committed onto the kills, and not actually the 50-50. It's getting low, and now it's going to be Sasa. He takes one, but it's Doma who steals away the Lord in time. Sasa wins out that fight, but this one, a triple kill for Sasa. It looks great, but Doma still had the time. Subway going down at the wrong time.
Oh, the MSC champion from 2019. The Kage Sasa just finds that wall and says, thank you so much. And just like that, EVOS Icon recovering, doing their best to save themselves from that last blunder. This is the smallest lead EVOS Icon has had all game 2, man. Team SMG are currently back on the board. They have shrunk that 6K gold lead now to just 2K, under 2K, but there is this Evolved Lord marching up top.
Yep. This is such a struggle, right? Because it depends on who is able to interact with who. If Sutsujin is able to meet Subway, yeah, obviously Sutsujin is going to win out that fight, but then it gets even harder when you start adding Doma to the mix, because that means that the rest of the team of Team SMG needs to get mixed up in this fight. And right now, Stormy's Feathered Airstrike has been key to keeping up with EVOS Icon.
Not just, I think Smooth is doing God's work as well, especially in the last comeback, right? Just stunning the right target, and I think that's what compromises Duma. That's what makes Sutsujin an easy target to just pop as soon as he overextends for just an inch. Again, I'm not sure what the metric system is in the Land of Dawn, but whatever that smallest pixel is, right? And just says, all right, he's in Vengeance, doesn't matter, DJ or even Final Slash, all right, jungler's out, we can win. And that's what happened in that last engagement. That's what shrank this goal lead, and that's what's giving Team SMG a second wind.
Yep. And now that they've evened it up, 26-15, we still haven't seen a team get any more space than they've had right now. And I mean, I think it's going to come down to the next upcoming fight. Let's look at the instant replay and break this down one more time, because just look at the position that Subway was in, right?
Yep.
The divine judgment that was stolen by Krite just to try and pull him away. I think even from Subway's POV, he's like, nah, stop it.
Look, Sasa, this is that moment. Oh, and then the wall just planted Duma.
That's how he wins out these 1v1s, man. Again, he's last Kage for a reason. Well, not really the last Kage. He's
our
my
Kage. He's our Kage.
He's my Kage.
There you go. You're MY Kage. There it is.
Yes.
Oh. All right, so during that whole replay, I'm thankful to the universe that nothing else happened on the map. And again, it's just because both teams are posturing up for this next big fight. About 30 seconds away from this Lord. It's a 22-minute stacked up evolved Lord that we're going to be dealing with here. And this is as close to 50-50 as it gets, man. If anything, Team SMG has a small lead. Wow.
Wow. After all this time, it only took them 20 minutes to get here, right? 22 minutes in a matter
Better
of
late
fact.
than never.
Better late than never, but I do think that Sutsujin, he cannot go for the traditional front-to-front. I think he's got to start thinking about flank angles because Smooth is making it really difficult for him. And it also helps, it also doesn't change the fact that Sasa's normal auto attacks pierce through multiple targets, so sometimes he's not even the ideal intentional target.
Nope, not at all, especially with the build he's gone for, which is a pure hybrid. Actually now juggling between a physical defense item and what might actually be an immortality. So Sutsujin now has to be a little more careful, not as a wanton. And there's a pull!
Oh, Divine Judgment to make play on to Stormy, and now without the majority damage dealer, it's all up to Sasa to try to hold out on their own. Miko has enough items to keep him alive. Whoa, okay. Bit of an interesting flicker there coming in from Cry, but as well as Ivan, but didn't exactly get the results that they wanted. At least they got the flicker out of Miko, which is, again, all the playmakers here are losing their resources, leaving only Smooth to be the last option.
Because of the amazing pull, the stolen DJ, we can almost forget the mistakes, but right now, 3v4!
Yep, Subway, he's taking a lot of that damage. Smooth, ready to turn this around, but they don't know whether they want to keep on going for this good disciplined play for EVOS Icon. They cannot keep making the same mistake time and time again.
Yep, it's all about lane management now. The waves have to crash in the perfect way, because if I'm calculating the timing right, Stormy should be coming in clutch. Stormy will be able to come in to try and go for that last defense, but this Lord will play such a big role. 5 seconds, 4 seconds now till Team SMG's mid laner comes in.
Yep, they're trying their absolute best. Muddles in the middle just to make sure they can't walk out further than this. Doma, he's trying to play as careful as he can. He's waiting for the waves to come. The Luminous Lord is already here. Conceal's already been activated. Feather Airstrike to predetermine them. Nicely done by Stormy, and he's holding them hostage with it. They're not able to walk on in, allowing Team SMG to clear up these minions. Nobody able to make the play. Smooth finds it, pulls Veldora back into the charge. Call Alter to keep him alive after the immortality, allowing Doma to come in even harder with the Inspire. Pushing all 5 back, they quickly refresh and get back into the middle of the fight to protect their crystal. Once again, an EVOS Icon unable to close this out.
Both teams shaking hands, saying touche, a pacifist run in that last defense. No one dies! No one dies!
Oh man! Again, just real great use of the arsenal, the weaponry that Team SMG have in their arsenal. Because again, I would expect Stormy to be like, oh, you know what? I'm not just gonna hold this ult for as long as he did. Veldora finding Miko. Rest of them, Doma, watch his positioning because, again, he's going to be the majority damage dealer. Smooth caught out, unable to do anything. Even the final slash already down. That's going to be a 4v5, but Team SMG, they've had enough.
All right, we're approaching TikTok timers, and in about 5 seconds, we're going to start scaling. It just stopped scaling, actually. I was going to say scaling down, but no, it just stopped scaling. Even Lord, coming up in about a minute, is at his maximum strength now. Just 4 defenders left.
Yep. Oh, Ivan, he flickers forward to try and get the position onto Miko. They're trying to go for the crystal, but it's not as easy as it looks, as Doma isn't able to get as many free hits as he would like. We always see the Winter Truncheon coming in. Oh, from Subway. Not enough, though. Sasa pulling so many members to his side, but unable to kill any one of them. That's going to be EVOS Legends taking this game away 2-0. GG, well played.
In the end, the numbers game just was not for Team SMG, especially after that pick-off on Smooth, who was feeling it. I think Smooth was feeling himself, given that amazing high ground defense, what could have been an end. Maybe a minute or 2 earlier for Team EVOS Icon, but I don't know. I think this is where, again, my theory from Game 1 stands. Maybe they're not as gelled together as they could be as a new lineup. And again, that's why some parts of what should be a team that is moving as one just sometimes just goes off of the rails, and then that's what led to this win for EVOS.
I think it's very clear. We've seen with the majority of teams today, anybody who's been adding new members into their roster generally is going to struggle a little bit, unless it's a very minor tweak or, you know, taking into account that they need to be from the same region, making sure that they speak the same language. So many things could go wrong here.
If anything, it looks like Miko is communicating with Sasa. I'm not so sure about the rest of them, but I want to know what our analysts think. Eternity in the gang, what do y'all see?
Thank you, Leo. Thank you, Gideon. What we see is a 2-0 once again in SBS. It's been 2-0 all around, but that was such a performance coming in from Evo's Icon.
Yeah, and even Team SMG, it felt like game one all over again with just a lot of different pieces in the hero picks.
It was very intense here at 39 as well as Renmar. It was very close. But again, same story as per game one. It was EVOS just leading the way from the early game and mid game. They were controlling the map, they were dictating the wars, and Team SMG, at the end of the day, they need to falter. 25 minutes of game time, EVOS Icon played it to perfection.
Yeah, man, they just started off this game similar to how they started off game number one. Let's rotate like crazy. Our Faramis, our Fredin, and our Dairoth jungle. Let's just gank whoever, kill whoever, will take control early. Karakuri, one of the Bahasa casters, mentioned that one of the reasons why EVOS actually picked up the Dairoth was actually because they were thinking more of it as a counter to the Bowman in terms of just being able to burst it down. So I get why they went for that, and hell, let's be honest, it fits their playstyle perfectly with hardcore aggression from the beginning.
And that's what I loved, right? Because when we saw the Yve being picked up in one of our previous matches, we saw that the counter towards that was the Mardis. But Mardis with Balman usually wins on these trades, on the objective. So my question was, who's able to beat it out with the Balman? And it turns out one of the answers is the Dairoth if played well. There was a moment in this game where, because of how, I would say, early-centric EVOS Legends drafted compared to SMG, we sweated a little, right? Because SMG, they had Farsa, they had the Moskov, who generally does scale into that late game, and there definitely was moments and chances for SMG to come back into the game. As we also take a look at this, the bread maker is still Sasa.
Yeah,
so unfortunate.
So unfortunate, but again, makes sense, right? I mean, 25 minutes of game time. Moskov with this attack speed that he has, sure, he will farm a lot of gold towards the end, but also do note that, yeah, it's official. Arlet that has a 100% win rate in this tournament
broken.
It's broken.
It's gone.
Thank you so much, Team SMG. But yeah, congratulations, EVOS Icon. Again, Doma, take a look at the tower damage on this guy. 30k worth of damage is just so clear that they aren't forgetting about the objectives.
Yeah, man, and the fact that they put the Fredrin in the XP lane and made that into their frontliner, their damage soaker, even though they have a lot of picks here that look kind of squishy, that just look a little bit too greedy, Doma just got to take out Muddles perfectly, timed that really well so that when SMG looks like they have a good opportunity to continue fighting because Stormy was able to get some hits with a feathered airstrike, Doma just says, nope, you're not getting anywhere near me, and he was able to minimize his deaths and maximize his impact.
So the question now is, who was the most valuable player from EVOS? We're gonna see it in a bit, ladies and gentlemen, and the man himself, Ivan, or however you guys want to pronounce his name, Van Strong. 5-2, 21 KDA Faramis, and this is what I mentioned even from the draft pick. Faramis is such a good hero for a team that is as aggressive as EVO's Icon. There were so many moments in game number one where Krite was actually punished because of his aggression, the way that he flickers in to get those engages, to get that extra damage in, and even to get those kills. But this time, because of the fact that Ivan was on somebody like the Faramis who had the Cult Altar, he was able to just be that bridge, that anchor for his team to make sure that they don't get taken down.
Yeah, other than being an anchor, Ivan Strong. What I really loved to see, what I loved seeing from him in this game was that he timed his pull so well. Those Shadow Stampedes were just always so on point. You'd think that he's gonna go in and then use it right away. Nope, he's gonna maximize the distance. He'll dance around a bit and then he'll get the pull because the other members of EVO's Icon are there to finish up the job.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say, right, his timing, this guy, this kid in this game particularly has been so on point, and peep at his itemization, right? Hybrid, defense and as well as also building enchanted talisman and fleeting time. So he is that confident to know just I want to maximize my cooldown reduction, but also be tanky at the same time. 2 deaths, only 25 minutes game. Spectacular performance by this kid.
Yeah, man. And Evo's icon here, they've put a stamp on this tournament in terms of really showing off what their identity is. We're gonna play fast and dominate early.
Definitely, definitely. But it was kind of treading the needle a little bit, right? I mean, sure, Evo's icon, they were very aggressive, but there were so many moments where they made few mistakes.
Yeah.
And that was punished by SMG. And imagine doing those same kind of mistakes against a team that is a little bit more in form. Like, let's say against Bren. You can't pull the exact same thing against a team like that. So, congratulations to Evo's icon going a step further in SPS. They just need one more win to be able to make it to the challenge finals, but they do still have a lot of homework to work on. And of course, for the side of SMG, there's still one more chance to win it out, right?
Yeah, you're still alive,
LG.
basically.
Still in the tournament, they can still make it to the Group E last chance qualifiers. And seeing what SMG brought out, again, you mentioned the experience, you mentioned their, ability to defend so well. We saw it 2 games in a row. Composure, exactly. SMG, if they can channel a bit of that composure, defensive energy into something maybe a little bit more aggressive in the early game, while still keeping that composure, should be a good balance for them.
I want to see some improvements from Team SMG. Again, Team SMG are not out of this tournament just yet, but they are walking on thin ice, right? One more defeat, then they'll be out, but they're still Evo's icon again. Congratulations. So for now, the record is ID 1, Malaysia 0. Just put this on the record.
He's keeping score. Okay.
Facts.
Malaysia still has one more chance, right? In the next match. Homeboys, right? But wait, coming back into this. See, I forgot what I was going to say.
You got distracted.
You'll remember.
Yeah, I got distracted with the 1-1 thing and with the 1-0 thing.
You'll remember.
It's okay.
Man, wait, what was I going to say?
You got this.
Let's go.
Oh, I remember.
Okay.
It's a good point to bring up the challenges that SMG does have right now, right? Because they have, maybe shot calling issues or language barriers because of what we mentioned, the fact that they did have a new roamer.
Yeah.
So they still have time to tweak things up. This tournament does still go on for a couple more days.
Yeah.
So fans of SMG, what are the fans called? Wait. I didn't write it down.
I'm not sure. No, I'm gonna look for that. But yeah, I agree with you. Team SMG, with how they played here, really they have some things to again look forward to.
Of course.
But it's so strange because sometimes we can just say assumptions about what's going on behind the scenes. But as Gideon and Leo mentioned, you saw it in game. Timings of specific entries. It looks like sometimes Smooth thought that they were gonna go for a play, but then the other members of SMG was there. So it's safe to assume that our assumptions maybe just aren't assumptions and they're actually happening, that maybe there's just a slight disconnect between their newest member and the other members of SMG.
And that's what cost him the game technically, right? That last play, Smooth was a little bit offside in that position and there was no clear backup from the Team SMG side. So for the most part, they were patient. Their overextension, the impatience coming from that team was also displayed, and that was technically what cost them the game. Evo's icon started rolling and bashing on towards them, and it was just scramble players of Team SMG that was just exploited by the side of Evo's icon.
Yeah, Evo's icon were an interesting team, and I mentioned in the drafts, right? Like, don't tunnel vision on these picks. Don't assume that this Fredrin is going into the jungle. And even in game 2, we saw that again. Dairoth going in the jungle. That's not something that even in Indonesia we're used to seeing lately, right? Especially after the new patch, but yet they were still able to make it work. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, taking a look at the next upcoming matches. Now, this is when things get a little bit more interesting, right? Homeboys going against RRQ. And this is not the old RRQ that we know and love. This is a new RRQ with a lot of new players stepping in. So when we're talking about new players coming in, switching of rosters, it hasn't really given them an advantage. So, Connie, do you think RRQ can do this against Homeboys?
hopefully, because here's a fun fact. Around 30 minutes ago, RRQ just lost a different tournament.
Oh,
so
no.
perhaps their locker room here, they're definitely working things out because the next match is now. So yeah.
Oh, so they're gonna need to come from a reset. They're coming from a loss. Oh, it could be a tough day in the RRQ camp. Meanwhile, homeboys are probably gonna want to bank on that, right? It's like, oh, they're demoralized. Let's just be confident and play aggressive. That might happen.
Oh man, that's not good. That's not good. It's gonna be a 1-1. But let's take a look at the Group B GSL brackets. First and foremost, with EVOS stepping forward, one more win will grant them a spot towards the Challenge Finals in Jakarta, Indonesia. Whereas HB or Homeboys as well as RQ, they still need to fight it out. However, SMG will be going against whoever loses between the matchup between HB and RRQ, and they do still have a chance to be able to make it into the Group E.
And it's interesting because all throughout the day, one of the storylines, other than, well, our lot, is the fact that you're seeing teams that are introducing in new members, mentioned by Gideon earlier, new members or a completely new lineup versus teams that have already been established and already have that chemistry and that link up. So it's going to be interesting that we're going to be seeing that again. Is the RRQ Hoshi lineup ready for this up against a team that have already been playing together for quite some time? Those are the biggest questions.
All right, yeah, those are definitely the questions that we need to get answered because I'm so hyped for these next upcoming matches. But it doesn't seem like EVOS want to talk to us right now. I'm sad. I wanted to talk to Sutsujin,
They're
man.
celebrating.
Yeah, they're
They're celebrating?
Sometimes it's about the Mamba mentality, you know.
All right. I mean, they still need one more win.
Yeah, and they're focusing on that. So I get it. I understand.
I'm sad. I just want to go home now.
I think they're...
Hey, don't go.
Oh, sorry.
It's fine. I wouldn't talk to me too.
Whoa.
I'm
okay.
It wasn't like, it's not like that.
Tone it down a little.
Yeah,
All right?
I'm okay. We're okay.
It got sad real quick.
Yeah, we're good.
But once again, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank our sponsors for making this tournament possible. Thank you so much to Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Thank you so much as well to Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy HL, because, you know, these things, without them, nothing would be possible, right? We need Monster Energy to be able to hype up these games.
Unleash the beast.
We need the Galaxy S23 Ultra for the players to be able to play as amazing as they are now.
Yeah.
We need DHSL as well to be able to utilize that cool mini game that they made to get some money.
Oh yeah,
we love money.
They have a tournament too.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna say DHL because so far we're delivering.
Oh, that's pretty good too.
That's very smart.
Nah, I just wanted the viewers to know about the FEBIT Dash Cup, right? Because you guys get a chance to win 5,000 euros, and that's a lot. That's so much, I can't even calculate it in my brain.
I'm not that good at math, so I can't do it.
Maybe Gani is. But with that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to throw to a short break before we get into the next matchup between Homeboys and RRQ. And with that in mind, stay tuned. See you later.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Confidence is key, and my keys all jangling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. I'm a stunner, yes I'm the star. I set the tone, yeah, I raise the bar. I go to work, I make it look easy. Play hard, work smart, I'm easy breezy. Sugar daddy, no that's honey. Don't give him any sugar, he suckers me all his money. Wanna live lavish, you need a clue? Then look to me, I'll tell you what to do. Repeat after me. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Now bring it out, it's your time to glow. You all the baddest, put on a show. Don't be afraid, let everyone know. Don't be shy, just lose all control and work it. Go hit a full split, tear up the floor. Go ahead, snatch those wits. Repeat after me. I am the vixen, I am the stallion. I don't need vixen, but I do need all your attention. All these diamonds on me, they glisten. When I talk, yeah, everyone listens. Cause I'm somewhat of an addiction. Now work those hips and thighs. You're out here changing lives. It's time, so let's get wild, 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 wild. And put in work. Work, 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 put in work, slay, work, okay, work, slay, work, today, work, on, work, today, work, slay, work. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face.
Number one in the street, so that one a bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. Then I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. Number one in the streets, so that one a bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. Then I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang. Bang bang, 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 bang bang. Bang. We gotta push to the limit, then work till we finish, then push to the limit, then work, 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 work.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back from that short break. But wait a second. Goni? You're different.
Do I look like Ghani to
Oh
you?
my god, it's Icy Baby. It's Terrence.
Hey.
How are you feeling, Terrence?
You know, it's been a while since I last saw you. The last time I saw you was like, what,
Last
MSC
year.
2022? Where I kind of flexed, hey, I got a brand new chair.
Yeah, it was an entire year we last saw each other at MSC, and it's finally great to be back on the caster desk with you because we do have an amazing upcoming match, and I think a lot of people have been anticipating this matchup between the homeboys as well as RRQ. Now, it's going to be you versus me here, so let's ask, you know, just a solid standpoint here, a neutral standpoint.
All right.
How are we feeling about this?
Because of some adjustments and what happened just a few minutes ago, I'm leaning towards the Malaysia side here. I'm looking at Homeboys might be able to get out of this with a victory.
Oh, that's new. That's new because I was expecting a little bit more on the RRQ side. Just because I'm a Malaysian guy, I'm supposed to be on the Malaysian side, and you're going to be on the Indo side.
Okay. I mean, and I'm super excited to see who of both of these teams who might actually make it into the grand finals, right? Okay, not the grand finals, but the challenge season finals. And if you guys are curious as well, you guys need to get your hands on the tickets as soon as possible because we would like to remind you that the Mythic tickets are all sold out. So take your chances, try and go for the raffles as well. If you guys don't want to spend a little bit more money, go ahead and check the website, check all our social media, because you do have a chance to get free tickets, free t-shirts, and just a lot of other freebies happening around here. We love you, SPS. Amazing, amazing stuff. And of course, we also want to thank Monster Energy, right? Because without Monster Energy, we wouldn't be as energized to go through all these 5 matches. Unfortunately, it hasn't been a 2-1 just yet, but we might expect it from this next upcoming battle. So thank you so much because we want to release our energy as well. But wow, again, this next upcoming match, man.
It's going to be a good one.
Yeah.
Gonna be a good one. And I agree with the statement. It might be a 2-1.
That's the thing, right? Like I definitely agree it's
RRQ,
gonna
right?
be 2-1. No. I'm going for Homeboys for sure, man. But at the same time, the reason why I want to talk a little bit more on these two teams is because they have a lot of rework between their roster changes as well. And some say it's gonna be shaky, some say it's gonna be good. But in case you miss out on the action here, these are the brackets for you.
We are gonna see Homeboys going against RRQ here in the next upcoming match, and whoever wins it will have to face Evo's Icon. But luckily, it won't be today. It will be tomorrow, and whoever loses will have to go against Team SMG. And man, even both of them, looking at how they were able to play in that previous match, it's gonna be tough for both of these teams.
And this series is going to be a tough one for both because even though RRQ have slightly rebuilt and they're just coming off of a loss in another tournament in the past hour or so, well, I still feel like they're going to be able to deliver a good fight here. But based off of the little amount of time I was able to study Homeboys and really watch them play, I like what I see from Homeboys, man.
Yeah. That's the thing about Homeboys, right? Like, MPL Malaysia this year itself, it's all about reformation here, trying new things, rebranding, and as well as trying to make their way into the M Series. And so far, the changes from Homeboys has given them the best results so far from the previous MPL. They almost made it towards MSC, if they could have made it to Grand Finals. But of course, that was their all-time best performance for the past few years. And so far, now, them bringing in Zorn, a legendary player from Malaysia, the only player from Malaysia that has participated in every single MPL Malaysia since Season 1 all the way to 11. Now joining them, I want to see whether or not if Zorn is going to be playing today.
Yeah, that's the question, right? Is it going to be Barbosa or is it going to be Zorn? Your feeling is Zorn.
I want to see Zorn.
Alright.
If win or lose, I just want to see a little glimpse of Zorn, a taste of how MPL Season 12 is going to look like.
I like that. That could be a tagline for him. A little taste of Zorn.
A little taste of Zorn. I like it. So Zorn brings more experience, right? And when I think about that actually reminds me of RRQ, right? With Zin coming back into the scene for RRQ. He was the gold leader for the longest of time. He was actually a jungler at some point, and he also does have that experience. He has international experience. He has the taste of even winning the trophies. So with that in mind, does Zorn still have that upper edge?
Okay, that's the thing, right? Homeboys, they're trying their own things out. We haven't not really sure whether or not Zorn or Barbosa are going to be playing.
Yeah.
But I do want to quote from Mirko as well. He said that RRQ feels like anime when RRQ actually kind of announced it.
Yeah, and especially if you're RRQ, you want to play around Naomi. You got one of the best roamers in the world who is honestly one of the craziest Franco players I'm pretty sure anyone has ever seen. And then you pick up a coach from Myanmar as well to make sure that Naomi is comfortable and that he's utilized very well. So yeah, you're expected to play against around your roamer. You're expected to pair the roamer really well with your gold laner. But is that it for now for RRQ Hoshi? Because if you're going up against a team like Homeboys, you're gonna be able, you're gonna want to get reliability from the other positions as well.
Now let's get our answers. Let's get our answers from who exactly is going to be playing from the side of Homeboys. Okay. So with that in mind, let's officially introduce them. All right, and here it is, the official team lineup from the Malaysian representatives. Sapat, Chibi, Warlord, Anip, and Zorn. So no Barbosa today.
Oh, I love this. Like, I know Zorn, he's always thinking outside with his box, but at the same time, I worry one thing. One thing that I worry from Homeboys is pretty much that, is there some sort of chemistry going on between them? Like, can they play together as a team? Zorn has been known to be very, very flexible, but every single time teams hasn't been able to kind of play around him. So that's something that I think Homeboys will struggle a little bit here, because in terms of difference of approach towards the game itself.
Yeah, you're going to want to be able to play around your roamer really well. RRQ are going to do that. You're going to want to match that. There cannot be any chemistry issues. There cannot be any hesitation in terms of rotations. And talking to LaFell earlier, Homeboys also has to work on their positioning, if I'm not mistaken, yeah? Their positioning, especially for Anip in the gold lanes, sometimes not the most consistent thing for him.
Yeah, it comes down to consistency as well. But when it comes to a Retribution battle, Chibi has been known to be one of the most consistent Retri player throughout MPL history for the past few seasons. He's at least at Turtle Mania and even Lot ranking as well, and at least top 1 to top 3 position for the past 4 seasons for MPL MY.
Yeah, very, very reliable in that situation. Very good at getting those objectives, and he actually prefers low mechanic heroes, right? In order to have that little bit of an edge in terms of that jungle, and that actually makes me worry. But let's see who RRQ is going to be bringing out today. And here it is, the official team lineup from Rex, Regum, Kaon, Banana, Rainbow, Chipui, Clay, Zin, and Fursik. So we're actually not going to see Naomi here in this next upcoming trifle against Homeboys. It's going to be Rainbow instead.
An interesting decision here by RRQ Hoshi. We hyped up Naomi, and even the RRQ fans, I'm pretty sure, super hyped up for Naomi. But I feel like after this, after the results that they got earlier, they wanted to get that Indonesian connection strong here. So they bring in Rainbow, and I'm interested to see how Fursicko mode, as we'd like to call him in MPLPH, is going to be playing here in the jungle, going up against one of the best junglers in MY that you mentioned earlier, Chibi. And of course, for Sin here, how well is he gonna fare against Homeboys? How well is he gonna match Anip in the gold lane in terms of their dueling and being able to position better than Anip in the team fights?
You know, that's the thing, right? I was expecting Skylar going to be put into this roster as well, but at the same time, Zin has been dominating his gold laner majority of the time. But my question here towards RQ, especially for Fursik, is that he's got a big shoe to fill, because Albert is no longer with RRQ, which was one of the biggest names from RRQ history. And I'm pretty sure, Turner, you've got a lot to say here. Even though you're the only Indonesian on this cast, you're the guest host or something like that, I know you have something to say about RRQ about this.
Nothing.
Whoa.
You're that confident,
No,
huh?
I'm kidding.
You're that confident,
I'm
huh?
kidding.
Either that was confident or kind of cold.
Calm down. Okay, I'm getting honestly a little bit worried, right, about the jungle in particular. Fursik, for the longest of time, was an amazing kid. His mechanics were on point. He was so close to Albert. He was even known as almost stepping into the shoes of baby alien himself, right? And that's interesting now that he's actually now in RRQ. But consistency has always been a problem for him. I think when he was really young, he made a lot of bad decisions in the jungle that actually costed Evos the game at the time. So when you're asking me how I feel about this, I'm really 50-50. I'm really worried. But honestly, I really want to know what you guys think in the audience. For those of you who are watching right now, what do you feel about this next upcoming match? Are you Team RRQ or are you Team Homeboys? Let us know, especially for those of you guys there at Twitch, because man, I'm worried.
It's crazy. I feel your nerves from here, Eterna.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but it's like, okay, based off of what both of you said, it seems like these two teams also have history with inconsistency. It seems like it's not just a Homeboys thing, it's not just an RRQ Hoshi thing. It seems like both of them in certain positions, certain key positions rather, have issues with inconsistency. And so will that show up here? Will it be a factor here?
No, when you put it that way, he's actually right. You know, I'm not gonna lie. And you look at the casters. Wait, why are you cutting on his job? Like, why are you taking a slap?
Yeah.
Man,
well,
why are you slacking, man?
I need some monster energy.
What didn't we get? I want some.
I want some monster energy to energize myself. One of the best drinks in the business.
Throw it to me.
Look at Eterna's face. She's pouting so hard right now. She's mad.
I'll
She's
pout
real
with
mad.
you.
Oh, look at the smirk of this two guys.
You don't need to show off just because y'all got a Canada Monster. Come on.
They're feeling tall and mighty. No pun intended.
All right,
even though they're taller than you.
At least I have my Samsung Ultra here to help me through this, right? Because let's take a look at our predictions, right? It looks like okay.
It's 2 against 1.
2 against 1.
I'm in an RRQ sandwich, so I'm gonna start from me. RRQ, I believe. I can't even say that I think they might get it.
Okay,
It's still
you know
50-50 for me.
To be honest, it was a very hard decision for me, this prediction.
Why?
Because of the fact that boys, come on, man.
Now
come
there's
on.
3 of them?
Really?
Man, they really are unleashing the beast over there with the 3 of them. They are feeling it right now, just like these players are feeling it in
Where
their
are
games as well.
our cans?
Yeah, I'm still waiting for my
Sure.
can. Excuse me, producer.
All right, LaFell,
Hello?
come on, brother. Yes,
Okay, he's
there
coming
we go.
over. He's coming
Okay,
over to
I
get-
see. We'll
oh.
finally get our moment, I see.
Yes.
I don't
there
get
we go.
one?
Peace.
Hey, there we go.
What is this?
We're doing a TikTok post right now.
Unleash the beast.
Unleash the dude. This is not. This is beast.
Okay, one more time.
1, 2,
2,
3.
3. Unleash the beast.
What is going
It's all
on?
good. I love it.
Wait, what's going on at the caster desk now?
What? They're multiplying?
What?
Why are there more?
What? Dude, every time they drink, they kind of duplicate. You know, it feels like an episode from Me6. You know, like from Rick and Morty. Like this is multiplying into different genders, different race from all over the world and country. And the funny thing is, like, where are all this international cast are coming from?
I
Why
don't
are you guys
know.
here in Malaysia, man?
Exactly. Why
Why
am
are
I
you
here?
here?
Why is Reptar here?
Who are
Who's
you?
Reptar?
Renmar.
Who's Renmar? Who am I?
Who do you want
am
to
I?
be today?
I want to be the very best.
I'm gonna be
That
That no one
Eterna.
ever was.
Yeah.
Does Eterna act like that?
I don't know.
I literally don't do that.
I don't know. I'm just trying.
All right.
As of yet.
I'm gonna be Icy Baby.
I'm gonna be Icy
Yeah.
Baby.
I can't get any taller than this.
But ladies and gentlemen, as of yet, we are still waiting on the drafts for this next upcoming games, and I'm wondering if we're gonna see weird picks again, right? Because in the last match we saw Dairoth in the jungle, we saw Grok in the jungle, we finally saw a Moskov debuting here at SPS. Is this something that Homeboys usually goes for?
Okay, that's the thing, right? When it comes to the composition, but before I get into the drafts first, right? There's something that I want to tell is that, first of all, the Grand Finals LAN event is going to be in Jakarta. And right now, I know, like, I'm siding Homeboys, and I told you that during my predictions, like, it is a very, very hard one. But I still cannot imagine if, and only if, RRQ doesn't make it to the Grand Finals. And imagining a Indonesia LAN event without RRQ feels a little bit weird for me.
No, it's
personally.
fine.
It doesn't.
It feels really weird for
It's
me.
fine. Yeah,
why is
so
it fine for
that's
you?
why I
It's
say
weird for
it's
us.
Because we
hard.
won MSC.
Oh, wow. All right.
No RRQ, no problem.
You really had to flex that.
Oh,
Okay.
Indirect shot.
Where was
right there.
Malaysia?
Today's the day. Let's go home, boys. Come on.
But yeah, coming back to the question, right? Is Homeboys known for weird picks like Todak, or
Okay.
is it just a Todak thing?
So the thing about Homeboys is that they have been very, very inconsistent with their shot calling. They always kind of have this tunnel vision mental block back in the days. And ever since they introduced Coach Dale as well as with Warlord and Barbosa into this team in the previous MPL NY Season 11, they have gotten their best ever achievement, which is pretty much top 3. And ever since then, they have been showing a lot of signs that they are growing and they're very, very serious on improving the Malaysia scene from MLBB ever since Malaysia pretty much lost their 2 slot tickets to the international stages.
Yeah. Meanwhile, on the other side of RRQ, Hoshi, the fact that it's Renbo playing and not Naomi, I've gotten word that in terms of the hero picks, it shouldn't be that different. I mean, of course, yes, they're different people, they're different players, but it's on Renbo, what you get for RRQ Hoshi is this. You get a slightly similar hero pool to Naomi, so not that big a deal in terms of the drafting, but more importantly, you get better communication with the team, which may actually be the biggest factor here for RRQ Hoshi if they want to get out of this with a victory.
Rembo's kind of weird like that, right? Because Rembo was previously actually the mid laner, but he can flex really well. We saw him in Bigatron, and he's actually brought in things like the Johnson in the mid lane. So I think those weird picks can be translated into the roam. We'll see how that goes as we enter the drafts of game number 1.
You know, I like that you actually brought up the Johnson as well. Zorn has brought it up before when his days during Red Giants, but at the same time, let's talk a little bit more on the pools here, coming from Zorn in particular. He's been known for his aggressive playstyles in terms of roaming potential. He plays a lot of Cho, he plays a lot of Kufra. Min Sitar is one of his iconic heroes as well. When the revamp came in the previous season, he was one of the very few teams that brought it, players that actually brought it out for his team and actually won games with it. So it's something that I think Eterna, you did mention about the hero that really stand out in terms of weird here. That would be the particular hero. Even though Min Sitar
really highlights these dash-heavy heroes, right? We see Lancelot, Arlet, and those kinds of heroes just really does get, you know, incapacitated by the ultimate of the King's Calling coming in from Min Sitar. So we'll look out for that. I mean, for now, it is going to be the Valentina Kadita ban from the side of RRQ and the Fanny taken away from Versa.
Yeah, and the bans here by RRQ, it makes sense. Clay just loves those high ground mages, artillery mages, so of course you'd want to take away the Valentina so that if ever they pick up an Eve or a Farsa, that Homeboys wouldn't be able to get the ultimate of RRQ, and then at the same time, well, they actually take out the Eve, which is surprising for me. I will be honest, I thought that they took away the Kadita so that it could be available for themselves, but maybe they were considering the 2 picks of HP.
Okay, that's the thing about RRQ, right? They know for a fact that because they were playing in the same scene before, especially from Warlord coming from Indonesia, they kind of know what Warlord has his comfort moments and his moments of brilliance during this Indonesian time.
Great point.
Homeboys has shined so much because of the fact that Warlord was able to demonstrate himself that he has so much flexibility and able to snowball his heroes. So I feel like RQ is in a situation where like I have answers to meta heroes, but I don't really have good answers for Warlord. So in this case, they're trying to limit options for Warlord and kind of force the rest of Homeboys to actually play unorthodox meta heroes to kind of compensate to play around Warlord.
Yeah, that makes sense with something that LaFell mentioned to me earlier, that Homeboys is a team that just loves their river control, and Eve is fantastic with holding the river, holding the middle portion of the map. So RRQ, they'll play it safe, they'll pick up the Fredrin, but based off of what we saw from Evo's Icon earlier, let's not automatically assume that we'll go into the jungle, but there's a relatively good chance that it will.
Don't get thrown off is basically what we need to expect from Indonesia. Because usually we always feel the same way about games from Malaysia, honestly, but Indo are also kind of in that, you know,
gray area
as well. So now Novaria as well as Arlet has been picked up by the Homeboys, and with the Faramis being taken out as well, what is Warlord gonna play?
That's the thing, right? I think it's gonna be the Novara coming from Homeboys. I don't think Zorn plays a lot of mage heroes. So far, I've only seen him play a Selena, and that was like, what, 2, 3, 4 years back during his time with GigFam. So I don't think it is gonna be a double mage roaming composition. But I feel like RRQ is a little bit threatened here. They're trying to get a little bit more security with this Faramis pickup. And so far, with this Arlot pickup, it makes a lot of sense because of the fact that you need somebody kind of zone Faramis in the backlines, and currently with this opening coming from Homeboys, they don't really have that. However, they do have the Melissa, which is something that can actually deal with the Cloud Altar alongside by I would say the denial pick here coming from RQ with the Claude.
Yeah, and most importantly, the Melissa will just shine alongside the slow that the Astral Echo of the Novaria can dish out in the control of the Arlot. And the fact that RRQ decided to pick up the Claude right away, they said, you know what, we don't want to fight for the marksman or worry about our marksman pick going into the second phase, so we'll pick it up right away. So right now we're looking at a roam for Homeboys, maybe potentially, and a mage for RRQ Hoshi. Hence why Homeboys took out that Farsa. But we also really have to address that Faramis doesn't necessarily have to be a roam, it can be a mage as well.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say, right? Because Clay in RRQ has used the Faramis a lot as a mid laner. It just really helps the way that RRQ likes to go for team fights. But with this, with the Farsa being banned away, the Uranus as well, very interesting. But it looks like Reptar, you're emoting. What's on your mind?
I just like the Uranus ban. Uranus after MSC was one of those picks that I'm looking at.
Just because Onyx picked it and kind of won games with it, huh?
Yeah, that, and also, come on, we gotta consider the fact that sometimes in the draft, it really doesn't have a direct answer to it, so it'll just keep splitting, and then the map will get ruined. So Homeboy said, we really don't want to take that chance. We'll take that Uranus out. Very respectable.
So, ruin, huh? So now I know what type of person you are now, huh?
What's that? What's that?
You like what type, huh?
Whoa, there. What's with this psychological
I'm a little
analysis?
confused as well.
What is this?
Oh, but
You get it. But now, seeing the
Martis.
Archive ban, and as well as the Martis pickup coming from Homeboys, which is, I think I like the idea that Homeboys is going, but considering that based on this draft head-to-head, if I didn't have MSC as a reference point, I would have liked Homeboy's draft a little bit more. But after seeing MSC's performance, we do see a lot of counter plays and split push strategy, which is something that as of now, based on Homeboys, they do lack rotational capabilities to try to keep up if they go for this kind of split push front-to-front fights.
That's interesting, and that actually begs the question, does RQ want to go for an assassin in the jungle, or are they going to stick to the Fredrin? And the answer is they're going to stick to the Fredrin. Lapalap in the EXP, we have Minotaur for their roam, and it looks like their drafts are coming together. Last pick, Homeboys.
Oh, it's going to be their roamer pickup. Wonder if they're just going to decide to go ahead and pick up a Franco, or this, the Diggy.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, is this a surprising pick for Sorn?
This is so Barbosa, no?
I've never seen Zorn play Dig like this before. Like, this is new to me. This is actually off the books new to me. I'm surprised they're going for this double roam composition. I like the idea coming from Homeboys, but I feel like RQ, they have a very, very solid composition where they want to make space for seeing the kind of farm offsides here. They have 4 very, very annoying heroes to actually buy time and beefy ones as well. They do not have those high kill potential values, but if they can drag this game long enough, this is where Zin is going to be able to carry the game for RQ.
Honestly, I think the Diggy pickup is also exceptional, right? Because they want to try and perhaps bully the gold laner as well, right? Give the Claude a little bit of a fighting chance in that lane against Melissa. So I'm actually curious what the casters are doing. Are they still unleashing the beast with their energy drinks? Let's pass it over to Leo as well as Mirko.
Well, it's like the beast was always within us, but Monster just allows for us to let it all through. Welcome to the desk. My name is Leo at your service, here with Mirko, and we're bringing you this best of 3. Here we go. Homeboys pulls out a Diggy at the last minute.
I think even RQ were not ready for that pick. I mean, you can already see from the bans, the Akai and the last bans, they were really expecting Zorn to go for Zorn type of heroes. Zorn type of heroes are flashy heroes. Initiation. So putting Zorn on a Diggy, is that going to work out? That is the big question right now for Homeboys.
And it's something that you gotta wonder, right? There's a lot of aggression up top. That's 3 members from each side being sent up for some early skirmishes. Was this an oversight from Coach Zaya, the newly minted Burmese coach for RRQ? Because again, he's one of the greatest drafters I've seen in recent history, but the Diggy fell through. The Diggy, especially after that Minotaur pickup.
It is really weird to see something like this, like an oversight for Zaya himself, but we will see how it works out. Maybe the idea for RQ is the fact that they have a lot of CC that they can play to just try to overwhelm the Diggy with more CC. And we have seen that work before, you know, with a lot of these clumped up initiation-heavy compositions with CC. But speaking of CC, you guys should join in the raffle.
That's right. You don't want to miss out on what's going to go down in Jakarta in just about a month's time. Real quick, here's a pull.
That's some CC. Fairsick able to dish out some damage, but Warlord is still able to escape on this Navari. You got to be very careful. Fairsick is building up the stacks, but a decimation is going to come through from Chibi. First Blood Clay going to be brought under the turret, forced to back away. 10 seconds for the first turtle. And this might just be a free turtle conceded away from RQ.
Yep, given that it was Fursic who fell, this gives Chibi a great advantage if he so decides to go for it. But now Banana, not even level 4 yet, hits it just around about the right time, same as Sepat here. But Fursic is going to make it on the scene on time, but as you can see, obviously, there's an XP gap between both of them. Speaking of which, in that early engagement in mid, I think, yes, RRQ should have a great dive potential, but not this early on, not like this. It can't overload.
Final slash already right now as Banana does the same thing to the back line, but Chibi finds the retribution. Chipoy and Fairsick unable to get close enough to the turtle, and Homeboys are controlling the early game tempo.
Yep, so if Homeboys keep this up, if they maintain the space between them and their opponents, it should be a better ramp up for them going into the mid-game power spike. They're almost about 1,000 gold ahead already, and for those wondering, yeah, this is Chipoy, the one and the same Renbo, previously known when he was playing mid. This is an interesting direction for him to take, but I'm expecting a lot from him, especially since he is on the Minotaur, who has become quite the commodity from MSC.
And I honestly, looking at the players as well for RRQ, it's not just Chipoy who's who I expect a lot from, but I think I can speak for most Indonesians as well. We are all expecting so much from Zen, especially with his comeback here to the main RRQ lineup. We'll see how he performs on the Claude, especially considering that Skylar is one of the best Claudes in the world. Can Zin step back into those shoes?
Yep, if you know the history between RRQ's main lineup gold, but now Clay Forced to use the flicker. Oh no, Astral Echoes.
Cold Alter already popped in. Sepot still has the final slash, brings him back for the decimation to pop through. It's all homeboys in the first 3 minutes of the game, even in the top lane. Anip is doing really well in this lane up against Zen, who's forced to go back onto the BMI. Now a lot of few shots coming down. Mortal Coil to CC him up, but Cheapboy flickers forward, getting the sun, getting the healing all the way to give Zen some more space to get out, but it does not change anything. Anip is still able to soak in all the turret gold with Chibi.
That's a lot of good money going over to homeboys. They're building up to a 2K gold lead in 4 minutes. This is amazing. And this is how you play a jungle Mars. In addition to weaving in and out using those iframes and the amazing mobility you have in these small skirmishes, you want to be able to snowball. And a 2-0 against RRQ who wants to dive in, is that not the textbook definition of a snowball? Already a great start for the homeboys. I'm sure the Flame Boys watching right now are going crazy.
Clay is bringing them back right now with the Shadow Stampede. That's also the bravest fighter, but it's going to be the go-away. Placed down with a time journey to go for the peel. On him in the back, still able to survive, but that's the flicker from Banana and the Appraiser's Wrath from Versik to take Zorn and Anip down. GB, though, with a Mortal Coil, utilizes the decimation to get the kill over, and it is still homeboys who had control over neutral objectives.
And just like that, it's a replay of the earlier engagement we saw towards mid lane, and still 100% turtle take rate for the homeboys. Something I noted here is the fact that Clay, as a Faramis, has to do two things. He has to both deal damage, given that he's the only magic source for RRQ, and also he has to watch out for the Cult Altar. So again, maybe... Is it weird for me to say that maybe it's RRQ who's getting overloaded themselves?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's going on right now. RRQ are trying to fill in so many different positions, so many different holes in their game, and homeboys just have the answer to end every single question that RRQ raises. Here, we're going to take a look at the item builds right now, and you can really see it. Even Zin is really struggling, despite being on a good matchup against the Melissa on this Claude.
And this is a telltale sign of how ahead homeboys are. Look at Sepot, just going straight from the boots, upgraded, into the Thunderbelt. That's it. He knows that he's going to deal a lot of damage. He knows that he means business when he comes in, finds a perfect final slash, or even just weaves those vengeances around. And just the same, when you're looking at Anip up against Sin, who already has a lot of pressure on his shoulders from not just the Kingdom, but all of the Indonesians watching SPS right now, there's what? A 600, 700 gold difference between both of them. And an XP level gap too.
And this is how you play with the Melissa, right? Just let her transition into all the lanes, get the snowball going, play with the Melissa, especially if you have someone like a Diggy who can really force the Claude out of lane. Because the reason... Oh, beautiful, beautiful CC there from Chibi, cutting it open so that Anip and Warlord can actually get some more pressure into the mid lane. They might actually go for it. Wow, Chibi, 1v3, still able to survive. The Shadow Stampede brings him back. That's the Mid Fury as well. A snipe down coming through, but Chibi can always get out with a Mortal Coil. Meanwhile, Banana, though, has to burn out a flicker. Anip does place the Inspire, use the Inspire, but it's going to be very worth it for them for that trade, Flicker for Inspire.
Yep, they won out. Even if they did lose one, if it would eventually trade out for a turret, homeboys are just pushing the advantage here. They're going to go ahead and be first to the scene. 4 members from homeboys first posting up. Going to pull here slightly. And they do have vision on the members of RRQ who's looking to contest. And again, Versik is in no place to fight Chibi right now. That's a what? 3 level gold lead, 3 level XP lead.
It's massive. It's back to just 2 because Versik was able to clear out a few more cannon or creeps in the jungle. Thing is, we kind of spoke about this backstage, and even Eterna mentioned it, the inconsistency of Versik. How is he going to perform here up against one of the most consistent junglers in MPL Malaysia, Chibi, with his impeccable retributions? Unfortunately for Versik, that has been one of his weak points, right? His retribution has always been a bit shaky.
Yep, last seen in his heyday of MSC 2021 and winning the MPL ID in Season 7. It's a tough go for RRQ right now, seeing that they're 3k down, and now Banana, the only frontliner. Here comes Versik from the north. Oh, see, they know that even with a pincer maneuver like that, even with an amazing angle, RRQ are not in a shape to fight.
they have a time journey. I think Banana was trying to bait that out before Chipui goes for an engage, but now Mini Fury gets popped in. Zorn doesn't even use it, and look at Anip doing so much damage with a backup as well for Warlord. Now it's going to be Sempa jumping in onto Banana, who's still able to escape. Versik, Zin, and Clay defending that bottom tier 2, but Banana is in the midst right now. Forced to use the Bravest Fighter, 1 HP. That damage reduction is really saving him, but it seems like for Homeboys, Warlord understands RRQ to the tidbits.
Yep, and an interesting go at this. We noticed that RRQ are already overloaded. The fact that Warlord and Sepot have such an easy go at it, it just spells out what Homeboys have been doing throughout the early to mid. Now at 9 minutes, not a single death on that XP laner and that mid laner. Hell, even Chibi hasn't died. So we were, our analysts were asking, hey, is this Zorn a Diggy player? It doesn't matter. He's doing amazing right now.
If you play the flashy heroes, the initiation heroes, you should understand how to counter it as well.
That makes sense, yeah.
Zorn has been in the game for such a long time, and, you know, on the Ziggy, he is really popping off, even going for the Impure Rage. So it's not just a random roam Diggy, it's a roam mage Diggy. He's going to deal so much damage towards the late game.
Yep, he built the fleeting time, so he knows that as long as I can make conversions out of the time's journey, I can keep going. And now, it's Warlord who secures the Lord, and now Banana catches one.
Zorn still with the time journey right now, and that's going to be a Nip free hitting in the back line. That's going to be Mini Fury connecting onto the back as well, but it does not matter. Chibi's going wild, a Nip as well. Zin with a blazing duet defensively. Warlord picks up the killing spree, and it's practically a wipeout. The only reason it wasn't was because of Clay's passive. Homeboys can just walk through the base now. Clay is 2 levels behind of Warlord. At this point, what can he say in this base siege?
Oh, wow. They force the Holy Shield to pop, and they put in a 5th of damage, and it looks like they're not done because Anip is staying. And again, you all know, at this point, everybody knows the dynamics and the interaction between a Melissa and a Faramis. Cult Altar means nothing to a Melissa. Forget about it.
Forget about it indeed. Banana there getting melted down. RRQ, you can see the predictions 91%, but it does not matter. Homeboys, they thrive being the underdogs, but that's a weird engage from Anip. Gonna be sliced down by Zin, as now it's another overextension from Sapot all the way under the base turret. It's Zin getting a double kill, showing that RRQ are still in it.
All right, Homeboys, y'all were ahead 5K, 6K, maybe even 7, but that's still Zin. That's still Zin, and he's only died once, and because of what happened here, he's been able to build up to 3 core items, upgraded his boots, and now has a solid pair of pants. I'm guessing he doesn't even have to upgrade the pants. He can build up to 1 more core item and then completely threaten Homeboys. Again, this is a medium-sized 6K. We talk about like relative gold leads. This is still something that RRQ can work with and even cross the river for.
I think if we look at the items as well here, the power spike is there, technically. The fact that Zin has only kept, has kept his gold deficit to this extent is crazy. The fact that Melissa is only 800 gold ahead of him.
It's because of that last clash. A lot of bank
shutdowns
came through over. Yep. And now Homeboys pushing RRQ out of their own jungle. This is the Indonesian side of the map. So Homeboys know that they're still ahead. They have to close the gap. And something to note, right? A majority of this, half of the 60 gold lead is on Chibi alone. So that's something to note. Chibi has to be the one to say, you know what? I can take 2, I can take 3. Let's force it. Definitely a penetration here down bottom.
Definitely. Oh, final slash onto 2 on Nip now with the combo. Doing so much damage with the bundles. Instantly, the Decimate comes through as well. Chibi finds another. And it's a Nip who's able to find Fairsick. Now Zin gonna be stunned up. That's the bundles once again. But Immediate Fury connects onto 4. A late time journey here from Zorn, but it does not matter. They get the shielding and they get what's necessary. Clay dove under the base. It's gonna be Clay bringing Sapot back. Zin doing the damage to go for a shutdown again. And he finds a killing spree. Sepot falls. Now in the mid lane, it's another minion wave. But Nip should be able to siege this down, and Zin has no say in it for now.
As messy as that engage was, it still was a 3-for-1 plus 2 inhibitors falling. So RRQ now have to consider, you know what? This lower quarter of the map, the other half of the map for us is going to be, again, dangerous is an understatement. But yeah, it's dangerous for us to walk around here, especially given that Homeboys are now 7K ahead. I'm surprised that Fursick even would decide to try and contest here. What's going on? Soren has his ult. They have the Astro Echo, spots 3 here. Watch for the Time's Journey. Watch where Banana will land. He still has his bravest fighter.
Look at the muddle placement by Anip. He hasn't even used the Inspire here. Call Alter comes down, but muddle placement is on point. Anip once again forcing it out. No Call Alter. Clay walking in front with the Shadow Stampede, getting some movement speed, but with this, I think it might just be RQ conceding again. There's no way they can fight for this Lord unless Xin can make a miracle play, but it's going to be a zone. Good muddle placement once again from Anip, and it's a free Lord over to Homeboys. This time, 13th minute, it's the enhanced one.
Yep, and that's going to be marching on through mid. It looks like the waves are in a healthy spot right now. Map is looking red. RRQ has to stay inside their base. Here's one thing that I think RRQ should be very worried about. Their high ground defense ain't very good. Again, when you invest in a dive lineup, you don't want to be in this position.
3-man final slash. Clay gets brought back. The Minute Fury comes down, but the Time Journey cancels it out. Now Xin was waiting at the base. He actually recalled right now as Banana jumps in, gets a stun down with the Bravest Fighter. A Nip with the Wind of Nature, still able to cut away right now. That's going to be the dive coming in with the Call Alter. But the go away stops him from diving. Banana with a flicker defensively. Xin trying to clear out this mid lane Lord. He's going to be able to do so right now, but he will lose the last base turret up top. Almost a snipe down from Warlord towards Banana. Clay brought back the muddle placement coming down. Xin with the Wind of Nature right now, jumping onto there, but he has to bounce back. Now Cheapboy flickering defensively. Banana once again with the Bravest Fighter onto the bits, but it does not matter. The damage is not enough. Xin coming back in with a BMI, now getting more HP. It should be Homeboys getting this right now, and Xin will finally fall to the Decimate. It's a 2-man stun. It's a dreadful kill for Chibi. And Homeboys start strong with the first game victory.
A clutch pickup on the Haas Claws kept Anip in the game and got him the W here to start us off. Wow. Even before the game started, everyone was throwing big question marks at how RRQ will perform in the absence of a more anchor-like jungler, in the absence of their new pickup, the Burmese roamer in Naomi. And I guess the Homeboys saw that. The Homeboys just read that as a go signal to just put the pedal to the metal.
It was too much for them to handle. Completely steamrolled, stomped in that game. I think 0 neutral objective control. And usually when it comes down to just neutral objectives, you gotta say the trio mid was just not there, was not participating as much because simply, I feel like they just got shoved, they got poked way too much by Homeboys.
Yep, I was actually optimistic that the amount of dive that RRQ had would overload Zorn, but again, sometimes the solution is enough to solve a problem. There are no complications. Homeboys just answered this A, B, C, and they found that victory in short 15 minutes. I wonder what Eterna and the analysts think about this.
Eterna? Are you okay?
Eterna? Are you good? Hello. Hi.
You okay?
You know, Malaysia-Indonesia games just today feels a little bit good. Gani, I hear you. Indonesia 1, Malaysia 0. But now, guess what? It's Malaysia 1, Indonesia 0.
I'm starting to feel a little bad for Eterna though, but I am siding with Homeboy, so not that bad.
I mean, like, okay. I thought you were supposed to be the neutral one, Reptar.
I mean, we
What is this?
already laid down our predictions, so like, I mean, come on.
Yeah, it was tough even for me to argue for RRQ because of what we know of their shape and form at the current moment with the current roster that they have brought up, and it was brutal. You can say that Homeboys completely obliterated RRQ, right? Looking at that 21-5, barely any objectives on the board. It was a stomp.
Yeah, and at this stage of the game as well, considering how far ahead Homeboys was actually ahead in this game here, you can pay attention to his Zorn's itemization. He got actually 2 defensive items and then went for a fleeting time and then got a little bit greedy trying to go for an enchanted talisman, but doesn't even matter. It was pretty much over because most of this fights, RRQ, they can't really do too much because of this final pick of Diggy. They have the CC composition designed around trying to make space for Sin to kind of scale into the game and then win out the fight. However, that win condition was actually given to his homeboys instead, and because of this, homeboys was just completely snowballing way through. And for Chibi to get like an early 5-0, helping Ani to get like a level 15 by what, 10 minutes, 11 minutes in the game, which was ridiculous if you think about it.
The pros in MPL Philippines, when they play against Diggy, they mentioned something about their play changes. They hesitate more. They doubt themselves more. Will they enter? Will they engage? And that's what I feel like. That's what I felt just watching RRQ play or try to play. Knowing that they're up against a Diggy, it's like, when are we gonna enter? When are we gonna try to do something? Although I have to give it to Renbo at some key moments there, he really got to time his Minotaur ult so that Sorn wouldn't even be able to pop the Times Journey or would be too late. But then Sorn adjusted it by saying, you know what, we got a massive lead. We'll even pop it after your crowd control just to avoid crowd control afterwards and just to show you just how much in the lead we are. And I gotta mention here, Anip, his positioning in this game was so good. RRQ had a really tough time trying to take him down.
Yeah, even at the end, it was kind of difficult to even get that Minoan Fury. And Anip, you can even see his GPM, 809. It's one of the highest right now here in SPS coming into day number 1.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, right? I mean, Zorn not only was a utility-based hero, but he was also able to help carry Anip in that early stage of the game, being on a Melissa who usually and naturally loses that lane in matchup against the Claude. So coming into game number 1, I'm actually quite curious who actually got the MVP, because a lot of people were doing excellent, right? Chibi was just popping off with the Retribution, able to always get it above Fursic, and that's it. That's the MVP. Chibi 9-0. He didn't die at all?
Yeah, he didn't at all. Like, his decimation, ever since he got his first ultimate, he was able to just get kills after kills and resetting his way through, getting multiple ones on towards RRQ, which one of the biggest problems coming in from RRQ's composition because of the fact that they don't have early damage control compared to what Homeboys is. And every single time they force a fight, you can see in these moments as well, every single time RRQ tries to decide to force a fight, Time Journey is there, and whatever CCs they use gets completely negated. Because if you think about it here, all the heroes coming from RQ are pretty one-dimensional. Once you commit, that's pretty much it. You don't have like major spells where you can actually bait out Time Journey or poke afar, which in this case, Faramis compared to a Novaria, who's got the longer range? It's a pretty clear cut. Novaria is going to be able to threaten you more compared to a Faramis.
Yeah, and the biggest question for me for RQ, especially in the early game, was it felt like they forgot they were playing up against the Martis, because in some key moments where it really looked like, hey, this is a disengage, they engaged. And of course, Chibi would just chain decimation after decimation. But we have to give credits here to Sepat, who at some point just said, you know what, I'm gonna windshield wiper RRQ over and over again, and his setups were massive here for Homeboys. Of course, with Sor not playing a setup roamer, the setup needed to come from somewhere, and it came from their XP laner. But because of the efforts of Chibi in the early to mid, chaining decimations, taking the objectives, it was Homeboys riding this game comfortably.
That's why it was so difficult for me to pinpoint a particular MVP. I feel like everyone just really stepped up, and they knew their job desk, and they were able to utilize and were able to execute it perfectly, and that makes them leading the series here against RRQ. And man, I never thought I would say that. RRQ are looking like their kingdom, their era, their dynasty has started to crumble.
Ooh. Wow, to hear that from Eterna, it feels a little bit heavy-hearted. You know, even as a Malaysian, I can show a little bit of empathy, man. You know, I can show a little bit of empathy. But most importantly as well, I don't know who the drafter, who's the one that actually made the call coming from Homeboys to say like, hey Zorn, you're playing Diggy, I don't care. Because if I were in RRQ shoes, and me as an MPL MY caster for so long, I've never seen Zorn kind of play in this Enchanter playstyle, and he's been known to be this kind of flashy plays. And even Mirko has called it out during the cast that, hey, he's known to be playing those shells, he's known to be playing those Kaja, those flashy min-style plays. But guess what? All he needed to do was just pick a Time Journey. And in this case, if RRQ was given a second chance to play a mirror matchup without the Diggy, I don't think the game would have gone that close.
You know, I think I need
that one-sided
some time
story.
off.
Yeah.
You know, I need something to entertain me a little bit.
Okay.
I can't do it. I need to get my S23 Ultra. Where is it?
Where
man,
is
it's
it?
not there. I really want to go to the DHL website. You know that mini game that they have that you guys can win a 3,000, like
5,000
a chance to win.
euros.
It's 5,000.
Yeah.
It's not 3.
It's way more.
It's 5,000 euros. It's crazy. And the best part is, well, this program was kind of running throughout the weeks as well. And when the first week come, the first place, the rankings was like hundreds and thousands, almost millions apart from the rest. And that one guy was just like, how many hours have you played? Because I've tried it. I could not pass the 2,000 mark.
Well,
and it's crazy.
I don't want to flex, Reptar, but I'm actually at number 10 on the standing. So I'm
yeah.
quite close.
You're number 10, but guess what? Only one wins. So you're still 9 places behind. You gotta try
That's
again.
why I need to play now.
Hey man, take it easy. I mean, RQ just lost game 1. Take it easy.
I know,
Rein it back
right?
a little bit. Rein it back a little bit.
Good guy, Reptar.
Good guy, Reptar. But we were secretly just beating her later on. Yeah, we gotta keep it up. Keep it up. Yeah, okay.
Mirko, help.
Turn out you're very pretty today. Don't worry about it. You're the most prettiest person I've met today.
I am offended, my man. That hurt.
You know what
you're
hurts?
handsome. She's pretty.
All right.
You don't want to be a pretty boy, right?
I'll
We're
take
beasts. We're gonna unleash a beast. You know?
Unleash the monster.
Yeah, you know what else hurt?
What?
RQ losing.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, look at this game recap, right? Like, what happened? So, from what you guys mentioned, right? I'm just gonna sum it up. So, do you think that the drafts were the main problem for RQ, or was it just execution?
A little bit of both, because of the fact that I feel like the draft coming from RQ was designed to make space. And in this case, they weren't able to make that space for Sin to kind of pop off. And in terms of the damage control wise, they don't really have a lot of damage as well coming from Faramis to actually threaten them. So the idea was like, hey, I'm going to use CCs, buy time, stall the game long enough for Claude to kind of do his own thing. But for Homeboys, they have this composition where, hey, you don't have damage. You know what? I'm going to run in your face. By picking this Diggy, kind of completely destroys all of RQ's idea of using Chain CC's composition to buy time.
Yeah.
Means that Homeboys just get in, get kills, and there's absolutely nothing they could have done.
Yeah, exactly. As Southeast Asians, 2 of the most terrifying sounds you can ever hear are these. Number 1, your parents counting down while holding a flip-flop in their hand. Number 2, hoot hoot as the last pick. And that's exactly what RQ heard. They heard the hoot hoot as the last pick, and they're like, oh no.
You know, I like, if you can zoom in his reactions, it really represents that. But at the same time, to all Malaysian fans, if you guys are watching, this is a very, very good historical moment for Malaysian teams, because it's been a while. Malaysian has been bullied out of the international stage, and now for them to actually potentially kick RQ down.
Oh, come on.
Maybe,
come
just
on.
maybe.
SEA Games? Come on.
I know.
Don't give us that.
I know, but at the same time, you know, I want to see Malaysia give more chance. But at the same time, Mirko and Leo is just staring me down. It's like,
it's not
hey,
Lafel?
Hey, it's not
Oh.
Lafel.
That's not Lafel.
Oh, they've
I thought
got
it was
something.
Lafel again.
So what's up with them?
I don't
They're just
know.
mad at me right now, huh?
Yeah.
Oh
I
no,
don't
we're
think they
beast.
like you
Yeah,
very
we're beast.
much.
You're looking at the turner now. Yeah.
They're unleashing the beast.
Again. And that's exactly what RQ needs to do. They need to unleash the beast, right? So
Yeah.
we had a little bit of a bocoran. What's bocoran in English? A little bit of a whisper.
Blunder.
No, a whisper.
I've
We
never
got a
heard that
whisper
word.
from one of the casters here. It was Goni that
Okay.
mentioned that RQ was in another tournament and they lost really bad.
Oh, a
so,
leak. Yeah, a leak.
I guess that there is a sense of them being demoralized perhaps coming into this game. I'm not really sure which roster played in that tournament as to why Naomi's not playing here as well. But RQ, they're looking lost. They're looking demoralized. It doesn't seem like their communication is on point. And if we even take a look at their GH, right, their Geha, their gaming house, it doesn't look like they have the spirit either.
Yeah, they're deep in thought right now, and it's great that we get these glimpses in the with the players. The player cams can really tell a great story of how teams and players are feeling going into a match, going to a specific game. And right now, it's just back to redrafting, back to what are we going to do with our board, because now that we know that Homeboys has a Diggy, will we change up our banding pattern? Will we take that out? Will we leave it as an option? Will we pick it up for ourselves? So a lot of overthinking right now that is warranted because of that Diggy last pick by Homeboys.
I agreed. Overthinking can be an issue as well when it comes to RQ, because they were taking an L coming from a previous series coming to this, so the morales are pretty much all-time low. So the biggest focus they should be doing right now is get a full reset, focus on like, hey, we messed up in the drafts, it's okay, we gotta redo this to give them a little bit more chance. However, for Homeboy's side, it will be that keep doing what they're doing, because right now things are looking good for Zon, because that surprise pocket pick And what I mean by pocket pick is that nobody knew Zorn plays Enchanter. He's been known for his aggressive, and that final pick Diggy kind of surprised them. So I guess this is a time where RQ need to respect that, hey, Zorn is not just that one-trick aggressive pony. He can learn new tricks, and that is something that I think Homeboys is trying to develop over the seasons.
And we'll see how this pans out, right? Coming into the draft here of game number 2, we already see a shift in a couple of things. First of all, HB and RRQ, they have opted to swap sides. So if there were any surprise picks, it should be from RRQ with the last pick. And look at the bans, right? It's completely shifted. It may appear that RRQ were just trying to feel out the enemy, right?
Yeah.
Try to ban out Warlord, try to respect ban all 3. But now they have a little bit of an idea of what's to come, right? So the Wan, the Joy, and the Yves is going to be the choice. And these picks are just coming in really hot. Reptar, how are we feeling?
Oh, the lack of reliable poke coming in from RRQ is gonna hurt them, considering that they're up against the Melissa again. Yes, the Beatrix has the sniper; she can bring out the rocket launcher, the grenade launcher rather. But will it be able to reach a Nip who, as we saw in game number 1, was positioning incredibly well? So RQ Hoshi, they decide to take away the Kufra, considering that the Homeboys most likely will put that Faramis into the mill.
It was really surprising. I was very surprised that Novaria was completely ignored from both sides. Valentina over Novaria. And for them to actually kind of ignore it, Homeboys has this option where, like, you know what? I don't think RRQ is going to play a double mage composition. I know Blacklist International kind of brings it with Oh My Venus playing it as a Novaria, but RQ, actually, they're not taking this chance. They're actually denying from Zord, which is kind of surprising.
Actually, RQ, they can pull that off, right? Because we've seen that a lot from RQ themselves, and it's not only with Vin, but now with Renbo stepping in. Renbo was also a mid laner, so they can definitely pull that off. But it turns out they decide otherwise, with Homeboys now taking away the Akai option. And this is what I was waiting for. I wanted to see Fursic on these high mechanical heroes. Let's see how he does on the Lancelot this time around. Because honestly, I don't feel like the Fredrin was a good pick for him. It doesn't synergize. It doesn't scream Fursic for me.
Yeah, I have a very, very big problem right now. Are they going to go for the Mincitar? Oh, okay, never mind. I was expecting to see that Mincitar, considering that, they want to make sure that Fursic is able to get those mobility with this Lancelot, right? So Mincitar is one of those heroes that can actually deny those kind of mobility, which is also a signature coming from Zorn. But Zorn's show, I guess we got what we wanted, which is his known flashy aggression playstyle. And this time it is going to be a tank show.
Yeah, it's going to be Zornographic for this next game here for Homeboys.
I like that.
And Zorn, let's see if we can pull off those flashy plays. Actually, but they will overload the dive through the bubble. And of course, the Thorndrose being able to reach inside the bubble of the Melissa as well. This last pick here, it's a Benedetta. Okay, so their approach here might be, let's not overload or overcommit in team fighting. Let's see if we can find wins elsewhere in other parts of the map. RQ might look to be more macro focused here. Look for more split pushes.
You know, if you can see my camera right now, my heart is beating so hard because of the fact that I've seen Zorn playing backlines. Now he's playing aggressive, but seeing the drafts coming from RQ, I'm sorry, Malaysia, but I like RQ's drop a little bit more.
I mean, for RQ, I feel like there's more room for error, right? So we'll see how execution comes to fruition here for RQ against Homeboys in game number 2. And with that in mind, let's throw it over to the casters. Leo, Mirko, take it away.
And we will catch and bring it over here. It's time for game 2 between RRQ and the Homeboys, who are at match point.
Match point. You know, I think we spoke about this as well during the drafts. The fact that they picked up Beatrix this time, not the Claude, shows you. I mentioned it, Xin is a very vocal player, and I think he wants to just get his hands dirty in lane. He wants to be given a hero that reaches his power spike a bit sooner into the game so that he can have a say earlier.
Get his hands dirty in a good way.
Yes.
So this is along the lines of a comeback, and they start with a lineup that is a little bit more, I'd say, easier to activate in the early to mid. And we were wondering, where is this Grok going? And can confirm, Chipoy picked up a few new tricks. He now plays Grok.
Something pretty weird, because I've never seen him play the Grok that much. And here, what I honestly am very impressed about is the fact that Fursic is given a Lancelot here. Let's see if he can go for it. Zorn already falling. First blood. Banana rotates very early on this Benedetta. Was able to actually force Zapat back away.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Either way, regardless of what happens there, best case scenario, Zorn burns the flicker, maybe survives. But just the same, he made his bed. That was a decision that he had to make in the first 30 seconds of the game, and now he's back. Wonder what he can do here. Let's go of Clay. Maybe by some time. There is a wave coming in, so maybe part of this RRQ's mid laner might miss out on, but if the timing is correct, they shouldn't really lose out on much.
Well, back again to my point here on the Lancelot, that's something that Versick is comfortable on. You need to give Versick a comfort pick. He is a very moody player. It really depends on how he wants to tackle the game, and if you give him one of his comfort heroes like supposedly just the Assassins or the Lancelot, even though he's building tank, he will be able to perform much better than he was on the utility picks like the Fredrin, even the Martis, even the Akai. So I really like the little micro changes from RRQ. We'll see if it can work out.
Given what happened in Game 1, they're going to need more than just micro changes. Homeboys here first of the scene. A pull by Chibi. Banana spots him from the back. And again, that first blood allows for him to have a comfortable start here. Ooh, wait, looking for that Electo.
Oh, the Petrify comes through with a wild charge as well. Zorn going to be caught in, but the Cold Ulcer saves him. Banana still able to escape, but Zorn comes in with Away the Dragon. Takes Banana down. Solo kill. As Clay is still hovering over with Cheapway, using the power of nature to use that anti-CC. Zorn with the recalls. Now with the Jikundo, that's the slam, pass, trying to just buy or get some space, open it up for Chibi to get a free turtle. Versick forced back, now only onto the purple buff, but Chibi used this, he did use his retry, he wants to go for the invade. Versick is down, Sunpot finds a kill, and even finds the purple buff. Warlord's gonna fall, but it's all good for Homeboys because it was completely worth it.
Yep, even in that sequence alone with the turtle was a clear win. With the steal, if I'm not mistaken, it went through. Given that Chibi did not use it, wasn't expecting a 3v1 there. But yeah, as I was saying, Homeboys have won the past 2 big engagements, and maybe just RRQ closing the gap, punishing Zorn's deep movements up top. I don't know what's up with Zorn. That's one good pick off in mid, and then now he's back to just running into members of RRQ.
It's going to be really tough for him, I feel like, because it was just... I think the Chose is going to be very hard to pull off here. The only real target you can go for is Xin. So, in the early game, when you're going for these neutral objectives, the way the Dragon is probably just going to be a tool to try to zone the jungler away. There's no way you actually go on Cheapway, and even on the Benedetta, it's going to be really tough. The fact that you can be poked down very easily as well is a big problem. Again, Zorn trying to go for Xin, but he is able to escape. That's a wild charge as well, and Xin picks up his first kill this game. Online right now, Chibi finds a 3-man taunt. That's a lot of damage. The bundle's placed as well. Warlord dealing some damage. Now Clay in the midst, jumping in, trying to look for a gank, but it's all just to save the rest of RRQ.
Warlord and Chibi maybe were a second or two too late, but just the same, they're able to keep priority here, push in a wave, and maybe shave off a few of these energy shields up top. Now, it's Banana's turn, but this is a Benedetta. I'm not sure, unless Sepat gets the mount. Are they going to commit?
It seems like they are trying to catch Banana here. He is still able to escape. Eye for an eye a bit late there, immobilized and taunted. Chain CC down. Banana with a little bit of a micro mistake there, and it might just cost them another neutral objective.
All right, to be fair, the window of opportunity for Homeboys was so big, and the margin of error was so small for Banana there, so I guess he just got punished. Again, same situation, but up top,
ooh. Good dodge from Zorn. Shunpu away from the wild charge. Sepan under the turret, but he has a split. Free turtle for Homeboys as Sepan just walks down the lane. Banana tries to deal some damage, but again, it's just the split that he can catch here. Chibi is already just a bit more ahead than Versick.
And here's the good news and bad news, right? For Homeboys, if they keep up a messy mid-game like this, it should still lead to them winning in the end, right? Especially since Anip is slowly building up as well. Bad news is, RRQ have found the window. They've opened up the past couple of minutes for Xin, and they pushed down bottom. That's a huge win for RRQ.
They need to look for these trades. They need to look to get Xin snowballed, or at least just to hit that mid-game power spike, because this is what the Beatrix was picked for. If Xin gets shut down in the next few minutes, it is going to be a disaster for RRQ and the way they want to take this game.
Yep, and I think the key here is relatively out of the game, keep Xin happy. Keep him in a good mood and give him these winning lanes. And then eventually when his power spike really does come in, or even when he needs to activate his clutch gene, it happens. Here's a wait in mid. Look at Zorn. Look at Chibi with a taunt.
2-man taunt. Chibi gets brought back towards the rest of the homeboys with the petrify combo from Banana. Finds two. Clay's caught in the midst right now. Zin is able to dish out some damage. Versik picks up the kill on Zorn. Right now it's a 2-4-2. RRQ still in it to win it. Not that far behind.
Pisangila. That was crazy. He went deep in behind the 2 or 3 members of Homeboys. And again, this is how you buy that late game or that power spike for your gold laner. I don't think Zin was ready for that. That's why he held back a bit. And he started the fight there. Yeah, he went bombs away with the Bennett. But just the same, man. Benedetta we don't see as often anymore in the metagame. But when it's picked up like this, the way Banana played this XP laner, coming in whenever that Petrify is off of cooldown, expect it to always come up. RRQ, we have a game. This is so much better than game 1.
Absolutely. It's not a stomp. At least we can confirm that here in game number 2. But Homeboys are still stomping RRQ when it comes to neutral objective control.
Yep.
Chibi with the taunt now, trying to reset a few of his skills. Retry battle, Versik versus Chibi. Let's see who wins this. Versik jumping in now. Oh, it's going to be Chibi still with a clean Retry. Chibi with a wild charge now, trying to help him out with the way the Dragon locks Versik down. The Call Ultra comes down and Versik will be caught. He used the Phantom Execution earlier to try to go for the turtle. Zorn now recalling in front of RRQ. There's not much RRQ can do about it. They're just going to have to wait and see. Banana getting sandwiched down. Zorn again just recalling in the midst. Chipoy is trying to zone them away, but Sepat's taken quite low. He does still have the split, so it's all going to be good as Chibi. Oh, good snipe from Zin, but it's not enough to take him down. Turret tier 1 down in the mid lane.
What even? Zorn here is recalling right in front of RRQ in the midst of a fight. Anything could have happened there. He could have gotten hit by a rogue wild charge, could have gotten caught by, the Terrify from Clay, but no, he understands the dynamics of the team fight so well. Homie has been playing Cho even before Skyhook and the rest of Moonton have designed the hero.
Oh man, again, it's just, Zorn. Look, what's special about his recalls is the fact that he's not just recalling to taunt his enemies. He is recalling and staying in places to just give vision. He's basically a walking ward. That's what makes Zorn really special.
It's not even a joke, folks. It's a way for him to not play around and move around, and there's a kick! Again, he caught Banana, and now Clay and Chipoy looking to repair.
Wild charge, but the Call Ultra comes down. No one is going to be able to dish out so much damage. Another Jikudo. Zorn is still alive! Warlord dealing damage onto the back with a go-away now placed down. A good snipe from Zin from downtown as he's looking for some more. Versik with a Phantom Execution trading it back. 2 for 3 now, still in favor of Homeboys, but at least RQ still had a say in that team fight.
That's right, and again, we're talking about how Zin is just waiting in the wings to finally hit his power spike here, now approaching 9 minutes. Let's see what the gold laner from RQ has. 1 core item as compared to Anip, who is just about 400, 500 gold ahead. So yeah, that's the DHS and the Corrosion Scythe up against the Blade of Despair and then the eventual Hunter Strike.
He needs to wait for that Malefic Roar. I think the Malefic Roar is going to be the real power spike here for RQ and for Zin. It's because Zorn and Sepat are untouchable right now. Zorn jumps in, trying to look for that cheeky little way the Dragon, but Banana was able to escape from that one.
Yep, basically Homeboy's dives are a little more easy to confirm, and they cut through so much faster than what RRQ are looking for, because again, it's Banana now concealed by Chipoy. Who's he gonna find?
No one right now. Zin, though, is trying to chase Zorn down. He has to be careful right now as that's a Petrify and the Wild Charge comboed in. Zin and getting free hit in the back, flickering out of the bundles as Sapot does the same thing. Zorn with the way the Dragon now connects all the way to the back, but Versik is able to find him with a Thorn Rose. He was 1 HP. Sepat now brought back under the tier 2. Gonna be gunned down by Zin with the Bennett. Now it's a 2-4-0. RRQ finally online in the 10th minute of the game. Warlord, Chibi, and Anip 3v5. Let's see the Red Tree battle once again. This time it's level 11 to level 12. Versik in the back now jumping in. They don't want to go for the Red Tree. They know that it's not in their favor, so they'll just go for the team fight. Zin, Chipoy, and Clay are still chasing Chibi.
The Kingdom have declared divide and conquer despite a Lord win for the Homeboys. RRQ are now in the driver's seat. Let's see if there's a punish coming in from the Homeboys. They do defend their mid-tier 1, but just the same, RRQ have closed the gap. Nay, they even got a small gold lead for themselves, and they're converting through the roof. What a clapback. Again, this is definitely a much better situation than they were in Game 1.
I think it was a very intelligent decision to make for RRQ. Knowing how consistent Chibi is, how much of a nuisance he is in the retry battles, it's never actually a 50-50 when it comes down to Fersic versus Chibi. The fact that they just completely ignored it. See, exactly. This is why they ignored it. This is why.
Purple in your face. I can only imagine what Fersic is going through right now. This is not just. They also punished Zorn. They also showed Zorn that he is not invincible, that this recalling has to stop. Your shenanigans will not stand in the eyes of the kingdom. Now they're pushing up top. RRQ will be able to clear. Bombs away. Zin is still holding his ground. They push away the homeboys.
Beautiful, go away. Cheapui going to be zoned down. Now Nibiru's Passion coming through. RRQ losing Cheapui in the process. Zorn finds away the dragon, knocking Fersic back onto the bundles right now as he gets immobilized. And Anip is massive. Anip now jumping in, finding another. It's a double for Anip, making a triple kill as Banana is the only one standing. This might be it. It might be a clean sweep.
Oh, and now it's just Banana versus the world.
He's still able to escape. He's still able to clear out the minion waves. 1v4.
Pisanggila. Dude, he's crazy. You're talking about the other members of being massive? Dude, Banana has been carrying this game.
I think we mentioned this in game number 1, Leo. It was Banana and Zin, the two consistent members, just trying to hold it down. And this right here, they're showing it once again. They're the pillars. But this time, Leo, Zin has finally hit his power spike.
That's right. He did fall here, a shutdown with a 3-kill streak. But just the same, Hunter Strike, check. Malefic Roar, check. BOD, check. Now we're just looking for that one last bit of sustainability. Looking at the lineups, no, maybe not the Rose Gold Meteor. So yeah, more likely the Haas Claws here. So with that being said, man, I didn't even think of what to say at this point because I thought it was over, but Banana bought them back a game, and now Zorn falls.
That's Zin's power spike. You can see the damage already. It piles up, and Zorn can no longer just stand in front randomly. RRQ now with Conceal, a nip in the midst. Banana trying to zone them away. Chibi is isolated in. Appraiser's This is massive. It finds 3. Fersic in the back using the puncture, but the go-away silence is down. Banana with the petrify, and the final blow finds the back line. Sapat and Chibi now the 2 last members trying to defend, but Banana will not let them back away. Jumping in, but Chibi finds the taunt. Clay's looking for the kill right now, but he will not be able to find it. Banana gets out with the eye for an eye, and it is just going to be a 3-4-1 trade.
That's the that's an unfortunate combination of heroes to be left on the map, right? Especially when you go for a 3-for-1 trade.
Wow.
It's the Glue and the Frederick. They're not going to do much alone together. But just the same, RRQ, man. You saw Banana? Are we watching the same game, folks? Are you not as hype about Banana as I am right now? Oh, if anybody unleashed the beast in this game, it's Banana.
Banana has been drinking a lot of
He's
Monster.
a monster.
He is a monster. He's an ultra beast here in game number 2. His petrifying, his final blow, that saving play he did up top. But now it comes down to how he manages the waves and does the same thing in team fights.
That's right. Sepat drawing a line between RRQ and Chibi and Anip, dealing a lot of damage. Zorn spots Banana. I wonder what the engage is going to be.
Flicker now from Sepat, and Terrify comes down. Zin trying to gun him down, but Chipui falls first. Zin brought back to the team right now, but he's still able to escape, but not for long. Chibi follows it up. Zin and Chipui are down. Banana, can he do it again?
He has to. It's their only chance. Now Homeboy's going for the blitz take on the Lord. Purple going to be secured here by RRQ. First, going to get his hands on it. It's his only option left. Check it out, Zorn. Putting up a perimeter. Yeah, this is going to be a Lord over the Homeboys. It's going to be a Luminous Lord. They're second this game, so expect it to crash on through top. And with that, at least, they're going to have a high ground defense. It's not going to be like that last time Homeboys were inside the base.
Wow. Damage leaderboard. Take a look at this. We were mentioning Zin, we were mentioning Banana, but Clay has been dealing the most damage for RRQ. It's something with the Valentina and dealing damage that's not really seen. You know, he's just like, he dashes here and there. We don't really see it, but then we look at the charts and Valentina's almost every single time up top there.
Yep. I think it comes with the territory, especially if you're usually stealing Cult Altar. We really haven't really seen Clay steal the kick yet, but that's before Sin hit his power spike, so maybe now, right? Maybe now. 15 minutes in, 16 to 16. Chipui here in trouble. Here comes the Lord. Oh, what a well-synced wave.
3 waves crashing and once. Still the Enhanced Lord up top. Nibiru's passion to be popped in by Xin right now to clear out the waves right now. As Banana is able to use a final blow onto the back. Eye for an eye to escape. Good escape, good distraction from RRQ. They're able to defend 15 minutes in, and RRQ do not take the L yet.
Great escape, mind you. Boys like girls. Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Banana, he missed out on a couple of eye for an eyes already in the 16-minute game, right? But here now when it matters, he is on point. He's heated up to the point wherein everything he does just keeps RRQ in the game. Homeboy's up by 1,000. Who's this purple gonna go to?
If it goes to Chibi, I don't know what to say, and it does! It does! Versik now with a throw roll. Chibi gonna be caught in the final blow onto the back. Now it's a 4-man knockup. Clay still able to escape forward now. Meanwhile, Xin still kiting away. The splits onto him. Xin mounted down, and Xin will fall. He brings Sippat to the base first, though. 2 for 1. RQ still in it right now as Warlord. The once RQ Senna member will be executed by Versik as he picks up a double kill. Meanwhile, the roamer, Zorn, is able to take the final base turret down in the bottom lane.
We love you, old brother, but not here, not today. It looks like RRQ are going to hold on for just a little longer, about a minute until another Lord comes up. So yes, we can expect this Lord to be evolved, and it's going to matter. It's the kind of Lord you just don't want to leave hanging. You want to march with this Lord. He's going to put marks on your opponent, and whenever you hit him, it'll deal extra damage. It's going to suck for your opponent. But just the same, if you're a member of the Kingdom, you're living for this. RRQ are back in this game, and they're turning the map red.
Thing is, they've already lost 3 base turrets. Is it too late for them to make a comeback here, to mount a comeback?
No, it's never too late, especially with the way that they've been playing. Yeah, Xin has been caught out by Sippat a little bit longer, but just the same, Anip has been standing his ground where he shouldn't have more often in the past 5 minutes. So yes, I think it's not too late, especially with how Banana just seems to be getting better by the minute. It's crazy. It's crazy to think that he's able to dive in as deep as he has and not die. It's been a while since Banana died, bro.
What's his nickname? You gotta come up with it right
We'll work it out. We'll work it out. But right now, I'm just happy to be here. Look at this Lord here, less than half, 1/5 of his health. Who's gonna take it?
Red Tree Battle. Versik wins it for the first time in this game. But what is Anip doing in the bottom lane now? They're trying to just force RQ back, but that's exactly what RQ want to do. They just want to disengage, and they want to utilize this Enhanced Lord.
Yep, it's gonna march through mid. More likely, homeboys are gonna make quick work of it, unless
Zorn is in the back. He's looking for Xin right now.
Look
if he
at that
finds
angle.
Xin, this is going to be disastrous. He uses the G-Kundo, so he will not be able to look for an opening for now. RQ still doesn't know. That's going to be the Renner shot onto Sippat, not connecting. Now onto the mid lane, but look at Xin. It all comes down to how Xin does this. Oh, Versik finds the kill with the poke and the kite from Xin. Now Banana with the final blow. Clearing out the wave. They finally spotted Zorn out. He is in, but is he too late? It is too late for him. The Cult Altar comes down. Now it's going to be Warlord who's going to be caught. Now as the Muddles gets placed down in the mid lane. Renner on Xin. Now with a shot. A Nip barely able to dodge away from that as Clay jumps forward. Now getting the free Muddle hits onto the back. Now jumping forward with the Inspire. A Nip versus the world. He's dealing a lot with a go away. Versik isn't able to penetrate it. And RRQ are once again forced back.
For the first time, RRQ have not only crossed the river on the offense, but have penetrated the home boys base. Mid lane is bleeding. Mid lane is hemorrhaging. And RRQ are now sitting pretty at 4,300 gold ahead. Let's look at these item builds right now. Xin is... He's waiting to just go barefoot here. He can just like go to the boots at any given moment, especially when they're inside the base. Looking at the Clay as well, he can also just like go to the boots, just pick up something nasty like what, Blood Wings if he wants to. Because again, I think in that last moment, I think what killed Sippat and what also put Chibi down was the fact that Anip was compromised. He got hit by the Terrify. It was so hard. Even if you do press on the Inspire, even if you are rocking a Melissa with a Haas claws and everything, all but he's also barefoot now, by the way, folks, if you don't know. It's so hard. It's not as easy.
You got to give it up to Clay, right? The fact that I like that you mentioned that Terrify really gave RQ the win in that team fight. Because if Anip was able to free hit there, he popped the Inspire.
That's right.
It would have been a wipeout or close to it. 3 for 0 at least.
With the way Banana's been playing, yeah, it would have been a wipeout. And he did not even use the Petrify then, right? So this allows RQ to reset and wait. He gets spotted. Oh, no, not Banana, not like this, not in the state that he's in right now. He's in a state of flow.
Yeah.
Psychiatrists will want to study his brain after this.
For sure,
The
for
true
sure.
clutch gene found in RQ's XP laner. But no, back to the main story here. RQ, yeah, you were asking if is it enough for them to make a comeback? Look at the map now.
It's better for RQ. It does look better, especially the fact that they got the base turret in the mid lane. But the side lanes are still going to be very hard to micromanage. These waves are going to be slow pushing constantly towards RQ. And Banana, again, will have to play that role. It will come down to how Banana micromanages the waves.
That's right. It's all on Banana. Now Fursic looking for a pull. It's 3 versus 1. Chipui following up. And they want to give Xin this orange buff first. So they secure it. Now, where is Zorn? That's a scary thought to think how Zorn might actually find one.
Wait, Seput! What? Gets taken out! Xin with the meltdown now! That's what the DHS Hunter Strike and Melphic Roar combo does. Woo! So much damage on his hands.
All right, that's a 4v5. Clear advantage for RQ.
They're going to utilize this 3.8k gold lead as well. Zorn going to be spotted there. Shipui pops into conceal. Zorn escaping, but Banana chases him down. Xin is doing the same thing now on the GB with the Razor's Craft! It finds Xin! He stood there! He just took it!
That's right, and he stacked up the damage. All of the Crystal Energy Shield translated to Zin's life, and it just took 1 hit. That's it!
It was so worth it for RQ!
That's a 1-hit KO!
But that turned everything around. Chibi is now full HP back again, and it's gold lane for XP. Not a trade you want to be going for at all.
Not just. They're also 20 seconds behind.
Oh.
Even if this trade happened, if it happened earlier, then maybe they can both reset. But now, RQ, they're lacking firepower.
It's up to Fairsick now. Let's see, quality over quantity. Can he find another retribution? Or will Chibi's consistency prove to be the force that drives RQ to their loss here?
Also, watch where Clay is. You hear the concealed play. Anip just
It's
drops the muddles there. That's it. This is a clear win for Homeboys. We're back where we started about 8 minutes ago.
Wow. I mean, I don't know what to say. Xin, his characteristic has always been, he's always barbaric. He's always very aggressive, offensive, always taking the offensive. But in that particular situation,
maybe not.
The fact that he didn't even utilize a dash or a flicker that he has on to dodge away from the Appraiser's Wrath, he just miscalculated.
There was a bloodthirst in him. You saw that I am going to take you down, Chibi. By hook or by crook. But then Chibi was like, anime moment, don't take it personal, kid.
Uno reverse card moment.
Yeah, there it is. But yeah, between Chibi and Xin, it's Chibi who's the kid, but you know what I'm saying. Oh no, here we go.
3 waves.
This is an Evolved Lord. Yep, all 3 waves synchronized by the Homeboys. I can already hear all the Flame Boys going crazy. They're going wild for this.
Zorn is able to find the way to Dragon, but Clay with a tough boost, able to escape now with a Bennett's Rage coming down. Now in the back, Sepot is still able to zone the backline away. Chipu in the midst right now will be taken out by Warlord as Xin pops into the Meteor's Passion, but it's going to be too much. Homeboys, they've done it. They're taking everyone down one by one. Banana, the last man in the front, but it will not matter at all. Winner's Truncheons being bought, but Homeboys have just clean swept the Kings.
Kingdom falls to the fires of the Flame Boys, and you can see, wow! Who'd have thunk that 2 series back-to-back we would see the Indonesians and the Malaysians take one over each other? What a day!
1-1 Malaysia, as Icy Baby wants to put it. Indo and Malaysia in Snapdragon Pro Series right now, and what a day.
And this is just the challenge season, man. The first day of the challenge season.
Zin's debut didn't go too smooth here.
His return.
His return.
Oh, wow. But again, I gotta say, in this 24-minute game, we saw a lot of back and forths. And I am thankful, regardless of what the result is, I'm thankful for what we saw. Definitely a star was made in Banana here. I wish I did you a solid here, Banana, because you were working hard.
We saw glimpses of brilliance from the side laners from RQ, but that one mistake from Xin, really, I feel like that costed them the game. The fact that they were able to turn around and find the Lord evolved.
Oh, it was so difficult. I wonder if our analysts in Eternal loved Banana as much as we did.
Pisang gila.
Pisang gila indeed. We love our bananas, but at the end of the day, bananas don't bring us wins. And that was such a beautiful performance by Homeboys. Why are you looking at me like that?
Yeah, because bananas gives you potassium.
Yeah, so?
Yeah, that's it. You know, it doesn't give you wind, it gives you potassium.
Oh.
It was a fun fact.
Yeah, it was a fun fact for you.
Thanks for the fun fact.
Yeah.
And we feel for you, okay? I mean, I know earlier we were joking around, we were bantering, but we feel for you and we feel for Indonesia. Yeah.
I don't know what to say.
You know what I gotta say? I feel good. I'm sorry. Anyways, coming into the itemizations here, I feel like this game in particular was a better version of how RRQ could have played in Game 1 if the D game was already played, right? So when it came to this composition, I feel like I agree with what Leo said. Banana really had his back as well, and there were a lot of moments where Homeboys was overheating from hype because of the fact that, hey, they're winning their early engagements. Chibi is just an absolute monster when it comes to objective controls, but all it takes towards one small mistake coming in from Homeboys that gave RRQ a run for their money, which kind of forced Homeboys to drag onto this game. But I agree, it came down to one small mistake. That one big play coming from Chibi with the Appraiser's Wrath caught Sin off guard when he did not have his Winds of Nature.
Yeah, that was 75% health of the Beatrix gone straight to 0. And I gotta be fair, earlier I asked RRQ, did you guys forget you were playing up against a Martis in game number 1? There were moments where Homeboys, I wanted to ask him, are you guys forgetting you're playing up against a Benedetta who for multiple plays now has really waited for his perfect time entry to look for a nip, to look for the backline, so that when Homeboys goes to dive up front, when Zorn decides to jump in, the Benedetta is just wreaking havoc in the backline of Homeboys, and that's why those are the overheating moments that you mentioned earlier. But then Homeboys just got to adjust, and they were able to find moments that they can take advantage of RRQ being a little bit too overconfident and overexerting, such as the moment that you mentioned, that smack from Chibi straight to Sin's Beatrix.
Yeah, I don't know if it was overconfidence or just the fact that Zin is always out for blood, and unfortunately in this particular situation, it did not help them at all. That is actually an understatement. It costed RRQ the game. And even when RRQ were coming back into the game, were still staying strong. Even they had a 6,000 gold lead at some point. I gotta say, that was on the foot of Banana, and you can see he is even the bread maker with the highest GPM in the game.
Yeah, and at the same time, when it comes to the damage here, I feel like both teams has kind of had their early win conditions, right? Like Homeboys, their objectives here is to make space, set it up for Anip to do their own thing. And RQ, every single time they commit, they have to commit all out into its tanking towards Anip's damage here. So I feel like Banana, his job was making sure that Anip doesn't get his opportunity to shine, which time and time again, well, he did his job. I say Banana did a fantastic job. But
Deserved MVP.
Wow.
Surprising. Okay, I thought it would be
surprising.
Chibi, but it's actually Warlord on the Faramis. I mean, we did see that he had the most amount of kills, no, assists, as well as being able to absorb that damage, but I did not expect this, a 90% KP.
Yeah, he became the Rock because Sorn was looking for pickoffs. So they banked on this Faramis, staying with Anip, making sure he stays alive. Look at that. Great usage of the Cult Altar, knowing that RRQ might be able to dish a good amount of burst early on, so no need to hold on to it. There's a potential risk there that they might lose Anip, and he just said, Anip, I'ma take care of you. We are the back line. We're gonna get dove on, but we'll do our best to hold strong. And I get now why he really became the MVP of this game, despite Chibi just being a god with the retribution. The Cult Altar and the timings, the positioning of Warlord was massive for Homeboy success to set up Anip.
yeah, and even in the final moments as well, and we could see like Homeboys, they were in a very, very awkward
this is
position.
the moment.
Yeah, this is the moment that Zane kind of completely flopped, and it was Warlord that actually chunked his HP down towards 25% with his Ghost Process, and then to set up with the Appraiser's Wrath. So Zane
the
totally did not
combo.
expect that at all. That was crazy.
Yeah, oh man, that was so much damage. Okay, so now we understand, looking at the replay, seeing it in slow motion, that Warlord did chunk him to 75% health, and then it was Chibi to finish it off. And I gotta say, even though Homeboys were able to win this game, I felt like Versik was a little bit more at home with the Lancelot. But one of my main concerns was he kind of built, I think he built a lot more damage items than the, the tank items. And with the composition that RQ brought, were they a little too squishy?
Okay, that's the thing about the composition, right? Lancelot, you can play it as a traditional tank in the early stage of the game, but when towards the later stage of the game, it feels like they were lacking damage to actually threaten Anim, and that was something that he was looking forward to, and time again he was doing the right thing. So eventually he kind of capitalized a little bit more to deal with the counter, etc., because eventually Sin can only do so much. He's got to drop AoEs, he's got to go in for pickoffs, and compared to a Melissa has more free reign to kind of bob and weave all the way through. So I feel like this game could have gone either ways. It came down to just one small mistake, and to be honest, it could have went towards a game 3 compared to how game 1 went, if you think about it.
That was incredibly competitive. We were mentioning that RQ looked so much better. They look so much more comfortable, and actually like the build path that Ferxic went for. He didn't need to go full defense. He needed a little bit more damage there to make sure that the pressure onto the Faramis and then the Melissa in the backline was existent for RRQ. It's just that it boiled down to that one specific moment, but even before that, little moments stockpiling to the point where it was just Homeboys finding the play to turn it around in their favor.
Wow, it was just a wonderful performance by Homeboys in general, and I gotta say, the RQ, they have a lot of homework if they want to make it to the Challenge Finals. But congratulations, GGWP, for the Homeboys, the Malaysian representatives, as they are going forward here in the Group B brackets, going head-to-head with EVO's Icon. Now, EVO's Icon and Homeboys, I'm gonna ask Icy Baby here. Confident?
Okay.
Not confident.
I would say it's gonna be 2-1
for EVOs. It's tough. It's tough.
I still think Homeboys got it. Just because of like, they're still relatively new. Zorn there are still a lot of mistakes that Homeboys are still making here. Obviously, EVO's Icon is a little bit more solid. I know Ghani's calling this out. Hey, Indonesia 1, Malaysia 0. Yeah, guess what? It's 1-1. We'll settle this. One of this team is going to be the second team to qualify from Group B.
What about you, Reptar?
Oh man, I think it's gonna go into 3 games also, and then most importantly, at the same time, man, just thinking about it, it's gonna be a bloodbath. It's gonna be a lot of team fights.
Man, yeah. It's super exciting, and I can't believe that the fun doesn't even end here. We do have another match ahead of us, and that is actually gonna show us who's going to qualify into the Challenge Finals from Group A. So we're not going to see this just yet. We're going to see this tomorrow, the finalization of Group B. I forgot. Archives. So
come on.
Both Filipino representatives just representing it up. But of course, this event would not be possible if not for our wonderful sponsors. Snapdragon Elite Gaming definitely being the chip of the gods. Just allowing these players to be able to be in tip-top shape coming into the game. Maybe Banana was finally swapping out his microchip for the Snapdragon. And of course, wait, sorry, guys, I have a call.
Oh,
yep.
Okay.
All right.
Sorry. Give me a second.
Oh, really? You're going to be flexing your Galaxy S23 Ultra in front of us right now?
Oh my goodness, that is really nice. Like, why do you have a brand new phone? God damn.
Sorry. I was.
Where do I get?
Oh wait, I'm working right now.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Is that your mom calling you here? Shouldn't you be like working right now?
No. Sorry, I was on the best phone in the business.
Oh,
the Samsung S23
wow.
Ultra.
All right.
You can't deny those calls because I was getting called by the best energy drink as well, right? I was being called by Monster themselves. Unleash the beast. They wanted to give us a little bit more to work with.
Chug. You chugged it.
Nice.
I was about to
That is
smash
the
it over
beast
my head, but I wouldn't.
we're looking for.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Yeah.
This entire time.
Feel good.
You feel good?
I see, like, something is going on here. What? Something is going on. Do you like people with beastly eyes like him?
No, I like the best.
I saw that stare, man.
What stare?
You know, there was like something happening right
No.
here.
No.
Sure?
I'm looking at him because he mentioned of delivery.
Oh,
right? We have
okay.
been delivered amazing matches already, and of course that is thanks to DHL with their new game that was on to win 5,000 euros. I think I'm gonna do that right now. So with that in mind, it's me, Eterna.
Icy Baby 1-2.
Reptar, sometimes Shredmar.
Okay, and all 3 of us will see you after the break. Bye bye. Stay tuned, everyone.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Call the Babel out, call the priest. Back to life, I'm undeceased. Breaking the chain, unleashed. My true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse. I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your words. Keep my score, fire the gun. Watch me how I overcome what they said could not be done. I did it, now sing it. The birth of a legend, the past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it. Now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, saving my road to my victory. I won't admit defeat. I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they said for me, say hey. No man can dispute him. Might as well salute him. What is written isn't done. Watch me how I overcome.
Lace up my shoes, time to get it. Put in the work, I'm with it. Paying my dues with sweat and tears. There is no weakness here. I ain't new to this, I'm a veteran. Wear my battle scars like a letterman. I done crawled through the mud full speed, so I wouldn't underestimate me. That's a rookie move. Homeboy, I got nothing to prove. Team player, but I'm still self-made. I'm in it for the passion, not the parade. I don't need the lights or the cameras, just me and my opponent. All the work that I put in has led up to this moment. Let's go. You go hard, I go harder. You weak, I beat farther. You cannot I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. Game time, let's go. I hit that mark weeks ago. I'm about to laugh you up. Tell me, have you had enough? You would think I had a PhD in psychology. The way I get in your head, there is no escape. Like I said, I'm out of your league. I play fair, but show no mercy. Only give my time if it's worthy. Cause I keep my mind on a mission. And you don't fit the vision. I ain't cocky, okay, a little bit. I call it confident, but they can handle it. Don't blame me, it's just my time. So move, cause you're blocking my shine. I'm out of your league. You better go with plan B. You taking the crown? That's a fantasy. You can't step to me. I'm out of your league. Better beef up that defense. I give you an A for effort. Now hit the bench. You go hard, I go harder. You weak, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. You go hard, I go
Well, hello everyone. This is the final series of the day. And I gotta say, man, after seeing the previous game, Homeboys going up against RQ, I am hyped. But that's not my name. My name is Afel. And by the way, welcome to Snapdragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy. And now, I'm not alone. I got my boys here with me, ICBaby12, as well as Gani. How are you guys feeling?
I am doing okay. Terrence
just
here.
okay.
It's personal
after
now.
After the previous match, I'm okay, right? Because it seems like record-wise here, Terrence, we're even.
Yeah, that's why production put 2 Malaysians here and 1 Indonesia. It's going to be 2-1.
To cast a PH match?
No, I don't know, man. Like that's tomorrow. I'm hoping that's going to happen tomorrow.
No, I mean,
it's just a prediction.
Eternal left her phone.
Oh, what?
Dude, yeah. Oh. Dude, don't check her IG, man. This is some weird stuff going on.
There's a lot of sus pics, don't they?
She's on a losing streak.
Oh!
I didn't know she was GM. Damn.
Oh, what?
She needs to play a bit more, but you know what? Shoutouts. It's mine now. Actually, it looks pretty good.
It looks cool. It looks cool.
Yeah,
right?
it looks really, really slick as well.
I mean, here's the thing. You know what?
It matches the black outfit as well. I love it. You black.
It's not black.
Oh, okay, I'm colorblind.
Wait, am I?
I'm colorblind now.
Okay, you know what? So far, I've been doing the colorblind joke. Looks like this guy is more colorblind. Okay, I accidentally locked it. I need to get the password. But for now, we're going to look at the brackets where we've seen Flash going up against Archive, losing 0-2. Bleed losing to Brand 0-2 as well. And that is going to be the match that we're going to check out. Archive going up against Brand. So far, it's been a 0-2 day. We got to see if the trend continues.
Personally, I don't think this is going to continue, just because of how Archives and Brand has been playing at an exceptional level. And we did get an interview earlier, inside scoop onto the interview between both Archives versus Brand. They both don't seem all that confident that they can take a 2-0. They're like 2-1, probably like Brand would say.
I think they're just being humble.
But I feel like Archives, I really want to see Archives kind of pull it off, if you think about it.
Let's not forget it's PH versus PH, so technically they know each other very well regarding the drafts, regarding the playstyle, so it's going to be very personal seeing them two meet up. Sure, one team is from the MDL, one team is from MPL, but I believe they know each other very, very well.
So you believe in...
It's going to be a tight game.
It's going to be tight? You know what? This is the challenge season. We're going to watch Archive going up against Brand Esports. And whoever wins this one... Official. Going to Jakarta. Is Jakarta great?
Jakarta is great. You've been there.
You're great.
You've been there.
Yeah, I've been there, yeah.
Hopefully Terrence will join us to come to Jakarta as well.
Hopefully. I can only pray. But at the same time, talking about these two teams here, personally, like when it comes to Archive and Brand, obviously Brand is going to be the stronger team just because they have the MPL standings. But I do want Archives to win just because it's a better story to talk about. One of the teams that are hungry to actually prove themselves to be the best here, and right now, all the way from the Open Finals, here, their season, one more game away, and they are going to qualify and completely thumbstring MPL teams.
He's moving too fast. I want to talk about Jakarta again because we want to go to Jakarta. If you want to come to Jakarta as well, make sure you guys grab the tickets because only the Legend tickets are left.
Wow.
I mean, like, to be fair, you could buy it or you could join the raffle where you can get the ticket and the t-shirt as well. Pick your poison. Just join everything, you know? Get it while it lasts because at this point, I'm not surprised if by tomorrow, the tickets are gone. Everyone wants to come to Jakarta. What are you guys doing with the drinks?
You know what? We're just checking out the drinks. It looks very, very good. Just a normal checkup.
Yeah, basically, we were having a little bit of a personal haram moments where we share a drink together.
And going up against Archive. You were talking about it. You want the storyline. You want Archive to do well.
Yeah,
I
actually want her Archives actually do well because of the fact that they have been playing together for a very, very long time, and they are here to prove themselves that they can compete at the highest level. And this is something that I think not many teams, especially from the MDO teams, are given this kind of opportunity. And recently, the biggest change was Devil United entering into its MPL ID. So maybe this is just an opportunity for Archives Esports to say that hey, MPL is not just all that. MDL has what it takes as well.
To continue the conversation, we gotta have visual. We gotta look at the players. So let's introduce Archive Esports. The ones playing here, Lord GM, Kizan, Lacency, Sumpak, as well as Spider Mouse. Gani, your opinions?
I mean, Lord JM played a splendid Arlott earlier with
Lord
the
Jim.
outplay. And again, I expect them to stay on that caliber, stay on that level. Going up against your fellow teammates, you need to show yourself. Even though you're MDL team, that's actually where the pressure is not on you.
Yep, at the same time, Doggy did mention as well, even though KZen was the MVP for the series, he did mention that the team around him is what enables him to be that MVP.
Yeah.
And so this player I want to talk about here is Spider Mouse. The roamer here from the team has been able to set up a lot of very unorthodox plays. Very, I would say, they're the reason they won. You know, the moments here, the most assist moments where he was able to just set it up for the team to kind of enable himself. So I feel like Archive Esports stands a very, very good chance if they are able to stick to the game plan and then bring it up against Brent here. But in this case, I feel like Arlott and Lord GM has been dominating on XP lane. But at the same time, it was against the Singapore team, so I don't know.
Nah, legit, I kind of feel like just don't give Lord GM the Arlott if he's going to get the Arlott. I'm going to be very much surprised. This is Archive Esports. Now I gotta ask, are we ready for Brand? Because we gotta look at that team as well. So let's introduce Brand Esports. All right, for Brand, Flap, TZ, Kyle, TZ, Fuse, Super Marco, as well as Oakwin. And again, just a brief reminder.
Well, again, looking at Bren, especially from their performance earlier, yeah, they're a solid unit, which I feel like...
You're a solid unit.
Oh, thank you so much, which I feel like the opponent earlier just, it was so difficult for them to find that crack, to find that loophole. Well, Brand Esports, I know they will bring their A game here going up against Archives, but remember, they're an MPL team. The pressure is actually on them.
Yeah, when it comes to this as well, Super Marco was very highlighted by the casters here in previous match. But the thing that I really want to talk about here is actually Few, because he is able to demonstrate himself as an underrated mage. His Novara has been very, very spot on in harassing their way through. But here is going to be the head-to-head between both teams here in the XP lane. Now, we did briefly talk about Log JM coming from Archives. Flap TZ here is going to be the matchup. It seems like this is going to be a junior versus senior moment if you think about it.
Yeah, and honestly, the numbers are a little bit skewed just because the game time between Bren and Archive is very different. Lord JM had a lot of opportunities where he can join the fight, where you can see the kill participation is slightly different, even though both players have played 2 games each. But again, like, I would say both of them are super solid, and I think their hero pool is more or less the same.
You know, that's the thing, right? When it comes to debating in terms of stats here, it feels like Brand Esports just knows their game a little bit more better. Like, their strategy, their execution has a little bit more cleaner when they played it against Bleak Esports. Whereas from Archives, of course, you know, they did play against Flash. This was the grand finalist coming from MPOSG. So I would say, I wouldn't say that Singapore is the weaker team, but considering that based on this track record, they are currently in the bottom here, so obviously it is going to be in that situation. But based on these stats, there's just 2 ways that we can spin this. One would be Brand Esports obviously is the cleaner team. Archives, however, well, they are the more consistent team, if you think about it.
So we're going to see, again, somehow a clash here, right? Senior versus junior. Which team is best according, based on today? Well, it's not really clear because RRQ, the favorite team to win, actually loses, so I'm not quite sure about that, but the team has been the stronger team on paper. You just win this match according on the first day of SBS.
Yeah, I'm checking my paper, and yeah, you're correct. Based on what you said, it's true.
It's the
Why
script,
does it turn to have a paper here?
because there is a script, you know, where we trash talk that Malaysia is gonna 2-1 Indonesia, even though that's gonna happen tomorrow.
Well, we're going to talk about, again, Archive going up against Brand. I kind of feel like when we're going to watch the game, the length of the game is really going to be something that I'm going to pay attention to. Because even if Brand won, right, we got to see how strong they win, I guess. Right? Because here's the thing. I kind of feel like this is their moment for them to show up. Because if you're going to Jakarta, right, because, again, whoever wins this one is going to go straight to the Challenger Finals. You kind of got to win with style. By the way, just to let everyone know, Mirko is doing like this thing and this a bit.
Off camera.
He's trying to distract us.
Sorry. Lafel, come here. Please.
Nah.
Stand here in the middle. I would like you to demonstrate that again.
Nah.
I would like you to demonstrate that again.
Oh my God.
Even they're laughing. We're going to look at the predictions here because so far we got to see how the room is feeling like. And
whoa.
Oh, come on.
Terrence.
Come on. You guys are boring. Don't you guys want to see an underdog story? Who doesn't love an underdog story?
I do love an underdog story.
Yeah, why'd you vote for Brett?
Not in this case, though.
Okay.
Do you guys like a story?
Why?
Yo, do you guys like a story? No? Remar kind of likes a story.
You know,
they're both Filipinos.
Okay, so most importantly, regardless of whoever wins this, one Filipino team
Who's
is
your
pretty much taking the
favorite
first loss.
Filipino?
Your parents.
Naisu. Good answer. Naisu is pretty great. Naisu is nice.
I agree. Naisu is nice.
Naisu is nice.
Prediction now.
Yeah.
So, okay, here's the thing. I've been wrong the entire day.
Okay.
I've been wrong the entire day. Even the games that don't show what? No, you've been right. Oh wait, no. Oh wait, yeah. Yeah. You know what? I'm better than Mirko today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So
God,
Mirko's
I'm better
prediction.
than Mirko today.
Oh wait, you know what? Mirko's with me 2-0. Oh no, God.
Oh, we're going for opposites.
Oh.
Mirko and Terrence joining up.
Oh.
The link up here.
Miramar.
That's Miramar. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Or
Miramar.
Renko.
Oh, okay.
I like Renko better.
All right,
Renko?
Renko better.
Renko better.
Okay, so we're gonna throw over to Renko just a little bit later. 1 minute coming up into the draft. Anything that you guys are hoping to see? Because the only thing that I'm hoping to see is an Arlet ban.
I think that banning the Arlet is great and all, but I feel like we shine too much on towards Lord GM a little bit too much here. Because personally,
I think we're not shining enough.
I know there's a lot of moments, but I feel like from Archive Esports, the whole team plays as a single unit. And so far in all the games that I've seen today, Archive Esports is by far the most uniform team. They feel like a military-style gameplay, very similar to how SMG used to play.
Are you saying Bren is a double unit then?
I would say they are killers working as mercenaries out in their individual roles. But for me, as a unit, I feel like Archive Esports is a little bit more reformed right now and a little bit more disciplined in my to my taste.
We can see Brent hitting each other.
I mean, well, if we're talking about the XP lane, right? If we're talking about Arlet specifically, I mean, Flap can pull off the Arlet as well. So I don't know if Bren does have the first pick. I don't think they should ban that out, knowing that. Yeah, Flap can play a mean Arlet as well. So let's see how will they go about on the draft for the first game. But I do want to mention this. Arlet is a very prior hero. It seems like Bren really likes that Novaria as well. So expect them to somehow leave that out open as well. Because you're right, just constantly just bothering the gold lane when he's on that Novaria.
Yeah, when it comes to this kind of plays as well, I feel like both Bren and Archives has that textbook formalities of understanding how rotations should be made. So when it comes to those kind of playstyles, I feel like Bren, they do try to take advantage of trying punishing rotations, especially into the mid lane control. However, knowing when it comes to Philippine versus Philippine, they do have this tendency to start off with a rotation by having the mid lane mage to go into the XP lane first to soak up a little bit more XP to get this early level 4 to set up for the first level 1 turtle.
Actually, going into it, let's actually talk about Few for a bit. He's been in MPL Season 2, Season 6, M2, SEA Games Champion 2019, 2023, and he is the idol for young Filipinos. So Few is doing quite a lot here because, again, like, honestly, even before I became a caster, I already heard so much about him, and now...
One of the OG.
What?
One of the OGs.
One of the OGs, man.
Yeah. But now, when it comes to the drafts as well, I feel like when it comes to Few, he does understand that what he needs to do as a mid laner, and what it either can be setting up for a team fight, supporting a lane, or just buying and stopping rotations of their roamers to be in position. And every single time, just based on just now against Bleed Esports, that's perfect example of how Brand Esports was able to handle the situation just because of buying time, making space to go in for those kind of rotations, which is something that I think Brand Esports really excel at. But because Archives Esports is from the Philippine region, so they understand the concept of punishing rotations. And I feel like if they are able to find a way to kind of mirror or maybe even match those rotation speeds to actually punish cross-map plays, maybe, just maybe, Archives can actually pull this off. But as of now, I do see the Yeet and Valentina being banned off. That means Novari is still in the pool. Likewise can be said for Arlott as well as the Joy.
I mean, to add to that, right, this signifies that Bren is actually somehow targeting Lancency here, like asking a question. I feel like you're the quote-unquote weakling that we can exploit. So in that first phase, you are trying to limit your heroes, and perhaps that is what their approach is going to be. But Archives here, calm and composed, they opt for 2 suppression bans, signifying again, perhaps they really want to play and open up that Joy.
Wait, what about, the Joy?
Exactly, they want to open up the Joy, and potentially they can add an assassin in their jungler.
Yeah, actually this opens up quite a lot because the Fanny means that your mid lane or goal lane is not going to be able to protect themselves, so they don't want to pick something like a Brody. Betting out the Kaja as well as a Franco, we did talk about the Joy, but a lot of heroes kind of like it when there's no Kaja, when there's no Franco, even something as simple as a Fredrin, because you're not going to get punished all that much. You can take a lot of damage, and then you could just dish it back out. The Joy has been banned. Arlott open, Novaria is open, sure, but we've seen teams, they can first pick the Novaria, but I kind of feel like it's a second pick kind of thing.
Okay, now seeing the Fredrin being a priority here, maybe Archives Esports wants to kind of flex it out as well, which is something that it can be a possibility as well. You can put in XP, you can play it in jungle. So in this case, they are still keeping those options open, but I feel like Brand Esports is pretty much a no-brainer here. Just take the Arlott and deny the Nova altogether, just to kind of see how Archives Esports is going to be reacting to this. But that's the thing. If you do that, means you are playing to the draft that Archives Esports is trying to set up to do.
Well, then again, it's actually, I don't know, I feel like Bren is actually dictating the drafts here, right? He can pick up the Arlott and Novaria, which they are going to commit to. Again, asking the mid laner here, Lancency, a question. What are you going to play? Faramis, I can outrange you with my Novaria. Sure, you have extra sustainability, but I can outdamage you.
Yep. Now, this is going to be something that is very interesting as well, because based on the bans here coming from both Brand as well as Archives, they did highlight a lot of Kadita bans in their respective matches against Singapore. So seeing this here, I feel like the Kadita isn't too bad if Archives decides to go for it, but I feel like Brand Esports is just saying that it's asking for it here. Maybe they want to force Archives to play this roaming Kadita, which is something that Archives Esports has played during the Open Finals. Sorry, the Open Qualifiers. Yeah.
Yeah, right now it looks like with the Fedrin there, the draft is completely open, and they want the Diggy as well as the Faramis, which this is, I would say, like what, 2-3 patches ago, an amazing teamfight composition where you could pick something like a hyper carry marksman that does way too much damage and give a lot of coverage for him. So this is quite interesting here, but it's kind of showing your hand just a little bit, because the Faramis is definitely going to the mid position. The Diggy is going as a roam. The Fredrin sure can be flexed around, but I kind of feel like in the banning phase, might be very important to ban out certain marksmans.
I completely agree. And with this, right, one hero that I really like, if Brand Esports add, it's going to be the Martis. Why? Yeah, going up against a Diggy, you can't really soak in the damage from Martis. And if Brand Esports are going to commit to a Martis, I really like their first 3 pick heroes here.
You know, to be honest, I think going for the Melissa is pretty safe as well. I like you actually brought out Martis here, because in terms of jungle matchups right now between Fredrin as well as
Martis,
the Martis here, it's pretty standard. But the problem here is that they need to find a way to deal with this time journey as well as the cult altar. And personally, getting a Melissa is going to be a safety net, but I wouldn't mind seeing Brand Esports force picking a Dirov jungle instead of just contesting CC. Why not just burst them all down altogether? And right now, based on this composition, they have those damage capabilities to do so. However, execution is going to be a little bit more risky because it is not the traditional front-to-front playstyle that we are going to be used to be seeing.
Leslie getting banned out and Archive is banning out the Lancelot. I kind of feel like with their composition, not a lot of heroes can do a lot of catching, so making sure that the Lancelot cannot puncture everywhere. I think it's a pretty good ban. The Leslie as well, pretty good ban. I'm wondering if they're going to look at something like a Beatrix that is very strong at 3-4 items. If not a Beatrix, slightly drawing a blank what else, because before this, it is the Irithel, but the Irithel in this current meta hasn't been doing so well.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with you. I think the Beatrix ban here just makes sense. Or if they really do not want to commit to on towards a gold lane, they can ban the Roamer. But no, they opt for a Lapu ban, another hero that perhaps the EXP here, Lord JM, likes to play. So again, full respect towards the EXP here. A quick ban though, an assassin ban here. So targeted towards the jungler here for Brent.
You know, it feels like based on the drafts here coming from Brand Esports, they're trying to ban off heroes that actually enable their win condition. Because if you think about it here, Archives, they have a composition designed to be fighting or as a team fight unit rather than for split push potential. So banning off Lancelot, banning off the Ling makes a lot of sense. But I feel like Brand Esports, they don't really mind this because even if they go for a 5v5, in this case, having the Grok kind of stops the count outer from activating. But I'm a little bit surprised they pick into this despite having the time journey. So I guess the idea that Brand Esports is trying to do right now is that they are going to send the Grok as well as Arla to kind of take individual fights to force both the Digi and the Faramis to kind of split off rather be congested as a 5-man unit.
I mean, to be fair, even the Grok could do a semi-invade. Even if he doesn't really contest for anything, as long as he can slow down the rotation, then it's going to be pretty good. Especially because if you're going to sacrifice anyone, sacrificing the Grok would be kind of good, and then letting the Arla to kind of like do his thing. So I feel I'm pretty okay with the Grok pick here. And then Edith EXP?
Edith
wow.
EXP.
I feel Remar will have a lot to say about this a little bit later.
I actually like this because of the fact that they don't really have a lot of magical damage. But seeing Digi, seeing Faramis, I beg to differ because having this Edith means that you can isolate individual targets and instantly chain CC anyone who comes right into the context. So except for the Grok, anyone from the side of Brand Esports, if they get caught up with this combo from Edith, they're pretty much going to get one shot. And there's no way out because you have this time reversal coming from Digi, you have this pull coming from Faramis. It feels like it's an all-in catch. And I guess the only escape right now from Brand Esports is pretty much forcing everyone to get Purifies.
Let's see here. This Grok is somehow flex, right? We saw a Grok jungle earlier. We don't know here. Brand Esports can play around, but yeah, there you go. I think now it's going to be Grok roam set. So with that in mind, right, the Grok is just there to facilitate his team. Perhaps baiting and eating those time bombs, reverse times as well from the Digi. But apart from that, I like the 10 heroes that has been set.
I'm not saying it's the better draft, but I'm very intrigued by Archive.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, I definitely like Archives Drive a little bit more because of the fact that the idea coming from Brand Esports is that, you know what, we've got shields, they don't really have a lot of damage, we are going to try and sustain my way through and hope to win that fight. So I guess that's the idea they're going for. However, they still could going for any other ways.
Honestly, I want to talk about the EXP pick. So let's go over to Remar as well as Renko.
Renko, Murmar, call us whatever you want. We're going to be calling the action here. Archives versus Brand Esports. Interesting pickup. I'm going to answer the Edith pickup right away. It's a Lord JM comfort pick from the MDL.
Ooh, all right. So we're already going to see some comfort picks come out. Maybe this time they do not want to hold anything back. They just want to go guns blazing from the start of this best of 3 series. Welcome to the Land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen, for game 1 in this best of 3.
Oh, we were talking about this behind the scenes, Miracle, when the Digi was picked up by Archives. The body language of even Super Marco was like, oh, not again. The hero we hate going up against.
Even us on desk, because especially me, I just saw what happened in game number 1 of RRQ versus Homeboys when the Digi got picked against a full CC team fight composition. And right now, you're already seeing it from the early game. I think Bren, they have kind of the same style. Kaizen tries his best to go for the Lethal Wanderer, but Bren is trying to do what RQ couldn't in game number 1. Overwhelm the Digi with a lot of CC to bait out the time journey.
And let's see if Brand Esports will succeed with that in the bottom lane. We get a double gold lane starts from back. Oh, difficult spot that he was put in. Already forced out the flicker of the gold laner of Archives Esports.
Well played. I mean, we saw the Melissa pick as well early on, and we were talking about why the Melissa was picked up here, especially considering they were up against the Diggy, who can actually just get everybody to disengage. Especially because Archives picked up a Brody. Not that good in lane against the Melissa. We're going to have to see how they actually utilize this Brody to try to convert onto objectives.
Yeah, it seems like Archives Esports were already thinking about the late game with picking up the Brody, knowing that, oh, there's a chance we might not get this early on. So, you know what, let's just do the late game strat here. And let's see if they'll get that far. Again, it is the Diggy that Bren Esports is up against. So Ogwen needs to really be careful of his timings with this initiations and setups.
How do you think they need to tackle these team fights for both these teams? Like, what does the Edith bring to the table for Archives?
Oh, JM can either start things off or just be really good with the counter punish. But here in the Turtle, they're fighting.
Good dodge from Flap using the Vengeance, but Lord JM already utilized the Flicker early to gap close. View now opening up the map, trying to go for the steal. Kyle Teasy with a lethal counter. View, who finds the kill. First blood also for Kyle Teasy. Meanwhile, down below, Super Marco able to utilize this winning matchup, but we do have 3 P spams in the all chat. It does seem like Archives are experiencing a bit of an issue, so we are going to stay patient, give them the time they need to figure out what's going on.
But man, what Bren Esports pulled off there looked premeditated. Everything all across the map. It was like, yo, Kyle, I'm pretending I'm Fury right now. Yo, Kyle, just be ready to retro and do your ultimate, and then I'm gonna toss on my Astral Recall, see what happens. And then Few got it. And then in the bottom lane, just like clockwork, they were able to get Lord Simpak as well in the bottom lane.
Everything it happened. Everything good happened. Everything good that could happen just happened for Bren. It was very weird, the fact that, you know, there's a lethal counter, there's a Bauman, there are 2 Retries, and a Fredrin as well. And Few on a Novaria is the one who got the Lord Turtle.
Yeah, out of all the heroes who could have gotten it, but yeah, the fact that they just timed that so well, Bren Esports. But let's see how Archives will be able to bounce back from it. Although they were handling the map well, they were rotating around the map while they were doing what they needed to do. But it's going to be a bad start for the gold laner here of Archives, as Bren Esports is already applying the pressure, trying to maximize the early game farm of Super Marco.
I'll do you one better. I think it's a horrible start for Archives Esports, and we do have another pause request here in the 2nd minute of the game. So again, we're going to be giving them the time they need to figure it out. The thing is, Melissa got the kill right before the Brody actually shoved the wave. So he didn't clear the wave. He is going to lose one whole minion wave that actually crashed into the turret. On top of that, Melissa was able to get a few good shots on the turret as well. So early snowball is usually the key to a Brody and a Melissa.
Yeah, but then at the same time, you could already tell, again, from the draft, we mentioned that Archives most likely already considered the scenario. That's why they picked up the Brody. They knew that they would probably struggle in the laning phase, but they said, you know what, let's trust in our ability to come back. And that's what Archives is super comfortable with. They made a name for themselves in MDL Philippines when they were still Next Play EVO's Tiger Cubs, with being able to make a big comeback from behind situations somehow.
I think it's mainly because of the Edith pick. The way that they are able to come back in games is through, sure, the gold lane losing in the matchup, but it's all good because you already have that secondary carry up top, just farming, getting that XP. And the thing about the Edith is not a lot of people are go up against the Edith much in ranked and even in scrim. So the calculation of how much you can throw at the Edith, how much you can soak in, the limit testing hasn't been there for a lot of these teams up against the Edith, and it surely is maybe a strength that JM could try to utilize here.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned limit testing and familiarity, because that's really a big factor for pros. Like, sometimes there's a hero that falls off of the meta, but then suddenly it comes back, and then teams are like, wait, how do we play against this again? It's been quite some time. So that might be a big factor here, definitely, for Archives. And considering that with how they drafted, having the Edith means that they had good sources of magic damage potentially in the mid game, which is a very crucial condition in MPL Philippines, or for Filipino players, that they need to have more than one source of magic damage if they want to be able to bridge into the late game well.
It was also just, I feel like in the draft it was placed really well. The Grok pick really made us think. We were even thinking, can Ogwen play the Novaria? We've never seen him on, Novaria, obviously because it's new. So back in MPLPH, we didn't really get to see that. But even on Enchanters, it's kind of weird to see Ogwen on a hero that's not flashy, that's not a hero that can actually take the first step in the team fight.
Yeah, and Bren Esports will really need to bide their time again. They're up against the Diggy pick that they strongly dislike. But here in the bottom lane, Look at that, Miracle. That's going to be a 3-man rotation by Bren. They're continuing the pressure. Spider-Man might go back. Let's see if they can get some puck.
Unable to cancel the recall, but this is already going to be good again. What Ogwen's doing is just pressuring Sompak, just trying to force him to move away, giving Super Marco so much space. And hey, Kaizen finds the orange buff, instantly just goes down below. He needs to help Sompak. If the Brody does not get an early snowball or a good lane, it's going to be really tough, especially considering he got the killing spree.
Oh, the vision provided by Few, but here comes Bren fighting.
Oh, look at the wall, pinning him down, forcing a flicker. And he's going to lose it a lot once again. You can already see Super Marco 2 levels ahead.
Sompak almost some pin to the bad spot there, but he was able to get away. Good for Archives, but Bren Esports knowing that again, Super Marco is just winning the lane as expected. But let's see if Archives Esports can delay it as much as they can. But no, Bren Esports just continuing to pressure the bottom lane.
It's so typical of Bren to just have 2 kills, but already a 2,000 gold lead built in the first 3 minutes through invades and just through how they manage the waves individually.
Yeah, at the same time, you can just really tell the difference in rotational speed between the Ballman, between the Fredrin, and Kaltizi just moving around the map a little bit more comfortably in Bren Esports as well as a team. Knowing that Kaltizi is just comfortable while going around the map. Lancey spotted out. Let's see what happens.
He's going to be careful. Whoa! Instant dive! Lancey didn't even get to use the co-alter.
That was a surprise. Archives didn't expect it. Purple buff, though, K's unable to get it.
They even baited out the Retribution. Meanwhile, down below, Super Marco jumps in. It's a wild charge that takes Sompak down. Still 2 levels below. Kaltizi now with the lethal counter and that Retribution advantage will be able to secure the second turtle of the game pretty comfortably. Waiting for the dash. Lord JM not able to use the offer. Oh, Kaltizi with a great sidestep back and forth. Happy feet.
That was a Kaltizi crip walk right on the face of Lord JM, being able to dodge that Edith. And again, all across the map, the XP has turned into a dead lane. The turtles are for Bren and Kyle, and the gold lane is just totally Super Marcos right now, Mirko.
Another wave. Sompak has lost another wave. And on top of that, every single lane is losing because of this Bauman pick. This mid lane shouldn't be going the way it's going right now. It shouldn't be this smooth. Meanwhile, though, a lot of mismechanical moments happening from Lord JM that is really uncharacteristic, especially on his signature pick.
Yeah, I think he's looking at the Arlot right now and saying, I wish I could have gotten my hands on that, but he didn't. He did get his signature Edith, though, but right now, FlapTZ just looks comfortable dashing all around the Edith.
Just pushing the pace again. He already has a 2-level lead, so he can they want to do Astral Recall already connecting onto Sompak, but the Astral Meteor will not be able to connect. Bren are looking to siege this down.
Just completely zoned out right now. Archives Esports, Lancey forced to go back, and as expected, the Melissa will be able to get out of lane first. Few just as a warning shot onto Spider-Man said, I'm going to hit you with my Astral Recall, and it is getting close to a 5,000 gold lead, almost 6 minutes in. Archives, what else can they do at this point? They just somehow need to get resources somewhere.
How? Even the jungle right now is getting invaded already by Bren Esports. They really understand how to push the pace, and even in the XP lane, Lord JM on a signature Edith getting out-traded by FlapTZ. One of the veterans as well. Considering he's still very young, it's very strange to call him a veteran.
A young veteran. That's a common thing in the MLBB Pro scene. A lot of young veterans. Sometimes we call Few uncle, but then we realize, wait, he's 24. So he's not that old.
Not old at all.
Not old at all. But Bren Esports right now still just has an insane hold on the map. Archives cannot find anything.
Nothing. Not even their own jungle. It's going to be invaded now. 10 seconds on the orange buff, and look at where Kaizen is at. They need to look for a trade, and that's in their minds right now. Few going to be pinched down. He does have the Purify. Holding on to it, finally pops it as the Shadow Stampede gets locked onto him. Lancey not zoned away. Few tries to go for a cheeky Astral Meteor, but it's still just them trying their best to neutralize Sompak on this Brody.
Yeah, and Archives responded by just saying, oh, look at the damage of Marco!
No Inspire. If he used that, there's a Time Journey baited out as well. They are overwhelming the Diggy and the Brody really well, and it's another turret, just clean. Meanwhile, the Fredrin brought back to the team by the final slash. The Appraiser's Wrath connect to give him more sustain, and Kaizen gets out.
Kaizen surviving a scrap against 2 Bren Esports members. Lancey and Lord Jamin mid. They're not going to commit into anything. They know it's so risky.
No way. 7th minute, final slash on the 3! Oh my goodness, and the Ogwen with the wombo as well. Lord JM using the primal round to get that shielding. Beautifully done as Calties isn't able to finish him off, but that's another astral recall, and you can see it, you can sense it. Few is hungry for blood. Super Marco though jumps in with the bottles, one more hit. Lord JM always just defying odds and surviving.
Oh, I saw your reaction earlier, Marco. 7 minutes, a golden staff already for Super Marco. Archives, can they get out of this, or will Brent Esports find another win?
Did you even see the Cult Altar? It came out instantly, disappeared as Few almost just threaded the needle to find Spider Miles. Another free turret goes to Brent Esports, 6K gold lead in the 8th minute. But honestly, Renmar, can we talk about how crazy it is to get Golden Staff, 3rd item, Power Spike item for Melissa in the 7th minute?
Yeah, and being 3 levels ahead up against, well now 2, but it's getting close to 3 as well, up against your lane opponent. Brent Esports, if you're just watching this series right now, Archives versus Brent Esports, 2 Filipino teams. Brent Esports take their condition of the early game perfectly. Set Super Marco up for success, win the objectives if you can, and they did. And now Archives, with a lot of grit and heart, will try to find a way to make a comeback against a Brent Esports that snowballed really quickly.
I don't even think they can do anything about it, right? I mean, that was a free Lord this time around. A final slash brings Lancey back. The Vengeance not reset. And one charge from Ogwen! Right on to Spider Miles, and the lethal counter takes him down. Kaizen forced out of his own jungle. Kyle Teasy with a 2-level lead. But Kaizen is unable to even go for the retry. That level lead is really doing a lot for Kyle as he out-retrieves Kaizen.
Up against the Diggy pick that Brent Esports have for the longest time strongly disliked. Ogwen has just cracked the egg of Super Miles, and Archives Esports are just trying to hold on for dear life. Kaizen with taunts. Bren are just continuing this demolish job of Archives.
They're on a different level, and it's another snipe down with the Astral Meteor. Brenner looking to siege the base turrets down with the first Lord. Even with the Lord passive left, Easy finds a final slash, baiting out the time journey and a flicker from Sumpak. This is massive. Renmar, they still have waves to play with, and Archives do not have a time journey.
A nightmare for Archives. One definitely not for the history books, as Brent Esports are just continuing this onslaught. Full info gathered, and the damage coming from Super Marco.
It's melting them down. Melting them down. Brent Esports now with the 9K gold lead and a few snipes downtown. They can just take it slow. They can freeze the waves and absolutely suffocate Archives Esports.
As we look at the items, just everything that they have gathered. A Malefic Roar already for this Melissa. 4 core items and only a Blade of Despair for Sumpak's Brody. If that doesn't tell the story, I don't know what does. Just Brent Esports in total control, and Archives, I feel like in this scenario, Mirko, they'll just have to somehow punish a Brent Esports being too eager to end the game.
3.6K gold lead just between the gold laners here. And even the alarm bombs aren't really doing much to Ogwen.
Yeah.
With, again, Spider Miles going for magic, you usually expect just much more damage to come through.
Yeah. And that's why Archives drafted like this. But then, again, with the draft that they have, it is susceptible, or Brent are susceptible to getting punished if they're not careful. But Brent just look sharp. Relatively fresh off of a gold medal win for the Philippines. Brent Esports just look completely in the zone right now. They have their eyes set in Jakarta. Looking at the gold earned, that's 4 members of Brent Esports. Kaizen's up next. That's how bad it has been for Sumpak, because Brent Esports respected the condition of Archives Esports. They said, you know what? We're not going to let Sumpak play at all.
They're actually letting a few waves just slow push, even in the bottom lane here. They are just giving away prio, but it's completely fine because they can just suffocate Archives Esports. They can't really do much at this point, and you can already see the Lord now going to be chunked down, going to be taken out. I think there's just no way for Archives Esports to actually contest for this at all, given that Kyle Teasy is on a Bauman. He's 3 levels ahead. What are you supposed to do?
Just sit and wait and hope that you could somehow defend. And Archives, actually, Spider Miles was already forced to build a Divine Glaive just so that he could eke out just a little bit more damage. See if the Alarm Bomb somehow make a difference here for Archives Esports. But yeah, Archives will just really have to hold on for dear life here. Again, if they can counter-punish an Ogwen initiation that doesn't go the right way, if they can sidestep, somehow survive Flapteasy and Super Marco just dashing and dealing damage, there is hope here for Archives. Brand Esports, they're not showing a glimmer of it at all.
Not at all. Still utilizing the waves. It's going to be crashing down in a very, very synchronized way here. 3 waves should be crashing down in an instant. But Archives are doing well at clearing out this mid lane. As it's going to be the Enhanced Lord marching down in that top lane. Final Slash, bringing Kaizen back. Still trying to bait out the time journey. Lord JM moves forward with the onward, but he's not able to find anyone. He gets melted instead. Top lane bursts down. That's the base turret, and that's another Astral Sphere down from few. Trying to pop in the Astral Meteor, and Kaizen should just be zoned away as they're looking to go for more turrets.
15,000. The largest gold lead we've seen so far in SPS, and here comes Bren. Will they end it here? They have the minion waves. They have the control. Is this it?
They have the control. No reason to go for a desperate play. Play it slowly but surely with the waves crashing from time to time. Super Marco has built up a Windtalker. That's something I don't see a lot here for Melissa, but he actually sold his boots for it. Okay.
Yeah. Just get a little bit more of that movement speed, I guess, at that attack speed. That is a Melissa full build at 13 minutes and 42 seconds in. Flapteasy picked up the immortality, so he can be reckless. He can afford to be reckless.
Oh, Lord JM in the midst of it all, once again, going to be brought back. He has the Primal Rat, but he's not going to use it just yet. That's going to be the Time Journey and the Call Ultra, but it all clumped up for Super Marco to deal all the damage in the world. Still able to defend right now as Brent Esports are knocking on the base with low HP. This might be the opening that Archives Esports want to look for.
5 versus 4. Minion waves crashing in. Mid's going to come in first. Brent Esports, will they have the initiation from Ogwen?
Final Slash onto Kaizen. Saber to dash, but Ogwen with a wild charge comes through. View Astral Sphere, snipe from downtown. The base wide open, and it only took 14 minutes and 40 seconds for Bren Esports to win in game number 1.
Bren, oh Bren, what they showed here. Beating a team that was able to win their previous series 2-0. Bren are continuing their momentum. Conditions checked. Jungle resources choked out. And you see it on the look of Archives. They were just caught off guard by a behemoth of a team.
It's one thing to just lose a game, right? A close game. But it's another thing to get completely destroyed. I mean, what the heck was that? Super Marco, to end it all, had a 5,000 gold lead.
5,000.
5,000.
As a team, they even made it to 15,000 in their gold lead. That just tells you the complete story of this game. Bren checked their conditions, and it's interesting because we saw Archives tried their best to hold on and help out. But that's it for us. I'm pretty sure our panel has a lot more to say about that game number 1.
Thank you very much, Renko. And honestly, I gotta say, guys, if the momentum goes like this, camera, stay on me, stay on me. I kind of feel like for today, the whole team, it is going to be a 2-0 day.
Wow.
Wow.
No, this is actually pretty cool. It's like signed by LaFell.
I didn't know there was a pen. That's pretty
yeah,
cool.
there's a pen in here.
Wow.
That's
yeah.
cool.
That's really cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. But yeah, talking about the game. No, seriously, just go back into the game.
Okay, back into the game here. I'm just, to be honest, I'm extremely sad to see that Archives Esports took a 0 kill deficit in all these fights here, because the drafts coming in from Archives Esports was designed in the composition where they want to force a 5v5 fight. But Brand Esports took this initiative where instead of forcing a 5v5 fight, throughout the entirety of the game, ever since the first turtle engagement, they were able to snipe it off with few, and then with that additional lead, they were just playing a lot of cross-map plays across the map to actually just force Archives to kind of split off. And this is the thing about having this Foramis and Diggy composition. If one of them splits off, the combo gets completely disrupted, and the poking potential of what Few is doing at the table is just extremely annoying if you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing here is I feel like Bren just dictates from the draft, right? I mean, they knew when Archive Esports picked up the DG, they knew they were going to go Impure Age. And that is why they responded with the Grok. Grok, once he got Radiant Armor, he can eat a lot of time bombs. And that is also displayed in that game. Once he got the Radiant Armor, he just invade. Doesn't care, even though the DG built damage. No, I can soak in that damage. And thus, it just opens a lot of space for Bren to just play around the map, control the map. And again, it's just a clean execution from the side of Bren Esports.
You know, I'm a little surprised as well because when it comes to damage output, Lord JM was doing only 14k, considering that Edith, when he pops his auto form, he does a lot of magical damage. So I guess when KaoTC got his early Dreadnought armor as well as Radiant armor, that is where things that it was very, very difficult for Archives Esports to kind of capitalize on this situation, because it's not just the Edith that is going to be countered with this Radiant armor. Lenses is also getting countered as well. Spider-Mouse also being countered as well, which is a big problem in the entire synergy coming from Archives. So I feel like itemization-wise, checked from Bren Esports. Rotation-wise, checked as well. And every single time they see that Archives Esports is split off, they always force a fight, which is crazy because Bren Esports is just so aware of what they need to do in all these times.
Yeah, and now we're going to look at the MVP for the game. In a 0-10 game, it literally could go to anyone. But we're going to give it over to Super Marco 3-0-4. And like our caster said, 5,000 gold lead? How is that fair?
On a 15,000 gold lead, so a third of your lead falls onto your gold data.
Okay, you know what? We're going to look at the highlights, and I just want to say one thing. This shows how strong you are as a team, because getting a lead is very good. But keeping that lead, the fact that in the early stages of the game, they got the turtle, they got the first blood, Super Marco got a kill as well, basically happening at the exact same time. After that, it's game over. This is how a very good team operates, that once you get that lead, you don't let it go. You just keep building up on it.
Yeah.
I completely agree with you.
Yeah, I agree, and this is something that Bren Esports is just so smart, you know. When it comes to Super Marco, they kind of enabled him to get a free farm here by having Gwen kind of rotate down bottom to kind of set it up, because of the fact that...
He could be OGN.
Yeah, but at the same time, FlatTZ was also trying to set up a place on a cross map, which kind of forced Archives Esports to split their forces time and time again. And it feels like from the get-go, Bren Esports, since the first turtle, was just completely dominating all the lanes in general.
Yeah, congratulations to Bren winning the first game in this best of 3 and winning in that kind of fashion. I gotta say, Bren so far, I was talking about it. You don't just have to win. You gotta win with style. You gotta make sure that you send a message. And the thing is, this is gonna test Archive quite a lot, because you're going up against a very strong MPL team. How do you recover? 0-10, how do you recover?
That is going to be a lot of pressure, right? Mentally, emotionally, perhaps exhausting. So
spiritually
wow. Again. So yeah, but then again, one more game. Let's just one game at a time here. Perhaps in game 2, what they need to do. First things first, right? Just ban the Novaria out. It's just too much here. Novaria in the hands of you just enables a lot in that team, rotation-wise and as well as damage-wise. Novaria from that game was untouchable.
He only misses a few shots.
Exactly.
I agree, and it's so smart because he's always chipping away at the HPs of their roamers, which is crazy if you think about it. And
poke.
With all this poking strategy, it feels like Archives Esports is in a situation where they need to figure out what they need to do, because I feel like based on this draft, forcing the DG Forumis, which is kind of off meta, it's more like a pocket strategy. You know, it's kind of one them off. Now all they gotta do is just rub it off. Hey, the podcast strategy, we wanted to surprise Bren Esports, didn't work out. Let's play something more comfortable. I guess that's the way they kind of bounce back for Archives Esports.
Honestly, I just want to see them winning the lane, because so far we've seen Bren in every single matchup that they've been playing. Every single lane has been winning, right? So I kind of feel like that's part of the thing. You don't want to give a lead over to Bren. You got to make sure that you at least stay even up until the second turtle, and then you see how the team fight goes.
Yeah, and again, if we're talking about the mid lane battle, right? First phase, 2 bans towards the mages.
Yeah.
Somehow forcing the mid laner from Lancey to use either the Farsa or the Faramis, which is very vulnerable if you go up against the Grok.
Yeah, and it's funny that if you think about it, right, those heroes was actually open, and for them to actually prioritize Varamis, which was a little bit, okay, fine, they needed more damage. So I was a little bit surprised with the Edith pickup as well. It felt like it was a one-hit wonder. Personally, I kind of liked it. Unfortunately, execution-wise was a little bit lacking here. Like, I was concerned for Brand Esports. Maybe they need to purify, but guess what? They have a different game plan. In terms of macro aspect, Brand Esports has played a better macro game compared to Archives Esports because of how limited they were given in terms of option, in terms of rotations as well. Because if you think about it, Varamis Digi, not the best rotation heroes in terms of zoning, and it's not the best for bush checking as well compared to a Grok, who's just like, you know what, I'm gonna be in your face, boom, I drop a barrier, I can kind of zone people out already.
Yep, and now we're jumping straight into the second pick and bans. Brand Esports will be first pick. Archive will be on the second pick. So far, throughout the day, we've been seeing a lot of priorities on the Fredrin as well. Brand bending out the Fanny. Gonna be an interesting start. And by him just pushed, what would you call it? Like flipping the phone up and down. Flap is showing that we're gonna have a bit of a redo, so we have a little bit more time to talk about it. I feel like this is good. We got to give them appropriate time because unfortunately in the first game just now, we did see Archive asking for a pause. And I'm not talking about the mental strength, right? It could be a small issue. It could literally just be a cat walking over the charger and then you just dropping your phone. But that could cause
domino effect.
Domino effect.
Which perhaps disrupts them mentally, disrupts them emotionally, and that is perhaps the sole reason why they lost that first game.
You know,
the cat.
It's the cat, huh? Do you have cats?
Nope.
Do you have cats?
Don't ask him about cats and dogs.
Why?
Just don't. You know, we talk about it after the cast.
Okay.
We have pets. We have pets. Yes.
Something is going on here because apparently, I feel like anything happens, blame the cat. Because if you think about it, in the previous,
don't blame the cat.
We gotta, we gotta blame the cat,
dude. Trust me, drop the conversation. You don't want to push this any further. It's an inside joke kind of thing, but trust me, you guys don't want to know. I wish I didn't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Now I want to know.
I want to know too. What's going on?
The less I know, the better. Question mark.
Mirko, you know? Yeah, he knows.
Why does he know? What's going on? What's with the cat? It's your cat. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, wait. It's
talk about the game.
Okay,
fine.
Talk about I'm sorry.
Okay, let's talk about the game here. Archives, they're in the hot seat, right? They're down 1-0. Again, mentally, spiritually, going up against a better team on paper. They really need to somehow. What do they need to do, Terrence? Here, I can't even think what they need to repair going into game 2, perhaps from the draft.
Win lane.
Yeah,
I'm saying it straight up. Win lane.
Win lane.
Win lane. Win game.
Destroy the fountain.
That's what my dad says. My dad says, son, if you're losing the game, at least win the lane. Even if you lose eventually, at least you won your lane, and then you could just type all chat. Guys, what are you doing? I did my job. I'm like 4-0-12. What are you guys doing? Plebs? I don't know. What do kids say these days?
A little tip from Lafell.
A little bit of taste on what it's going to be like to play ranked games with Lafell.
From my dad. You know, even if you lose the game, my dad is an EXP laner, if you guys can't tell. You know, it's like he has this mentality that is like, okay, Lafell. That's why he calls me, by the way. It's like, yo, Lafell.
Not Fell, huh?
Yeah. You can lose the game, you know?
Okay.
But if you're using a Yuzong,
okay,
and you're like let's say 7-2-14.
Okay.
Right? Losing feels less painful when you're the MVP, and when you make your opposing EXP laner feels like he wants to quit the game.
Okay.
That's what you should achieve for. Sometimes winning is not enough. You want to make sure the other person feels like they lost.
Even though at the end of the day they won, but
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You know, it's all about getting their hits, right? You gotta play the mental game.
Mental game.
Okay.
Kasi like mental job.
Well, would you say that Brand Esports is doing this in particular to Archives right now?
Yeah, I mean, like, look at Zorn. Zorn canceled his TP a lot of times.
You know, he's spamming his way, he's taunting them, and he's all about psyching them out, huh? You know, it's all about the mind games. I like that.
It's all about the main games.
You know, Esports is the mind games, man.
Yeah, it's all about chess as well. You gotta outplay your opponent.
It's a spiritual game as well.
Okay. Whoa.
Oh, whoa,
spiritual,
whoa.
okay.
You went deep real quick, huh? What's going on? You're all right?
Astral Echo, Astral Meteor, Astral Recall, real world manipulation. Isn't that spiritual? Wait, no, that's astronomical.
Yeah, it is astronomical. You're close. You still got the troll there. You're pretty rhyming as well. He's done. He's done. He's gone. He's out of here. Get out of here, Lafel. Get out of here. But yeah, coming to the games here, I feel like, Brand Esports definitely has a little bit more opportunities to actually capitalize on this kind of situation, right? So when it comes to Archives Esports, they have been riding on this morale of being undefeated from a challenge final. So this is officially their first defeat since Season 1. So I would say Season 1, yeah, they didn't actually do too well. They were kind of in top place, but they have been improving. So right now, momentum and morale is a very, very important factor. So when it comes to what Lafel was trying to bring up as well, is that when it comes to the mindset, the morale factor, it is very, very important. So oftentimes, teams lose in playoffs or in LAN games is because of the fact that they're feeling a little bit down. So getting themselves hyped up and psyched is going to be the key competing factor. So now with this a little bit of a delay here, where we're trying to reset the game for game number 2, hopefully it is going to be enough time for the coaches to kind of drill in their mind, hey, Archives Esports, we made a mistake. Don't worry. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. That's going to be the important factor.
You know what will get me hyped?
What? Tell me.
If I get a phone.
Okay.
I mean, like, if someone is sad and you give them a phone, and it's like, that's yours.
Insta happy.
No one will be sad anymore.
I agree.
Right?
I couldn't agree with you more. LFL, so let's just jump into the drafts here, no? Bren will have the blue side, so they will switch side here.
Huh. Once
Same
again,
bands.
they are still banning off the mages, and I agree. The Novara is something they have to take out as well, because this extensive range coming from Novara is kind of disgusting. I think back in the days we see a lot of Yve. We saw like Yve when Yve had a bigger box in a real world invasion, as well as the feathered airstrike. It was extremely annoying because you can't poke people from afar and kind of chip away at the defenses, and that is something that Brand is just so smart when they play with this Novaria. However, when it comes to Archives Esports, they play the Novaria a little bit different. They don't really play it in terms of
Are you saying they're not smart?
I would say they have a different approach of the game. I wouldn't say they're not smart. I'd say they have different people have different kind of IQs, I guess. Just like
different IQs?
I would say not everybody's got the same IQ, all right?
Let's take a step back here, folks, all right? Let's focus on the drafts again. First game, 2 mages banned from side.
I will give you another opportunity to explain yourself, but yeah, no, you know what? Never mind, Gotti. You have a better voice.
Okay, first game, 2 mages from side of Bren. Second game, 3 mages. So it's clear target ban towards Lancy. Meanwhile, Archive Esports somehow forced to ban the Joy out because they banned the Kaja already. Now, Bren, already with the control and dictation of the drafts, let's see what will they prio here.
Oh, well, Arlot is going to be in up for grabs as well. I feel like just denying it away from Lord Jane is going to be the way to go. Frederick is going to be a priority as well, which is kind of surprising considering that Archives prioritized the Frederick in the first game. But I feel like Brand, they're sticking the guts here. They are going to take the Arlot once again, which is something that Archives kind of adapted in game 1 by forcing the Diggy, which eventually didn't exactly work out in their favor. However, I'm surprised. Even though it didn't work, they are doubling down with this Faramis and Frederick.
I don't care as long as they win lane. Find a way to win lane, and I'll be okay with it.
You're extremely sad about this.
My dad did say that.
Okay.
My dad texted me.
All right.
Win
When?
lane.
Okay.
Okay.
Recently. Your dad texted you recently?
Listen to your parents, all right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you still have them, if you still have them, then listen to what they're saying.
Listen to your elders. Yeah, I get it.
So, I mean, I gotta be true to myself and my dad. If my dad says win lane, that's all I'm gonna say throughout the whole pick and ban phase.
Okay.
Sure. Let's see the response. Farsa. Again, Farsa and Fermis. Farsa outranges Fermis.
Here's the thing. I think they're like, Fermis is 100% going mid because at this point, the Karita will be great. Great against the Melissa, great against the Farsa. But will they take it?
Ooh, Kadita, the hero.
They can win lane with that.
I think the Kadita is not that bad.
It's perfect.
But at the same time, I feel like having this Farsa puts a big target here for Archives Esports because of the fact that if they go for the Kadita, it's just very, very difficult to actually punish the backlines. if you think about it, because it forces the Kadita to kind of roam their way through to actually go for the one shot. But I do like this adaptation a little bit more. However, it is still very similar to how game 1 is going to look like, because Archives Esports is still banging on the fact that they are trying to go for this 5v5, which is weird.
I don't know. Looking at the composition, it's not gonna look good for Minotaur in the late game. If you imagine Melissa full item, that Minotaur could not soak a lot of damage, even though also items are going to be built. But let's see here, second phase, Diggy Ban, pretty straightforward, so that Minion Fury can come can be effective. But Ren Esports also here with the response. Lapu Lapu. Ooh, Lord GM now targeted.
I like the way you're saying it. It's like they ban now the Lapu Lapu. Very, very suave.
You know, if Gideon was here, he would be like, "Oh my God, I'm so mad. Why'd you gotta hate on Lapu Lapu?"
All right, so Diggy has been banned. The other pick they want to ban probably something like a roamer here, something to make sure that they can win. Banning out the Lolita. I'm getting a hint of, if not Beatrix, maybe a Claude
or Leslie.
Or Leslie.
Or Leslie, perhaps here. Oh, with the Yuzong ban though. Wow, what does this say? This says perhaps they want to secure that Farsa and Melissa, which will be in the back lane. So, yeah, very good spot. But it's going to be the Claude here, LaFell.
Yeah, I mean, batting out both those heroes kind of shows that we don't want the Farsa and Melissa to get, all of a sudden getting attacked in the back line. So the Claude is perfect for that. And the fact that they secured the Minotaur for themselves. The only one that can really cancel the Blazing Duet for now is the Arlet with the final slash. Unless they pick something else up here. I'm looking in terms of the jungle. Are they looking for something like a Lance? But the Lance is going to be kind of a difficult situation with the Minotaur and Fredrin being there.
I think the Martis here pickup coming from them isn't too bad as well if you're talking towards jungle matchups, right? But I feel like when it comes to XP lane coming from Archives Esports, because their biggest problem here is going to be how can they actually dive the back lines to actually punish Few, who's playing on this far side when it comes to positioning as well. And this is going to put them a big target coming from Archives Esports. But now Martis as well as the Grok pretty much being picked here coming from Brand Esports, pretty much solidifying a very similar playstyle coming from game number 1, except the integration of having Farsa to replace the role of Varia. But final pick here is going to be the Aim. Wow!
Amon.
The debut.
Okay. Yeah, the Amon is going to get picked up here, and it's not going to be easy for the Farsa or the Melissa to survive unless the Amon gets picked off quite a lot. Okay, 3 seconds each. What are we thinking?
I'm thinking I like Bren a little bit more.
Same. Bren 2-0.
All right, both of them take just about 3 seconds. And with that, we're going to throw it over to Renko.
Thanks, LaFell. Thank you so much, panel. And yeah, with backs against the wall, Archives Esports says we'll bring out an Amon and it'll be a debut pickup. Will it be enough? Will it be enough?
I don't know. I feel like they're grasping at straws at this point with this draft, right? I mean, we spoke about it. The range is significantly... It's going to be a significant, downside for Archives Esports draft. This Farsa and the Melissa is going to be able to bully them in the early game. And honestly, that mobility as well from the Farsa mid-control is going to be prio for both.
You brought up a great point with me, though, Mariko. Behind the scenes, you mentioned you do like the Claude pickup against the lineup of Ren. That's true for me if they make it to the late game. Can they cross it? Again, Archives are comfortable and have shown that they can come back from behind positions. Can they do it here against a team that just dominated them in game number 1 is the biggest question. Will this Amon pick be the right call? Will they be able to find Few? Because he will be a key piece here for Bren Esports.
Especially because he went for the flicker, right? You can actually get out of the endless shards, and right now, wow, very aggressive early on, already very different to game number 1. Archives Esports are pushing the pace. Ogwen forced to back away. This mid lane prio is definitely going to give them a little bit of an edge here when it comes down to lethal battle, but it's still the red tree from Kyle who secures the first lethal.
That was such a beautifully timed stun there by Flap TZ. Kazan could have red treed that, but he was stunned by the Arlot. Great timing there. And again, if you haven't bought your tickets, well, get them now. Only 20,000 rupiah. And right now, these two teams are fighting for their ticket to Jakarta, to the finals. And you see here already Kazan behind. 1 level behind Kyle TZ.
This is what I'm worried about, right? Especially when you give Caltisi something like a utility jungler who's able to push the pace and force out a lot of these engages and invades early on. Kaizen needs to wait for that endless charge, and even Ogwin is pulling him out. Now with Caltisi jumping in, he steals it away. Kaizen might fall here. It's going to be the Mortal Coil and a Decimate right under the tier 1. They're diving all the way, another Decimate. Double kill, not even the second minute of the game.
There's a poetry to the fact that Bren Esports right now are starting off this game by decimating Archives Esports, finding wins again. You mentioned it, Mirko. It is the timing of Bren Esports knowing that Caltisi, if he can clear fast, if they can invade, they will do just that. Earlier they said we'll pressure Sumpak. Now they say we'll pressure Kaizen and respect this Amon, and they're doing just that. Bren Esports, 2K, almost 2K. Gold lead, 2-0 in kills, 2 minutes and 23 seconds in counting.
What's the point of going for retry battles when you can just win it out by invading, by getting that level lead, and by killing the enemy jungler so he doesn't even participate in the turtle contest?
Yeah, what is team fighting for your team? What is contention? We don't know that, says Bren Esports. And look at it again, they're pressuring Kaizen's jungle.
They know what contention is, but it's only for the enemy buff. Final Slash brings it back. Caltisi should be able to retreat this, but it's a good taunt there. Kyle's still able to get it. Endless Charge and the Appraiser's Wrath finally punishing Kyle TZ. But it's still the Aura Purple buff stolen away, so Kaizen, I don't think it's worth it for him.
Yeah. Purple buff steal, but Bren Esports still in the lead despite getting that kill. But we saw a glimpse there of the hope for Archives is that, well, they can counter punish. But right now, Archives needs to find a way to help some back out a little bit more as Ogwen is applying the pressure.
Oh, they're going in. Wild Charge as well. That's going to be the go away as well to displace Spider Miles as he gets brought back, but he's still able to escape right now with the go away. That's going to be the Flicker and the Blazing Duet dealing enough damage. But it's Lancey who gets the kill, not Sumpak.
Sumpak getting his revenge after that game number 1, saying, you know what, I'm going to have a better start here, and he is. Although there is a kill on Super Marco's board already, Sumpak is ticking his condition slowly. 3 minutes in and counting, but he's able to farm up better. Pickups there, Few just got the Clock of Destiny, while Sumpak already built the DHS. It's going to be another objective steal by Kyle TZ.
Very rough. 2-level lead already, as early as the 3rd minute, and he's already doing all this. And this is actually what makes Kyle special. He doesn't just utilize the lead to go for team fights, random pickoffs on the map, but he pushes the tempo so early on to a point where the enemy jungle can't even contest for any objectives.
As an analyst, these are the moments where my analysis can just be simplified as oof. And there's pauses on the board right now for Archives. Bren Esports still in the lead here, and it's not us seeing Bren Esports comfortably invading the jungle and taking resources away from Archives.
And if you're Archives right now, what are you thinking about, right? Because honestly, looking at the winning condition, it comes down to how they utilize the Minotaur Claude combo in the team fights in the mid-game. Thing is, it's getting to that mid-game. You mentioned it early on. The Claude pick, I think it's good up against the Pharsa and the Melissa, but it's all about getting to that power spike, which is, for the Claude, the 3 items, DHS, Golden Staff, and Corrosion Scythe.
Yeah, and that's the question for me right now is, Bren Esports, I get why they're pressuring Kaizen, but at the same time, it's like, you need a little bit more pressure on Sumpak because you cannot let him free farm. You cannot let him live comfortably. If ever it's going to be Melissa and Claude farming equally, and then all the action is happening elsewhere, Bren Esports are going to get surprised eventually. It's like, where is this damage from this Claude coming from?
Especially considering they won't be able to completely just burst him down with a Call Altar ready to save him with those dives. It's all about how they utilize this proper front to back, but diving at the right time to create a certain chaos to Bren Esports, where they can't really just stick to their... Well, never mind. Okay, they're doing it. They're doing exactly what you said.
They heard it. They heard us. All the way. Oh, Spider Miles.
Good flicker in. It's a trade back, but it's the Roamer who picks up the kill for a kill earlier to Super Marco.
Okay, they traded, but yeah, exactly. Bren Esports heard us all the way here from Malaysia. They decided to go for Sumpak's lane, but yeah, that was just at the cost of Super Marco's life. Top side, a little bit of action, but not a lot of worry here for Archives or Bren. Bren gets a second turtle without a problem.
Flap should be able to survive this. Endless Shards, an early flicker, not to dodge from the Endless Shards, but just to get some distance away from Kaizen and Lord JM. As you can see, Lord JM is also giving away some minions to Kaizen, but unfortunately for him, he didn't get it at the right time. It was still below 5 minutes, so he did not get the XP from that.
The timing was just a bit off there, but you see here, Bren Esports actually respecting the magic damage that could come out of Archives, already built 2 Radiant Armors, one on Kyle TZ and one on Flap. So for me, that's already a sign for Bren saying,
make it one better.
Make it 3. Why not build a Radiant Armor on Super Marco as well?
Rake and Kaizen unable to play right now. That's a Feather Airstrike, but Sumbak will just be able to escape with the Battle Mirror image placed below, or up top, actually.
Yeah, that's a sign already by Bren saying, you know what, we've solved the Kaizen problem, let's turn our focus to Sumbak, and that's exactly what they're doing now. Sumbak, again, already able to build a good amount of items for himself, or get a bit of amount of farm to make it just slightly level, but Super Marco does have the 1 level lead over him.
Yeah, it's finally a normal time to get the DHS now for Super Marco.
Yeah.
We saw the 7-minute Golden Staff. It can certainly happen still in this game if he gets a few more kills, but it does seem like Archives Esports, they have a better hold into this game. And not in the mid lane, though.
Oh.
It's going to be an easy siege, and another Feather Airstrike comes down. Kaizen is taken that low. And just like that, Kyle TZ should be able to find this for free, and the charge comes down, but that's what we were talking about. Kaizen is so far behind, he can't even burst the Farsa.
Oh, that's a bad sign there for Archives Esports. Most importantly, they lost their mid lane tower. They gave it up for nothing. And that's what Bren Esports loves. If they can find a way to take down the mid tower early on, they will be comfortable with their lives. Knowing that, again, they are up against a Claw. They're waiting for that. They pressured Kaizen. This will be a free turtle for Kyle TZ. Next major rotation should be onto the lane where Sumbak is. If it's not going to be that, it's just going to be them saying, you know what, let's just find a kill somewhere else on the map.
Ooh, turtle, third one. No contest once again. Archives Esports, at this point, it's 3 levels. Kyle TZ is ahead 3 levels. And because Kaizen's not an assassin, you could expect this lead to grow.
Yeah. That's what we call in the Philippines, that's a strug. They are struggling right now. Archives and Bren Esports are not letting go. Golden Staff, the timer is ticking here for Bren Esports to shut down some back or build up enough items so that when he gets his final, you mentioned Corrosion Scythe, that they'll have enough defense to hold on against that Claude.
At this point, I'm actually thinking about what he wants to build next, Sumbak, right? Because, okay, the power spike happens in Corrosion Scythe, but now the final slash, the Feather Airstrike is able to connect onto the back right now. Lord JM gets the Appraiser's Wrath to sustain a bit more, even the healing, but Kyle's looking for it. Retry and Decimation! Now the Mortal Coil escaping from the Minion's Fury, just walking out.
Yeah, it's just a slow walk out there for Bren Esports. Just relax. A nice walk in the park, which is the mid lane of Archives right now, and that is the continued invasion. Can they steal it?
Oh no, no way! Kyle didn't have the Retry and he still lost it! Now Spider Mouse running away, Sumbak with Blazing the Wind to the back line. Fuse still able to sustain, flickers out. Battle Mirror image from Sumbak with the final slash flicker combo. Sumbak should fall here, and it is a recall and a wall from Ogwen. He got slammed to the wall by the rock.
Oh, that just reminded me of a song from way back when. Chris Brown wall to wall and his boss to the wall for Bren. Another kill for them and it's Sumbak.
Oh man, really walking Archives down with another final slash. Lord JM is displaced. I don't think there's going to be a kill threat here, but it's all about the mental game. Just like LaFell mentioned, it's not about winning the game. It's about winning the lane. It's about destroying them mentally.
It's the mental game.
It's the mental game.
Get into the mind palace of Archives and say, it's our house now. And that's what Bren Esports are exactly saying. Actually, Kaizen earlier not being able to get his purple buff, even though Kyle TZ didn't have his retribution, was him trying to pull off a desperation move. That's how desperate he was for a buff then, which is understandable. I feel for Archives right now.
I can't feel for Archives right now. I mean, I can't feel what they're experiencing. Lord James gets brought back once again. Super Marco with the go-away as the Feather Airstrike comes down. But the Blazing Duet's going to be cancelled out as Ogwen finds a good wild charge. Now it's only Few taken down. 1-for-0. Good trade for Archives. Paptizi jumps back in. The Endless Charge takes him down. But Super Marco on the back, free hitting as he destroys everyone with a double kill. And look, Kyle is still there to pick up the scraps. The Bren Janitor is what I call him this game because he cleans up.
I like it. Check his birth certificate. First name Super, last name Marco. Check his occupational ID. It says Bren Janitor. Let's look at the instant replay. What a call there by Bren Esports to continue fighting despite them getting pressured. Despite Archives finding a great pickoff and a key hero in the Farsa. It looked good for Archives, but it looked even better for Super Marco.
As a Melissa player, I cannot imagine anything better than that. 5 people clumping up to the muddles. Oh my goodness. That was beautiful, man.
Beautiful indeed. Threading the needle multiple times. More plays by Bren.
Get walled. The Praisers Wrath. This time, it's not going to happen the way it happened last time for the other team. We're not going to talk about that, right?
Yeah. Not right. Not again. No. That's not going to happen. And Bren Esports just continuing this. Archives. Where can they find the play? Where can they find the mental to come back from this after getting demolished in game 1, getting decimated early in game number 2? Can they find a turnaround?
I don't think so right now. With a stun as well, Kaizen walks into the cold ultra, still able to survive, but Muddles is placed down. They can see it's just down like it's nothing with a feather airstrike as well. It's a dive with a vengeance from Flap. Gwen even just walking up. Lord JM is trying to give some space over to the rest of the team, but Bren, it looked like Archives had better control this game. But Bren have cracked the base with the first Lord, so it's even faster.
Yeah, suddenly an 8,000 gold lead for Bren Esports has ballooned. And Archives are starting to regret giving up that mid lane tower without anything, without no comeback from them, as Bren Esports used that as their launching pad to get it to this point right now. Archives, you see them looking at different angles. You see them trying to find a way to crack the Bren Esports formation, but because of them knowing that they don't have the items they need, the damage and the defense they need to survive a team fight, if they can't catch that Melissa, they're hesitant and understandable. They're just trying to hold on right now.
2.93k ahead on the Melissa against the Claude. This is a matchup that Claude actually does well in. The fact that the Melissa, last game it's fine. It's against a Brody. Brody doesn't do well against a Melissa, but the fact that now he's on a Claude and, well, something has changed. It's not 3.5k, it's 2.8k.
Yeah, it's a little bit closer now for some FAP and Archives here, but yeah, the lead is ballooning. Bren Esports just continuing this onslaught. At this point, it's close to a miracle. What they will need.
A miracle?
A miracle. A miracle. A miracle. Yes, a miracle. Miracle.
A Marco?
Marco. A Marco.
A Super Marco.
A Super Marco. Well, Bren Esports already has the Super Marco. Archives will need a Super Miracle at this point. You see them, again, they're trying to find it, but they just don't have the resources. If they can somehow burst out and catch out Super Marco, that will be the key. Because after that, they just need to somehow survive. Few, Flap Easy, which I think, without the Melissa, they'll fare better at.
In the movie, Spider-Mouse is the hero. Let's see if he can be the hero in this game. Lord JM melted down, forced to run away right now. Spider-Mouse, that's the hero play, but it's not going to happen. He finds the Minion Fury. He finds another knock-up to displace them, but he's going to fall. A winner Truncheon from View to get out of the Endless Charge, as that's the stun for Sumpak. A final slash to displace him to cancel out the Blazing Duet, and unfortunately, it's not going to go down like in the movies for Spider-Mouse.
Archives see themselves as the hero. If they're the hero, Bren are chilling like villains right now, potentially looking to book their ticket to the finals, book their ticket to Jakarta. What will Archives do?
Lord JM gonna be gunned down. There is a flicker forward. Lancey unable to escape as the wild charge not just confirms the game, but confirms a slot for Bren in Jakarta.
Outgunned, outmanned, outnumbered, outplanned, flexing out are the newly minted buffer members of Bren Esports with a buff and strong performance against Archives, sweeping their fellow Filipino representatives as they go to Jakarta. Look at Flap. Take that dance, Flap. Take that dance, Kyle.
Oh man, you can see Ren also just joining them in his shorts. Oh, this team, really. We spoke about it, how close they are with one another, but, this is the thrill and the agony. We get to see one side of the story where they're all happy, but don't worry, for Archives, they definitely still have a chance. They have one last chance to qualify to Group E.
Comeback and second chances are in the blood and in the history of Archives. We wish them all the best in their next matches, but right now, it is Bren Esports' moment. They just absolutely shined in this entire series.
Flap cheesy.
Just like that. And I think the dance Kyle was doing was like, he was just doing like this. Doing like the good thing the table's so much higher. So glad. But yeah, I'm sure Bren Esports are very glad indeed that they do not have to go through, again, what we talked about in the panel earlier, that at some point there will be a new patch midway through this tournament, so Bren Esports avoided that.
Yeah, they definitely did, but Archives will have to fight their way out later. But Reptar, Refnar?
Revnar. I have a lot of names, but we've had a lot of moments here. That's it for us for this day. Thank you so much for tuning into the action, but don't go anywhere because right now we're going to toss you on over to the panelists, Reptar and Mirko. Panel, take it away.
Thank you very much, Mirko, as well as Charles. Ooh. You guys are amazing. That game, I gotta say, Bren kind of make it look unfair. That was, oh, dude.
It really felt like Bren was just smurfing of them. Like a bunch of mythical glories playing a ranked game, just completely dumpstering
No, I mean, like, Archives is really good. Like, we saw them in the previous match, right? They're amazing. But Bren made it look like, we're still outclassing them.
You know what?
Dude.
I think another factor is Bren. They drank Monster Energy. That's why they just unleashed their...
You know what? I want to go back into the game. This time, it's not a 0 kill. 17-5. Now, where did it go wrong?
You know, when it comes to the drafts as well, I feel like Bren, you know, they definitely played something that is towards their comforts here, which is kind of zoning the lanes as well, winning lanes, and just completely out-rotating Archives Esports. Whereas Archives Esports, once again, I would say, you know, sticking with Faramis was okay and all, but for them to actually pull in Kaizen with this Amon was kind of ridiculous because of the fact that Bren, they're always having this Grok with Ogwin constantly just pressuring and just stopping him from farming his lanes, and stopping him from getting his economy means that he is going to be losing out economy to compete in crucial kills. In this case, Amon needed very, very big items, at least 2 major power spikes before we can kind of snowball as Amon, which unfortunately, time and time again, Kaizen was trying to snipe off few, not once, but at least 3 times now, but just doesn't have the damage to actually burst him down. Drew.
I mean, the tricky part about Amon is when you have your opponents built that Radiant armor, and you can see your Flap, Kyle, Ogwen all built Radiant armor. Yeah, the damage, the shard damage isn't gonna be evident. So yeah, once that was built, Kaizen can just play just around the objectives, not looking for the kills.
I just like Remar's analysis. Oof. Because at the point when you're using your Endless Shard onto the Farsa, and even, like, because the Farsa did not have any magic resist. At that point, Farsa only had a Clock of Destiny. And if you can't one-shot the Farsa, that doesn't feel good.
Yeah, it just feels really, really sad as well. And based on the damage output as well, Kaizen was only 13k in terms of that output. He just could not cut the backlines because of how strong Brand Esports was in terms of zoning him out time and time. You've got this Arlot, you've got this Mortis, as well as a Grau, constantly just face-checking and making sure that where is Kaizen? And to be honest, there's nothing much our Archives could have done. Who can actually scare off this scary beastie fronty composition? Fredrin needs to be farming, so he can't really be in the front lines. Minotaur isn't exactly the greatest going to be like, hey, Grok, nice to see you. Can I threaten you? Absolutely not. But we saw a couple beautiful plays coming from Spider Mouse, but again, they just lack the damage to actually follow through with this composition.
And again, their composition is just very hard to be executed here, LaFell.
Yeah, in fact, we got to look at the MVP. Because in this game, we got to give a quick shout out again to Super Marco. First name Super, last name Marco, occupation Brent Janitor.
I agree. He is definitely the brand janitor here because he was cleaning house for Brand Esports. When all things go south for the team or any kind of mistakes, you can always rely on Super Marco to make a play. And even then,
almost 5,000 damage per minute, man.
And it's crazy considering
almost
that one time in the highlights as well was that Archives Esports tried to make an all-out attempt with Super Marco, dropped him down to his about 30% health. He actually survived by farming off the neutral objectives, which is right here. He gained back himself and re-engaged and turned the tides against Archives Esports, which kind of threw everyone from Archives Esports off guard because of the fact that, hey, I thought Super Marco was not going to be in this fight, but guess what? That did not happen.
And again, a great display here by Super Marco. Just knows when the timing, know when to farm and know when to, I can deal damage now. Let's look for fights. Again, a very good coordination here displayed by Bren Esports. Man, what a team, and I feel like they're ready for Jakarta.
Yeah, honestly, looking at the situation, outplays over outplays, man, because the fight that we saw Super Marco around the Lord, I was looking at it, it's like, he was just waiting for his Inspire. Once Inspire's there, it's GG. And look at their celebration, man. They're feeling it. But the thing is, they made it look like it was such a close game. It wasn't.
You know, it wasn't at all. It was pretty much a
I mean, like,
one-sided execution if you think about it.
Respect to Archives, but that game 2-0. Congratulations to Brand getting their ticket to Jakarta with style.
You know, that just means they are the first team from the challenge season to actually make it to Jakarta. So congratulations to them.
And again, 2 games, Super Marco got the MVP. So this guy has depth. This guy has consistency indeed.
I mean, if I'm a team in the challenge finals, I'd be sweating. Honestly, looking at that, I'm like, okay, guys, I'm not feeling that great right now. I'm not feeling that confident.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. You know, when it comes to Brand Esports here, they look like they're very, very prepared as well to actually compete with one of the best. And that's the reason why they are in the MPL for a reason. So I know I'm giving a little bit of highlights here for Archives a little bit too much here. Hey, they need some limelight. They are hungry to prove themselves. Unfortunately, Brand Esports say, nope, you gotta work even harder. In this case, officially here for the challenge finals here, the first team from the season here, the first team for today is gonna be Brand Esports.
I kind of feel like now all eyes are on them. That was... I don't know. Tomorrow we'll be having more games. Will we see the next team going to the challenge final in this dominant fashion?
Let's hope so. Let's hope so. I want to be the challenge finals to be the climax, because the 6 teams that are waiting are also top-tier teams, Lafel.
Yeah, it's scary if you think about it, Lafel. If you think about it, like, which team
at this
do you
point,
think
I don't want to think about it.
You know,
really,
dude, like, this is overwhelming.
Yeah.
It's overpowering. I don't want to think about it right now. Like, we'll deal with it when we get there. Cause, dude, that's from Bread. Like, if other teams are showing the same kind of level, how will the challenge finals look like?
Well, it is going to be intense.
Bloody.
It is going to be bloody. The prize pool is pretty big as well, so I feel like everyone is eyeing for that pride. You know, it's all about the pride and glory, man. Can they prove themselves to be the best at the best? So far, Indonesia has won in MSC. But I'm curious to see what you have to say as well.
You know what? This is the point where we got to talk about the coach.
Oh.
Because we're going to go to an interview with Coach Ducky about the performance of his team. Like, is he up right now? Coach Ducky, are you on?
Hi. Hello.
Hello. Okay, first of all,
Hi.
we got to do this. Congratulations. Brad winning that one. Coach, I got to say, that was too dominant. That looked almost unfair. Like, what happened? What happened to the team? Honestly, after the SEA Games, Brad looks way too strong.
All right, we just basically regrouped, you know, learned from our mistakes from MPL season 11 and looked at, you know, our games in the SEA Games, looked at everyone's games, recalibrated, regrouped, and just move forward. We're just looking forward. We're just looking ahead in their future tournaments.
You know, Coach, I got a question here, right? Be honest with us. Be honest with the viewers. Was this phase easy for you?
I would be lying if I said it was hard.
Thank
I
you.
like that.
Thank you. Thank you for your honesty.
You know what? At this point, going to Jakarta with the performance that the team has been going through, just let us inside your mind for a bit. How do you guys feel, and how are you going to prepare going to Jakarta later?
It's gonna be difficult for us actually, because prior to Jakarta we have another, you know, tournament coming up in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. So we're gonna be flying from Saudi Arabia to Indonesia, so that's gonna be a tough task for us. But you know, we'll just take it one game at a time, probably for now.
You know, one step at a time, Ducky. But now I've got another question as well. Since that you guys are the first team from the SPS to actually qualify to Jakarta, I've got a question here. Is there any team in particular that you are going to be looking out for, or to actually face off here from any region?
Well, I think everyone was looking at Onyx Indonesia since they just won
MSC
2023. So you know, we're looking at that team, and probably, you know, the boys are actually excited playing them in this tournament in ESL Snapdragon.
One more question real quick here, Lafel, Terrence. Coach, with that in mind, with Onyx hovering around the challenge finals, how confident are you in winning it all?
I would say I'm pretty confident since the boys are really hungry for that W. Particularly that Indonesia got the trophy again this time. So, we're looking for a rematch, Philippines versus Indonesia in this platform.
You know what? At this point, I'm looking forward to that as well. But with that being said, Coach Ducky, to all the viewers that are watching, especially fans of Brand Esports, do you have anything to say to all of them?
Oh, yeah. A special shoutouts to all the supporters and fans of Brand Esports. Maraming salamat sa pag-support. Please continue supporting Brand Esports and all the other teams that are currently competing here in ESL Snapdragon. So please stay tuned. I think there's some more games coming up. So yeah, continue watching, guys.
All right, thank you very much. Now we're going to let you go and celebrate with the team because, dude, you guys deserve it. If they continue winning this one, I kind of feel like all the tournaments in between shouldn't be a problem. See you, Ducky.
Thank you, man. Thank you, guys.
Wow. Wow.
What a Chad. I love his English, by the way. Nice accent.
I love it. I love it too, yeah.
Yeah, it's sexy. And on top of it all, it seems like their schedule seems to be very packed as well. So I guess Brand Esports, that's the life of a professional gamer, right? You got to be competing 24/7. You got to be training. You got to be at the best of the best. And so far, they are currently the best for today. First team qualify. Will they be able to maintain it? That's going to be something that we hopefully get to see when it's Jakarta.
Here's the thing. I don't envy our content team right now because we're going to look at the top 3 plays of the day. Woo! And my goodness, we got a lot of plays for today. Dude, I mean, like, I'm sorry. Looking at this again, I'm speechless because I personally have one play that I'm really looking for, and we got to see whether it's on here or not. But Lord GM on the Arlet, amazing, man.
This was this morning, and he was already pumped, right? Unfortunately, they lost, but what an opening match.
Hold on. I'm looking down here, Lord GM, Crit, as well as Chibi. If this is the clip that I'm thinking about, I'm waiting for it. Crit did well, but I'm sorry. Please be the correct clip. Please, for the last one. Cast your votes, by the way. Which one do you guys think is the best play of the day? Is it as well? Oh! Hold on. Take the damage. Mr. Bombastic, Fantastic.
Love
Shoutouts.
I like how we're supposed to be a little bit biased. I would say a little bit neutral between Lord GM, Crit, as well as Chibi.
Okay.
But now,
dude,
since you put it this way, I think I would go with Chibi as well because that was the coolest clip of today, if you think about it.
Here's the thing. That's the meme that no matter where you're from, Southeast Asia, North America, South America, everyone can appreciate it.
One Punch Man?
No, it's bringing down the sword, bringing down the hammer.
Drop the hammer, all right.
What's the other one? Atomic.
Divine Judgment.
No, what?
No. Then went with South real quick, didn't I? It dropped the hammer.
Lafel, control your friend.
I plead the 5th.
Let's look back at the bracket.
Okay, let's
Gani, take over.
Okay, let's see here. With that said, right, Bren is going to be the first team qualified to challenge finals. If you support Archive, no worries. They got a life left. They're waiting for Flash and as well as Bleed Esports there. Who wins it will go up against Archive.
Exactly, and of course, whoever in that final series here, whoever wins that chance will be qualified into another grouping, which is the last chance qualifiers, which is known as Group E. And from there, they have to battle out with another team, another 3 teams to compete for the final 2 slots. So that's going to be something that I feel like it's a little bit difficult to do, considering that you have to play the other groups. But however, let's talk a little bit more on Group B.
Now you guys can continue.
Oh, well, we can see here the Indo-Malay group, right? It's 1-1. EVOS won against SMG, but Homeboys knocked RRQ out of the park there. So RRQ, 1 life left. They need to battle against SMG to have a chance to stay in this competition. Meanwhile, one team will move forward and advance to the challenge final.
I'm going to be extremely excited to see how this go down here, Gani. Here, this is personal. It's Malaysia versus Indo, so 1-1. Evo's homeboys, they are going to prove it. One of them is going to qualify as the second team by the end of tomorrow. However, SMGRQ in the bottom side as well is going to be put in their position. However, let's talk a little bit more on the recaps here.
No, we got to look at the schedule, man, because for tomorrow, this is the thing that we got to look forward to, because the first game is already homeboys going up against Evo's Icon. So if you guys can't wait, you guys don't have to wait that long. But after Evo's going up against homeboys, we're going to look at Blacklist International going up against Aura Fire. Afterwards, Ultra Ego going up against Bigatron Alpha. And then CFU Gaming will be going up against Dewa United Esports.
Oh boy, big matches here. So it looks like, you know, the wait isn't too long. Tomorrow we settle it here. Who is it going to be better, Malaysia or Indonesia for the first match? However, Blacklist International and Aura Fire seems a little bit spicy as well, since Blacklist International's I would say devastating loss in the grand finals. However, they are still one of the top teams around the world.
I mean, they're changing roster, so that's going to be very interesting to see as well.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing the teams from Group C and D. So new teams here in this tournament. But yeah, this is going to be the official bracket for Group C.
Yep. We have Blacklist going up against Aura Fire for the first match, and then Alter Ego and BTR on the bottom side. However, seems like it is going to be a little bit difficult, considering that this roster, this group itself, is very heavily dominant for the Indonesian sides.
Yeah, definitely Blacklist is feeling just a little bit lonely, but this is also a very good opportunity to make sure that they're topping the groups, because the moment Blacklist loses twice, we're just going to add more Indonesian teams into the challenge finals. And now this is Group D. CFU will go up against Dewa. And then RC and Yudu Red Giants. Very interesting.
To see from the get-go, two Malaysian teams is going to be facing off against each other. So I feel bad, but at the same time, competition is competition. We got to make it fair for everyone. And I believe the draws was a little bit randomized as well. So I feel like sometimes you get what you get. And thankfully, it wasn't LaFell that actually voted this. Draw this lot.
I think it was Flava.
Oh, wow. Straight up calling out the man, even though it's not working to it.
No, I mean, like, I'm shouting him out. I'm pretty sure he appreciates it, but anyways.
So long story short, you're trying to, you know, divert your blame, aren't you? Weren't you the guy that, you know, everybody blames during the M series for drawing really bad draws for teams?
I kind of feel like at this point, Indonesia is thanking me and Merkel. Sonic did win.
Okay.
Either ways, we got to say thank you, everyone, for actually catching Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. And again, we got to say thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming. If you guys want to make sure you guys have the best gaming experience, make sure you guys have the Snapdragon chip in your phone. And if you guys want to be sure, just grab a Samsung S23 Ultra. Like, it's in the phone. It's in the phone. Honestly, that's the only reason why. Like, this is probably the main reason why I would get this phone. But either than that, the energy. You've seen the energy that we all have, and I kind of feel like we've shown it multiple times. It's Monster Energy, baby. Unleash the beast with Monster Energy. This is what keeps you hyped through 5 best of 3s. It's all 2-0, so that kind of helps as well. But we also got to say, speaking of 5, how does 5,000 euros sound like? Well, if you like it, join the FEBot-Cup. Win 5,000 euros. Just go to esl.gg/FEBot. With that, you guys have any final words for the fans before I sell the tickets?
You know, to be honest, I want to get myself a ticket. Where can I get a ticket?
Honestly, you guys can get it now. But again, only the Legend tickets are available. The Mythic ones are completely sold out. So if you snooze, you lose. And if you guys want an extra chance, make sure you catch the raffle as well, because you could get the ticket and you will also be able to have a chance to win the t-shirts.
That's a pretty cool design, I gotta tell you. So again,
you're a cool design.
Well, thank you so much.
God took your time with you. God took his time with you, yeah.
That's a praise.
God's blessing. He's got the God's blessing, and so are you. You're amazing as well.
Thank you very much. We're all amazing. That is it from us. My name is Afel, ICB12, as well as Gani. We will see you guys for more amazing matches tomorrow.
to Mobile Legends.
What is a winner? Make a promise, then I go and deliver. What is a Drake? He the favorite, any race that he enters. Look at their face, they all amazed. This ain't for beginners. Back in the days, we used to dream, but now we can get it. Work, work, work. We gotta push to the limit, then work till we finish, then push to the limit, then work, 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 work.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang. This might be it. Here comes the Tyrant's Rage. Gang the backside. Shizo.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
Call the priest, back to life, I'm undeceased. Breaking the chain, unleashed, my true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse, I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your words. Keep my score, fire the gun, watch me how I overcome. What they said could not be done, I did it, now sing it. The birth of a legend, the past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it, now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, saving my road to my victory. I won't admit defeat, I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they said for me, say hey. No man can dispute him. Might as well salute him. What is written isn't done. Watch me how I overcome.
Lace up my shoes, time to get it. Put in the work, I'm with it. Paying my dues with sweat and tears. There is no weakness here. I ain't new to this, I'm a veteran. Wear my battle scars like a letterman's. I done crawled through the mud full speed, so I wouldn't underestimate me. That's a rookie move. Homeboy, I got nothing to prove. Team player, but I'm still self-made. I'm in it for the passion, not the parade. I don't need the lights or the cameras, just me and my opponent. All the work that I put in has led up to this moment. Let's go. You go hard, I go harder. You weak, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. Game time, let's go. I hit that mark weeks ago. I'm about to laugh you up. Tell me, have you had enough? You would think I had a PhD in psychology. The way I get in your head, there is no escape. Like I said, I'm out of your league. I play fair, but show no mercy. Only give my time if it's worthy, cause I keep my mind on a mission. And you don't fit the vision. I ain't cocky, okay, a little bit. I call it confident, but they can't handle it. Don't blame me, it's just my time. So move, cause you're blocking my shine. I'm out of your league. You better go with plan B. You taking the crown? That's a fantasy. You can't step to me. I'm out of your league. Better be from that defense. I give you an A for effort. Now hit the bench. You go hard, I go harder. You weak, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. You go hard, I go harder. You weak, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league.
Put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, we want it up, put it on. Dump it